Chapter 642. The two townspeople were stunned, their expressions filled with a hint of confusion. But, Master Yolan, you've never done such heavy physical labor before. How about I talk to the Lord tomorrow and ask for a transfer to a lighter position? Yolan shook his head firmly. No, this is a new experience for me too. My father once said that to build a prosperous territory, one must delve into the very fabric of the territory and experience real life. Only then can one combine the knowledge learned from books with practical experience and continuously improve the territory's structure. Only in this way can the territory prosper. But this is just the beginning. As if his interest had been touched upon, Yolan became very excited and continued to speak eloquently. As a territory develops, its underlying architecture is not static. Just like Goblin technology, it is composed of various parts. But Goblin technology is constantly evolving, constantly introducing more powerful and flexible mechas and mechanical devices. In this process, they add more powerful parts to those mechas and replace obsolete ones. Only by constantly learning and optimizing these parts can a territory ensure prosperity for at least 300 years. After 300 years, another transformation will be necessary, and the architecture will need to be readjusted to meet the needs of the new era. The two Firstwind Town residents stared at him in amazement, their eyes filled with both surprise and admiration. They also knew that this young master had always been like this. So, they stopped trying to persuade him, and instead followed him silently, listening to his story as they led him to the cafeteria. A kilometer away, Chao Xing was watching all this silently. His hearing was so sharp that he naturally heard their conversation clearly. Chao Xing chuckled, interesting. I thought he was just a minor noble with some education and some management knowledge. I didn't expect him to have such a far-reaching understanding. Change every 300 years, adapting to the needs of the new era? That's somewhat similar to the historical development on our blue planet. He felt even more impressed with Yolan Green, and even considered training him immediately. But he quickly suppressed the thought. He's only been in the territory for a short time now, so we need to observe him for a while. Meanwhile, the newcomers filed into the cafeteria and began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. When they saw the fragrant delicacies on the table, they trembled with excitement. Not even during their escape, many people here had ever tasted such a sumptuous meal. This was beyond their imagination. Chao Xing had specifically instructed the kitchen staff to prepare meat and cloud yak milk for these newcomers to boost their physique. The table was filled with blue-quality white bear meat and milk. After 3 waves of monster sieges, thousands of white bears had been killed, so the territory still had plenty of this blue-quality meat. The food was so abundant that the newcomers were even hesitant to eat, fearing it would be their last. Until the polar man Lu Zhuang said, "Eat. Why are you standing there?" With that, Lu Zhuang began to eat his own food, his face filled with enjoyment. Seeing this, the newcomers also tentatively began to eat. And when they took their first bite, it was as if they had tasted some truly divine delicacy. They couldn't stop. They devoured it with such gusto, their faces flushed with madness. After a moment, a villager let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "Gods! What kind of magical food is this?" I took a bite and felt instantly stronger. Another old man echoed, "Yes, after I drank the glass of milk, my ailment seemed to disappear instantly. Oh my goodness! Look at old Mr. Ferguson. His leg is healed." Hearing this, many eyes turned in unison, expressions of shock crossing their faces. The effects of these foods were so potent, even beyond their comprehension. At this moment, a young man suddenly exclaimed, "I know. I heard from a powerful demon hunter that eating the meat of certain ferocious beasts can make us even stronger. Just one piece can multiply our strength. Similarly, this kind of meat is priceless. A single piece can fetch hundreds of thousands of crowns. The milk of those magical creatures, for example, can heal injuries and is equally valuable. Oh my God! The Lord is actually allowing us to enjoy this precious food. Even if we worked here for years, we wouldn't be able to pay for this one meal." Hearing this, the other villagers realized just how precious the food they had just consumed was. After a brief moment of shock, heartache followed. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands of kronor they had just consumed, many felt a bit bewildered. Six Strong leaned back in his chair, stretched out his short legs, and said lazily, "Don't make a fuss. This is just a daily routine for us. We eat it at least 2 or 3 times a week. You understand after you've been in this territory for a while. Our Lord is very generous. He never skimps on his treatment of us staff." Hearing this, the eyes of the hundreds of newcomers in the cafeteria all showed mixed emotions. If they had been told that a lord of a territory would give food worth hundreds of thousands to low-level staff, they would have simply sneered and laughed at the person who said that. After all, even if they were sold, they wouldn't fetch hundreds of thousands of kronor. Which lord would be so foolish as to engage in such a loss-making business? And yet, the truth was now before them. There truly were lords like this in the world. At that moment, the fatigue of a day's work vanished. All that remained was gratitude and admiration for Chao Xing. Even Yolin Green, in the corner, stared at the food before him, his eyes blazing brightly. Their resolve to integrate into this territory grew even stronger. As hundreds of system notifications appeared, the loyalty of these newcomers surged. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face as he watched the notifications flooding the screen. Yes, with this onslaught of precious food, the loyalty of these newcomers is rapidly increasing. This way, we can quickly cultivate a group of loyal subjects. Of course, Chao Xing also noticed that some people, after enjoying the food and milk, still didn't increase their loyalty by a single point. This group accounted for about 10% of the newcomers. The majority were wandering mercenaries or defeated soldiers. Clearly, they had no real desire to integrate into this territory, or perhaps these hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of food couldn't impress them. It can't be helped. After all, recruiting so many people at once means there's no guarantee of their integrity. There are bound to be some with ulterior motives, who are simply using my territory as a temporary refuge and will leave soon. That's fine though. I've memorized their names anyway. Observe for another 2 days. If there's still no improvement, don't blame me for being ruthless. As I said before, Chao Xing is no philanthropist. Besides, the food in his territory wasn't going to last much longer, let alone feed these ungrateful people. After observing this group of newcomers, Chao Xing had nothing else to do today. He was preparing to return to the Lord's castle to rest, as usual. Suddenly, he remembered that Lu Muxue was still in the angel inheritance and couldn't return tonight. So his legs, as if possessed, led him to another direction, to the sewing shop. Creaky. The door swung open. A gust of hot air hit me. A row of sewing machines appeared before me, and a pair of mature women were now engaged in a lively conversation, pedaling their treads. They were wearing form-fitting purple cheongsams that perfectly showcased their voluptuous and curvaceous figures. A cashmere coat draped over their shoulders added a touch of elegance and grace. At the sight of Chao Xing, Elena and Xia Yanni simultaneously looked up, their beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Sir, you're here," Xia Yanni called. Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. Beside her, Elena's lips curled with a frivolous smile. "Sir, you only lasted 24 minutes on me today, and 20 on Sister Yanni. Are you trying to redeem yourself this time?" There was a hint of playfulness in her voice, a natural allure. Chao Xing replied, "Of course. Tonight, I definitely make you admit defeat." "Really?" Elena turned around, lifted her plump leg, and crossed it. "I'm really looking forward to it." She even deliberately curled her fingers, revealing a seductive air. Xia Yanni, beside her, lowered her head and whispered, Then I want one too." Chao Xing said nothing, though a touch of a man's competitive spirit gradually stirred within him. He then embraced the two women and slammed the door shut. The hum of the sewing machines in the shop gradually died down, soon replaced by the women's charming cries. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was a little after 5 in the morning. Angel Inheritance. 3 figures still stood on the inky black lake. After a night of fierce fighting, Bai Ji's side had concluded the battle early. After all, her enemy was merely a level 70 clone. Even if she possessed all her skills and abilities, she couldn't replicate the items in her backpack. Bai Ji, using drug-induced tactics, easily defeated the enemy. To avoid being drawn into the battle between the legendary powerhouses, she retreated to the edge of the lake, quietly observing the battle. Meanwhile, Lu Muxue's side was caught in a difficult battle due to a series of terrifying status effects on the enemy. This mirror image possessed all of her skills, even the effects of her 4-winged angel form and holy light redemption. Lu Muxue finally defeated it, and its health instantly recovered significantly, and it revived on the spot. Then, after the cooldown was up, it cast a holy light redemption on itself, like an unkillable monster. A wry smile curled the corners of Lu Muxue's mouth at the scene. She experienced the enemy's feeling of powerlessness when faced with Chao Xing's territorial members. I never expected Xing's miraculous abilities to be so formidable against the enemy. This is truly something I never imagined. Of course, this didn't mean Lu Muxue had no means of defeating the enemy. After all, the enemy merely copied all of her abilities, but they no longer possessed the effects of eternal power. For example, the mirror Lu Muxue's angel transformation only lasted 200 seconds. The real Lu Muxua, however, could switch between these states at any time. As a result of this, the enemy's health had reached a precarious level. Lu Muxua launched an angelic slash, reducing the opponent's health to 0. However, as a surge of holy light surged from the opponent, the mirror Lu Muxua before her had resurrected. She was about to cast holy light redemption on herself when she realized the cooldown hadn't yet expired. Lu Muxua's eyes narrowed, realizing this was her chance. She said gravely, "Now, it's time to end this." Before she finished her words, she raised the ancient sword in her hand, raising it high above her head. A wave of destructive force erupted from the tip of the sword. The entire dark lake surface rippled under this power, as if even space itself was trembling. The mirror Lu Muxua also felt the terrifying impact of her strike. Although she had copied Lu Muxua's attributes and equipment 100%, as mentioned earlier, the cloning in the Angel Legacy wasn't all-powerful. Take, for example, the special effects on legendary weapons. At that moment, the mirror image suddenly flashed, its movement speed increased by 200%, and it vanished from its original position. Then, at a burst of speed exceeding 10 kilometers per second, it rushed towards Lu Muxua like a streak of white lightning. Splash! A monstrous wave erupted from the pitch-black lake, a terrifying force approaching. By this moment, Lu Muxua had already caught sight of the other party. And then, she instantly brought her sword down. Swish! A terrifying burst of sword energy erupted, seemingly slicing through everything, even creating a clear crack on the pitch-black lake surface. The sword energy slashed directly through the mirror Lu Muxua's body. -44871052. A terrifying damage of over 40 million appeared, wiping away the last shred of the mirror Lu Muxua's health. It was the special effect from the ancient sword. The Sword of Judgment. At that moment, the mirror image of Lu Muxua stood there in a daze, then transformed into tiny specks of white light and dissipated. Beside her, Baiji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, a look of hope and longing appeared in her eyes. Is this legendary power? It's truly terrifying. Seeing it with my own eyes is many times more shocking than a live broadcast. That night, she witnessed the battle between two legendary creatures up close. The terrifying might seem capable of annihilation. If it weren't for the Angel Legacy, their battle would have annihilated everything around them. A level 70 being like her wouldn't be considered weak among the indigenous people. But if caught in the middle of a battle between legendary creatures, even the slightest aftermath would kill her instantly. Baiji clenched her fists, a glimmer of longing in her eyes, longing for the day when she could possess such formidable power. At the same time, as the enemies were defeated, a system notification appeared before the two women. Attention, challengers! Congratulations on successfully completing all trials of the Angel Legacy. Now, please claim your rewards. When the prompt ended, a sacred pillar of light descended again before the two women. This pillar of light descended from overhead, connecting to the dark surface of the water. Then, two objects emitting a unique power slowly floated down from the pillar of light. Before Baiji appeared a great sword radiating an intense holy light. And before Lu Muxua, a book emanating a holy aura. They both extended their fair right hands and grabbed the object within the beam of light. When the acquire item system prompt appeared, shock flashed across the two women's eyes. Oh my god! The 6th round of the trial actually rewards something like this? Lu Muxua exclaimed in astonishment, then looked up and asked, Sister Baiji, I got a legendary skill book. What did you get? Baiji, on the other side, said nothing, simply posting the item information she had obtained on the team chat. Baiji, Heaven's Blade, Orange. Lu Muxua quickly glanced at the stats and saw that it was a level 100 epic weapon. Not only was its attack power formidable, but the special effects on the weapon also seemed quite impressive. Baiji took the initiative and said, Do you want this weapon? Lu Muxua shook her head slightly. No, Sister Baiji, I have a better weapon than this Heaven's Blade. Hearing this, Baiji said nothing more and put the great sword, emitting a holy white light, into her backpack. Lu Muxua also put the skill book away. A smile inevitably crossed her face. After all, Lu Muxua had already gained immense benefits in this angel trial. Just when the two women thought the trial was completely over, another notification appeared. Challengers, please take note. A challenger with angelic power has been detected. The final inheritance is now unlocked for you. Challengers with angelic power, please step forward to receive a higher level of angelic power infusion. Buzz. As the notification ended, a beam of light descended again, appearing in the center of the inky black lake. Baiji looked at Lu Muxua beside her. Clearly, this woman was the only one possessing angelic power here. Although Lu Mushua's two-winged angel and four-winged angel skill books were obtained from Bai Ji felt no extra emotion. After all, she had received sufficient compensation from Chao Xing. Furthermore, these two skill books are only available to the Aurora Knight class. As a hidden class, Baiji presents unique opportunities. Lu Mushua took a deep breath and said, "Sister Baiji, I be there." "Yes." With that, the woman raised her shield and sword and walked forward gracefully. Time flew by, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The system notification appeared on time. "Attention survivors. You have passed the 8th day of the turbulent period. Number of blood teleportation pillars remaining, 16. Today's weather, light to moderate snow expected in the snowstorm fields, with lows ranging from -56 degrees Celsius to -65 degrees Celsius." Chapter 643. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing opened his eyes promptly. "Excellent. The number of blood transmission pillars has dropped to 20. At this rate, in about 2 or 3 days, we have completely cleared all of them." Then, as usual, Chao Xing glanced at his war merits. War merits *73,654,200. Yesterday, he had spent 26 million war merits, leaving him with a little over 20 million. After a day and night of fighting, the territory members had earned him another 50 million war merits. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, I have enough war merit to redeem that legendary blueprint in 2 or 3 days. In other words, by the time the Blood Rebellion is over, I have just enough to redeem that blueprint. Chao Xing was quite satisfied with the result. After all, this blueprint in the War Merit Shop was arguably the most valuable reward. As long as he could redeem it, it would be a complete win. And the rewards were far more than that. In addition to combat merit, every blood transmission pillar destroyed by those legendary warriors would grant Chao Xing a fixed 2 divine power fragments. Over the past 2 days, he had already earned a total of 28 divine power fragments, equivalent to over 280 divine power points. Suddenly, his divine power fragments were abundant. Now, he was past the stage of being frugal with his divine power points. Besides combat merit and divine power points, defeating so many blood legions also yielded a wealth of experience points. These experience points will further level up my combatants. Chao Xing reviewed the battle information, a look of surprise gradually appearing on his face. Wow, are their levels increasing so fast? Currently, of Chao Xing's 7 legendary warriors, with the exception of Mernina, the other 6 are experiencing a rapid level increase. The highest level is still King Velan, who has already reached level 137, and is about to reach level 140, the high legendary. In addition, Isabel has reached level 126. Remember, it's only been 8 days since she broke through to legendary. This speed of growth completely overturns the perceptions of the natives of this world. Then there's Lu Mushua, who possesses status abilities. Although she didn't participate in the destruction of the blood teleport pillar these past few days, she's already soared 22 levels in 3 days simply by sharing experience points, reaching level 122, becoming the 3rd highest level in the territory. Next are Phantom Dancer Sarah, Dragon Queen Bing Lan, and Big Man Brown. They are level 112, 117, and 109, respectively. Chao Xing exclaimed happily, "At this rate, it looks like I have my first level 150 legendary in just a few days." Then, by destroying teleportation pillars and obtaining a large amount of divine power fragments, I quickly complete the second requirement for the demigod breakthrough. Add to that the divine fire in my backpack. Doesn't that mean I've got all the necessary conditions for the demigod breakthrough? Chao Xing instantly became excited at the thought. And this also gave rise to a new idea. Should I nurture the Blood Legion, allowing them to open more teleportation pillars and gain more divine power fragments and military merit? After all, according to the old king, one needs 1 to 2,000 divine power points to increase divinity, the second requirement for achieving the demigod breakthrough. Marlenina needs a full 5,000 divine power points to activate her demigod form. The shortage of divine power fragments is still significant. In addition, exchanging for that blueprint requires a full 200 million merit points. This means that after he redeems the blueprint, he won't have any merit points left to redeem other items. If I allow the Blood Legion to continue operating the teleportation pillar, I can gain a dozen more divine power fragments per day, tens of millions of merit points. I just need to nurture it for another 2 or 3 days. Maybe I can gather the divine power fragments needed for the demigod breakthrough. However, this thought was interrupted as soon as it arose. The Blood Legion needs a vast amount of blood energy to activate the teleportation pillar. Where does this energy come from? By killing a large number of living beings. Although Chao Xing hoped to acquire a demigod-level warrior as soon as possible, he wasn't quite so mad as to be completely mad. If he truly did that, what difference would that make him any different from the Blood Legion and the Watchers? Would he do anything for power? Would he treat all living beings like ants and slaughter them at will? Chao Xing knew he couldn't do it. Shaking his head, Chao Xing made a decision. Let's continue with our full efforts and completely eliminate the Blood Legion first. As for the divine power fragments, we figure it out later. Aside from these legendary warriors, Chao Xing was particularly concerned about the leveling of another individual. That was Francesca. She reached hero level yesterday morning. Although she hadn't fought, her level had skyrocketed, as she possessed status skills that allowed her to share experience with other combatants. Now, it's already reached level 91. Chao Xing exclaimed, "This speed is incredible. I didn't do anything all day, and I've already reached 21 levels. If I tell anyone about this, I wonder how many people will envy me to death." According to this estimate, Francesca will reach level 100 by afternoon. And then, I can help this witch break through to legendary. By then, he have his 8th legendary level expert. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly withdrew from the warm bodies of the two women. A soft breathing sounded by his ear. Xia Yanni and Elena were still soundly asleep. Last night, he tormented them so much. From a little after 8 o'clock until midnight, Chao Xing had gone into full force mode. He had completely drained the women of their energy. Turning around, he saw the two women, one tall and one short, hugging each other, their faces filled with satisfaction. They were naked, their two bodies, one light-skinned and the other pale, embracing each other, creating a breathtakingly voluptuous and striking display. Just the sight of them made one's mouth dry. Chao Xing swallowed and quickly averted his gaze. Then he put his clothes back on. Without disturbing the couple, he left the sewing shop. A few minutes later, Chao Xing received another visit request. Walnut Villager, Uli Sek requests a visit to your territory. Do you approve? After seeing the prompt, he continued toward the territory's west gate. Outside, in the snow, stood a group of ragged villagers. They had shared essentially the same story. The Blood Legion destroyed their homes, and they began their wanderings. Following the guidance of the local resident, Chao Yi, they arrived in this territory, hoping Chao Xing would recruit them. Chao Xing quickly scanned the villagers' information, but didn't find any special talents among them, feeling slightly disappointed. However, he didn't show it, instead directly issuing a recruitment invitation to the villagers. Recruitment successful. Walnut Village villagers, Paul Donovan Dean, have joined your territory, increasing the territory's population by 218. After the recruitment was completed, Chao Xing, as usual, assigned them to the 6 strong men to lead, initially having them do some hard labor. Furthermore, Chao Xing hadn't yet allowed the pale tree to bestow its blessing of life upon these new members. This was a test of sorts. If they could endure the intense labor on the first day, they would be able to handle it later. If anyone couldn't bear the hardship, they could ask Chao Xing to leave the territory. Chao Xing wouldn't refuse their request. After arranging this group of villagers, he continued to wander the territory. Then, the requests for visits continued to come in. Today, the number of refugees arriving in Chao Xing's territory was even more alarming than yesterday. In the morning alone, he had accepted 500 or 600 people. The majority were villagers in distress, with a smaller number being kingdom soldiers, mercenaries, and the like. Looking at the territory's exploding population, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with relief. Excellent! At this rate, I'm sure I'll soon be able to increase the territory's population to its maximum. Then, it's time to build the great city. In the afternoon, a group of figures gathered and approached Chao Xing. The group numbered around 30 or 40, all villagers recruited today. Carrying their luggage, they bowed to Chao Xing with apologetic expressions. Respected Lord, we have something to ask of you. Chao Xing seemed to realize something and nodded, go ahead. Among them, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s stepped forward. He appeared to be the leader of the group. We are deeply sorry, Lord, but we feel we may not be up to the task of this territory. My wife is in poor health, and I have a severe cough, making it difficult for us to carry out prolonged physical labor. So, we would like to ask you to leave this territory and find another place to live. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the group of villagers and several mercenaries behind him began to chatter. They all had their own reasons, fearing Chao Xing would refuse. Chao Xing listened silently, then nodded, no problem, I approve your request. Then, with a wave of his hand, he dissolved the relationship between the subjects and the Lord. He then said, all right, you may leave now. The group was stunned for a moment, as if they hadn't expected it to be so easy. They had expected the Lord to obstruct them in every possible way, even resorting to coercion to force them to stay. For a moment, they felt a sense of unreality. But they soon realized what was happening. The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Thank you, kind Lord. We will leave now." With that, the group, carrying their luggage, headed towards the city gate. However, as they walked along, the other staff members looked at them as if they were fools. Even the newcomers, who had joined yesterday, had expressions of regret on their faces. After what happened last night, those newcomers had realized just how amazing this territory was. If word of the territory's perks spread, countless people, even nobles, would desperately try to get in. And yet, these people gave up the opportunity they already had. The middle-aged man wondered why the staff looked at him that way, and his heart was filled with confusion. When an elderly man, seemingly in his 50s, leisurely walked past them carrying a stone weighing several hundred kilograms, something clicked in their minds. In a daze, the group gradually left the territory, and the gates closed completely to them. At that moment, they felt a sense of emptiness, as if they had missed something. After letting the group leave, Chao Xing continued to wander around the territory. At this moment, a figure wearing an apron and a padded jacket trotted over. It was the cook, Dahua. Dahua bowed respectfully as she approached him. Then she said, "Lord, I wish you good health." A look of worry crossed her face, as if she had something to report to Chao Xing. As one of the earliest residents of the territory, Dahua was a skilled cook. Currently, she was in charge of the cafeteria's affairs and staffing arrangements. And she was doing a good job. So far, no staff or combatants had complained about the food. Chao Xing noticed the worry on her face and asked, "What's going on, Dahua?" The cook nodded respectfully. "It's like this, Lord. In the past 2 days, our territory has recruited many new people, and these newcomers will increase the territory's food consumption. I need to report the food situation to you in advance." Chao Xing nodded. "Go ahead." Dahua said, "The warriors in our territory have huge appetites, consuming about 2 to 3 kilograms of food every day. With over 2,000 soldiers, that's at least 5,000 kilograms of food consumed daily. Add to that the voracious appetites of griffins, mammoths, and other beasts. A conservative estimate is that our territory consumes over 8,000 kilograms of food a day. Now with so many new recruits, daily food consumption will increase significantly. The territory's food reserves won't last much longer." After hearing her report, Chao Xing fell into deep thought. According to Dahua's calculations, the daily food consumption was indeed quite exaggerated. Conservatively, 8,000 kilograms of food, or 40,000 units, are consumed daily, meaning at least 200,000 kilograms per month. He glanced at the territory's food reserves. Food * 612,437, 60% grains, 35% meat, 5% other foods. 610,000 units, or about 120,000 kilograms. At best, it only lasts half a month. If we continue to recruit, we might not even last 10 days. At this moment, Chao Xing felt a sense of urgency. Food is a major issue for any territory. Additionally, the harsh environment of this world makes food production extremely difficult. Even Chao Xing has relied on grants from the Church of Light to sustain him until now. It seems that expansion of the territory is also on the agenda. We should significantly expand the agricultural area, deploy more manpower, and plant a large number of crops. With the various blessings of the territory, we will soon be able to harvest a large amount of food. Chao Xing gathered his thoughts and said, "I understand. Dahua, you go ahead and do your work. I find a way to solve the food problem." "Yes, Lord." The cook respectfully withdrew. After she left, Chao Xing continued to ponder. Expanding the territory will take some time. Even with the various blessings, the first harvest of crops will take at least a month. Before then, we must find a way to obtain more food to tide us over this period. Otherwise, we won't last until that day. Chao Xing frowned slightly, as if considering a solution. At this moment, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, fluttering down in a flurry. Today's weather forecast called for a light snowfall in the snowy plains, and now it was time for it to come true. Snowflakes drifted down, soon covering Chao Xing's head and shoulders. The heat from the energy tower in the center of the territory quickly melted the snowflakes, soaking Chao Xing's clothes. A wave of cool air washed over him. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Forget it. My priority now is to finish the blood expansion. If all else fails, let's borrow some from the Ice Crystal King to tide us over." Just as he was about to return to the Lord's castle, a system notification suddenly appeared. Your territory member, Francesca's level has been upgraded. Current level, 100, reached the current level limit. Seeing this notification, Chaoxing's eyes lit up, and he stopped in his tracks. Great. She's already maxed out so quickly. Next, it's time to help Francesca break through to Legend. It's only been a day and a half since Francesca broke through to Hero, and she's already jumped 30 levels. This speed can only be described as terrifying. Chaoxing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Come find me in the buffer zone." A moment later, the witch's cold voice replied, "Okay." After hanging up, Chaoxing continued to wait in the territory. 2 minutes later, a tall, cool figure in a red dress sauntered towards them. Her steps were graceful, her entire form, like a blooming red rose. Wherever she passed, even the wind and snow seemed to automatically carve a path for her. Chaoxing's gaze was once again drawn to this beautiful figure. The outfit she wore looked familiar. It seemed to be the same outfit Chaoxing had worn when he first met Francesca in the witch forest. "Is there something wrong?" the witch asked, her head raised in confusion. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face, and he pulled a legendary heart from his backpack and handed her the relic. The forest seed. "This is..." A puzzled look crossed the witch's eyes. Chaoxing replied, "This is the relic that will allow you to transform into the legendary realm. I see you've reached the limit of the hero realm, and are almost ready for a breakthrough." Gazing at the two items in his hands, Francesca's deep eyes gleamed. But she didn't seem as excited or thrilled as she had imagined. She spoke slowly, although, "I don't particularly enjoy fighting. I prefer working with herbs. But if you require my strength, I will do my best to lend it to you." Chapter 644. "But if you need my power, I will do my best to provide it," Francesca said solemnly. Chaoxing nodded. "I understand. Let's begin the breakthrough now." "Yes." With that, Francesca took the two items. Then she began the process of breakthrough. As she thoroughly absorbed the power contained within the legendary heart, waves of spiritual energy emanated from her body. Clatter. In the sky above, heavy snow fluttered, seemingly swept away by this force, creating small whirlwinds. Then, she took out the seed imbued with the power of nature and absorbed all the divine power within it. With her movements, the invisible whirlwind grew larger and larger, carrying Francesca off the ground and floating in midair. Buzz! An even more vast spiritual energy wave emerged, and Francesca officially entered the final stage of her legendary breakthrough. Looking at the scene before him, Chaoxing felt a sense of unease. He wondered if Francesca could successfully break through in one go. After all, this witch, so far, only had commander-level potential. Compared to the other legendary-level powerhouses in the territory, who at least had dominant-level potential, she was far behind. Not only was there a difference in attributes, but the success rate of breaking through to legendary was also reduced by 10%. But Chaoxing didn't have any extra dominant souls at hand, so he could only give it a try. If that didn't work, he could spend 10 more divine power fragments to allow Francesca to break through again. And just as he was thinking this, Francesca, floating in the air, changed again. Her feet, clad in crystal slippers, gradually lengthened, her figure becoming more slender and graceful. Her dark brown hair fluttered in the air, as if each strand held an infinite spiritual energy. Her red dress rustled under the surge of spiritual energy, and powerful waves of spiritual energy swept across a radius of 10 kilometers. The snowflakes drifting in the sky were vaporized by this force before they even fell, transforming into wisps of white mist that dissipated into the air. As she gradually opened her eyes, a shimmering emerald green light shone within them, and all movement around her subsided. Your territory member, Francesca, has successfully achieved a legendary level. Her forest witch class has automatically advanced to nature witch, raising her level cap to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, territory prosperity by 500, and the additional legendary skill, Eternal Forest. Francesca's divine power function has been activated. When the series of system prompts ended, Chaoxing suddenly raised his head and gazed at the red figure in midair. A look of surprise crossed his face. Wow! Not only did he successfully break through, he also activated a legendary skill. Awesome! Based on the experience of several previous masters who reached legendary status, whether or not they can activate legendary skills during their breakthrough depends on their foundation. Those with deeper foundations, like Francesca and Isabel, who are inherently powerful and have lived for centuries, are more likely to activate a legendary skill. Those with shallower foundations, like Sarah and Lu Mushua, can only activate their skills later through skill books or other opportunities. Chao Xing glanced at Francesca's new skill with excitement. Eternal Forest. Consumes 10 divine power points to rapidly grow a real forest in the target area, covering a radius of 5,000 meters. The caster can manipulate the plants in the forest to assist in attacking enemies. Enemy units within the Eternal Forest have their mobility reduced by 30% and take 1% of the caster's maximum health as nature damage per second. Nature damage is affected by armor and other status factors. Allied units within the Eternal Forest are granted Nature Shelter, clearing all status effects every 10 seconds and restoring 5% of the caster's maximum health. Eternal Forest lasts for 100 seconds. After the effect ends, the newly grown forest remains. This skill has a cooldown of 24 hours. After reading the lengthy description of this skill, Chao Xing's eyes gradually became thoughtful. This skill is a bit complicated. It deals 1% of maximum health as nature damage per second to enemies within the forest's radius. With Francesca's current health of 320 million, maxing it out would deal at least 200 million damage, but it would take 100 seconds. And then every 10 seconds, it clears allies of their health, restoring 5% of their maximum health. That's quite impressive. Even for Brown, it could restore at least 160 million health. If combined with BYE Blackheart's skills and Soul Link, these three skills combined could potentially take down a legendary. Besides that, the most unique and powerful aspect of this skill isn't its damage value, but the fact that it creates a real forest. What does this mean? It means that as long as Francesca has enough divine power, she can create a vast forest in just a few days. It can be said to be a truly creative method. Chao Xing said happily, not bad. With this skill, at least the problem of wood resources has been solved. As for Francesca's dashboard, there's no need to examine it in detail. After all, she only has commander-level potential, with a health of 320 million. Even after Lu Mushua's series of bonuses, her attack power is only 1.2 million. This is significantly lower than the 1.5 million plus attack power of other legendaries in the territory. Of course, Francesca's combat power is still very strong, and she can easily defeat two legendaries at the same time. Whoosh! With a breeze, Francesca gradually descended from the sky. She walked gracefully towards Chao Xing, exuding a majestic and sacred aura, like a forest goddess. Compared to a few minutes ago, Francesca's body had also changed after her breakthrough. Her height had grown by almost 10 centimeters, and her facial features had slightly changed, becoming more refined and profound. This transformation seemed to occur to every creature that reached the legendary level. Chao Xing spoke first, his tone tinged with praise. Congratulations. The witch bowed slightly, performing the standard formalities. Her voice was soft and respectful. Thank you for your training, which has enabled me to reach the legendary realm in both areas. Thanks to your help, the loyalty of territory member, Francesca, has increased. Loyalty has reached maximum, triggering hidden effect, diehard. Nearly 3 months after joining the territory, this witch had finally reached diehard loyalty. Chao Xing nodded slightly and continued, Francesca, I know you don't like fighting, so from now on, you just need to continue refining medicine in the territory. I leave the defense of the territory to you. Of course, if we really encounter a strong enemy, you still have to go out and fight with me. Francesca nodded solemnly, I understand. The power of the forest will obey your call. Okay, now you can get back to your work. Yes. With that, she turned and left. The hem of her crimson skirt swayed slightly, like a blooming rose. After Francesca left, Chao Xing sighed again. A few days ago, I was still worried about a legendary level warrior. Who would have thought that in less than 10 days, my legendary level warrior count would soar to 8, and it's about to reach double digits. Now, those below demigod pose little threat to me. He felt deeply satisfied. Just as Chao Xing was about to return to the Lord's castle, he suddenly saw a flash of white light appear in the teleportation area. Buzz! The beam of light shot up to a height of more than 10 meters, and a faint figure emerged from it. When the light dissipated, a heroic female knight appeared before him, wielding a shield and a long sword. It was Lu Mushue. A smile played on Chao Xing's face, and he quickly approached. Lu Mushue, who was standing opposite him, also quickly approached, saying happily, Ah Xing, I'm back. The two met, and Chao Xing chuckled and asked, I'm glad you're back. Did you encounter any danger? Hearing the man's concerned words, Lu Mushue's face softened. She shook her head slightly and said, No, I just had some trouble in the last round of trials, but I managed to handle it successfully. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with approval. By the way, Mushue, how's the inheritance going? I've already completed it. Lu Mushua replied happily, and I've also gained several items from it. Take a look. After that, Lu Mushua posted all the information about the items she had obtained from the inheritance on the team channel. They were a necklace, a mirror, and a skill book. Obtained, Chain of Prayer orange. Obtained, Mirror of Light, Delusion Breaking orange. Obtained, Holy Baptism, Purification, Legendary Skill Book. 2 pieces of orange equipment, and a legendary skill book. Chaoxing nodded again in approval. It was clear that Lu Mushua had gained a lot from this inheritance. He glanced at the attributes one by one. Blessing Chain orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment level, level 100. Additional effects 1, plus 1800 Spirit, plus 1400 Constitution, plus 20% casting speed. Additional effects 2, Angelic Protection, when attacked by magic, has a 50% chance to negate 30% of the damage dealt. Additional effects 3, Power of Blessing, when using small healing skills, such as Holy Healing, Slow Mend, and Healing Prayer. There is an 80% chance to make that skill cool down. Time resets, can be triggered up to 10 times in a row. Equipment description, a necklace imbued with divine power, capable of saving lives in times of distress. Light Mirror, Delusion Breaking orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment level, none. Bound to, Lu Mushua. Unique effect, when encountering any illusionary scene, releases a delusion-breaking light, guiding the correct path. Lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Combined effect, Dual Mirror Resonance, Sacred Domain, combining the power of the Light Mirror and the Heart Mirror, unleashes a sacred domain. Within this domain, all friendly units gain 50% increased resistance to abnormalities. Each time they are affected by an abnormality, they recover 5% of their maximum health if they successfully resist it. Sacred Domain lasts 60 seconds, cooldown, 10 hours. Oh! This Light Mirror, combined with the Heart State, has a combined effect? Chaoxing asked with some surprise. Lu Mushua nodded gently yes, but my state of mind is with Sister Baiji, bound to her. Hearing this, Chaoxing felt a slight sense of regret. After all, the effect of this Dual Mirror Resonance, Sacred Domain was truly remarkable. After using it, combined with their own 70% resistance, it reached almost 120%. Add to that the bonus of Eternal Power, and it would be permanent, essentially making everyone immune to those abnormal abilities, greatly enhancing their survivability. Lu Mushua also saw Chaoxing's thoughts and whispered, I've told Sister Baiji that if our territory continues to expand, we hope she can join us. She seems quite interested. Ah Xing, do you think we should recruit her? Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes flickered with a strange look. He seemed to have expected Lu Mushua to take the initiative to recruit someone to his territory. But this woman, Baiji, is indeed quite capable. With her powerful talent, combined with her hidden class, she'd be able to control hero-level warriors at level 50. If she breaks through to legendary, she might even be able to control a demigod. Chaoxing replied, we see later. I ask her opinion then. Yes, Lu Mushua replied softly. Then Chaoxing began examining the last item, a skill book. Holy Baptism, Purification, Legendary Skill Book while in angel form. Consumes 20 points of divine power, concentrating a massive amount of angelic power to instantly restore the health of all friendly units within a 5,000 meter radius to full. Blind surrounding enemies. After 3 seconds, deals 4,500% purification damage to all enemies below. Purification damage. Deals an additional 50% damage to dark creatures, and ignores 20% armor against other enemies. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Note, this skill is a special legendary skill, usable only by beings who have inherited the power of angels. Wow! Instantly restores all allies' health to full. This effect is a bit insane. What's the point of this? You know, even Isabel's revelation hymn can only restore one person's health to full. Now, with this skill, combined with the witch's newly awakened Eternal Forest skill, Braum has what's essentially a third or fourth life. Even a demigod-level powerhouse, like the Warden Leader, would feel despair facing this invincible shield guardian. A look of delight crossed Chaoxing's eyes. These 3 items are all excellent, and not only will they boost Lu Mushua's combat effectiveness, but they also help the other members of the territory. Mushua, well done. You're getting stronger. But Lu Mushua shook her head and said, there's more to it than that. After completing all the trials, I received the angelic power contained in the inheritance. Now, my angel form has become a 6-winged angel. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. Chaoxing's face once again showed surprise. Then he clicked on Lu Mushua's dashboard and checked her skill panel. Seraphim form. Summon a 6-winged war angel and merge with it, transforming into a 6-winged war angel form. For the next 10 minutes, all stats increased by 200%, and you also learn the following new skills: Angel Wings, Guardian, Passive, Blade of Heavenly Punishment, and 6-Winged Descend. Great, a 200% stat bonus. As expected, the 6-Winged War Angel corresponds to my Great Demon form. With this, Lu Mushua, who already possesses legendary power, will have her power increased by another 200%. Her power is likely equivalent to that of a high-level legendary. Chao Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. The stronger Lu Mushua became, the more helpful she would be to him. In addition to the stat boost, 3 new skills were activated in this form. He glanced at the stats one by one. Angel Wings, Guardian, Passive when about to take fatal damage, automatically extend all angel wings to shield the player, blocking the incoming damage. After successfully blocking, he restores 40% of his health. This effect can be triggered once every 6 hours. Heavenly Punishment Blade. The 6-winged war angel summons a Heavenly Punishment Blade, dealing holy damage equal to ATK *548% to enemies in a fan-shaped area within 2,000 meters ahead, and inflicting Holy Brand. Holy Brand causes the target to lose all hidden skills and increases incoming damage by 15% for 8 seconds. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. 6-Winged Descend. The 6-winged war angel instantly leaves the battlefield and descends from the sky after 3 seconds, knocking back all enemies within a 2,000-meter area. It also releases a holy shockwave, dealing area damage equal to 684% of its attack power. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. After reviewing the stats of these 3 skills, Chao Xing was once again extremely satisfied. Excellent! 2 burst skills that address the limited offensive capabilities of angel form. 1 passive skill is equivalent to a rebirth. So powerful! Chao Xing averted his gaze, then looked at the beauty before him and said, Mushua, you haven't slept much these past 2 days. Go back and rest. As for Bai Ji, I give her some compensation later. Okay, Xing. The woman nodded obediently and returned to her room. After 2 days of continuous fighting, she was indeed a little tired. Afterwards, Chao Xing remained in command of the territory. First, he contacted Bai Ji and gave her 50 pieces of fresh lizard meat, orange, as compensation. Then he accepted 2 more waves of refugees and a squadron of soldiers. The territory's population increased by over 400 again. During this period, over 20 refugees also approached him, requesting to leave the territory. Chao Xing still made no effort to persuade them to stay, simply letting them go. After all, they had only recently joined the territory, and no resources had been invested in them, so they wouldn't pose any significant risk to Chao Xing. Finally, he did a quick count. Today, the territory had recruited a total of 1,085 new recruits. Of these, 412 were combat personnel and 673 were staff personnel. In just 2 days, Chao Xing's territory's total population had nearly doubled. Chapter 645. The rapid population growth also led to increased food consumption. According to previous estimates, the territory's food supply could last about half a month. Now, it's estimated to last only 10 days at most. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt a surge of urgency. He silently made a decision. Once the blood rebellion was over, he would immediately find a way to solve the food problem. Of course, although food was scarce in the territory, dinner was still plentiful. At sunset, around 6 in the evening, all members of the territory finished their day's work and headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The newcomers who joined today were given a portion of beast meat and milk, the same treatment as yesterday's newcomers. As for the others, they were not given this special beast meat today, but ordinary meat and bread instead. Even so, it was still many times more abundant than their usual fare. After consuming the beast meat, the newcomers were equally astonished. With Lu Zhuang constantly praising Chao Xing's kindness and generosity, these newcomers' sense of belonging to the territory instantly soared. News of increased loyalty kept flooding the screen. A look of satisfaction crossed Chao Xing's face. At the same time, he silently memorized the names of those whose loyalty hadn't increased. By the time he had finished, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Chao Xing returned to the Lord's castle, washed up briefly, and slipped back into bed. Night fell. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Lord's castle, the sighs of a beautiful woman could be heard. Ah Xing. Ah Xing. Accompanied by a strong vibration. Lu Mushua clutched Chao Xing's arm tightly, leaving a few red scratches on it. After 2 days of not seeing each other, the two of them were now pouring out their longing. A few minutes later, Lu Muxua nestled in Chao Xing's arms. With a gentle and content tone, she asked, "Ah Xing, are you tired?" Chao Xing said nothing, but simply lifted the beauty up and held her in his arms. They remained connected, conversing as lovers do. The night passed quickly. The next day, the system notification appeared on time. "Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived the 9th day of the turbulent period. The Blood Legion activated a total of 4 teleportation pillars yesterday. The remaining Blood Legion forces in this world are gradually decreasing. Number of blood teleport pillars remaining, 13. Today's weather. Continuous snow showers are expected in the snowstorm plains, with lows ranging from -65 degrees Celsius to -73 degrees Celsius. Please dress warmly." When the notification ended, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua opened their eyes promptly. 6 days had passed since the Blood Legion appeared. These are the last 13 teleport pillars. Based on the Blood Legion's frequency, only 3 or 4 can be opened today at most. In other words, we only have 2 days left to completely conclude this expansion. Chao Xing took a deep breath, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Survivors around the world realized this. The blood expansion had reached its final moments. This is no longer the time when the expansion was first launched, when the survivors were crushed by the vast blood army. More and more survivors are banding together, forming armies exceeding 1 million strong, to fight back against the blood army. Today is no different. Numerous survivor armies are continuously sweeping through their respective areas, eliminating the remaining blood soldiers. And their offensive is even more ferocious, for they know that these last 2 days are their prime opportunity to earn military merit. Everyone is eager to accumulate more military merit to exchange for master-level power hearts in the shop. The previous 6 days of the Blood Rebellion have already given rise to tens of millions of level 6 powerhouses on Blue Star. In the final 2 days, the number of level 6 powerhouses will surge even more. Soon, we will truly enter the Age of Universal Masters. When that happens, the entire world will be unable to ignore the terrifying power wielded by over 1 billion survivor lords. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua had nothing to do today, so they slept until after 9 o'clock. It wasn't until a visit request arrived that Chao Xing was dragged from his warm bed. He raised his head, looked at the beautiful woman beside him, and said, "Muxua, you continue to rest. I go take care of something." The woman shook her head slightly and said, "I've rested enough." "Ah Xing, I go with you." After a pause, she added, "The blood expansion has reached its final stage. I need to ensure your safety." Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly. He understood what Lu Muxua meant. She feared the Watchers would unleash their final frenzy and recklessly charge at her. As a legendary fighter, Lu Muxua's presence might help hold them off for a moment. "Okay, then we go together." "Yeah." A few minutes later, the two of them walked out of the Lord's mansion together. As usual, Chao Xing went to the territory's gate area and recruited all the refugees waiting outside into the territory, placing them under the leadership of Lu Zhuang. He then assigned them to nearby resource points to collect iron, copper, and other resources. Then, he returned to the territory with Lu Muxua. Every hour or two thereafter, Chao Xing received a wave of visitor requests. More and more refugees and soldiers gathered near his territory, hoping to join. It was clear that the Lord, Chao Yi, was working very hard, diligently completing the tasks Chao Xing had assigned him. At this rate, it seemed that the territory would be fully populated in no time. The entire day passed quickly. Chao Xing once again reviewed his progress for the day. "Today alone, I've recruited a total of 1,142 new recruits. The ratio of staff to combatants is 7-3, which is a reasonable ratio. Currently, the entire territory, including the over 2,000 soldiers currently fighting outside, has a total of over 6,000 people. The overall ratio of staff to combatants is 5-5. After arriving at this figure, Chao Xing's eyes once again showed a touch of emotion. You have to remember that just a few months ago, this territory was just a small campfire and a dilapidated lord's hut. Now, it has grown to such a large scale, with over 6,000 people. Even in this world, a territory of over 6,000 people is considered a medium-sized city. It wasn't just Chao Xing. Many of the remaining 1.9 billion surviving lords were also intelligent. They all realized this. Taking advantage of the global turmoil during the Blood Rebellion, they began aggressively recruiting refugees and soldiers in their respective regions to expand their territories' populations. As various posts appeared on the forum, many lords realized that now, was the perfect opportunity to expand their populations and took action. Of course, even more lords united, forming large legions to wipe out the blood soldiers. Rather than expanding their populations, they preferred to accumulate military merits to enhance their own strength. The crisis caused by the Blood Rebellion affected 7 or 8 countries, making it arguably the least devastating in history. Even so, it would take a long time for these 7 or 8 countries to recover. Thus, those lords who gave up on expanding their population still had opportunities later. Cao Xing continued to analyze the situation in his territory in his mind. More than 3,000 staff members are enough to keep a huge city running. To reduce food consumption, we need to recruit for 2 more days, and then we can pretty much stop. 7 o'clock in the evening. The new recruits from today had finished their dinner, and their loyalty had increased again. But some of them still hadn't seen any improvement in loyalty. Cao Xing's eyes froze slightly, and he thought to himself, that's about it. We've been keeping them for 2 or 3 days, providing them with good food and shelter, but their loyalty hasn't improved at all. These people probably don't have any intention of surrendering. Kick them out as soon as possible to reduce food consumption. Cao Xing silently sorted out their names in his mind, and called Edward over. The young painter walked briskly to his side, and said respectfully, Lord, please give me your orders. Ever since Cao Xing dealt with the demon that had been haunting him, Edward had lost his former gloom and nervousness, and had become more cheerful. Although his advanced painting mastery wasn't usually very useful, Edward always considered himself an ordinary worker, helping with the construction of the city walls, plowing and fertilizing the fields, and basically doing everything. Sometimes, he would also paint portraits of the members of the territory, trying to contribute to the territory in his own way. Cao Xing instructed, Edward, read out the names on the list in a moment. The painter replied respectfully, yes, Lord. Then Cao Xing turned and spoke directly, all members of the territory, gather in the central square. His steady voice, amplified by magic power, carried to every corner of the territory. The newcomers were still somewhat unfamiliar with Cao Xing's voice, and their eyes were filled with confusion. The other elders had already begun to move, and they called out, Lord, let's go. Instantly, thousands of people throughout the territory were on the move. However, some of the newcomers wore nonchalant expressions. They seemed unconcerned with Cao Xing's command to assemble. Even when they did move, they did so slowly, following behind the group. It took over 10 minutes for all 3,000 men to gather. Cao Xing stood silently, taking in their actions, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. And then, even after everyone had gathered, the sound of whispers continued to emanate from below. Polar people Duan, Edward, and the others were already frowning, their expressions displeased. Before they could speak, Cao Xing uttered 2 words. Silence. His voice was calm, yet it carried an invisible pressure that reached everyone's ears, sending a shudder through their hearts. All the noise instantly vanished, and the scene fell into complete silence. Then, Cao Xing looked around and slowly spoke. Many of these people are new to my territory, having joined in the past few days. What do you think of my territory? Hearing this, the First Wind Town residents were the first to respond. Respected Lord, this is the most sacred and harmonious territory we have ever seen. Before this, we never imagined that a territory would value ordinary people like us so much, even giving us such precious food and milk. You are so generous and considerate of your subordinates. May the goddess bless your kindness. The others echoed. Yes, I've been suffering from a chronic illness for years, and I've given up hope of a cure, but I've seen improvement in this territory. This place is pure paradise. Praise, Lord. A chorus of praise rang out, most expressing genuine gratitude to Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded slowly. Very well. Now I give you a choice. I know many of you here don't want to stay in my territory. For those who wish to leave, please let me know now, and I let you go. Hearing this, the thousands of territory members below looked at each other in bewilderment. Many newcomers also had puzzled expressions on their faces, seemingly unable to understand why anyone would want to leave a territory with such good treatment. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. After waiting for about 10 seconds, no one spoke. Cao Xing continued, those who wish to leave, please speak up as soon as possible. This is my last chance. Let me be frank. I've already provided you with precious food and shelter, effectively investing a significant amount of resources in you. If you don't step forward now, you want to leave the territory later. Yes, but you must return all the resources I invested. This was Cao Xing's final act of mercy. As he finished speaking, some in the crowd faltered, a conflicted look in their eyes. Clearly, they didn't want to give up the territory's generous treatment, but they also didn't want to work for it. Cao Xing already understood their intentions. Still, Over 100 people stepped forward. They bowed their heads and said apologetically, "Respected Lord, we request to leave your territory." Hearing this, Chao Xing quickly scanned them. Over 90% of these people were soldiers and mercenaries, with only a small number being ordinary people. The others were filled with intense confusion at their decision. Some of their acquaintances even asked, "Garcia, why are you leaving? Do you think this territory is bad?" "Price, you need to think carefully. Once you leave, it will be difficult to find a place with such good treatment again." "Yes. Let's think it over." Even after hearing their persuasion, these people still wore an apologetic look on their faces. The group of mercenaries replied, "This territory is good and prosperous. But you know, we've been wandering for over a decade. We're used to the nomadic life, and can't stay in one place forever." Some of the kingdom soldiers also replied, "We also need to report back to the army. Now is the Ice Crystal Kingdom's most critical moment. The country still needs us." "And I?" Chao Xing nodded slightly, his face expressionless. "As I said before, everyone has their own aspirations. Chao Xing's territory does offer good treatment, but sometimes that alone isn't enough to keep everyone." With a wave of his hand, he immediately revoked their membership in the territory. Then he said, "All right, you are no longer members of my territory. Now return to your rooms, pack your belongings, and you may leave." The over 100 people, their faces filled with guilt, bowed to Chao Xing again. Then he turned and headed to the residential area of the territory to pack up his things. Chao Xing continued, "Anything else?" A silence fell over the crowd. But as Chao Xing's gaze swept over them, some of the newcomers hiding in the corners turned uneasy. Chao Xing said, "Since you won't come out, I call the roll myself." He glanced at Edward beside him. The painter quickly stepped forward, pulled out a list, and began reading. Jonah McKinney. Afra Adebayo. Moan Griffith. As he called out each name, the faces of the people whose names were called instantly turned pale. They then realized that this lord knew everything. He could even see that they had never considered submitting to this territory or pledging loyalty to the lord. When Edward finished reading the list, Chao Xing said coldly, "Now, those whose names have been called, step forward. If you refuse to come out, someone will find you." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying burst of magical power erupted from him. The aura of the 10th level Ice Dragon Mage weighed on their hearts like an iceberg, turning their faces pale. It seemed as if he could easily crush them all with a flick of his finger. The more than 100 people in the crowd stood up tremblingly. They seemed to be trying to make a final stand, smiling broadly. Lord, we have work to do too." Chao Xing chuckled, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Work? Do you mean you work for a while, and then sneak off to your rooms to rest? Or perhaps you're just going out to collect resources, and then sleeping in the mines, only coming back twice a day?" Hearing this, the smiles on their faces froze, and their faces turned pale. Chao Xing had been secretly monitoring these people's recent behavior, and knew everything about them. They all knelt down, frantically begging for mercy. "Lord, please forgive us. We know we were wrong, and we won't do it again. Please forgive us. We will work diligently for the territory from now on, and will never slack off. Please." Looking at those kneeling and begging for mercy, the other citizens were all in disbelief. They seemed to have never expected so many slackers to exist. They were so dedicated to their work that they hadn't noticed these guys' behavior. Now, exposed by the territory's leader, anger shone in their eyes as they looked at the group. Chao Xing shook his head. "That's unnecessary. I just gave you a chance, but you refused to step forward. This proves you're still clinging to your hopes and trying to get away with it. My territory doesn't need such slackers. They're an insult and a disservice to those who work diligently." On the field, the other newcomers expressed their approval of Chao Xing's words, their eyes blazing with passion. "Due to your fair treatment, territory member Jonah's loyalty has been increased." "Of course, loyalty, 87. Due to you." Instantly, hundreds of loyalty increased messages flashed by. Chao Xing continued, "Of course, don't think you can leave so easily. I just said it. If you want to leave the territory later, you must return all the resources I invested. Of course, I know you're broke right now, and can't afford to pay back these hundreds of thousands of crowns. So next, I send you to the Black Gold Mine, over 300 kilometers away. You have to mine all the eternal gold and magic rune stone in the mine, before you be considered fully repaid. And you have to do it within 2 weeks. During this time, I only provide each of you with 1 loaf of bread per day. You have to figure out the rest. After 2 weeks, if you don't complete the tasks I assigned you, I expect you will face consequences." His tone was cold and commanding, carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. With a wave of his hand, Chao Xing expelled them from the territory. Chapter 646. Chao Xing waved his hand and expelled them from the territory. The pale tree's blessing also vanished. These people suddenly felt a surge of powerful vitality coursing through their bodies, and they seemed to have aged by a dozen years. The other members of the territory, far from sympathy, expressed a sense of gratification. After all, no one wanted to work hard while someone else slacked off and reaped the benefits. The Lord's action was met with widespread applause. The group of people expelled from the territory collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. After dealing with this group, Chao Xing glanced at the others, his tone softening. Those who remain have already been tested. You have proven your loyalty and character. Now, I will grant you a magical blessing. After speaking, Chao Xing glanced at Lu Muxue beside him. The woman understood and immediately raised her weapon to perform the blessing. Buzz! A brilliant light descended, instantly surging the strength of all the territory members. Their bodies were filled with surging power. Everyone felt this overwhelming power, and expressions of surprise crossed their faces. Their awe and admiration for the young and powerful lord before them intensified. Chao Xing did not use Goddess Nesh's ring of blessing, intending to wait for the other territory members to return before bestowing a unified blessing. Now, he merely offered them a taste of the sweetness. After completing this, Chao Xing continued, "From now on, as long as you diligently fulfill your duties, the glory of the territory will be with you. Now everyone, go back to your rooms and rest." Everyone responded, then left in an orderly manner. The over 100 people who had just volunteered to leave also gathered their belongings and left the territory. As for the over 100 people expelled from the territory by Chao Xing, Lu Zhuang led a team of soldiers and escorted them overnight to the black gold mine several hundred kilometers away. Chao Xing's actions tonight not only did not cause any resistance from the other territory members, but actually significantly increased their loyalty. It also reduced the population by over 200, saving on daily food expenses, a win-win situation. The night passed quickly. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived the 10th day of the turbulent period. The number of teleportation pillars opened by the Blood Legion yesterday was 1. The remaining Blood Army has been significantly reduced. Please continue your efforts to eliminate all Blood soldiers. Number of Blood teleport pillars remaining, 8. Today's weather, snowstorms continue with flurries, lows between -65 degrees Celsius and -72 degrees Celsius. When the notification ended, a burst of cheers echoed through the chat channel again. Great! Only 8 more teleport pillars remain. We can resume normal life soon. Brothers, work hard today and try to wipe out all these disgusting monsters today. What kind of effort are you talking about? You sound like you dare to attack the Blood teleport pillars. You still need the help of the legendary warriors under boss Chao Xing. Haha, indeed. So far, I've only seen brothers from 4 major districts, with the combined strength of millions, destroy the Blood teleport pillars with their own strength. None of the other districts have. I think if everyone works hard and gathers a legion of 2 to 3 million, we should be able to give it a try. Is it death, brother? It has officially been a week since the Blood expansion launched. During this week, survivors around the world have been putting up a tough fight. The number of online players has dropped from 2 billion to 1.8 billion. In just 7 days, nearly 200 million people have died, demonstrating the devastation of this expansion. But fortunately, Chao Xing's premature launch of the expansion prevented the Watchers from being fully prepared. Add to that his 2 consecutive actions, slaying the Watchers, and the Blood Legion's numerous legends, and the Blood disaster has been minimized. Otherwise, the death toll would have undoubtedly multiplied several times over. Chao Xing smiled when he saw the notification. Yes, only the last 8 remain. Furthermore, of these 8 Blood transmission pillars, 6 are concentrated within the territory of the Cunard Kingdom, and the other 2 are in an unknown region. As long as we maintain our previous pace, the Blood Rebellion will be completely over today. Even Lu Muxue, who was standing beside her, smiled with joy. She looked at Chao Xing beside her and said earnestly, "That's great, Ah Xing. The Blood Legion will finally be eliminated. You won't have to work so hard later, and you won't have to push yourself so hard. That's great." Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned and was about to say that he hadn't pushed himself. But Lu Muxue said seriously, "Ah Xing, I know you've been under a lot of pressure. But you never showed it, always thinking you could handle it on your own. 2 months ago, when you learned the Blood Legion was about to appear, you've changed a bit." Chao Xing was stunned again, wondering, have I changed? Yes. Lu Muxue nodded solemnly. You've become even more power-hungry, trying every possible means to elevate everyone else and yourself. You joined the Crystal Dragons faction during the Oracle War, opposing the players. You traveled to the ancient battlefield and used force to force the undead into submission. In the Sword Saint Legacy, you demanded favors from the Sword Saint Phantom. You were in Everfrost City. Lu Muxue recited every single thing he had done. Even Chao Xing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Could it be that I've really changed? Her voice continued, gentle yet tinged with a hint of heartache. In your quest to become stronger quickly, you've even somewhat forgotten your original intention. Even during the negotiation with the Demon Lord, that was the same. Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but as someone who's been with you day and night, I know it all too well. But I know you're doing this to ensure everyone survives the ensuing disaster. To ensure the survival of more survivors on Blue Star. That's why I've never dared to speak out, and could only silently help you from the sidelines. Now, it's finally over. You can finally be yourself. At this point, Lu Muxue's voice tinged with tears. At this moment, Chao Xing opened his mouth, but no words came out. A bitter taste curled around the corners of his mouth. Lu Muxue was right. The Blood Legion had always weighed heavily on Chao Xing's heart. More than 2 months ago, upon learning that these monsters were about to return, Chao Xing had begun making a series of countermeasures. These included the Battle of the Oracle, the raid on the Church of Light camp, and the threat to the Demon Lord, all aimed at bolstering his own power. Even Chao Xing felt that his personality had changed over the past few months. He had become more profit-driven, somewhat unscrupulous in his pursuit of power. But the enemy was too powerful, and no matter how hard he tried, he always felt a little short. Though he wasn't a saint, he wanted to ensure the survival of as many people as possible, especially the survivors from Blue Star. Looking at Lu Muxue before him, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with emotion. As expected, the one who understood him best was the one who sat by his side day and night. After a moment, he raised his head and smiled. The situation with the Watcher leader and the Bloodline Lord hasn't been resolved yet. It's too early to say the Blood Rebellion is over. Lu Muxue was about to speak when Chao Xing interrupted, but I'd be more careful in the future to not put so much pressure on myself. Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled again. Then she nodded solemnly. A few minutes later, the two of them pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle. Whoosh! A sudden gust of cold wind blew in, mixed with a flurry of snowflakes, stinging the face. It had been snowing intermittently for the past few days, and the snow around the territory had piled up to nearly a meter high enough to bury a person. Yet, even on such a snowy day, a large number of staff members had already risen early and were already working. After last night's events, they all knew that the Lord was fully aware of their whereabouts and work status. Anyone who slacked off would be driven away. Thus, the remaining personnel cherished this opportunity and worked diligently. Even the mining robots had already begun clearing snow outside the territory, connecting resource points to the territory's roads. Not bad. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he had hoped for. Of course, this wasn't meant to exploit the staff. Thanks to Chao Xing's territory's infrastructure, the energy tower would continuously radiate heat as long as they were within the territory, providing evenly distributed heat to every corner. Then, while patrolling the territory, he opened the control panel to check his military achievements. Military merits * 167 million, only 170 million? That's still a long way off to redeem that legendary defense tower blueprint. Fight another day today, and I conservatively earn 40 million military merits. 200 million should be easy. Then, I can use the extra merits to redeem proficiency emblems. However, even with victory in sight, Chao Xing's heart remained shrouded in a cloud of gloom. After all, no matter how many teleportation pillars he destroyed, no matter how many blood soldiers he slew, as long as the two demigod-level powerhouses, the Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader, remained alive, this expansion wasn't over yet. These two guys are indeed a significant threat. We need to find a way to deal with them. But it's almost there. Muxue is already at level 129. Only 21 more levels away from reaching the maximum level, and then I can let her reach the demigod realm. By then, once Lu Muxue becomes a demigod, I won't be afraid of these two guys anymore. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up with hope. Of course, the closer the moment, the more vigilant one must be. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear and asked, Isabel, report your location. ZZZZ. The sound of electricity echoed. After a moment, the soft voice of the Holy Light Priest echoed. Lord, we have now arrived at the territory of the Cunard Kingdom. There are still 6 blood teleportation pillars here, the last 2 in an uninhabited area. We plan to eliminate all of them today. Hearing this, Chao Xing replied, very good, but you must remain vigilant and alert at all times. If there are any abnormalities, immediately run towards the main city of the Cunard Kingdom. According to the Ice Crystal King's earlier revelation, the main cities of their kingdoms all have ancient teleportation arrays. This allows these legendary powerhouses to provide immediate support through the arrays. Isabel understood Chao Xing's meaning and replied solemnly, yes, Lord. After hanging up the call, the 5 legendary powerhouses resumed their movement. At the same time, Chao Xing heard a buzzing sound overhead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Looking up, he saw black dots in the snow-covered sky, braving the wind and snow, rapidly moving towards the territory. Only after the black specks drew closer did Chao Xing see clearly that they were goblin airships. Over 30 of them were approaching, the size of a small fleet. At this moment, the goblin airships were arranged in pairs, each with a thick, sturdy vine tied beneath its cabin. At the other end of the vine, tied were massive trees. The shapes of these trees were truly bizarre. The trunks were a dark red, like pieces of red-hot, then cooled steel, their surfaces covered in strange patterns. The branches were thick and twisted, like giant red pythons snaking. Most peculiar were the leaves of these trees. The leaves were a crimson gold, gleaming brightly in the wind and snow. Clearly, these were the red gold oaks Sabina had discovered. A few days ago, Chao Xing had sent Dazhuang out to bring back all these oaks. He took a quick look at the properties of these oaks. Red gold oak, magical plant. Plant description, an extremely rare magical plant, possessing powerful fire and metal magic. In extreme cold, the entire plant undergoes a strange transformation. Effect 1. The leaves can be collected and refined into red gold essence, orange, in the alchemy workshop. Note: red gold essence is a rare alchemical ingredient, commonly used as a secondary ingredient in some legendary potions, but can also be taken directly to increase attack power. Effect 2. Can be sent to the lumberyard and cut into red gold planks, orange. Note: red gold planks are a highly resistant wood plank imbued with special powers, suitable for constructing high-level structures of epic rank and above. Chao Xing nodded secretly, yes, just as Sabina said, these oak trees are full of treasures. The trunk can be crafted into high-grade materials, and even the leaves can be used to create epic-quality raw materials. Clearly, these red gold oaks are extremely valuable, and any single one could fetch a high price. Of course, aside from that, these oaks are also quite beautiful. Even if planted in a territory, they could serve as ornamental trees, adding to the territory's heritage. At the same time, Dazhuang's gruff voice rang through the communication device beside him. Lord, we've successfully transported the red gold oaks back. But this is only the first batch, only 16 trees. There are many more in that forest, nearly 100 in total. Chao Xing smiled and replied, well done, Dazhuang. Land the airship now. I send someone to pick you up. Okay, Lord. Chao Xing waved his greeting. Soon, dozens of staff members arrived and waited in the buffer zone below. The operator of the goblin airship, seeing that the crews below were ready, slowly lowered the airship. Crack, crack! The thick trunk of the red gold oak slowly made contact with the ground, cracking the bluestone slabs. When the oak had completely landed, the airship stopped its descent and hovered in midair. Then, the crew quickly stepped forward to untie the vines binding the oak. The goblin airships, like birds freed from their bonds, soared into the air again. Through the cabin window, Dazhuang waved to Chao Xing, then shouted into the communication device at his ear, Lord, we will continue our transport to that forest. Okay, remember to ask for help from the territory if you encounter a strong enemy. Dazhuang replied with a smile, don't worry, Lord. We've scared away all the monsters in that forest. Not even a bird in sight. Chao Xing smiled, alright, go ahead. With that, the dozens of goblin airships soared high into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. At that moment, looking at the dozens of fallen red gold oaks, the staff asked, Lord, do you need us to plant these magical plants? Chao Xing didn't reply, but instead focused his attention on the 16 oaks. Because the red gold oaks contain both fire and gold magical energy, and have been subjected to extreme cold, they have undergone a certain mutation. This mutation not only makes them harder, but also significantly increases their weight, even creating fine cracks in the bluestone floor. A dozen ordinary people couldn't lift a single oak tree. Chao Xing shook his head and said, no need. I have a faster and less labor-intensive method. Hearing this, the staff member's eyes flickered with confusion. Chao Xing didn't explain. He simply closed his eyes, and began to sweep his consciousness across the entire territory. And instantly, he sensed the giant vines lurking deep within the territory, coiling like giant dragons. Speaking of which, since Chaoxing acquired this miraculous plant, he had only used it once, during the second expansion of the territory. After so many days of growth, the giant vines seemed to have grown even larger. As his mind connected with them, then, the entire territory shook slightly. Boom! The stone bricks on the city wall trembled continuously, and the towering arrow tower began to shake. Thousands of staff members stopped what they were doing and stared at the ground below in disbelief. They felt as if something was about to break through the earth beneath their feet. Then, in their stunned gazes, crash! Dozens of gigantic vines burst out of the ground like earth dragons, instantly tearing apart the surrounding earth. Those vines danced in midair as nimble as serpents. Many of the surrounding staff members expressed intense shock, for they had no idea such a behemoth lay hidden beneath this territory. Gods, this is truly a magical land. Chapter 647. At the same time, Chaoxing began to manipulate the massive vines, quickly wrapping around the trunks of the red gold oaks. He then effortlessly lifted the several-ton trees. Following this, Chaoxing manipulated the vines again, moving the red gold oaks to their designated locations. More vines emerged from the ground, quickly carving a deep pit. As he lowered the oaks, all the red gold oaks were successfully transplanted. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Rustle, rustle. The golden leaves rustled softly in the air, making a melodious sound, as if responding to the newborn land. The massive vines quietly retreated into the ground, leaving behind gaping holes. Only then did the staff regain their composure, their faces filled with shock and awe. Lord, you are truly powerful. Yes, this kind of power is simply unheard of. You have demonstrated immense strength and impressed the members of the territory. David Cox, your loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 85. Because of you. A series of system notifications echoed, and the loyalty of these new members skyrocketed again. Chaoxing waved his hand and said calmly, "Okay, now let's fix these holes in the ground." Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then enthusiastically set to work. Next, Chaoxing, along with Lu Muxua, continued to wander around the territory. A few minutes later, he heard another visitor request. This time, it was another group of refugees who had arrived near the territory. However, the number of people was unexpectedly large, nearly over 700. According to these refugees, they came from a large town and had traveled 2 days to reach this territory. Chaoxing accepted all who came, accepting them all into his territory. Recruitment successful. Aaron/Vic, a resident of Wangya City, has joined your territory, increasing the territory's population by 714. Instantly, the territory's population surged again. Thereafter, every hour or two, a new visitor request would arrive. Chaoxing would routinely scan their attributes and confirm they were all compliant before accepting them into his territory. Furthermore, there were several mercenaries who had voluntarily left the territory the previous night and were now trying to blend in with the crowd. Spotted by Chaoxing, they left in disgrace. For a time, the territory's population began to steadily increase again. And just as Chaoxing was happily accepting these refugees, Isabel, the dragon speaker, and the others were constantly on the move outside, destroying each blood transmission pillar. The Cunard Kingdom's territory had been ravaged by the Blood Legion, and due to insufficient manpower, the kingdom could only barely resist. Over the past 7 days, countless soldiers had been killed in battle, and countless civilians had perished in the bloodshed. With the addition of these 5 legendary warriors, the blood transmission pillars were being uprooted one by one. Even the 2 war kings of Cunard could not help but marvel at the terrifying power of Chaoxing's legendary warriors. In their perception, any one of these 5 legendary warriors could easily hold down the 2 war kings. Unless they entered a state of explosive power, paying a heavy price, they would be defeated or even slain in a single encounter. The 2 war kings sighed. Who could have imagined that the menacing Blood Legion would be wiped out so quickly? Indeed, this otherworldly lord is truly beyond imagination. Fortunately, this person isn't an enemy. For the rest of the morning, Chaoxing continued to hear various system notifications. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, destroyed a blood teleportation pillar, earning 2 million merits and 2 divine power fragments. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, destroyed a blood teleportation pillar, earning 2 million merits and 2 divine power fragments. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall's level has increased, current level, 113. Your Curry Town resident, Rika requests a visit to your territory. Do you approve? Giant Rock Mercenary Group, Ashley requests a visit to your territory. Do you approve? Chao Xing continuously processed various messages. Battle merits, divine power fragments, the ranks of legendary masters, and even the territory's population are rapidly increasing. Although busy, I'm also happy. And so, the morning passed quickly. Chao Xing once again calculated today's total revenue. First, in half a day, I recruited a total of 1,452 new members to join the territory, with a combatant-to-staff ratio of approximately 2 to 8. In addition, the 5 legendary masters destroyed 4 teleportation pillars, earning me 8 divine power fragments and over 10 million battle merits. Other combatants also cleared out the blood soldiers around the world, earning me a large amount of battle merit. Chao Xing glanced at them. He discovered that his military merits had reached 188 million. The number of divine power fragments had reached 64, and his divine power had surpassed the 600 mark. Almost there. Just over 10 million more to redeem that legendary blueprint. Although the divine power fragment gap is still large, I'm not far from completing the second requirement for a demigod breakthrough. Thinking of this, Chao Xing grew even more excited. Then, while recruiting new members, he monitored the battle progress of Isabel and the others. Of course, Chao Xing didn't let up and remained vigilant. The legendaries, Lu Muxia and Marina, remained by his side, constantly protecting him and maximizing their divine consciousness, guarding against any possible attack. Even Francesca, while refining the medicine, remained extremely vigilant. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was completely dark. At this point, there were no new visit requests. Today, over 2,100 people were recruited, arguably the largest single-day population increase in history. The territory's personnel count has surpassed 8,000. Chao Xing glanced at the territory's population and thought, that's about right. We have enough staff. Any more would be a bit bloated. So, he pressed the communication device at his ear and ordered, Chao Yi, we've almost recruited enough people. Please return. A moment later, the old man's voice echoed in his ear, yes, Lord, I'll be back shortly. After hanging up, Chao Xing checked the battle information of Isabel and the others again. Over the course of the afternoon, they destroyed 2 more blood teleport pillars. Now, only 3 remained worldwide. There was 1 within the kingdom of Cunard, and 2 in the uninhabited land beyond. However, Chao Xing felt something even more strange. This is a bit odd. The Blood Legion hasn't opened any new teleport pillars all day, as if they've completely given up. Even the Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader haven't made any moves. Could they really have given up? But Chao Xing quickly dismissed this assumption. Because it was impossible, not to mention the Bloodline leader, the Watcher leader's extreme personality meant he wouldn't give up until he was dead. They were probably secretly plotting something. But Qinong had been exposed, and Chao Xing had lost all intelligence on the Watchers, leaving him with no idea what they were up to. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't come up with a clear answer. Chao Xing shook his head and said, forget it. No matter what they're doing, I just need to keep the pace and continue to eliminate their blood transmission pillars. No matter what I'm doing will cause damage to the Blood Legion. Now, let's redeem that blueprint. Yes, after an afternoon of fighting, his accumulated merit had reached 208 million, officially breaking the 200 million mark. Finally, I can redeem that legendary blueprint. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly opened the merit shop and clicked on the item bar. He then proceeded to redeem it. Do you want to spend merit * 200 million to redeem the Destroyer Tower blueprint? Legendary? Yes. Exchange successful, merit points reduced by 200,000,000. At this moment, looking at the blueprint lying quietly in his backpack, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Finally, I got it. Let me see how powerful this legendary blueprint, the only one in the entire server, is. At the same time, many survivors around the world noticed the changes in the merit shop. The legendary blueprint, which was limited to 1 per server, now had 0 redemptions. Clearly, it had been redeemed. Instantly, an uproar erupted in the chat channel and the world forum. Brothers, you all saw it. The blueprint is gone. I saw it. A full 200 million merit points were redeemed for it. This person is truly terrifying. Yes, but with his strength, and the fact that he's destroyed so many blood teleport pillars these past few days, it's not surprising that he's accumulated so much merit points. Everyone agreed. Although no one mentioned the Redeemer's name. But it's obvious that only one person could amass 200 million merits within a week of the blood expansion being launched, and redeem this blueprint. Chao Xing. How envious. Before this, we only heard of legendary weapons and legendary equipment. Who knew there were actually blueprints for legendary defense towers? Indeed, I don't know how powerful these legendary defense towers are. Can they harm those legendary level warriors? I'm wondering, since there are legendary defense towers, are there also legendary potions, items, or anything else? Countless people were both envious and curious about the blueprint Xiaoxing had redeemed. Xiaoxing wasn't paying attention to the current chat about himself. Instead, he retrieved the blueprint and examined it. Blood Destroyer Tower Blueprint, Legendary. Quality, Legendary. Item description: the Blood Plane's highest-end defense tower, capable of summoning a level 110 destroyer, dealing devastating damage to enemies and assisting in battle. Note: the destroyer is level 110, legendary creature with commander-level potential, possessing 16 attack skills including Blood Sacrifice, Blood Rush, and Violent Cataclysm. Attack method: channel the power of the Blood Plane to summon a Blood Destroyer from the sky, dealing 16,891,642 to 17,315,623 damage to all enemies within a 5,000-meter radius of the target area. The Blood Destroyer persists for 10 seconds and will violently attack surrounding enemies. Fire interval: 60 seconds. Maximum range: 100 kilometers. Armor: 100,000. Durability: 5,000/5,000,000. Construction materials: Lord's Castle level 21, blood crystals 3,500, wood 1,000,000, stone 500,000, iron 200,000, mithril 50,000, eternal gold ingot 10,000, magic pattern stone 10,000, ochre ingot 5,000. Construction time: 1,054 hours/36 minutes. Maximum staff: 0/4. His. After reading the properties of the Blood Destroyer Tower, Xiaoxing gasped. Isn't this thing a little too perverted? Directly summon a legendary monster to rain down justice on the enemy, dealing nearly 20 million damage. Most importantly, this legendary monster lasts for 10 seconds. 10 seconds may sound short, but for a legendary creature, it's more than enough time to annihilate a large number of enemies, and even more crucially, this thing can be mass-produced. In other words, if you have enough materials, you can directly build dozens or even hundreds of Blood Destroyer towers. If an enemy dares to enter within 100 kilometers of your territory, dozens of legendary destroyers will be summoned to rain down justice. Who can withstand this? Just thinking about that scene makes Xiaoxing excited, of course, realizing this vision is incredibly difficult. After all, building such a legendary tower requires a vast amount of materials. Other materials are easy to come by, but the only one is the Blood Crystal Stone. This material can only be exchanged for 10,000 merit points per piece in the merit shop, or it can be dropped by killing heroic level centurions and legendary level 10,000s. Xiaoxing glanced at the supplies in his backpack. Blood Crystal Stone *7125. Only a little over 7,000 left? So at most, I can only build 2? Xiaoxing felt a slight pain in his teeth, but he soon felt relieved. After all, 2 were terrifying enough, and not to keep even legendary level powerhouses at bay. And this type of defense tower could also benefit from the Blood Crystal Amplification Tower and War Research Institute. The power could be boosted even further. Also, this gave Xiaoxing a new idea. I'm almost done with the Blood Rebellion, and there will be no more opportunities to obtain blood crystals. However, since they can reach my world when I become stronger, can I also travel to their plane? Then, I wipe out the blood army on this entire plane, and I surely obtain enough blood crystals to build hundreds of destroyer towers. Xiaoxing thought with hope. He had no idea how crazy his idea might seem to others. After all, a plane is equivalent to a world, and he was planning to destroy all the blood army in this world. Xiaoxing pondered. I wonder if my current material reserves will allow me to build just one blood destroyer tower. The basic materials should be sufficient. The main shortfall is a large quantity of eternal gold ingots, Olympus ingots, and other advanced materials. However, not long ago, Harati discovered the Olympus mine and has already begun mining it, so there should be a considerable reserve. Xiaoxing then opened the resource interface for his territory and took a look. This sight instantly lit up his eyes. Huh? It's really possible? He currently had hundreds of thousands of pieces of wood and stone, including tens of thousands of high-level materials, barely enough to build a legendary defense tower. However, if I build now, My reserves of high-level materials, like eternal gold ingots, magic pattern stones, and starfall ingots will be completely depleted. If I encounter other high-level buildings later, I might not have enough materials to build them. After a moment's hesitation, Chao Xing decided to build. This legendary defense tower alone would take over 1,000 hours to build. Even with 4 people working simultaneously, it would take over 200 hours, or more than 10 days. That's enough time for me to gather a lot of resources. Thinking of this, Chao Xing called Lu Zhuang over. Lord, Lu Zhuang is here. The polar man shouted excitedly, his expression full of enthusiasm. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then said, Lu Zhuang, I have an important task for you. Hearing the words important task, Lu Zhuang straightened up and his expression grew serious. Please give your orders, Lord. Next, arrange for 8 hard-working workers to build a special tower. This tower will take a long time to build. You will arrange for these 8 workers to work in shifts, with each group of 4 working 8 hours. Also, ensure that 2 people are assigned to deliver food and water to them, and ensure logistical support. Lu Zhuang carefully noted Chao Xing's instructions, and solemnly said, As you command, Lord, I will do it immediately. With that, he quickly turned around and went to select the men. Time flew by, and about 2 hours had passed. It was now past 7 o'clock in the evening. In the past 2 hours, Chao Xing had heard another system notification indicating that a blood teleportation pillar had been destroyed. In addition, his military merit had increased by over 5 million. Now he had another 13 million military merit to spend. At the same time, Isabel's voice reached his ears. Lord, we have successfully cleared all 6 of the Cunard Kingdom's blood teleportation pillars. We are heading to the 2 uninhabited areas to clear the last 2. Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression didn't relax. Instead, it grew even more serious. The Blood Legion hadn't made any moves all day. But the more this happened, the more worried Chao Xing became. Okay, remember to be careful, Chao Xing instructed. If anything unusual happens, retreat immediately, heading towards the Cunard Kingdom. I have the 2 war kings ready to assist you. Although this wasn't Chao Xing's first instruction, Isabel didn't find it nagging. She simply sensed his concern, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She gently replied, I've kept it in mind, Lord. After hanging up, Chao Xing's heart was still clouded with gloom. He had faith in the strength of Isabel, Bing Lan, and the others. But he didn't believe the Watcher leader would let it go so easily. Chapter 648. Chao Xing didn't believe the Watcher leader would give up so easily. So, he pressed the communication device at his ear and dialed a number. ZZZZ. After a whirring sound, Chao Xing quickly said, Your Majesty, this is Chao Xing. A moment later, the old king's aged voice reached his ears. Lord Chao Xing, please speak. Chao Xing said, You should have seen that the blood transmission pillars around the world have been almost completely cleared. However, the 2 demigods, the Watcher leader and the Bloodline Lord, have been completely silent these past few days, even ignoring my legendary subjects. I suspect they may be carrying out some covert operation. The Ice Crystal King replied, I understand your point, Lord Chao Xing. I share this concern. In fact, I've been fully investigating the Watcher leader these past few days, including the whereabouts of the soldiers and civilians they abducted, but to no avail. The Watcher leader. The Watchers have concealed their whereabouts very well, and this, coupled with the obstruction of the Blood Legion, has made our investigation extremely difficult. But regardless, our current actions are causing damage to the Blood Legion. As long as the last 2 blood transmission pillars are eliminated, the loopholes they have created in the barrier of rules will be completely eliminated. For 1,000 years, they will no longer be able to open a passage between the 2 dimensions. The Lizardman Chief and I will also be extremely vigilant to prepare for a counterattack from these 2 guys. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Chao Xing's worries eased somewhat. Although still somewhat worried, he could only wait. Meanwhile, in an uninhabited area thousands of kilometers from the Cunard Kingdom, tens of thousands of meters above, a frost blue dragon with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters soared at breakneck speed. Atop its broad back stood 5 powerful figures. The turbulent air currents and snowstorms in the sky subsided the moment they approached these powerful figures. The auras of the 5 mighty figures seemed to suppress everything. They were Isabel, Braun, and other legendary masters. At this moment, they were speeding towards the towering blood column in the distance. The blood column radiated a bright red light, clearly visible even in the darkness. Seraphus's movement speed was swift. With a 200% speed boost, even without bursting into action, he could cover 4 or 5 kilometers in a second. At full speed, It could even cover over 10 or 20 kilometers in a second. Logically, Seraphis, a rank 10 hero-level dragon, couldn't participate in such a legendary battle. However, Binglan's Dominion domain allowed it to increase its stats by an additional 30% when controlling a dragon in battle. For a legendary level warrior, a 30% stat boost was a significant one, potentially even affecting the outcome of a battle. So, they brought it along. Furthermore, with Brahm's origin protection, they weren't worried about Seraphis being instantly killed in battle. "We're almost there, alert." Isabel's cold voice rang out. The other 4 legendaries simultaneously drew their weapons. Braum raised the shield of origin, his body gradually covered in a thick layer of frost, rapidly entering the glacier body state. King Velan gripped his staff tightly, a shimmer of lightning swirling around him. A dark aura rose from Phantom Dancer Sarah, seemingly absorbing all light. Even the dragon speaker Binglan tightly gripped her dawn sword. Their gazes were grave, fixed intently on the blood pillar that pierced the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, they were within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. This distance put them within the attack range of legendary-level powerhouses. In other words, they could now launch an attack on the teleportation pillar. Strangely, however, no trace of the Blood Legion could be seen near the blood teleportation pillar. This was an uninhabited area, and the environment was extremely harsh. The temperature remained below -70 degrees Celsius year-round, making it difficult for many creatures to survive. But the situation before them was still somewhat unusual. "Strange. There's not even a single defensive force left," Isabel muttered. Braun, standing nearby, raised his shield high and asked, "Sister Isabel, should we take action? These guys haven't set a trap here, waiting for us to fall, have they?" Hearing this, everyone on the field frowned. Because what Braun said was indeed very likely. After all, with the Blood Legion's cunningness, this wouldn't be their first time doing something like this. For a moment, no one was sure whether to take action. "At this point," Sarah said, "should we report this to the Lord and let him decide?" Binglan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "No need. The Lord said before he left that if we encounter any uncertainties, we should just send him on. Now is the time to use him." Hearing this, everyone on the field turned their gaze to the middle-aged man holding a staff. It was King Velan. Hearing this, he suddenly looked constipated. "Well, we're from the same territory after all. Just letting me be cannon fodder. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Binglan's expression remained icy, but a hint of warning lingered in her gaze. Including the other 3, they all looked at him sternly. Before leaving the territory, Chao Xing had informed them. If faced with unavoidable circumstances, or an unbeatable enemy, if necessary, this guy could be sent out as cannon fodder. If he disagreed, he could be killed for the gold. Because of the rules and contracts, he was forbidden from attacking any of Chao Xing's men, nor could he leave his territory. So King Velan had no room to resist. At this moment, looking at the expressions in everyone's eyes, King Velan understood their intentions. He sighed helplessly and said, okay, I just go. Stop looking at me like that." With a flash of his feet, he disembarked from the dragon's back and appeared high in the sky ahead. Looking at the people behind him, King Velan seemed to want to struggle a little longer. "Well, even though you want me to be cannon fodder, if you can, please try to save me." King Velan was truly terrified, fearing that the teleportation pillar below might still harbor the 2 demigods of the Watchers. If both demigods attacked simultaneously, they could instantly kill him. Everyone was silent for a moment. Braun seemed to relent, saying, "All right, if I can save you, I will." Only after hearing his response did King Velan gradually breathe a sigh of relief. Then, gripping his staff tightly, he slowly approached the blood teleportation pillar. 8 kilometers. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. He was about to enter the 5-kilometer range. At this distance, a demigod-level attack would arrive instantly. King Velan held his breath, his hands tightly gripping his staff, ready to respond. Including Braun and the others behind him, they once again focused their attention. However, even after King Velan entered the 5-kilometer range, nothing happened. This guy breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh?" He turned to look at Braum and the others and said, "Well, it seems nothing's wrong. Everyone, come over here." No one was moved. Binglan replied coldly, "Go ahead and destroy this blood pillar." King Velan's expression froze again. He said in a low voice, "I've already risked my life, and you're asking me to destroy the teleportation pillar alone. Isn't that a bit too much?" The implication was that they were sending themselves to their deaths. Binglan's expression remained impassive. "You don't want to?" Her tone was already tinged with murderous intent. King Velan's face was conflicted. But after a moment, He slowly said, okay. He didn't dare turn his back on them. After all, he knew exactly who Chao Xing would side with. Forget fighting Bing Lan and the others. If Zeppelin dared harm any civilian in their territory, Chao Xing would kill him without hesitation. Then, as if resigned to his fate, the legendary Thunder Master gradually raised his staff and began to gather a vast amount of thunder elemental power. Zizi. Zizi. The terrifying thunder element was summoned, emitting waves of destructive vibrations. Then, Zeppelin pointed his staff. A bolt of blue lightning, carrying destructive power, slammed into the blood pillar with a crackling sound. The blood teleportation pillar withstood the blow, its blood-colored surface rippling slightly. It seemed nothing unusual. Seeing this, Zeppelin gradually gained more confidence. He began to swing his staff rapidly, gathering more thunder elemental power. Crackle. Crackle. Strikes of destructive lightning descended, and the blood teleportation pillar's light dimmed. In less than 2 seconds, the teleportation pillar was destroyed. He said in a daze, "Is this over?" Even until the bloody light faded from his eyes, Zweilen felt a sense of surrealism. He had even prepared himself for a life-or-death battle, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. Chao Xing, too, had heard the system prompt. A strange look crossed his eyes. Zweilen actually destroyed one, and it doesn't seem like there was any fighting going on. What happened over there? He quickly pressed the communication device to his ear and asked, "Isabel, how's the situation over there?" The Holy Light Sage quickly reported what had happened. Chao Xing also sensed the strangeness of the situation. But soon, he stopped dwelling on it. Regardless, another blood transmission pillar had been destroyed, leaving only the last one remaining worldwide. Chao Xing replied, "Isabel, you should proceed to destroy the final transmission pillar now. Move quickly. If you're undecided, as usual, let Zweilen test it first." "Yes, Lord." After hanging up, Isabel glanced at the legends on the field and quickly said, "Let's go to the area of the final blood transmission pillar." Everyone nodded. At the same time, Bing Lan raised her stern face and said, "Come here." Hearing this, Zweilen flew back, a fawning expression on his face, returning to his dragon's back. "Madam, did I perform well?" he asked, a smile plastered on his face, as if to claim credit. Bing Lan ignored him and turned away. She directed Seraphis, who was standing on her feet, to fly toward the area of the last blood transmission pillar. After being defeated, Severin retreated into his corner again. Meanwhile, surrounding the blood transmission pillar, and covering an area tens of thousands of kilometers, powerful figures soared into the air, gazing across the heavens and earth at the last blood transmission pillar. Cunard War King said with a look of emotion, "Is the blood rebellion about to end? This otherworldly lord is truly a god descending from heaven. He has actually reversed the world's situation with his own power." The dwarf legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom said quietly, "Elton is quite lucky. This otherworldly lord rose to prominence within his kingdom. In the future, if Chao Xing continues to grow stronger, even reaching the demigod realm, he can even extend his protection to the Ice Crystal Kingdom." Indeed, the Grey Mist King, Cunard War King, and other legends were all whispering. In the demon realm, the demon lord gazed at the increasingly dark sky. He murmured, "No wonder. That little guy refused to hand over the body of the Seed of Light. The blood rebellion is ending so quickly. It seems Daem's plan will be thwarted." In the abyss, the auras of the gods were constantly turbulent, as if they were extremely anxious. "Daem, the god of nightmares, said, 'Uriel, is this what you said? That little watcher isn't that simple? There's only one blood teleportation pillar left, and he doesn't seem to have any means of dealing with it. At this rate, the Blood Legion will be powerless. Who else can help us cross the barrier of rules and reach the main plane?" Even the god of light was deeply puzzled. For even he couldn't quite grasp the situation before him. "Luo, what are you doing? You, who once forced the blood god to compromise before the gods, have you really failed so easily?" At the same time, Seraphis's massive body had already reached the final blood teleportation pillar. Splash. A blood pillar pierced the sky, and waves of blood energy poured down from the sky like a waterfall. Everyone paused in the 10-kilometer area to observe. But they discovered that there was still no sign of the Blood Legion station near this blood pillar. Everything before them seemed similar to the previous blood teleportation pillar. Seeing this, everyone turned their gazes towards Severin. When Binglan's cold gaze met theirs, King Velan volunteered, "Everyone, wait here. I go destroy this blood pillar." With that, he decisively flew out, swiftly flying towards the blood teleportation pillar. This guy was now very proactive. Partly, he knew he had no chance of resistance. Partly, he was emboldened by the fact that he hadn't encountered any danger the last time he destroyed the teleportation pillar. King Velan was approaching the 5-kilometer area. Binglan suddenly remembered something and said, "Let's move closer." "Okay," everyone responded in unison. Seraphis followed Zeverin, maintaining a distance of about 3 kilometers. Then, everyone watched Zweren's movements. He gradually raised his staff, gathering a vast amount of lightning power. Crackle. A bolt of lightning struck, sending ripples across the blood teleportation pillar. However, nothing unusual occurred. Seeing this, King Velan grew bolder, thinking to himself, "Let's just cast a forbidden spell and destroy this teleportation pillar, to avoid any further complications." Then, he swiftly raised his staff and chanted an ancient incantation. Crackle. Crackle. Bursts of lightning swirled around him, gradually forming the shape of thunderbirds. In a short time, tens of thousands of thunderbirds appeared behind him, seemingly blocking out the sky and the sun. Then, Zeverin waved his hand. "Go!" Crash! Hundreds of thousands of thunderbirds surged out, sweeping past like a wave, seemingly capable of destroying everything. This forbidden spell might not be very effective against small enemies, but when facing a single, large target, its lethality instantly surpasses that of legendary spells. Everyone's eyes turned. They held their breath, ready to witness this historic moment. Crack! Crack! The Thunderbird army continuously erupted with a torrent of lightning, approaching the blood teleportation pillar, and at that moment, a violent, bloody aura erupted. Binglan, Isabel, and the others simultaneously sensed this aura, their faces turning pale. Before they could react, a torrent of blood energy erupted from the blood teleportation column, forming a bloody domain that enveloped an area of more than 10 kilometers. The blood energy within the domain carried waves of aggression. It also contained a powerful curse, shattering the holy shields of everyone's body layer by layer. "Be careful," Isabel quickly warned. The others also grabbed their weapons, including King Viren, who hurriedly fled backwards, trying to rejoin the group. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a terrifying sword energy slashed out from the blood teleportation column. Swish! The terrifying power of this sword energy far exceeded the limits of legendary power, even reaching the level of the old king's 9 swords of holy judgment. Whisper of air, it ripped through space wherever it passed, sweeping through Zeverin at an incredibly terrifying speed. Puff! -5159162118. A terrifying damage figure, exceeding 500 million, appeared above Zeverin's head. His health was instantly reduced to 0. He stood there in a daze, staring at the horrific wound on his body, feeling as if he were about to be torn in two. At that moment, a powerful holy light suddenly erupted from Zwerin's wound. Chapter 649. A powerful holy light erupted from Zeverin's wound. The light spread like flowing water, imbued with a powerful aura of life, instantly sealing his wounds together. At 9241721. At the same time, a recovery number of over 90 million appeared above his head. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from the blood teleportation column. Interesting. This strike, which I've been accumulating power for so long, even with the blessing of the blood domain, didn't kill you. At this moment, the bloodline leader, carrying a bloody greatsword, slowly emerged from the blood column. He glanced coldly at the 5 legendary powerhouses before him, a flicker of disdain and mockery in his eyes. Braum had already bestowed the Origin's protection upon everyone, and had also entered his glacier giant form. In this state, the bloodline leader could no longer instantly kill any of them. Furthermore, an attack like that just now couldn't be unleashed at any time. So even when they saw the demigod-level powerhouse appear, they didn't flee immediately. Bing Lan frowned, a hint of doubt in her tone. "Just you?" The fresh blood leader chuckled, his tone tinged with arrogance. "Wouldn't I be enough on my own?" Bing Lan said calmly, "Through the previous battles, I've roughly estimated your strength. You're not strong among demigods, at least significantly weaker than the Watcher. Besides, demigods are superior to us in their terrifying speed and powerful attack power. Also, every attack you make is accompanied by a terrifying curse. But now your attack power has been suppressed by Braum, and you can't effectively harm us. Your curse has also been neutralized by our secret potion." As Bing Lan methodically analyzed her, the fresh bloodline leader seemed to catch on. "Interesting. A legend has been observing my methods. Are you trying to fight me?" Bing Lan swung the dawn sword in her hand, and the shadow of a giant white dragon gradually emerged behind her. "I really want to try. I want to see if, with our current strength, we can defeat a demigod, or even slay him." Hearing this, not only Bing Lan but also Isabel, Sarah, and the others on the field saw a surge of fighting spirit in their eyes. During this period, their blessed powers had been greatly enhanced. Compared to the last battle on the snowy plateau, everyone's strength had skyrocketed. This, coupled with the surge in levels, gave them even more confidence. Furthermore, the fresh bloodline leader had come alone, making it a perfect opportunity. The fresh blood leader glanced at the crowd, the madness on his face dissipating somewhat, a hint of seriousness fading. Compared to our last battle, you've all become much stronger. Interesting. Such incredible speed of improvement. But that's exactly what I want. That guy told me to just hold you back here, and I don't need to worry about anything else. Hold us back? Isabel frowned, her tone wary. What do you want to do? This time, only the fresh blood leader, a demigod, appeared. The Watcher leader and his legendary warriors were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they were plotting something elsewhere. The bloodline leader chuckled, a hint of teasing in his tone. What do we want to do? Of course, we want to bring blood to this world, turning it into a paradise of blood. If it weren't for your obstruction, we would have succeeded long ago, and that guy wouldn't have needed to do such a thing. But the result now is more in line with my expectations. He couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. The crowd seemed to realize something. Binglon immediately said, "Contact the Lord and tell him what's happening here." Just as they were about to act, they suddenly sensed a flash of red light behind them. Then, everyone's attention was drawn there. About 10,000 kilometers from this uninhabited area, a pillar of blood suddenly rose into the sky. Buzz! The pillar of blood emanated a heart-pounding energy wave, dyeing the dark night sky a crimson red. Not only Binglon and the others, but also survivors around the world witnessed the pillar of blood soaring into the sky. They discussed it in the chat channel. Damn it! Another teleportation pillar has appeared. Is this the Blood Legion's last-ditch effort? Something's amiss. This blood pillar looks different from ordinary ones. Yes, I also think this one looks a bit different from the others. Look at the system interface. The number of remaining blood teleportation pillars is still 1. It hasn't increased. Everyone opened the panel and found that, just as the person said, the number of remaining blood teleportation pillars hadn't changed at all. Just as everyone was puzzled, another pillar of blood shot up into the sky, roughly 1,000 miles away from the teleportation pillar, and then, as if sparking some kind of chain reaction, buzz, buzz, buzz. One pillar after another shot up into the sky, each maintaining a roughly equal distance. In the end, a full 16 pillars of blood appeared, forming a massive circular encirclement. And in the center of this circle, blood-filled light shot up into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night sky and dyeing it a crimson red. At this moment, Chao Xing, the Ice Crystal King, and even the Orchid Queen, along with other legendary powerhouses, all witnessed the changes there. After all, the encirclement formed by 16 towering blood pillars was incredibly conspicuous. It was like the divine light prison formed by the combined forces of the divine servant captains during the Oracle War. But in comparison, the area of this prison was countless times larger than those of the divine servant captains. Chao Xing frowned slightly and muttered, "That area is the kingdom of Velan." A sudden sense of foreboding arose in his heart. At that moment, a rapid electrical current rang in his ears. The connection was immediately followed by the anxious voice of the Ice Crystal King. "Lord Chao Xing, we are in trouble." Chao Xing frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, what exactly happened?" Elton quickly replied, "The Watcher leader has gone completely mad. He's actually using the blood prison sacrifice array, preparing to sacrifice the lives of King Velan's entire kingdom. If he succeeds, the powerful force of blood will continuously impact the barriers of the rules, triggering a massive upheaval of the rules. Then, the passage between the blood plane and this world will be completely opened. At that time, the Blood Legion will be able to unscrupulously transport more troops, even legendary warriors. The consequences will be disastrous." Chao Xing's heart sank upon hearing this. Although he knew the Watcher leader would not sit idly by and would even resort to extreme measures, Chao Xing had not expected him to be so ruthless, sacrificing the lives of an entire kingdom. What kind of concept is that? This includes not only humans, but also a large number of animals, beasts, and even the monsters of the forest. Every living being will be sacrificed. The number of lives involved will be unimaginable. Tens of billions is no exaggeration. Elton continued, and more than that. Once he completely connects the blood plane with this plane, it will cause a violent tremor in the barrier of rules. Those from other planes will seize the opportunity to come. Then the world will be in chaos. As far as I know, during the last Blood Rebellion, it was because the Blood Legion attempted to activate this sacrificial formation that the human empire was forced to dispatch 4 demigods, effectively ending their plan. And this time, the human empire hasn't responded at all. We probably can't count on them. Chao Xing frowned and continued, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Do you have any countermeasures? The Ice Crystal King replied, Yes. The Blood Prison Sacrifice formation will activate quickly, but it will take some time to sacrifice all the lives within. We can use this time to attack and disrupt his sacrificial ritual. Chao Xing's gaze instantly turned to the area shrouded in blood. Before he could speak, the Ice Crystal King continued, Lord Chao Xing, I just received the news. The Fresh Blood territory is battling the 5 legendary warriors under your command. The only people in the kingdom of Velan should be the Watcher leader, a demigod, and his elders. I've already discussed this with the Grey Mist King, Queen Orchid, and the others. Next, we will march to the kingdom of Velan and fight to the death. We must stop their plan at all costs. I'd like to ask for your help in guarding the main city of Everfrost. If I don't return this time, then the Ice Crystal Kingdom will respect you as its master from now on. He spoke with a resolute tone, as if he had just made final arrangements. He was even prepared to hand over the Ice Crystal Kingdom to Chao Xing. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then quickly replied, Your Majesty, I will go with you. The old king replied, No need. Your legendary warriors are all busy dealing with the Fresh Bloodline Lord, holding back this demigod. You've already done enough. This time, we're going out for our lives. Whether we can return is uncertain. And you're already a rank 10 warrior, with limitless potential. There's no need to take the risk. The implication was that Chao Xing's future potential far exceeded this battle, and he couldn't risk his life. However, Chao Xing responded firmly, Your Majesty, don't worry about me. I can mobilize 3 more legendary warriors. At this moment, the old king was stunned, as if he misheard. Chao Xing had already dispatched 5 legendary warriors, and held back the demigod Lord Fresh Bloodline. Such a contribution was already enormous, and now, he could actually dispatch 3 more legendaries. Doesn't this mean that Lord Chao Xing now has 8 legendary warriors at his disposal? After reaching this conclusion, a deep shock once again crossed the aged face of the Ice Crystal King. After all, this power surpassed the combined legendary power of their 4 kingdoms. What a joke. Haven't these otherworldly lords been in this world for only 6 months? Does this mean that in just 6 months, he's achieved the foundation that these kingdoms have accumulated for hundreds, even thousands of years? The Ice Crystal King was a little incredulous, but when he thought of Chao Xing's performance so far, he felt relieved. This being defies common sense. From the moment they met Chao Xing, it has been constantly surprising him. The Ice Crystal King took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I understand, Lord Chao Xing. With the addition of 3 legends like you, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Now, please proceed to Yongshuang Main City. Queen Yulan and I are waiting for you here. Yongshuang Main City boasts ancient teleportation arrays and ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays, serving as a link between the major kingdoms, allowing these powerful individuals to gather at lightning speed. Chao Xing replied, Okay, I bring my men right over. Both parties quickly hung up the call. Chao Xing withdrew his gaze, and was about to go to the alchemy workshop to call for help. But then he saw Francesca, who was below, had already quickly emerged. She was wearing a white dress today, emanating an aura that made her look both noble and elegant. She reached Chao Xing's side, and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Chao Xing abandoned all further ado and gave the order, Now, Mu Shui, Mernina, and Francesca, follow me to the teleportation array. Let's go to Eternal Frost City together. Okay, the 3 women responded. With that, 4 figures flashed and instantly entered the teleportation array area. As the teleportation array illuminated, everyone's vision shifted, and they vanished from their original position. When they regained their vision, Chao Xing and the others had already appeared in the area surrounding the east gate of Eternal Frost City. Besides them, deep within the palace, 3 teleportation pillars were also emitting intense light. Familiar auras emerged. They were none other than the legendary Queen Yulan, the War King Cunard, the Grey Mist King, and other powerful figures. They seemed to have just arrived. The Ice Crystal King's weathered figure echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, gather in the central square. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful figures flashed and arrived at the central square. At this moment, many powerful figures gathered there. In addition to Chao Xing's 4 companions, the Ice Crystal King and the Lizardman Chieftain had also arrived. The difference, however, was that last time, Queen Yulan and her companions had gathered 6 legendary masters. This time, there was one more. This extra legend was from the Grey Mist Kingdom. He, too, wore a gray cloak, completely obscuring his face and body. In his hand, he held a rotten wooden staff, as if it would break at the slightest touch. His aura, like the staff itself, was decayed and broken, half buried in the earth. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the old man. War King Cunard quipped, "Cyril, how come even an ancient being like Karen is being called out?" The dwarf legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom lost his usual playful smile, and spoke with a hint of sorrow. This time, the blood rebellion raged across our kingdom's borders. It even attacked our main city at one point, forcing the old king to awaken from his slumber. Since he no longer has the chance to rest in peace, he decided to contribute a small measure of his strength in his final moments. The old man spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and low. "During the last blood rebellion, I was severely injured by those filthy creatures, and I was prepared to sacrifice myself. I've lingered on until now, preserving my last breath so that I can be of use in a critical moment and share some of the pressure with these little creatures. If I could bite off a piece of flesh from these filthy creatures before dying, it would have been a worthwhile death." Hearing this, everyone in the arena stood in awe. Such a willingness to sacrifice everything, even thinking of their kingdom before their death, deserves their respect. The Ice Crystal King said, "Everyone, time is running out. We must rush to the kingdom of Velan as quickly as possible. If you have anything to say, let's talk later." Everyone nodded at this. "Okay, then, let's act now." Then, the Ice Crystal King looked at the Lizard Man chieftain beside him, and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Victor, please lead us there." "Yes," he replied readily. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious and powerful force emanated from the Lizardman chieftain, enveloping everyone in the arena. Even the decayed legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom couldn't help but look at the Lizardman chieftain. He murmured softly, "Demigod? But there's something strange about his aura, as if something's missing? What's going on?" Of course, he didn't know what was going on. After all, the Lizardman chieftain's situation was incredibly unique. He had fallen from the demigod realm. However, after absorbing the 5 legendary blood cores, the Lizardman chieftain seemed to have regained some of his strength. While still not a demigod, he was far more powerful than the average demigod. At the same time, enveloped by the Lizardman chieftain's power, everyone instantly vanished from their original position. When they regained their sight, they found themselves tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. Then, they began to rush towards the kingdom of Velan at a terrifying speed of tens of kilometers per second. This explosive speed surpassed the limits of legendary rank. It would only take a minute or two to reach Velan. Crash! The wind howled, and their speed grew ever faster. As Chao Xing and the others hurried on, the 16 towering blood pillars surrounding the kingdom of Velan grew increasingly solid, like pillars supporting the heavens, piercing the pitch-black night sky. These blood pillars gradually emitted bursts of thick blood mist, spreading across the kingdom's territory, instantly extending over 10 kilometers. Looking down from the sky, one could see a strange sight. The blood mist swirled in the cold wind, intertwining with the extreme chill, staining the ice and snow a dark red wherever it passed. It felt as if the earth were bleeding, the silence of the night shattered by this power, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. The leader of the Watchers has gone completely mad. He wants to sacrifice every living being in the kingdom of Velan to complete his final plan. Chapter 650. In a snowy plain, hundreds of kilometers from the border of the kingdom of Varen, lies a massive city, permanently garrisoned with over 100,000 troops. The city's lord is Marquis Fifyagang, a level 70 commander. After the blood outbreak, he quickly assembled his troops and, leveraging the terrain, successfully repelled the invasion of the Blood Army. Furthermore, over the past 7 days, Marquis Fifyagang has taken in a large number of refugees, housing them within the city. He not only provides them with shelter, but also food. The refugees within the city expressed their sincere gratitude to Marquis Fifyagang. Now, the population of the massive city has surpassed 2 million, consuming a vast amount of resources daily. At this moment, Marquis Fifyagang stood on the city wall, gazing at the blood pillars in the distance. He muttered softly, "I thought the blood rebellion was finally over, but has it erupted again? I wonder how long the city's supplies will last. The daily food consumption alone for over 2 million people is astronomical, and then, there's the devastation the Blood Legion has inflicted on the land." Sigh. He sighed deeply. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a strange blood mist sweeping in from the darkness ahead. Like a sudden surge of sea waves, it obscured everything, seemingly capable of swallowing it all, and in an instant, it swept over, enveloping the entire massive city. At that moment, everyone's view was filled with blood, as if shrouded in a mist, unable to see their surroundings. In this blood mist, Marquis Fifyagang felt a chilling chill and excruciating pain. It felt as if countless invisible blades were slicing at his skin. Even more terrifying was the fact that the blood mist seemed to hold a corrosive force, slowly eating away at his flesh. And then, a terrifying transformation unfolded throughout the city. The civilians, eroded by this blood energy, began to dissolve at a visible rate. Their skin first turned pale, then a large blood-red blotch spread across it. Then, their flesh began to rot rapidly, as if scorched by intense heat. Pieces of flesh peeled off their bodies. Paw, paw! The flesh fell to the ground with a sickening, sticky sound. Screams suddenly rang out across the city. Ah! My body is melting. It hurts, Mom. Lulu's body hurts. Help me. Father, am I going to disappear? The heart-wrenching screams and the cries of children echoed through the sky. Under the encroaching blood mist, every living creature felt an excruciating pain beyond endurance. Many civilians, unable to endure the excruciating pain, even considered picking up the soldiers' weapons and ending their lives. However, after taking a few steps, they discovered their legs had melted into a pool of blood. They lost their balance and fell to the ground, engulfed in the rotting flesh of the others. The horrifying sight instantly blinded their eyes. They seemed to have lost their souls, completely melting into a pool of blood. This bustling city instantly transformed into a living hell. Even Marquis Fabgang, a level 70 commander, was not immune. Although his strength allowed him to be eroded more slowly, if he remained in the blood mist, he would sooner or later meet the same fate as the civilians. He looked at his increasingly festering body, the flesh peeling off his arms, revealing the bare bones. He sighed, his tone filled with endless sorrow. Even if those criminals are punished, even if the king is publicly tried, will it still not prevent the kingdom's destruction? Gazing at the scene below, a fierce resentment crossed his eyes. Splash. Millions of lives in the entire city dissolved into a pool of blood in an instant. The streets, the houses, the squares, everywhere was a pool of blood. It was as if the entire city was immersed in a sea of blood, the air thick with the stench of blood, suffocating. The same scene played out in every corner of the kingdom of Varen. Not a single inhabited village, town, or even the camps in the mountains was spared. Even the cave dwellers and mole men hiding deep underground could not escape this disaster. Their caves were permeated by a bloody mist. Amidst the cacophony of screams, their flesh began to dissolve, transforming into pools of dark red liquid that gradually flowed out of the cave entrances. In the forest, the branches and leaves of the trees rapidly withered, a blood-like liquid seeping from the trunks, and then the entire forest began to collapse. The howlings of the beasts and dryads rose and fell, echoing in the night sky. Under the frozen lakes and rivers, the once clear waters were dyed blood-red, and the fish silently perished in the waters. It was as if the entire natural world was wailing. The kingdom of Velan covers over 30 million square kilometers. Such a vast territory has nurtured countless lives. And now, under the influence of this great sacrificial formation, these lives are disappearing at an alarming rate. Farmers in the villages, merchants in the towns, hunters in the mountains, cave dwellers underground. Humans and beasts, plants and fish, all are reduced to bloody water under the erosion of the blood mist. The sky is completely shrouded in blood. The once bright moonlight has been dyed a dark red, even the stars are obscured. Even from a great distance, even at night, the blood-red veil enveloping the kingdom is still clearly visible. At this moment, it is still the destroyed main city of Velan. This is the center of the entire kingdom of Velan, and the source of this disaster. A massive blood-red vortex slowly swirls, sweeping the blood energy within the entire blood prison sacrificial formation, as if shattering the sky. The Watcher leader floated in midair, a golden steel hovering above his head. This golden steel had once radiated a divine light, a symbol of justice and hope. But now, starting from the top, the steel was gradually stained with blood, its golden light eclipsed by the bloody color. The entire steel became increasingly eerie, as if it had fallen from a sacred symbol into a totem of evil. Flanking the Watcher leader were a group of Watcher elders, and the bloody 10,000. Their expressions were impassive, as if everything they saw was natural. Below, in the main city, some civilians remained, still undissolved. They were originally wanderers from the surrounding area, but due to the rampage of the Blood Legion and the breakdown of order, they had lost their access to food. After starving for several days, they decided to try their luck in Velan's main city, hoping to find a meager supply of food beneath the ruins. But upon arriving, they encountered the Watcher leader activating the blood prison sacrifice formation. The civilians prostrated themselves on the ground, writhing in agony and uttering heart-wrenching screams. Some of them seemed to recognize the man in the air. A few days ago, he had stood here, exposed the crimes of those nobles, and then beheaded them on the spot. The civilians, enduring the excruciating pain, shouted in defiance. Why? Are you helping us judge those nobles? Didn't you teach us that all men are created equal? Now, why are you doing this to us? Faced with the questions from the civilians below, the Watcher leader's gaze wavered slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. This is a necessary sacrifice for the new era. There's no doubt that future generations will remember your sacrifice. Hearing these words, the civilians' despair and anger intensified. Bullshit! They shouted. If it weren't for you, the country's order wouldn't have collapsed, and we wouldn't be left powerless against those terrifying monsters. Over the past 7 days, countless civilians have perished in the bloody chaos. Is this the outcome you wanted? Your Majesty is right. You're the type who only knows how to shout slogans and don't truly care about the lives of us civilians. You are the most sinful, and you should be judged by everyone. The Watcher leader's face remained expressionless as he listened to their angry curses. Nearby, a Watcher elder was about to intervene, interrupting the shouting civilians. The Watcher leader waved his hand, stopping him. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a voice. Below, a child, enduring the excruciating pain, raised his head and trembled. Big brother. Can you please save Meili? Please. She's my sister, only 4 years old. Mary is so pitiful. Her parents abandoned her when she was very young. I found her at the garbage station. I raised her with me, taking her through trash cans and digging for tree roots in the snow. She never complained. She's always been so well-behaved and obedient, a very sensible child. The Watcher leader's gaze flickered as he fixed on the child. Beside him, a little girl huddled in a ball, her body trembling slightly. Crimson fluid oozed from beneath her cotton coat, and she too was in immense pain. But even so, the little girl tugged tightly at the boy's shirt. Big brother. Please. You can do anything to me, but please, just let Mary go, okay? The little boy also had large ulcers on his body, but he ignored them all and knelt on the ground. He pleaded with the Watcher leader, begging him to spare his sister. The Watcher leader sighed and murmured softly, ah. In the end, he still did nothing. A staunch idealist, unwavering by anything. He turned, his gaze once again cold and resolute, as if those wails and pleas had never existed. At this moment, a pure light descended from the sky, completely dispelling the blood mist corroding the little boy and girl. The vast vitality contained in the light restored their bodies at a visible speed. The dissolved flesh healed, and their pale faces gradually regained their rosy complexion. The two children weakly raised their heads, staring blankly at the scene before them. In the blood-stained sky, a sacred figure slowly passed through the bloody clouds, descending into this tainted world. She was draped in holy light, 6 wings gently spread behind her, and in her hand was a great sword radiating brilliant light. Pieces of wings fell from the sky, as if bringing hope to this despairing world. The little boy murmured softly, "Angel." Then, waves of terrifying aura surged through the blood cloud, as if the very sky itself were raging. Then, 13 terrifying figures descended from the sky. Like gods descending from heaven, they surrounded the Watcher leader and his group of legendary warriors. Chao Xing stood in the center of the group, his cold gaze sweeping across everything below. He watched the civilians struggling and dissolving in the blood mist. His voice was as cold as ice. Is this what you wanted to see, Luo? At that moment, an intense murderous intent erupted from him, and the other 12 powerful figures simultaneously unleashed a suffocating pressure. The lizardman leader casually condensed a ball of white flame and threw it downwards. An invisible shockwave echoed, dispersing the blood mist that enveloped the entire main city. The wounds of the wailing civilians stopped worsening, finally giving them a chance to breathe. The other Watcher elders, sensing a threat, quickly stepped forward, watching Chao Xing and the others warily. The Watcher leader remained silent, standing silently. His gaze was deep, as if everything was under his control. Chao Xing sneered, his tone tinged with sarcasm. I originally thought you were truly willing to sacrifice everything to overthrow these rotten old customs and bring a better life to the people. Although your methods are extreme, at least your intentions are good. But now I realize you're even more hypocritical than I imagined. The Watcher leader finally spoke, his voice calmly replying, You don't understand, Chao Xing. Compared to the vast number of humans, the lives sacrificed today are nothing. Everything I do is simply to save more people and create a better future. A sneer played at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Just as he had suspected, the Watcher leader was an extreme idealist, convinced that his path was the only right choice. There was no point in talking to such a person. He would not be swayed by any words. Chao Xing wasted no more words, simply raising his staff and mobilizing the vast power of ice. Then he quickly gave the order, "Let's kill him together and break this blood prison sacrifice formation." "Okay, let's do it together." At that moment, the auras of 12 legends and one 10th tier hero erupted simultaneously. Crash! The powerful aura swept forth, seemingly stirring the blood clouds between heaven and earth. The Lizardman chief took a deep breath and transformed once again into a massive lizard. Demigod-level power surged from him. Ever since absorbing the 5 blood cores, the Lizardman chief had unleashed the power of a demigod with even greater ease. The Watcher leader's gaze instantly fell on the massive lizard. He could sense that this Lizardman had become even more powerful than before. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly understood. Is it because the blood energy contained in the blood cores that has restored some of your strength? To be able to unleash such powerful divine power, even among demigods, you're no weakling. But there's still a significant gap between you and me. As he finished speaking, he gradually raised the golden great sword in his hand. Buzz! A vast golden light erupted from the weapon in his hand, illuminating half the sky. As he moved, the dozen or so legendaries on the Watcher's side simultaneously unleashed a terrifying aura. At that moment, the auras of at least 2 demigods and over 20 legendary-level powerhouses intertwined, seemingly shaking even the very heavens and earth. The auras of both sides collided like 2 raging torrents, their auras shaking the heavens and the earth. Both sides were on the verge of a fierce battle, their swords drawn. Though Chao Xing wanted to act immediately and finish off this disgusting creature, he knew that the Watcher leader was no weakling and needed to be treated with caution. So, he glanced around, quickly analyzing the situation. He pondered, now, besides the 2 demigod-level powerhouses, the Lizardman chieftain and the Watcher leader. The Watcher side still has 5 legendary-level elders, and the Blood Legion has 6 captains general, for a total of 11 legendaries. And on my side, we have 3 legendaries, Marinina, Francesca, and Lu Mushua. Add to that the 8 legendaries from the 4 kingdoms. In other words, we have the same number of legendaries and demigods. This was thanks to Chao Xing's 2 consecutive actions, which saw him slay the Watchers and the Blood Legion, bringing their total to nearly 20 legendaries. Otherwise, today's situation would never have been what it is now. They will face the Watchers and the Blood Legion, more than 2 demigods, and over 30 legendaries. Even if they unleash all their might, they will never be a match. Chao Xing continued his analysis. At the demigod level, the Lizardman chieftain might not be a match for the Watcher leader. But at the legendary level, we are far more powerful than these guys. As long as the Lizardman chieftain can hold on, I make a quick decision. With the combined might of 11 legendaries, we can absolutely defeat this guy. Not to mention, Chao Xing's 3 legendaries alone are at least enough to defeat their 7 legendaries. The old king could easily defeat 2 of them alone. Leaving the remaining 2 legendaries to Queen Yuan, King Grey Mist, and the other 7 would be a completely one-sided battle. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly said, "Action, quick decision, and defeat them as quickly as possible." The moment he heard the command, the Lizardman chieftain took the lead. It opened its bloody maw. Crash! From its mouth, a beam of destructive death ray blasted towards the Watcher leader. The other wielded its golden great sword, slashing fiercely. Buzz! Golden light and destructive light collided, exploding before everyone like a nuclear bomb. Everyone was instantly blinded. However, even in this blinded state, the legendary warriors instinctively launched their attacks. Crash! Vast energy waves collided, and battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 651. The Watcher leader and the Lizardman chieftain, 2 demigod-level powerhouses, quickly soared high into the sky. Below, a total of 22 legendary powerhouses also began a fierce battle. 6 centurions, gifted with the gift of rebirth, stood at the front of the group, wielding bloody great swords, battle axes, and other weapons while blocking the enemy's damage and acting as human shields. The 5 Watcher elders, each wielding a variety of weapons, launched tricky attacks from all angles, acting as damage dealers. They attempted to use this formation to quickly defeat the old king and his men and gain an advantage. However, because Chao Xing had ordered a swift victory, they also wanted to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. At this moment, a figure, her body ablaze with flames, her red hair flowing, and a pair of red butterfly wings growing from her back, suddenly soared into the air. Beneath a golden mask, a pair of thin lips parted slightly. Disillusionment. Random sky kill. The next moment, the 11 legends on the Watcher's side felt a terrifying force locking them in place, even their movements slowing slightly. Marlenina's ability could immobilize all enemies within a 5,000-meter radius, whose level was lower than hers. Although her current level was actually 100, having activated her second form, she possessed the power of a legend. Even those legends above her were briefly affected. Although it was brief, only a fraction of a second, it was more than enough in this high-level battlefield. These legends were battle-hardened beings. Seeing the golden opportunity created by Marlenina, they instantly launched a torrent of attacks. Francesca's hair flew, and spiritual energy surged wildly around her, sweeping out in waves. The Ice Crystal King lashed out with frantic sword energy, slashing furiously at the Centurions. Orchids sprouted from the Orchid Queen's fingertips, madly absorbing their life force. Several other legendary warriors also employed their own methods. Bang! Boom! Terrifying explosions echoed, and the area was filled with violent energy. The 11 legendary warriors on the Watcher's side were met with the first wave of Chao Xing's barrage within the third second of the battle. Dense damage figures appeared. -186, 3672. -259, 1692. -139, 1042. -102, 7625. -489, 1952. -582, 5511. -241, 1892. -319, 6251. When the brief control period ended, the health of the 11 legends dropped significantly, each suffering varying degrees of injury. Boom! The 6 captains in front simultaneously unleashed a terrifying burst of blood, like a crashing wave, forcing everyone back a distance. Puff! Several elders of the Watcher spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. They suppressed their injuries and fixed their gazes on Marlenina and Francesca, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. High-level legendary power. How is that possible? Last time I saw you, you were clearly only at the hero level. How could you have suddenly become so powerful in just 7 days? The speed at which Francesca and the others were growing stronger defied common sense, completely exceeding the imaginations of these powerful warriors. Even the 6 Centurions, their gazes toward Marlenina were filled with vigilance. As the front line, they had borne the brunt of the recent outburst, taking the most damage, their health instantly reduced by 1/10. 2 of the Centurions had their health reduced by more than half. If they hadn't broken free in time, several of them might have been killed on the spot. Chao Xing stood behind this group of powerful warriors, scanning the battlefield with a silent sigh. Excellent. That concentrated fire just now was effective. 2 more waves, and we'd definitely take them all down. The next moment, his voice echoed among the group of legendary warriors. 2 war kings of Cunard, follow Marlenina and charge forward. Mu Shui, enter Seraph form, and help absorb the damage. Ice Crystal King, Orchid Queen, Grey Mist King, you all stay back and attack with all your might. Now, he had become the commander of this group of legendary warriors. As he issued his orders one by one, the Ice Crystal King, Grey Mist King, and even the Orchid Queen coordinated seamlessly, quickly adjusting their formation. The 2 war kings from Cunard roared, their muscles bulging like explosives, and a ferocious aura erupted from them. Roar! They roared heavenward, shaking the ground for 100 miles. Then, like 2 prehistoric beasts, they charged frantically at the enemy. The Valkyrie Marlenina and the Seraph Lu Mushua, supporting the 2 war kings, charged into the enemy formation from either side. The battle erupted again. Bang! Crack! The space shattered due to their clash, revealing a pitch-black void. A dangerous aura emanated from within. The 6 Centurions were unilaterally suppressed by the 4 legends, including Marlenina and Lu Mushua. The 5 legendary watchers behind them were also under the concentrated fire of Francesca and the Ice Crystal King. Puff! The 5 watcher elders were once again beaten to the point of vomiting blood. In a single encounter, they faced complete defeat. A watcher elder, wielding an icy sword, watched in disbelief. How? Are they so strong? We have about the same number of legends. Why? No one could answer his question. After all, before this, no one had known the gap between legends could be so vast. At this moment, a watcher elder suddenly came to his senses, his voice booming like thunder. Disperse. Don't gather together. They have crowd control capabilities. Fight separately. Instantly, the 11 legendaries on the watcher's side quickly dispersed, trying to distance themselves. However, this suited Chao Xing's needs even better. These guys are no match in a group fight, and they think they can turn the tables in a one-on-one fight? A sneer played across Chao Xing's lips. Marlenina, activate Valkyrie's wrath. Yes. The moment she received the command, the blood-red flames emanating from Marlenina's body surged. The pair of red butterfly wings behind her suddenly spread open, emitting a breathtaking light. Buzz! In an instant, her aura intensified to a terrifying level, almost becoming the most powerful being in the arena. Even the two cutered war kings, who had entered their beastly states, were suppressed by her aura. A look of shock filled everyone's eyes. Marianina's previous display of combat prowess was already formidable, yet now she could unleash even greater power. The legendaries on the Watcher side were practically stunned. A third high-level legendary. How is that possible? Didn't you just reach legendary not long ago? The Watcher Elder's voice trembled slightly. Amidst everyone's astonishment, a cold glint flashed in Ice Crystal King Elton's eyes, and he swung his sword fiercely. Swish! A terrifying sword energy pierced through space, heading straight for a blood-soaked centurion. Puff! The centurion's sword energy struck, and without even a scream, it transformed into a dazzling blood flower, exploding in the air, instantly killed by Elton's single strike. However, the blood flower didn't dissipate. Instead, it rapidly condensed, triggering the only remaining blood rebirth effect. The resurrected captain's face was filled with fear. His gaze towards the Ice King was filled with extreme anger. Damn you, Elton! You attacked me! The Ice King sneered. How dare you be distracted during battle? You're foolish. Even if you resurrect, I still kill you with one strike. You? The captain, seemingly completely enraged by the Ice King, ignored his injuries and charged at him. In the air, the Watcher's leader, while battling the Lizardman chieftain, observed the battle unfolding here. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, Steel Tongue, return. The centurion stopped dead in its tracks, still daring not to disobey the man's orders. However, Chao Xing had already set his sights on this fellow. He ordered in a cold voice, concentrate your fire. Kill him! The instant the order was given, attacks from the Orchid Queen, the Grey Mist King, and ranged units, like Francesca, erupted simultaneously. Countless streams of terrifying energy converged into a destructive torrent, charging directly at the bloody centurion. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the centurion's figure was completely engulfed. Dense numbers of damage floated wildly upwards. When all the fluctuations dissipated, the centurion exploded with another bang. The blood energy within its body transformed into a torrential downpour, pouring down from the sky, drenching the entire ruined royal city in blood. This time, it could never be revived. Your territory member, Francesca, successfully killed Blood 13, Reggie Steeltongue, level 120, legendary creature, gaining experience points. Achievements, 1.2 million. As the system notification sounded. Less than 30 seconds had passed since the battle began, the first legendary fell. At that moment, all the powerful warriors on the Watcher side stared at this scene in amazement. A chill ran down everyone's spine, even though both sides had the same number of legendaries, and the Watcher's legendary level was even slightly higher than Chao Xing's. Even so, they were still relentlessly suppressed, suffering casualties so quickly. The Watcher leader in the sky swung his sword, colliding with the Lizardman chief's sharp claws. His brows knitted together, his deep gaze piercing through the crowd of legendaries, to the otherworldly lord in the background. He had already overestimated Chao Xing, even sending the demigod-level leader, fresh bloodline leader, to hold back his 5 legendaries. But unexpectedly, he had brought 3 more legendaries, each with combat power far exceeding that of an average legendary. The Watchers were about to face a complete rout. Chao Xing. Are you truly my nemesis? This thought inexplicably crossed the Watcher leader's mind. At that moment, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from a Watcher elder in the crowd. Whoosh! It was as if a cold wind had blown from the ground, enveloping him in a blanket of snow and wind. And then, the Watcher elder vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already reached the outskirts of the battlefield. He transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging towards Chao Xing. Clang! The icy broadsword in his hand emitted a sharp buzzing sound, carrying a chilling murderous intent as it pointed directly at Chao Xing's heart. The Ice Crystal King and the others reacted instantly, shouting, Protect Lord Chao Xing. Instantly, Queen Yulan, King Grey Mist, and even Francesca and the others attacked. Countless attacks rained down on him, like a torrential downpour. Puff! Puff! The Watcher elder's back, ravaged by the onslaught, was a bloody mess. However, his pace didn't falter. He held the icy broadsword tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on Chao Xing like a hungry wolf. Now, everyone could see that Chao Xing was the core of this group. Even killing the Ice Crystal King wouldn't be as important as slaying this otherworldly lord. As long as he was slain, there was still hope of turning the tide in this battle. However, facing the oncoming enemy, Chao Xing's eyes remained calm. He was no longer the weak lord who could only muster the strength of a single territory to face an assassination attempt by a legendary powerhouse. Over this period of time, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Though he hadn't yet broken through to the legendary realm, he was already fearless. Clang! A surge of demonic energy erupted from Chao Xing's body, and a pair of enormous black wings rapidly sprouted from his back. His figure rose, becoming even more slender and agile, and a pair of horns sprouted from his forehead. An elegant and powerful demon suddenly emerged. With the amplification of various states, his attack power had already exceeded 400,000. Then, he entered Great Demon form, his base stats increasing by another 200%. His attack power instantly soared to 600,000. At this moment, Chao Xing's aura rivaled that of a legendary powerhouse. Like a demon god from the abyss, the Elder Watcher's pupils suddenly constricted, a sense of unprecedented danger flashing through his heart. However, his murderous intent against Chao Xing suppressed this fear. Even if you borrow the power of demons, what good will it do? Unless you reach legendary status, you're just an ant. He roared, the icy broadsword in his hand emitting a piercing cold light, pointed directly at Chao Xing. Die! Faced with this fatal blow, Chao Xing made no move to evade, only to sneer coldly. Who told you that unless you reach legendary status, you're just an ant? His voice was deep and cold, like a whisper from the abyss. Now, I show you the power of this ant. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xing suddenly opened his mouth, and a series of strange syllables emanated from him. Buzz? The Watcher Elder suddenly felt as if he had suffered some terrifying mental attack. His body stiffened, and his eyes rolled back. This method was Chao Xing's unique skill in his Great Demon form. Abyssal Resonance. Before the enemy could react, Chao Xing extended his massive foot and stomped the air fiercely. Swish! A multitude of black tentacles suddenly spread from the air, wrapping around the Watcher Elder's legs like venomous snakes, pinning him to the spot. As Chao Xing's strength increased, his shadow tentacle skill became even more powerful. Combined with Abyssal Resonance, it could even briefly control legendary creatures. Although the duration of control was brief, less than a fraction of a second, it was enough for them to deliver a full round of damage. Attack! Chao Xing uttered softly, as if sentencing the opponent to death. The moment his words fell, the Ice Crystal King and the Orchid Queen, though still unaware, had already subconsciously launched their attacks. Crash boom! Countless terrifying energies instantly poured down. The Elder Watcher, bearing the brunt of the attack, saw his health plummet. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below 50 million. The speed of his actions was so great that the other Watchers had no time to respond. A sense of imminent imminence washed over him like a tide, and a hint of fear finally emerged in his eyes. With just over 10 million remaining, Chao Xing suddenly raised his hand. Stop! Although puzzled, the Ice Crystal King and the others paused their actions. The Watcher Elder, still believing himself to be saved, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the six-winged angel in the sky swiftly raised his holy sword. Infinite light burst from the sword's tip, as if purging all evil. Swish! A brilliant sword light swept across. -18524523. The Watcher Elder was struck by the sword, and a large damage sign appeared above his head, instantly reducing his health to 0. Bang! His body plummeted from the air, landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle situation shifted so quickly that no one even reacted. From the moment the Elder burst through the crowd and attacked Chao Xing, to the moment Chao Xing entered his Great Demon form and coordinated with the other's attack, it took less than 4 seconds. And yet, he had already slain the enemy. Only then did the system prompt gradually appear. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushu, has successfully killed the Warden Elder. Frost Sword LV-128, a legendary creature. Experience points gained, 16,698,000, Pale Guidance. Combatants gained experience points, 8,349,000. 37 seconds into the battle, they had already slain 2 legendaries. Looking at the spoils dropped by the 2 legendaries on the ground, Chao Xing didn't immediately pick them up. Instead, he continued his command, continue, slay the enemies. With that, the Ice Crystal King, Mernina, and the others launched another torrent of attacks. The Wardens didn't even have time to mourn the loss of their companions before they saw another torrent of attacks. They had no choice but to give their all to stop their attack, or they would be the next to die. The nearly 20 remaining legends engaged in another chaotic battle. Boom! Crash! The aftermath of the legendary level battle seemed to devour everything. Even heroes caught in the act would be strangled to pieces in an instant. Chao Xing floated outside the battlefield, holding the Demon Codex in his hand, occasionally unleashing powerful spells at the enemy. Although he was alone now, this seemed like a perfect opportunity to strike. But after what had just happened, they no longer had such thoughts. Everyone was focused on the battle at hand. Only Chao Xing could observe the entire battlefield while fighting. He glanced at the slowly spinning blood-red vortex, his brow furrowed slightly. In the more than half a minute they had fought, the vortex had expanded again. This also meant that countless lives had been sacrificed, transformed into the formation's energy. We can't let this formation continue. We must interrupt it immediately, or the barrier of rules will be broken. A sense of urgency welled up in Chao Xing's heart, his gaze fixed on a faintly visible black structure at the bottom of the vortex. According to the old king, there's an ancient altar beneath this formation. Destroying it will halt the formation. Now that the Watcher leader and the legends had been held hostage, the altar at the center of the vortex lay unguarded. However, Chao Xing didn't dare approach, because he had already spotted a golden steel stretched across the sky beside the altar, radiating endless golden light. It seemed as if anyone who dared approach would be struck by the steel's thundering blow. Chao Xing remembered this steel. Back then, the Watcher leader had used its power to deal a terrifying damage exceeding 1 billion, instantly killing the demon he had summoned. And now, the steel itself has appeared, which is bound to be even more terrifying. With this steel here, I'm sure I can't get through. Even if I summon a legendary demon, I'd probably die. Chao Xing stared at the battlefield below, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. No matter how powerful this steel is, it can't launch continuous attacks. If we can quickly resolve the battle and gather more legendary warriors, we might be able to forcibly block the steel's power. That way, we can ensure the destruction of this altar with the least possible cost. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly said, "Kings, it's your turn. I need to gather these legends and eliminate them as quickly as possible. We're running out of time." Chapter 652. We're running out of time, Chao Xing said in a deep voice. After hearing these last words, the kings and the late king present understood Chao Xing's meaning. The blood-red vortex was expanding, as if a hole were about to be pierced through the sky. This foreshadowed the complete rupture of the world barrier. The three legends of the Grey Mist Kingdom exchanged glances, as if resolved. The dwarf legend grinned, his voice hoarse but full of fighting spirit. "Come, your majesty, let us old men show our prowess." The other two legends, clad in grey robes and bearing a vengeful aura, nodded simultaneously. "All right then. Let them witness the true power of the Grey Mist." As soon as these words fell, a thick grey mist suddenly rose from their slender bodies. As if possessed of life, the grey mist quickly condensed in the air and began to swirl at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, 3 grey fog storms, each over a kilometer or 2 in diameter, appeared between heaven and earth, expanding at a visible speed. A faint, low roar echoed from the center of the storm. The dwarf suddenly screamed, "Grey fog! Storm! Crash!" The 3 storms instantly merged, their wind speed and velocity increasing by more than 10-fold. A heart-pounding sense of danger swept through the entire arena, as if even the air itself was being torn apart by this force. The remaining 9 legendaries on the Watcher side all involuntarily moved closer to the center of the storm. Fluster flashed in their eyes. They hadn't experienced this feeling of losing control of their bodies in a long time. A captain of 10,000 men saw their intention and shouted a warning, "Get out. Don't let them gather you." The other legends gritted their teeth and began to unleash all their might, trying to break free from the wind's grip. But even with their full might, they could only barely withstand the storm. Adding to the relentless bombardment from the old king and the others, they were forced to retreat uncontrollably. This skill was similar to the combined skill Chao Xing had developed at the time, the Black Smoke Lightning Storm. Both achieved a qualitative change through the fusion of power. However, the grey fog storms of these 3 legends were all of the same force. Now, after their fusion, their power had increased by at least 10-fold. Across heaven and earth, the grey fog storm was like a roaring dragon, devouring everything. And those 9 legends were being dragged, step by step, into the abyss by this force. Chao Xing watched all this unfold, a cold smile curling his lips. These old guys are quite reliable in crucial moments. Now, it's my turn to shine. So, he pulled another divine power shard from his backpack and replenished another 10 divine power points for Maelina. Then he looked at Lu Muxua and Francesca nearby. They were now above level 120, and could naturally regenerate 3 or 4 divine power points daily. From the time they reached legendary status until today, both women had accumulated a considerable amount of divine power, enough to unleash a legendary skill. Muxua, use Aurora Radiance, Skyfall. Francesca, eternal forest. Marinina, you sever. Take these guys down in one go. The moment they received the command, Chao Xing's 3 legendary warriors erupted with terrifying divine power. Lu Muxua raised her ancient sword, and vast aurora energy converged at her tip, as if even the heavens and the earth were illuminated by this power. Francesca flew through the air, her white dress rustling in the wind. With a wave of her hands, a dense forest suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Swish! The forest grew at a visible speed, spreading out in the blink of an eye, covering an area of 5 kilometers. The moment the 2 women cast their spells, the legends on the Watcher's side sensed something was amiss. Just as they were about to react, they saw that Marinina had already completed her slash. Swish! A terrifying sword energy streaked across, slicing a terrifying rift through space. It was her legendary skill. God Destruction. Sever in 2. The slash was incredibly fast, with no prelude to the spell. Add to that a terrifying 10-kilometer range, and even a demigod wouldn't be able to dodge it. At the same time, Lu Muxua and Francesca finished charging their skills. Boom! The dazzling aurora descended with destructive force, like a whole piece of sky falling to the earth. The dense forest below suddenly erupted with a surge of spiritual energy, dealing a terrifying blow to these legendary powerhouses. 3 legendary skills unleashed simultaneously. Add to that the concentrated firepower of legendary powerhouses like the Ice Crystal King and the Orchid Queen, and the area was completely filled with terrifying energies, crumbling inch by inch. At the same time, terrifying damage figures floated out. -167625291. -144125625. -181926825. -8594194. -8972428. -287426162. -362452216. -258262441. The first 100 million plus damage was dealt by Marlene Nina. The last 80 million plus damage was dealt by Lu Muxua. The last 100 million plus damage was caused by Francesca's Eternal Forest. Under this terrifying concentrated fire, the health of these Watcher legends and centurions plummeted. Among them, 3 Blood Legion centurions failed to evade in time and took the brunt of the fire, their health plummeting to 0. Bang! Bang! Clouds of blood exploded. Talent. Blood rebirth activated. They had barely condensed their physical form, barely reacting when they were bombarded by Francesca and Lu Muxua. Their health was once again reduced to 0. With a series of explosions, the 3 legendary centurions could no longer be revived, declared dead. Clatter. A torrential rain of blood poured down, dyeing the earth a crimson. System prompts appeared one after another. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, successfully killed the Blood Legion centurion, Nakaba Steelweaver, level 130. Experience points. Combat merit, 1.3 million. Your territory member, Marinina, successfully killed the Blood Legion centurion, Custar Blade, level 120. Experience points. Combat merit, 1.2 million. Just 1 minute into the battle, 5 legendaries were slain by Chao Xing's side. At this moment, he truly killed legends like a dog. Not only that, the remaining 4 Watcher elders and 2 Blood Legion captains, while still alive, had their health levels dwindled to a critically low level. At this rate, they would truly be swept away in a single wave, just as Chao Xing had predicted. Get out, or we be wiped out. Damn it! We can't get out. We're all legends. How could there be such a huge gap? Lord. The threat of death enveloped these legends, forcing them to turn to the Watcher leader for help. The Watcher leader in the air also observed the situation, his eyes filled with anxiety. He tried to break free of the Lizardman chieftain and provide support to the battlefield below, but he was firmly pinned down. Clang! Clang! The golden war blade clashed violently with the Lizardman chieftain's claws, sending up showers of sparks from the metal collision. Both sides' movements left almost an afterimage. Bang! The shadow behind the Watcher leader suddenly erupted, forcing the Lizardman chieftain back a distance. However, the Lizardman leader once again transformed into a streak of ochre-colored lightning and charged forward. Seeing this, the Watcher took a deep breath and said solemnly, "You can't stop me, just like last time." With a wave of his hand, he casually waved his hand. The golden steel suspended in the air suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, carrying boundless might as it crashed down towards the center of the battlefield. An intense sense of oppression swept over the entire arena, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling under this blow. Chao Xing's gaze was fixed on the steel. Seeing this, he ordered without hesitation, "Hold! Retreat!" The next moment, everyone ceased their attacks and quickly retreated. Then, the stone tablet descended from the sky, bearing devastating force, crushing down with a sudden force. Boom! With a resounding thud, endless golden light erupted like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire area. The lush, newly grown forest below was pulverized by this blow, leaving not a trace behind. A terrifying shockwave swept over, sending everyone flying backwards for thousands of meters, as if tossed by a giant wave. Even Chaoxing's holy shield shattered a layer. Minus 150 million. Minus 150 million. Minus 150 million. Minus 150 million. Minus 150 million damage. Figures of 150 million appeared one after another, and this was just the damage caused by the stone tablet's aftermath. A direct hit would have killed them instantly. The power of that single blow was terrifying. The battlefield fell into a brief silence, everyone stunned by the force. After unleashing this terrifying blow, the stone tablet transformed into a streak of golden light and returned to the vortex. The legendary watchers, having finally managed to escape with their lives, breathed a sigh of relief. They looked up at the Ice Crystal King and the others, and were about to say something when they heard a young man's cold voice from afar. "Keep going! Kill!" The moment the voice rang out, Marinina, the Ice Crystal King, and other legendary level warriors unleashed a torrent of attacks without hesitation. The remaining two centurions bore the brunt of the blow. Puff! 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 In an instant, they sustained a massive amount of damage, their already low health points instantly dwindling to zero. After resurrecting, before they could react, they were enveloped by a terrifying attack. Bang! Bang! Two explosions announced the deaths of two more legends. Chaoxing also simultaneously earned over 2 million battle merits. Now, only 4 Watcher legends remained on the field, clinging to their steadfast defense. But a look of bewilderment gradually appeared in their eyes, until an elder uttered a long, drawn-out sentence. Monsters. Yes, they could only describe this group of people as monsters. Within 1 minute and 2 seconds of the battle, they had lost 7 legends. From the outset, they were completely crushed. Even the Watcher leader, wielding the power of the stone tablet, had no effect. Their gazes were fixed on the dark figure floating in the air, and fear even crossed their eyes. Everyone on the field had underestimated Chaoxing's combat prowess, and the speed with which he was growing stronger. Such an enemy is truly terrifying. The Watcher leader's expression grew extremely solemn. He knew that if this continued, their legends would soon be wiped out. By then, he alone would have no chance of standing against Chaoxing's faction, with so many legends. He sighed slowly, his gaze firming once again. Viper, Blade Wind, Kirin, Elder Nia, give your all and hold the enemy back. The Blood Prison Sacrifice formation is about to succeed. Once our operation succeeds, your names will be inscribed on the human race's golden tablet, and future generations will remember your contributions. The Watcher leader had reached a point of madness, willing to do anything. Let these Watcher elders use that terrifying blood-burning method, risking their lives to hold off Chaoxing and his men. The price was that these 4 elders would all perish completely in a few seconds. On the field, 2 of the elders' faces lit up with enthusiasm upon hearing this. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the hope of the new humanity. Blood burning. Buzz. As if their blood had ignited, an unprecedented aura emanated from them. Their strength began to rise rapidly, even approaching the level of Marinella. However, the other 2 elders looked hesitant. They had not yet activated the blood-burning state. At this moment, the expressions of the old king and the others also grew serious. Because they knew how terrifyingly powerful these creatures were in their burning blood state, practically undead monsters. At this moment, the vortex was growing larger and larger, and terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, as if the very sky was about to be torn apart. The Ice Crystal King said solemnly, "Time is running out. Everyone, I will hold them back while you destroy the Blood Prison Sacrifice formation." With these words, the kingdom's holy sword in his hand once again erupted with terrifying azure light, spreading like a tide, seemingly capable of consuming everything. This was the precursor to the unleashing of the 9 swords of holy judgment. The other kings nodded solemnly, ready for a desperate fight, but at that moment, a graceful figure in a white dress, like a fleeting swallow, swiftly arrived at the center of the battlefield. Then, she extended a pair of white hands and thrust them forward. An invisible spiritual energy erupted from her palms. Buzz! The air vibrated with this impact. The 2 legendary powerhouses were swept by the spiritual energy, and the surging aura around them abruptly ceased, and they quickly returned to normal. Their blood burning had been interrupted. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. The 2 Watcher elders were bewildered. What is going on? Our blood burning failed? Queen Yuan and the others also looked puzzled. Only Chao Xing had a faint smile on his face. What a joke. They had suffered a setback from this blood-burning skill last time. As the saying goes, every failure makes one wiser. Chao Xing had already thought of a countermeasure. He had brought Francesca along specifically this time to interrupt their blood-burning skill. Chao Xing quickly said, "Action." Francesca's witch domain only lasts 60 seconds. During these 60 seconds, all their skills will be unusable, making this the optimal time for them to attack. The old king and his men reacted quickly, weapons drawn, and launched a frenzied attack. Swish! Swish! Sword energies streaked through the air. Orchids blossomed in the sky. A gray mist continued to spread. The legendary warriors on the Watcher side were once again enveloped by the terrifying attack, their health plummeting. After the previous waves of concentrated fire, their health was already in a precarious state, and now it was at a critical point. They were on the verge of annihilation. At this moment, the two Watcher elders, who hadn't activated their blood-burning ability, exchanged a glance and nodded. They seemed to have made a decision, each pulling out a strange object that looked like a heart, oozing crimson blood. Boom! Boom! The hearts continued to beat, emitting a frighteningly sinister aura. The next moment, a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from the two hearts, enveloping the four elders. Their horrific injuries, exposed to this blood energy, began to rapidly heal. At 75493764. At 75493764. At 75493764. At 75493764. At 75493764. One after another, recovery numbers exceeding 70 million appeared, directly raising their health back bit by bit. The Ice Crystal King frowned. This is the Blood Infant Heart. It contains immense vitality, and can restore 200 to 400 years of life to those nearing the end of their lives. But it requires the blood of at least 100,000 human infants. The more blood you use, the greater the effect. The Ice Crystal King, already nearing the end of his life, had conducted in-depth research on these life-extending items. Among the most effective, the Blood Infant Heart was one of the most potent. However, due to the diabolical process involved in its creation, the Ice Crystal King merely glanced at it and never considered refining it. A hint of anger flickered across his aged face. I never thought you would even touch such an evil thing. Is this the self-proclaimed righteous, the guardian of all humanity? Luo! His voice rose, his rage growing. Those who looked at the two hearts, including Chao Xing, felt as if they were witnessing the vengeful spirits of countless infants. The murderous intent against the Watchers grew even stronger. Up in the sky, the Watcher leader, engaged in a battle, also frowned. Viper, Elder Blade Wind, what's going on? He seemed unaware of the situation. Below, the two elders hurriedly explained, Leader, rest assured. These two Blood Infant Hearts were obtained after we destroyed two cult strongholds. We didn't refine them. The old king angrily shouted, Bullshit. The blood in these hearts is still boiling, and they still hold the resentment of those children. They're clearly freshly refined. You guys are full of lies. I'm sickened by them. Hearing this, the Watcher Elder continued, Leader, please believe us. We're doing this for the organization. He emphasized the last word. Chapter 653. At this moment, the Watcher leader's expression was gloomy. But he could also see that if the two elders hadn't used the Blood Infant Heart, the remaining elders would have been wiped out. In the end, he remained silent, seemingly approving of the two elders' actions. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the growing vortex, and the silent Watcher leader, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He quickly said, There's no need to argue with this guy. These hypocritical people will only live in their own world. Kings, all of you, go to the center of the blood prison sacrifice array and destroy it. Leave the enemies here to us. Hearing his command, the Ice Crystal King and the others responded quickly. All right. With that, the 8 legends left the battlefield. The 4 Watcher elders tried to intercept them, but with overwhelming strength and a disparity in numbers, they stood no chance. On the spot, Francesca, Lu Mushua, and Mernina remained, facing the 4 Watcher elders. The battle erupted again. Now facing 3 against 4. Even with the Blood Infant Heart to restore their health, they were being beaten back step by step and forced to passively defend. Even on the other side, the Orchid Queen, the Grey Mist King, and the other 8 legends began charging toward the center of the vortex. Anxiety flashed in the Watcher leader's eyes. Just as he tried to stop them, the Lizardman chieftain beside him unleashed a terrifying force, holding him back. At that moment, he seemed to be transported back to 7 days ago. That day, they had fought a desperate battle with Chao Xing and his men right here, and despite the elders' sacrifices, they had opened the blood gate. Now, the same place, the same scene. However, this time, nearly all of his trusted associates were dead. The Watcher leader seemed to be moved, muttering softly, "Could it be that summoning the Blood Legion was truly a mistake? Is it destined that I can't succeed?" But he quickly shook his head. "No. I haven't lost yet. As long as I tear down the barrier of rules, I can immediately summon more blood armies, blood captains, and even command them." His gaze hardened once more. Looking at the 8 legends madly rushing toward the center of the vortex, he said coldly, "Do you think this will ruin my plan? With a tearing golden tablet here, you won't succeed." Crash! As his voice fell, the golden tablet once again radiated a terrifying light. On the field, the 8 legends stopped dead in their tracks, their faces solemn. In the recent battle, they had already witnessed the power of this stone tablet. It was a terrifying force capable of instantly slaying legendary powerhouses. Whoever stepped forward would die. The Orchid Queen quickly released orchids, releasing powerful vitality to restore the health of the legends on the field. Even so, everyone remained frozen in place, not daring to move forward. After all, anyone who dared to move forward would surely bear the brunt of the stone tablet's devastating blow. None of the 8 legends here could withstand it. Off to the side, the old man from the Grey Mist Kingdom seemed to have noticed the situation. He too knew it was time to take action. "Let me do it, everyone." His voice was low but powerful. "I will block the power of this stone tablet, while you move forward to destroy the formation." A complex expression crossed everyone's eyes. Although helpless, it had to be said that letting the old king die in exchange for a chance to attack the altar was the only option. The dwarf legend beside him couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling, "Your Majesty, let me go." The old man raised his head and rolled his eyes at him. "Go to hell. You still have hundreds of years left to live. Why are you rushing to die? I'm only breathing my last breath. I might die tomorrow. Live well, and keep the spirit of the Grey Mist Kingdom alive. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. Do you understand, Glenn?" The dwarf legend's eyes misted, and his voice choked. "I remember, Master Karen. Go to die without worry. I live well for you." The old man glanced at him helplessly again, then shook his head, a relieved smile playing on his lips. "You brat, you're still so clueless." Before he finished his words, he had already transformed into a gray shadow, charging towards the stone tablet. Just then, Chao Xing's voice echoed from behind. "Your Majesty, stop! Let me do it!" At this, everyone turned their heads. At some point, Chao Xing had arrived behind them. He had transformed back into his Frost Mage form, his azure robes rustling in the wind. In his hands, he held a pitch-black book. Swish! The book's pages flipped frantically, emitting an endless stream of black energy and simultaneously opening a portal to the abyss. A pitch-black crack appeared again in the sky above. Through it, dark eyes seemed to be trying to peer into the world they inhabited. At the same time, a pitch-black arm emerged from the crack and pressed down upon the surrounding void. It was as if some terrifying being was about to emerge from within. The legendary warriors on the field seemed to understand something. Chao Xing was about to repeat his old trick, summoning a demon from the gate of hell to block the attack. Clang! A monstrous demonic energy swept through. In the blink of an eye, a being over 20 meters tall, covered in black armor, black liquid dripping from the cracks of its armor, and emanating an evil aura, appeared. Chao Xing's gaze fell on the other person. Demon General Draghies. Level, ? Potential, ? Attributes, ? Clearly, this was another terrifying level 150 creature. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Go, attack that stone tablet." The demon general glanced at Chao Xing, then at the golden stone tablet. Even it couldn't help but sense a deadly threat, a flicker of fear in its eyes. It uttered a low voice, a hint of discontent in its tone. "Arrogant fellow, you summoned me just to die?" Just as the demon lord said, "You're a lunatic." Chao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to it. He quickly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Execute immediately." Since he had threatened even the demon lord, Chao Xing certainly didn't take this demon general seriously. Demon General Draghies also knew this man was a lawless individual. Although reluctant, under the constraints of the demon code, he had no choice but to obey Chao Xing's orders. Then, the demon general wielded a massive machete and charged forward. Seeing this, Chao Xing barely needed any command, as the Ice Crystal King and the other 8 legends all reacted. "Go, attack from the other side." Instantly, the 8 powerful figures transformed, reaching the other side of the vortex and sprinting towards the altar in the center. At the same time, the light from the golden steel burst forth, fiercely suppressing the demon general. "Attack with all your strength!" the old king roared. The other legends unleashed their ultimate attacks. The terrifying energy transformed into a torrent, slamming into the center of the blood-red vortex. The steel shone with golden light, carrying boundless power, engulfing demon General Draghi's. At this moment, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. The Watcher leader in the air naturally saw their plan and shouted, "Stop!" For the first time, panic lingered in his voice. Clearly, what was unfolding before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Even after the Watchers had played every possible trick, they were still crushed by the sheer might of Qiaoxing and his men. Now, even his last resort couldn't stop the Ice Crystal King and his men. The Watcher leader desperately tried to rush forward and stop them. But it was too late. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The anxious Watcher leader, the Ice Crystal King and his men desperately attacking the altar, the Watcher legend struggling to resist. Everyone's eyes turned to the center of the vortex. Buzz! Crash! A terrifying golden light erupted, and the demon general summoned by Qiaoxing was smashed into a pool of black water. Minus 100 million. Another damage over 1 billion, instantly killing it. The attacks of the old king and his companions had already struck the black altar at the center of the formation. Boom! Crack! A shattering sound echoed. First, a crack appeared on the black altar, then rapidly expanded like a spider web. Later, a blinding red light poured out from the cracks, and with a bang, it exploded on the spot, shattering into countless fragments. The blood-red vortex, nearly 10 kilometers in diameter and threatening to rip the sky apart, finally ceased its rotation. The 16 blood pillars that enveloped the entire kingdom of Varen gradually dimmed. The civilians struggling in agony on the ground suddenly felt the corrosive force disappear. At that moment, the entire kingdom of Velan seemed to awaken from a nightmare, and all living beings looked up at the sky in shock. Is the disaster over? At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, in the uninhabited area, the last blood teleportation pillar dimmed. The number of pillars on the system interface also changed. Remaining blood teleportation pillars, 0. At that moment, survivors around the world also noticed this scene. They stared at the numbers in amazement, their eyes filled with ecstasy. Brothers, did you see that? The last teleportation pillar disappeared. We're not blind. We all saw it. The number of blood pillars has been completely reduced to 0. Does this mean the Blood Legion has been defeated? It seems so. The blood pillars on the Varen Kingdom side seem to have faded considerably. That's not right. Why isn't there a system notification? Just as they were puzzled, a system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. Survivor Lord Qiaoxing from the 4 regions has destroyed the last blood teleportation pillar, ending the blood expansion. During this blood rebellion, Lord Qiaoxing destroyed a total of 54 blood teleportation pillars, making an outstanding contribution to the world. Receive a planar reward. Savior Star. All lords in the 4 regions will receive a 50% increase in monster kill experience points for the next month, and a 100% increase in weekly resource point refreshes. All survivor lords have fought bravely and performed exceptionally well in this blood rebellion. All survivor lords in all servers will receive a planar reward. War merit asterisk 500,000. After the lengthy system notification, the chat channels around the world were in an uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! The blood expansion is truly over, and it was ended by Boss Qiaoxing. Great! We won, we've driven the Blood Legion out, ha ha! Even the system specifically mentioned Boss Qiaoxing's name. He's terrifying. In this blood expansion, it feels like he destroyed at least 90% of the blood teleport pillars. Boss Qiaoxing is awesome. Over 1 billion people saw this name. At that moment, Qiaoxing's name began to flood the chat channels and forums again. After the excitement wore off, the survivors marveled at the bounty of the rewards. This server-wide reward is incredible. A full 500,000 merit points. You can redeem 2 master-level hearts of power alone. It's so cool. Yeah, the expansion's been open for a week, and I've worked my ass off to earn only 300,000 merit points, and that's still not as much as this reward. That's awesome. If I'm lucky this time, I get 2 more master-level minions. Speaking of which, the survivors in the 4 regions are even happier. Because we're in the same region as Boss Qiaoxing, we can actually enjoy this incredible buff. 50% experience bonus, and 100% resource points for a month. How much more resources will that give us? Indeed, I wish I were one of the 4 region survivors. I'm so envious. Compared to the envy and excitement on the World Channel, the survivors in the 4 regions felt like they had received a free lunch. Oh my god. This reward is incredible. It feels so unreal. Me too. It feels like I didn't do anything and just got such a great deal for free. Ha ha ha. Who cares? With this buff, I'm even confident I can reach level 70 in the next month. This is all thanks to Boss Chao Xing. He single-handedly destroyed dozens of blood teleportation pillars. Without him, we wouldn't be able to enjoy this. Yeah. Across the 4 regions, Chao Xing's reputation has once again reached its peak. The view shifted back to the central battlefield of the Kingdom of Elan. Half a minute ago. After the Ice Crystal King and his men destroyed the altar, the massive blood-red vortex dissipated. Even the golden glow of the stone tablet dimmed considerably after it slew the demon general. Both sides paused their actions. The leader of the Watchers gazed at the dissipating blood-red vortex and the altar fragments lying on the ground. He seemed struck by something, his momentum instantly waning. The resolve in his eyes gradually gave way to a hint of hesitation. The Ice Crystal King, the Grey Mist King, and other legends exchanged glances, their faces lit up with joyful smiles. The old king said solemnly, "Everyone, we succeeded." The other legends nodded solemnly. Their excitement was palpable. After 7 days of bloody chaos, the major kingdoms had suffered heavy casualties. Now, this bloody nightmare was finally over. Even Chao Xing was delighted at this moment. Excellent! Bringing all my legendaries here paid off. I've finally interrupted this guy's plans. Next, let's deal with the enemies here first, then head to Brown. He still has one last teleportation pillar. Destroy it, and the Blood Legion expansion will be over. Just as Chao Xing was about to act, he suddenly saw the teleportation pillar thousands of kilometers away dissipate. Then, the server-wide notification appeared before Chao Xing. Just as he was confused, he received several additional system notifications. Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have made unprecedented contributions in this Blood Legion expansion, activating the achievement, Historical Monument. Historical Monument. Your actions have influenced global events and advanced the course of world history. Future generations will remember your contributions. Achievement Reward. 200,000 reputation points, 10 pure fragments. Based on your outstanding performance, additional battle merit reward. 54 million, 1 random legendary equipment chest. At this moment, even on the battlefield, Chao Xing couldn't help but show surprise. The Blood Expansion. I really ended it. This reward is too terrifying. The rewards for this settlement were incredibly generous. The achievement rewarded 200,000 reputation points, 10 pure shards, and an additional 54 million in war merit. Even more outrageous, there was a random legendary equipment treasure chest at the end. The name of this thing clearly revealed its function. It could reveal legendary equipment. You have to remember, he only had 6 or 7 pieces of legendary equipment so far, and each one was earned by completing a series of quests. This shows how precious legendary equipment is. Now, all he had to do was open the treasure chest and get another one. How could he not be excited? Looking at the treasure chest in his backpack, Chao Xing suppressed the urge to open it immediately. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. I was just thinking of taking care of the enemies here and then going to support Brown, but it seems I won't have to go now. But isn't there a demigod-level Fresh Blood Lord station next to that blood teleport pillar? Did Sarah and the others defeat the demigod? Confused, Chao Xing quickly opened the system panel and scanned the battle information. Your territory member, Zevelin Donchi inflicted 4,181,923 damage to the Fresh Blood Lord. Your territory member, Braum Irewall was attacked by the Fresh Blood Lord and took 14,129,624 damage. Beneath the long list of damage information, there was a special note. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance successfully destroyed a blood teleport pillar, earning 2 million battle merit and 2 divine power fragments. A sudden realization flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. So, they didn't kill the Fresh Blood leader, but Sarah found an opportunity and destroyed the teleportation pillar first, right? So what's their current situation? Although somewhat doubtful, Chao Xing believed that Braum and the others were strong enough to hold off a demigod. In other words, they had already won this battle. Now, with only 4 Watcher Elders and a Watcher leader left, they were no longer a threat. With their strength, they were more than capable of crushing the enemy head-on. Chao Xing raised his head, his gaze locked on the Watcher leader in the air, and said in a low, firm voice, "Luo, you lose." Chapter 654. Luo, you lost, Chao Xing said in a deep voice. Hearing this, The Watcher leader seemed to have barely recovered from the shock of the altar's destruction. He stared at Chao Xing in a daze, his entire being seemingly drained of energy, muttering to himself, "I lost. Did I lose? How is this possible?" The human race's golden tablet foretold that blood will cleanse everything, and amidst chaos, humanity will usher in a new order. And I will be the one to usher in this new era. Could it be that all this was wrong? His eyes grew increasingly bewildered. Everything he had once believed in was shattered, a blow no less devastating than the one he had endured 1,000 years before. Even on the other side, the Ice Crystal King and a host of other legendary powerhouses quickly gathered, gazing at him with icy eyes. "Luo, you are too naive," the Ice Crystal King said in a deep voice. "You try to create new life through destruction, but you ignore the terrible price it will cost. Look carefully at everything around you. How many innocent lives have died because of your plan? How many homes have been shattered because of your ideals? Is this really what you want?" The Watcher leader's eyes regained some clarity. Looking at the devastated kingdom of Velan, a wave of doubt rose in his heart. Yes, is this really what I want? So many people died, countless lives lost. Wasn't my original intention to provide a better life for the world's civilians? Could it be? Is I really wrong? A staunch idealist, or perhaps a complete lunatic, wouldn't be swayed by any words. But the blow of failure weakened his inner defenses. Chao Xing, seeing him like this, winked. The crowd understood and swarmed toward the Watcher leader, attempting to surround him. Chao Xing was already thinking about annihilating all the Watchers right here, right now. Just then, the two Watcher elders who had previously extracted the blood infant heart quickly approached their leader. As they advanced, they shouted, "Leader, please cheer up. You haven't failed yet, you haven't lost yet. Have you forgotten? You once said that as long as one Watcher remains alive, the flame of the new human race will be kept alive. We're all still here, and we fight with you, leader." Hearing this, the Watcher leader gradually raised his head. Looking at the two elders charging toward him recklessly, a glint of fire seemed to rise in his eyes. "Yes, I'm still alive. I still have 4 elders. I haven't lost yet." His aura began to rapidly recover, and the oppressive feeling of a demigod level surged over him like a tide. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the two elders. "That's right, Lord Leader. Cheer up. We will all persevere with you." At this moment, the Watcher leader once again radiated an infinite golden light. As if reborn from the depths of nirvana, undergoing a transformation from within, his gaze grew even more resolute, like a piece of black iron that had been tempered 1,000 times, unshakable. In this state, the Watcher leader's aura became even more restrained and terrifying. The Lizardman chieftain seemed to notice his change and frowned, saying, "This guy turned a disaster into a blessing, breaking free from the shackles of his mind and reaching the other extreme. He's truly blessed with great luck. Every time he finds himself in dire straits, he finds a way out and breaks free. But unfortunately, he's encountered a being that can restrain him." As he spoke, the Lizardman chieftain's gaze flickered to Chao Xing beside him. Even the transformed Watcher leader's gaze fell on Chao Xing. He knew that his current situation was largely due to this otherworldly lord. Luo spoke slowly, his voice low and cold. "Chao Xing, you win this time. But our battle is far from over. I hope you can become stronger quickly, or you live in my nightmares forever." With a wave of his hand, he drew the 4 elders to his side. At this moment, Chao Xing frowned slightly at the Watcher leader's final threat. Being targeted by a demigod-level being like this is truly unpleasant. If possible, even at some cost, it would be worth destroying him completely. But if a demigod-level warrior is only thinking about escaping, it's too difficult to kill him. And Chao Xing also noticed that the Lizardman chief's condition had declined somewhat. Throughout the battle, the Lizardman chief had maintained demigod-level combat power for over 2 minutes. Even if those 5 blood cores provided him with a significant amount of vitality, they couldn't sustain such a high-intensity burst for so long. The old chief was his greatest support, and the foundation of his confidence in fighting against the demigod. If he couldn't even hold on, there would be no hope. Is there really no way to defeat this guy today? Chao Xing sighed, feeling a little regretful. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The threat of a demigod meant nothing to him. After all, he was almost meeting all the requirements for a demigod breakthrough. Soon, he would possess demigod-level combat power. Would he still be afraid of his threats then? If this guy dared to confront me, Chao Xing might even achieve the feat of being the first to kill a demigod? But before I leave, I can take out 2 more of his elders. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quietly withdrew the moon god's sealing orb. At this moment, the Watcher leader was ready to evacuate. With a wave of his hand, Luo turned and left with the remaining 4 elders. However, the moment he turned, the 2 elders, whose slogans had just cheered the Watcher leader up, suddenly exchanged a glance. A ruthless look flashed in their eyes. They moved naturally, one on each side, approaching the Watcher leader. Then, each grasped their weapon and thrust fiercely. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh piercing through flesh was heard. The Watcher leader froze on the spot, his eyes filled with confusion. He instinctively looked down, only to see a curved, snake-like sword and a green wind blade piercing his heart and chest. These 2 elders had actually ambushed their leader. The other 2 elders also noticed Luo's injuries. Fear and rage flashed in their eyes, and they shouted, "Elder Viper! Elder Blade Wind! What are you doing?" An angry roar echoed over a dozen kilometers. Even Chao Xing and the others were shocked by this sudden turn of events. The hand that was about to release the moon goddess sealing orb hung suspended in midair. At that moment, he remembered what Qinong had said. Trouble had arisen within the Watchers. Clearly, this betrayal was premeditated. A hint of amusement played on his lips. "Oh my god! Things are getting interesting. Damn you! What are you doing?" An elder roared angrily, a rage surging from him. The 2 elders, who had made the sudden move, quickly retreated, keeping a distance. The gaze he cast towards the 3 people before him was filled with sarcasm and ridicule. "What are we doing? Isn't it obvious?" Luo failed, "But we don't want to end here and wait for another millennium." The elder shouted angrily, "Then why did you attack the leader? You 2 were both personally trained by the leader. Why would you commit such a treacherous act?" The 2 men wore mocking smiles and didn't answer the question. The leader of the Watchers looked up, his eyes still filled with disbelief. "Viper! Blade Wind! Why would you do this?" The elder named Viper sneered, his voice thick with sarcasm. "Luo, you're still so naive. Do you really think the Watchers are united? Do you really think that with your ridiculous ideals, you can convince everyone to sacrifice for you? You're so naive. So foolish." His voice grew sharper, as if he wanted to pour out all the pent-up resentment. "Hasn't the failure of 1,000 years ago taught you anything yet? You talk about cleansing everything with blood, yet you cling to your pathetic bottom line. How can someone as indecisive as you ever accomplish anything? If you had listened to me and sacrificed those ordinary people from the beginning, none of this would have happened. You're too foolish and stubborn. Because of your decisions, the Watchers have repeatedly fallen into trouble, and the situation has become increasingly difficult. You're unfit to be our leader." The Watcher leader listened in stunned silence, as if these words had struck at the most vulnerable part of his heart. For him, the failure of this operation wasn't the most painful part. The backstabbing of the 2 elders was even more difficult to accept. After all, these 2 were his closest confidants, the ones he had personally cultivated and trusted the most. It was clear these 2 elders were doing it on purpose. They were trying to restore his confidence, and then, just when he was most confident, they suddenly backstabbed him. It could be said that this was planned long ago. Luo looked up at another elder. "Elder Blade Wind, why did you betray me?" The elder looked young, perhaps in his early 30s. In response to his question, he replied calmly, "I feel the same way as Elder Viper Enemy. I see no way out following you. I once believed in you, too, that you could lead us to victory. But now, I can only see everyone marching towards death. Every time you encounter trouble, you simply force us to sacrifice ourselves. There were over 20 elders who followed you back then. After the 2 bloody rebellions, only a few of us remain. When all of us Watchers are dead, who will carry on the legacy of the new humanity?" Hearing the elder's response, the Watcher leader's eyes flashed with confusion and pain. He clutched his heart, appearing to be utterly heartbroken. Next to him, the 2 remaining elders shouted, "Damn traitors! You betrayed the organization, and you're still trying to confuse right and wrong." But Blade Wind said calmly, "Am I wrong? Didn't he just tell you to activate the blood burning? If that otherworldly lord hadn't interrupted you, and if I hadn't saved you with the blood infant heart, would you still be alive? Kira and Nia, you're also veterans of the Watchers. Ask yourselves, do you really think this man can lead us to victory?" I thought. Before they could finish their words, the 2 elders looked at the corpses and the shattered altar. The words in their mouths died. Faced with Blade Wind's questioning, they were speechless. Facts speak louder than words. As Elder Blade Wind had said, if they had truly listened to the Watcher leader and activated the blood burning, they would have long since been reduced to cold corpses. Faced with a harsh reality, all words and ideals seemed pale and powerless. The Watcher leader looked at them, his expression growing increasingly painful. He pressed his hand against his heart, and forcibly pulled the serpentine blade free, blood pouring from the wound. He ignored his injuries, and muttered to himself, "Was I really wrong? Was my initial choice a mistake? I inherited the legacy of the ancient human emperor. I founded the Watchers. Is it all my fault? Father, tell me, what did I do wrong?" But the next second, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with rage and madness. "No, I'm not wrong. It was these damn traitors. They betrayed me? Traitors? You are all traitors." As he finished speaking, a powerful golden light erupted from him, and gradually condensed into a phantom clad in armor, wielding a great sword. However, compared to the first time he saw it, this golden phantom no longer possessed the majesty and power it had when he first saw it. It was covered in cracks, and seemed poised to shatter at any moment. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Luo's body. He once again gathered his demigod-level strength, intending to attack the two elders who had attacked him. But just as he was about to strike, his hands involuntarily grabbed the other two elders beside him. He grabbed their necks and lifted them into the air. The two elders, a man and a woman, had been pinched until their faces turned purple, their faces filled with pain. Chao Xing and the others nearby looked at the current leader of the Watchers with strange eyes. He seemed to have gone mad, his entire body hysterical. When a person is at the peak of his powers and suddenly falls to the bottom, it is often the most severe blow. The mockery on the faces of Elders Viper and Blade Wind intensified. "Elder Jilin, Elder Nia, have you seen this? Luo has always been like this. He appears strong, but he is more fragile than anyone else. When faced with difficulties, he only fights with others, and once he encounters setbacks, he becomes completely devastated. Do you really think a leader like this can lead us to victory?" The two elders whose necks were being strangled were still struggling frantically. Among them, the female elder named Nia struggled to open her lips, forcing out a soft call. "Leader, please, wake up. We have not betrayed you." Elder Nia's voice seemed to wake him, causing the Watcher leader's hands to loosen slightly. "Yes, you are not traitors. It's these two who deserve death. Viper, Blade Wind, I will kill you." He maintained the cracked golden shadow behind him, attempting to charge at the two elders. Seeing the Watcher leader charging at him, the two elders instinctively retreated. After all, no matter how frantic and out of control he was now, he was still a powerful demigod. But they didn't panic at all, as if they had something to rely on. Just as Luo was about to charge, Elder Viper once again let out a meaningful smile. "Luo, you're still so impulsive. When will you mature?" At this moment, the already frantic Watcher leader's eyes, provoked by him, were reddened. Like a wounded beast, he wanted to tear the enemy apart. "I kill you!" He lunged forward. At that moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted behind Luo, and a crack over 2 meters long appeared in the void. The next moment, endless blood gushed out from the crack, and a blood-red portal suddenly appeared. Luo seemed to sense something unusual behind him, and was about to turn. At that moment, a blood-red greatsword pierced through the portal. Puff! The greatsword plunged straight into the Watcher leader's back, piercing his body instantly. Blood gushed out instantly. He turned his head with difficulty, and was met with a familiar pale face. It was the bloodline leader he had summoned. "Aetius. Aetius. You dared to attack me." Luo's voice was filled with disbelief and anger. At that moment, a sinister grin played on the bloodline leader's lips. His voice was cold and mocking. "Why not? This is the opportunity I've been waiting for so long." Before he finished speaking, he yanked out his great sword. Puff! The Watcher leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, the bloodline leader grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. The blood continued to fall, staining his robes red. The Watcher leader spoke with difficulty. "Aetius, you dare to confront me? Aren't you afraid that I will crush the blood race and take your entire blood plane with me?" The blood race leader chuckled. "Luo, do you think you can still give me orders? You used to be so confident and arrogant, trespassing into our blood plane alone. You threatened to pollute the sea of blood, forcing the Blood Lord to compromise and hand over his blood core to you. But how could you know that the Blood Lord can replace his own blood core? You vainly attempted to use our Blood Legion as your weapons, your tools. But aren't we using you to open a passage between the two worlds?" At this point, his voice suddenly turned cold. "But you're useless. 2 consecutive failures have caused us heavy losses. Even in our blood plane, legendary 10,000s aren't infinite. This time, even you, the Watchers, will be annihilated. For the next 2 to 3,000 years, there's no hope of opening a passage between the two planes. So we don't want to continue playing games with you. From now on, we follow our own plan." Chapter 655. The Watcher leader stared blankly at the Blood Legion leader, his eyes still dazed. Replace? The blood core. He took out a dark red seed and held it in his hand. However, the moment it came into contact with the air, it quickly dimmed, dissolving into black powder and dissipating in midair. At that moment, he seemed to understand something and chuckled to himself. He seemed drained of his energy and spirit, becoming listless, like a hollow shell without a soul. Nearby, Chao Xing, the Ice Crystal King, and the others observed the scene before them and understood the relationship between the Watcher leader and the Blood Legion. Their gazes towards Luo were filled with pity. The Lizardman chief sighed and shook his head, saying, "Luo, useless." The Watcher leader had just suffered a defeat, and had recently been stabbed in the back by the elders. Now, even the Blood Legion, which he had used as a weapon, had turned against him. Even those with a strong mind couldn't withstand such a series of blows. It was indeed as the Lizardman chief had said, he was already broken. After striking the Watcher leader, the Bloodline leader turned his gaze back to the crowd. He chuckled, "That worthless Luo has fallen at your hands. But, if you want to completely expel the Bloodline Legion from this world, it won't be so easy." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, sweeping across the field like a giant wave, as if threatening to engulf everyone there. Chao Xing and the others were on high alert and assumed combat stances. Even the Lizardman chief took a deep breath, ready to unleash his demigod-level combat power. Everyone stared intently at the fresh Bloodline leader. After all, the threat posed by a demigod-level powerhouse should not be underestimated. However, just as everyone thought he was about to launch an attack, the fresh Bloodline leader suddenly flashed, engulfing the four surrounding Watcher elders. Swish! His figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he had reached the center of the Blood Prison Sacrifice formation. That was the altar they had just destroyed. The fresh Bloodline leader lifted the dying Watcher leader in one hand and, with the other, slammed the bodies of the four elders into the center of the formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the remains of the altar shook violently, as if reactivated by some force. The four elders were still in a state of confusion, unsure why the fresh Bloodline leader had suddenly attacked them. But their instincts compelled them to leave as quickly as possible. The Bloodline leader sneered and hurled his bloody great sword. Puff! 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 5 consecutive piercing sounds were heard. The 4-meter-long greatsword directly impaled the Watcher leader and the other 4 elders. A burst of bloody light shot up into the sky, as if the formation had been fully activated. Amidst this bloody light, the 4 elders displayed the same symptoms as the civilians. All sorts of horrific marks appeared on their bodies, and pieces of rotting flesh fell off. The excruciating pain that coursed through their bodies caused them to let out heart-wrenching screams. Ah! What is this? It hurts. It hurts. Let's get out of here. The 4 elders struggled frantically, their limbs twitching wildly in the air. But with their bodies pierced by the great sword, they were unable to break free, and could only watch helplessly as their bodies rotted away at a visible rate. Asius, what are you doing? The elder named Viper's eyes were bloodshot, his voice filled with rage and despair. Elder Bladewind roared, "Damn it! Let me go! You promised me you let us live." The Bloodline leader's eyes still held a sneer, his voice cold and ruthless. Promises? Those were just lies to coax you into my service. Two-faced people like you are only fit to be used as blood. Hearing these words, the elders were completely despairing. At this moment, the blood-red vortex that had been about to dissipate began to slowly rotate, and even the 16 blood transmission pillars that had dimmed once again erupted with a dazzling bloody light. Everyone realized something. The Ice Crystal King's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "This guy is using the bodies of the Watcher leader and several elders to power the Blood Prison Sacrifice array. He's trying to reactivate the array. Stop him." At that moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Previously, the array had been activated for less than 2 minutes, devouring billions of lives and nearly succeeding. And just how terrifying is the blood energy contained in a demigod? At least comparable to that of tens of billions of ordinary people. Add to that 4 legendary elders. Such a vast amount of blood energy could absolutely activate the array in an instant, and even completely open up the passage between the 2 worlds. Chao Xing and the others quickly rushed to the altar, attempting to interrupt it. However, the fresh Bloodline leader sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, the blood infant heart held by the 2 elders flew into his palm. "This is our blood plane, an opportunity countless blood armies have waited for over 2,000 years. You guys, stop messing with us." He swallowed the blood infant heart without hesitation. Puff! A terrifying surge of blood energy soared into the sky, propelling his power to its peak. Chao Xing's eyes remained calm as he spoke swiftly. We hold him back. Clan leader, you interrupt the formation. He would use these legendary warriors to contain the fresh bloodline leader. With the Lizardman clan leader's demigod-level speed and terrifying destructive power, he could quickly approach the formation and disrupt its operation. Everyone knew that Chao Xing's decision was the most correct one at this moment. They immediately launched into action, charging towards the fresh bloodline leader. The Lizardman chief transformed into a streak of ochre lightning, charging towards the center of the formation, and at that moment, the fresh bloodline leader's body suddenly swelled, a crimson blood mist enveloping him. He sneered, I told you, this is the opportunity we've been waiting for 2,000 years. No one can stop it. A surge of blood energy suddenly erupted from him, spreading out like waves. It enveloped Chao Xing, Mernina, the Lizardman chief, and the others. You have entered Asia's blood core domain. Within this domain, your attributes are reduced by 20%, and your movement speed is reduced by 30%. Your range of movement is restricted within this domain. If the health of the person who released the domain is reduced to below 30%, the domain will automatically dissolve, or the other party will actively close the domain. Otherwise, there's no escape. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's expression darkened. He quickly said, this guy actually trapped us with his domain. We can only dissolve the domain by severely injuring him. Otherwise, we can't get through. What? Shock flashed across the eyes of the Ice Crystal King and the others. They tried to break out of the domain, but found themselves struck by a wall of air, bouncing back. This domain was similar to the blood prison that had previously trapped Chao Xing. But it was even more difficult. After all, this guy could be released at any time. The difference was that they could reduce the Bloodline Lord's health to below 30%, and the domain would automatically dissolve. Or, the Bloodline Lord, Aetius, could dissolve the domain on his own initiative. Clearly, the second option was impossible. Now, there's only one choice left. Chao Xing's eyes flashed cold, and he quickly declared, then, everyone, attack together. Injure or kill this fellow as quickly as possible. Then, the powerful warriors on the field nodded solemnly. Their gazes toward the fresh blood leader were filled with murderous intent. Clang! The Lizardman chieftain struck first. Using his last remaining strength, a massive beam of light erupted from his mouth, blasting towards the fresh blood chieftain. Knowing the terrifying power of the Lizardman chieftain, the fresh blood chieftain vanished in a flash. However, as the fresh blood chieftain appeared, 3 terrifying sword energies charged forward. Puff! Puff! The sword energies pierced his body, leaving terrifying bloody scars. But the next moment, a powerful vitality emanated from the opponent's bloody body, rapidly healing the wounds. Seeing this, Chao Xing was certain. This guy is indeed a relatively weak demigod. We can fight him. Just then, the Lizardman chief's voice reached his ears. Lord Chao Xing, my burst of energy has ended. I need some time to recover before I can regain the strength of a demigod. Hearing this, Chao Xing's heart sank. As their only demigod, the Lizardman chief assumed the role of both tank and damage dealer. If he couldn't unleash his demigod power, his damage output would be drastically reduced. However, the old chief had already been battling the Watcher leader for 4 or 5 minutes. He had indeed reached his limit. Chao Xing nodded solemnly. Then, he quickly directed the others. Then everyone, use your group attack skills and launch a direct, blanket attack. This area is so small, let's see how he can dodge. Then the powerful warriors followed suit. Crash. Boom. A variety of terrifying group attacks bombarded the area, the damage figures rising continuously. Decrease 962,354. Decrease 1482624. Decrease 1923166. Decrease 8196234. Decrease 1192364. Decrease 784,232. Decrease 1846204. Even after being weakened by demigod-level armor, they still inflicted considerable damage. Especially Marinella and Francesca's attacks, which were 100% critical hits. The fresh Bloodline Lord suffered a massive amount of damage in a short period of time and were beaten back step by step. As Chao Xing attacked, he quickly calculated in his mind. The Lizardman chieftain is temporarily recovering and unable to unleash his demigod power. With the attacks of over a dozen legendaries here, the damage per second is approximately 30 to 40 million. Aetius is weaker than Luo, so his health should be significantly lower. According to estimates, it's between 2 billion and 2.5 billion. Based on this calculation, it would take at most a minute, and a half to severely injure him, or even kill him. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. According to this calculation, they could easily destroy the altar after defeating Aetius. Meanwhile, the area was still covered in attacks from over a dozen legendaries. The fresh bloodline leader fled, dodging the attacks within the area, completely losing the dignity of a demigod-level powerhouse. Puff. Puff puff puff. A dozen seconds later, the fresh blood leader emerged, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even regain his balance, the overwhelming attack descended upon him again. Damn it! He could only grit his teeth and flee again. However, the blood core field, like the blood prison formation, trapped Chao Xing and the others, as well as himself. Within the limited range, he had little room to dodge. His health began to plummet. If it weren't for the two blood infant hearts providing him with a vast supply of blood and energy, he would have been severely injured by now. But the fresh blood leader persevered, his eyes gleaming with madness. For a demigod, being so badly beaten by a group of legends was a deeply humiliating experience in itself. But at this moment, Aetius had already abandoned his pride, his heart filled with only one conviction. That was to activate the formation and completely break through the main plane's barrier. Aetius suddenly shouted, "You! No one can stop me!" With that, he abruptly crossed his arms in front of him, his head slowly tucked up, and his legs quickly followed suit. He remained in a curled-up position, floating in midair. Blood began to ooze from his body, quickly solidifying as if clad him in a layer of blood armor. He completely abandoned attacking and entered a defensive state. He would use all his might to hold Chao Xing and the others back. Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged, his voice icy. "Continue. Attack with all your might." Boom! Boom! More than a dozen legendary attacks erupted again, slamming into the blood ball. Minus 218,524. Minus 317,248. Minus 459,262. Minus 372,451. Minus 339,025. The various attacks landed on him, causing a drastic drop in damage. DPS dropped from 30 to 40 million to just over 10 million. And this guy had even swallowed those two blood infant hearts, restoring his health. According to Chao Xing's previous calculations, it was now impossible to reduce a demigod's health below 30% in such a short period of time. Damn it! Chao Xing couldn't help but curse. The others, sensing the urgency of time, simultaneously launched into a frenzied burst of energy. Even the Lizardman chief took a sharp breath, forcing out an attack far beyond the typical legendary level. The damage per second inflicted by the group increased significantly again. However, the vitality contained in the two blood infant hearts swallowed by this creature was simply too potent. It continued to regenerate its health. And so, over a minute passed. In the center of the formation below, as the bodies of the four elders continued to dissolve, transforming into pure blood energy that was absorbed by the formation, their screams grew fainter. As for the leader of the Watchers, after suffering a series of blows, it was unclear whether he had lost consciousness or had given up the will to live. He remained silent. In the space enveloped by the blood domain, more than a dozen figures continued their frantic attacks. Even Chao Xing was constantly switching between Frost Mage and Archdemon forms, unleashing large-scale skills one after another, bombarding the bloodline leader. However, this creature remained curled up, maintaining a defensive stance, constantly shifting positions. While dodging the attacks, he taunted, "Ha ha ha, you ants, you can't break my domain. Just wait here with me for the moment when the barrier is completely torn apart." Damn it! Chao Xing and the others grew increasingly anxious. He even unleashed the Lizardman statue and unleashed Heaven-Splitting Claw. A gigantic lizard phantom emerged, then fiercely swung its claws. Swish! Minus 671,862 for the Heaven-Splitting Claw, which previously dealt over 100 million damage, only left a few scars on the fresh bloodline leader. A demigod-level powerhouse, fully defensive, is truly formidable. The second minute of the battle began. The blood-red vortex, absorbing vast quantities of blood energy, had become increasingly condensed, seemingly poised to explode at any moment. The fresh blood leader's body was already riddled with wounds, and he was being battered back and forth like a ball. And just then, as if sensing something, he gradually opened his arms. Hitting his pale, twisted face, a sinister smile played upon his lips. Ant's time has come. The blood-red vortex had finally accumulated enough blood energy. From it erupted a towering column of blood, soaring into the air. Crash! This column was thicker than ever before, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of the universe. In the blink of an eye, it reached the end of his sight, and the sky began to tremble violently, and then, as if triggering some chain reaction, the earth began to tremble violently as well. The few remaining creatures in the entire kingdom of Velan instinctively raised their heads. And then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. That massive pillar of blood pierced the sky, as if it were about to tear it apart. After a brief silence, they heard a distinct cracking sound. Crack! Crack! Someone murmured. The sky is broken. It was truly broken. The sky was ripped apart, a massive hole appeared, as if even the barrier of the world had been completely shattered, not only within the surrounding kingdoms, but also across the entire western continent, every living being in every corner sensed this terrifying change. They stared at the sky in amazement, their eyes filled with shock and despair. Some hidden masters seemed to have sensed something. Just like the day the Blood Rebellion began, they all emerged from their dwellings. Looking at the torn sky, their brows furrowed with an unprecedented solemnity. Whoosh! A giant dark blue dragon burst from the cave, and soared to the summit of a mountain tens of thousands of meters high. A howling cold wind brushed against its scales. Its deep eyes, gazing at the events above, were filled with an unprecedented solemnity. A breach has appeared in the world barrier. Some strange beings will seize the opportunity to infiltrate the main plane. Even more planes will become aware of this world's existence. Is it true, as Aurene said, that everything is determined by fate? Then, who wanted this outcome? It closed its eyes, as if contemplating something. Finally, its gaze fixed on the distant kingdom of Velan. Aurene said that soon, a god will fall. Let me guess, which god will be so unlucky? Chapter 656. On a frozen shore. A stooped old woman, draped in a black robe and holding a cane, walked slowly across the ice. She was about to step into the frozen sea, when she suddenly sensed something and quickly turned, looking up at the sky above. Gazing at the torn sky, a strange smile gradually emerged on her wrinkled face. Hee. A low, hoarse laugh escaped her lips. As the revelation has come, the barrier of the world has been broken, revealing a glimpse of the chaos of the future. If those little creatures can hold on, the whole world will be reborn. If they can't. At this point, she smiled a meaningful smile again. And at that moment, the old witch seemed to sense something. Her cloudy gaze fixed on the gap in the sky. In her sight, she seemed to see several obscure auras emerging from the gap. Hee. These corrupted creatures are quite fast. But they're just a few pitiful creatures, thinking they can evade their control. But in reality, they're just pawns they've deliberately released. True God. Sigh. The old witch shook her head, and said no more. A dark aura gradually flowed from her body, and she walked towards the completely frozen sea. At the same time, 4 or 5 strange auras quickly emerged from the gap in the sky. These auras rushed to various corners of the continent, as if searching for something. Some 5,000 kilometers from the kingdom of Varen, in an uncharted small village, there were only a dozen households. The entire village slumbered silently in the night. Only a single, simple wooden hut still glowed faintly. Inside, piled with animal hides, bows and arrows, and some sharpened arrows. It looked like a hunter's dwelling. In the corner of the room, a small wooden bed rested quietly upon it, a man and a woman. At that moment, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, his movements as stiff as a puppet. His sudden movement startled the woman beside him. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, her delicate face radiating a mature charm. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and whispered, "Dear Harry, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Don't worry, it will all pass. We have to deliver some game to Mrs. Jennifer tomorrow, so why don't you get some rest?" As she spoke, she reached out her right hand and gently patted the man's back a few times, trying to comfort him. But then, as if she noticed something unusual, her movement suddenly stopped. The man's body felt icy cold, like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. She looked up and saw that her husband's face was as pale as paper, his eyes empty. He was like a corpse that had been dead for years, frozen in time. "Ha, Harry. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." The woman's voice trembled, fear welling up in her heart like a tide. At this moment, the man slowly turned his head and looked at the woman beside him. A sinister smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his pale mouth. The voice was deep and unfamiliar. "The vessel I had Russ prepare for me 1,000 years ago has finally come in handy. This time, I, X, will rebuild the Temple of Echoes and ascend to the throne of God once again." The woman next to him seemed to have realized something. The man before her was no longer her husband. "You? Who are you?" Please return Harry to me." The man sneered, raised his right hand, and gently tapped it. A flash of white light fell on the woman's forehead. Her gaze instantly became empty and pious. The man slowly spoke, "From today." The woman followed suit, "From today, you will become the first disciple of the Temple of Echoes." "I will become the first disciple of the Temple of Echoes. I will dedicate everything to the great Lord of Echoes." The woman gradually rose from the bed and knelt respectfully on the ground, her voice numb but firm. "I will dedicate everything to the Lord of Echoes, forever and ever." Across the way, in an ancient kingdom, deep within the main city, slumbered an ancient, decaying being. Here he had slumbered for countless years, his aged body sustaining only the final stages of his activity. Each ancient kingdom possessed one or two such ancient beings. They served as the foundation of a nation. When a nation faced an invincible foe, these decaying legends would emerge, salvaging the kingdom from peril with their final breaths. And at this moment, the ancient being suddenly awakened. Stupefied, he sensed the changes in his body and muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. I spent the first half of my life in mediocrity, my talent dull. Even my father said I never reached the 4th level at best. But after that serious illness, a special talent awakened. From that day on, I learned everything quickly, even quickly mastering the kingdom's oldest and most obscure sword manual. And then, I advanced swiftly, reaching legendary level in just 120 years. Was all this thanks to your help?" A phantom figure slowly emerged before him. The voice was low and cold. "You're not too stupid. You finally noticed. You should know why I'm helping you, right?" At this question, the ancient, near-death being before him nodded with difficulty. "Very good." The phantom figure praised. "Now, it's time to offer your body." Then, without even consulting him, the phantom merged directly into his body. The same scene unfolded around the world. At least 4 or 5 people underwent various unusual changes. This meant that 4 or 5 gods had escaped from the abyss. If it weren't for the need for vessels to escape the sanction of the rules, the number would be even greater, and among these mutated individuals, there was a unique existence. In a remote survivor's enclave in the Yuan Kingdom, an Asian-looking lord from another world slept soundly on the large bed in the lord's mansion. Beside him lay 4 or 5 naked, petite female creatures. These women were clearly not human. Their most striking features were the erect ears, and the furry tails that trailed down their backs. At this moment, the otherworldly lord suddenly opened his eyes. A dark purple mist emanated from him, and strange patterns emerged from his body, emanating a mysterious yet powerful force. This also startled the bunny-eared girls around him. They all opened their eyes and softly asked, "Lord, what's wrong with you?" One of the bunny-eared girls seemed to realize something and giggled. "The Lord rarely wakes up in the middle of the night. He must be playing that game with us again." "Really? Then it's my turn this time. I want the Lord to play with me." My turn, my turn." The Lord said my smaller size would make it a better fit. The petite bunny-eared girls argued among themselves, their voices tinged with coquettishness. And just then, the Lord waved his hand and flirted with the blanket. Several naked figures appeared on the bed. He looked down at himself, a look of disdain on his face. Then, he slowly stood up from the bed. The group of bunny-eared girls were now straddling the large bed, looking at him expectantly. "Lord, do you want us to play games with you this time?" "No, the Lord wants it from behind. He said I'm good at twisting." However, before they could finish their words, a dark purple light suddenly flashed in the Lord's eyes. Instantly, the petite bunny-eared girls on the bed closed their eyes and fainted. Not only in the mansion itself, but throughout the entire territory, hundreds of combatants and staff members collapsed to the ground, seemingly in a deep sleep. However, there was no trace of life left in them. They looked like sleeping corpses. While it sounded a little strange, it was indeed the case. Then, from their bodies, clusters of dark purple light emerged, rapidly converging towards the man. He gathered these light points in his hand, then gently inhaled them all into his nose. As if he had tasted something delicious, he couldn't help but let out a sound of delight. "After thousands of years, I've finally tasted nightmares again. Remarkable." Here, he changed the subject. "After so many years in that hellish place, I've almost forgotten what nightmares feel like. This time, I make countless lives remember the horror of nightmares once again. To the main world, I, damn, have returned." His voice was low and cold, carrying a chilling aura of pressure. Then, his gaze drifted off into the distance, towards the area where the sky had been pierced. A sneer curled his lips. "Little one, it seems you're there too. I come find you once I've gathered some strength." He. Before he finished his words, His figure transformed into a streak of dark purple light, swiftly dashing towards the kingdom of Velan. Survivors around the world also witnessed the appearance of the blood column and the ripped sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion and shock. What's going on here? Didn't they say the blood expansion is completely over? What is this thing? Who knows? Why does this blood pillar seem even more terrifying than before? What exactly happened? The survivors were completely bewildered. At this moment, one person suddenly said, "The system just announced that the last blood pillar was destroyed by Boss Chao Xing. Now another massive blood pillar has appeared, and there's a hole in the sky. Do you think this is related to Boss Chao Xing?" Hearing this, everyone realized something. But since Chao Xing hadn't spoken in the chat channel, all this was just speculation. Their curiosity grew. Boom! Violent tremors continued to echo. The effects of the ripped world barrier continued to spread. And because the ripped area was located in the kingdom of Velan, it became the epicenter of the disaster. Starting from the main city, massive cracks rapidly spread outward, extending over thousands of kilometers in an instant. The bottomless cracks were like wounds in the earth, as if the entire continent was about to crumble. Those who had barely managed to survive, barely even had a chance to catch their breath, before they were swallowed by the sudden cracks and plunged directly into the abyss. In an instant, countless lives perished. Not only that, from the massive window in the sky, a terrifying blast of cold air suddenly erupted. Wow! The already freezing temperature plummeted by more than 20 degrees. The temperature in the kingdom's main city reached a staggering -90 degrees Celsius. Even Chao Xing, after arriving in this world, had never experienced such horrific cold. A howling icy wind swept through, its chill spreading across the entire kingdom of Velan. The blood on the ground instantly froze, transforming into scarlet ice crystals. Those still alive, before they could escape, were already covered in a thick layer of frost, standing like ice sculptures. Then, they shattered in the cold wind, turning into fragments scattered across the ground. It could be said that after this war, the kingdom of Velan had been completely reduced to a wasteland. This area was no longer suitable for any living creature. "Luo, did you see that?" A hideous grin spread across the blood's face. "What you couldn't do, I did. The blood army is about to descend upon this world." At this moment, Chao Xing and the others looked solemnly at the blood leader before them. Behind him, two massive crimson portals appeared. Splash. Splash. The sound of crashing waves reached his ears. Also, the frantic laughter of some terrifying being echoed. "Ha ha ha! Main plane, we finally made it." Just as it had happened last time, the bloodline leader emerged from this portal, bringing with him 9 blood centurions. This time, terrifying figures emerged from the portal as well. Chao Xing and the others wanted to intercept them. But they were still trapped within Asia's blood core field. They couldn't escape unless they severely injured or killed the enemy outright. After 3 minutes of relentless bombardment, it was unclear how much health Asius had left. The energy of his 2 blood infant hearts had been completely depleted, and it looked like he couldn't hold out for much longer. But time was running out. Gulp. Gulp. Like slippery monsters emerging from a cave, the figures of the 10,000s emerged one after another. 1, 2, 3. 17 terrifying, bloody figures emerged between heaven and earth. Among them, 2 were over 20 meters tall, their auras shaking the heavens and earth, surpassing even Asia's terrifying presence. In other words, the blood plane had teleported 2 more demigods, plus 15 legendaries. At this moment, as soon as these creatures emerged, they quickly gathered together, led by 2 bloodline leaders, followed by 15 legendary 10,000s. The 2 fresh blood leaders, in particular, were brimming with blood and energy, practically condensing into substance. One of the leaders was towering, but his head looked as if someone had chopped off half, giving him a hideous appearance. He grinned, a twisted smile. "Is this the main plane? The rules here are truly perfect. But it's also incredibly cold. I feel like my head is freezing. Although, I don't seem to have a brain, haha." His voice was hoarse and raspy, as if 1,000 steel needles were stuck in his throat. Beside him, another fresh blood leader's back sprouted ribs, enveloping him like white wings. His gaze was icy, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. "Mighties, this isn't funny. Your jokes are always so boring." The fresh blood leader with only half a head shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Really? I thought my joke would get everyone laughing. Urgi, is your sense of humor too high? Do you think my joke was funny?" He turned and looked at the other blood centurions. The centurions forced a smile across their pale faces, nodding in agreement to save his face. Seeing this, the fresh blood leader with only half a head cracked a smile again. "I told you, Urgi, everyone thought my joke was funny. The fresh blood leader named Urgi glanced at him coldly. Alright, stop talking nonsense. If this drags on, Aetius will be beaten to death. At this, everyone in the arena looked towards the area. The fresh blood leader Aetius was enduring a brutal beating from Chao Xing and the others, looking quite miserable. Aetius, well done. The bloodline leader, with a cluster of bone spurs on his back, praised, now, you can release the domain. Hearing this, Aetius below him instantly withdrew his blood core domain. He was in dire condition. His blood armor was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, emitting waves of destructive energy, as if ready to explode at any moment. After being beaten continuously for 3 minutes by a dozen legends like Chao Xing, even a demigod would have died long ago. But this guy was also lucky. The Lizardman chieftain had just finished a wave of battle, and was unable to unleash his demigod-level power again. Add to that the blood infant heart to help him recover his health, and he actually managed to hold on. Aetius gave everyone a deep look, his voice filled with suppressed anger. You guys, I will return every ounce of your attacks on me. With that, he turned to rejoin the other fresh blood lords. At this moment, Chao Xing's voice rang out again. Keep attacking him. The legends on the field launched their attacks again. Crash! A torrent of attacks coalesced into a torrent of energy, blasting towards Aetius. Aetius had just withdrawn from his defensive stance, and now he was seriously injured. If he took this blow, it would surely aggravate his injuries. At that moment, the fresh blood lord with ribs growing out of his back suddenly attacked. His ribs instantly expanded and stretched out for several kilometers, forming a massive barrier that protected Aetius. Bang! 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 The attacks collided with the rib barrier, making a dull thud, but failing to break it. This move was quite powerful, and it made Chao Xing's gaze even more serious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Aetius flew back into the air. A sinister grin played on his lips. Little fellow, you still want to sneak attack me? Sorry, you no longer have a chance. At this moment, 3 demigod-level fresh-blooded leaders gathered together. The situation instantly reversed. The balance of power between the two sides tilted again. Chao Xing now had 11 legendaries, and 1 pseudo-demigod. On the other side, there were 3 demigods, and a full 15 legendary captains. The situation was now even more dire than before. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure. Even the air felt heavy. Chao Xing looked at the Lizardman chieftain next to him and asked, Chieftain, how is your recovery? The Lizardman chieftain nodded and said, the previous battle with the Watcher leader has nearly exhausted my strength. But regardless of the cost, I can still unleash 3 minutes of demigod-level combat power. Next to him, the old king said, Lord Chao Xing, the Lizardman chieftain and I can work together to deal with 2 demigods. You can arrange the rest of the forces. We are all under your command now. Fight or retreat, it's up to you. Hearing this, Chao Xing remembered something. Back then, the Ice Crystal King had indeed joined forces with the Lizardman chieftain to hold back the 2 demigods, the Watcher leader and the fresh bloodline leader. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt a little less stressed. Running away is impossible. Let's not even talk about whether these guys will let you escape. The current situation isn't that dire yet. After all, his current strength is far greater than it was a week ago. Chao Xing quickly analyzed in his mind. The Lizardman chief and the old king can hold off 2 demigods. Now, there's still 1 demigod to deal with. My 3 legendaries, plus the Orchid Queen and the others, should be able to handle 1. But the problem is, these guys also have 15 legendary centurions, a force to be reckoned with. The thought gave Chao Xing a headache. The disparity in combat power was too great. Even if they could now defeat 3 demigods, it still wouldn't be enough. Splash. The sound of blood flowing could be heard. The bloodline leader, with only half his head remaining, gushed a large amount of blood from his brain, flowing towards Aetius. It looked as if it was healing his injuries. Chao Xing knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to attack immediately before this guy recovered too much strength. He took a deep breath and was about to issue the attack command. At that moment, he suddenly felt a strong energy surge from behind him. Powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Chao Xing turned quickly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. At the edge of his sight, a giant dragon covered in dark blue scales, and with a wingspan of over 100 meters was approaching at an extremely terrifying speed. And on the dragon's back stood several figures. It was Binglon, Isabel, Sarah, and the others. At this moment, before the dragon even approached, Brahm's booming voice rang out. Lord, we're here. Anyone who wishes to harm the Lord must get past me first. Seeing this, Chao Xing felt even more confident. A smile played on his lips, and a glint of confidence shone in his eyes. These guys arrived just in time. This way, we can try to take out another group of their centurions. Or maybe even kill a demigod. Although only 5 legends had arrived, Chao Xing had already begun to think about slaying a demigod. After all, these men of his were no ordinary legends. Chao Xing looked at the crowd and quickly said, "Everyone, listen to me now. Next, my men and I will deal with one demigod, the one with the bones growing on his back. The old patriarch and the Ice Crystal King will hold back the other 2 demigods." King Grey Mist, War King Cunard, and the others exchanged glances and declared in unison, "Leave the remaining legends to us." Everyone present was battle-hardened. No matter how powerful the enemy, even if they vastly outnumbered them, they held no fear. Chao Xing nodded, "Very well then. Kill!" The next moment, Chao Xing leaped into the air. Sniff! The lizardman leader inhaled sharply, unleashing his demigod power once again. Seraphis, Binglan, and the others quickly joined the battlefield, charging forward alongside the other legends. Each one's aura reached its peak, like a god of war. Watching them, 16 legends and 1 demigod, rushing forward brazenly. The 3 fresh-blooded leaders' eyes flashed crimson, their voices dripping with mockery and disdain. "With such a huge disparity in power, you still dare to attack us. You're truly courageous. I had hoped to let you live a little longer, but now it seems we can finally finish you off." The next moment, the 3 fresh blood lords and 15 10,000 captains erupted simultaneously, confronting Chao Xing and the others. The battle began again. This time, it was a true decisive battle. It could be said that this battle even affected the entire course of the Western continent. The moment the battle began, the old king took a deep breath, and a dazzling light erupted from the cyan long sword in his hand. Swish! Swish! 3 consecutive sword energies swept across, their targets clearly targeting the 3 fresh blood lords. They all paused in their tracks. As previously stated, even demigod-level powerhouses dared not underestimate the power of the kingdom's holy sword. This momentary pause allowed them to distance themselves from the legends. At the same time, the lizardman chieftain's massive tail swung, separating the battlefield. The 3 fresh-blooded lords seemed to have seen through their plans. The fresh-blooded lord with the massive bone spurs growing on his back said, "Oh? You are trying to separate the battlefield between the demigods and the legends? Interesting. I also like to see how you would fare against us 3 demigods. Together, let's destroy them." Just as he was about to act, a black shadow silently appeared behind one of the demigods. Then, the death dagger slashed down like lightning. The instantaneous speed was so great that even the demigod-level powerhouses had little time to react. At the critical moment, the fresh-blooded lord suddenly closed the bone spurs on his back. Crack! 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 The sound of blade colliding with bone spurs echoed, as if cleaving through solid bone, sparks flying, damaged figures exceeding 1,000,000 floated up. -196, 5345. -158, 2534. -338, 6364. -582, 4510. -195, 2192. -147, 10945. Shadows bloom. Sarah's explosive attack instantly dealt over 30 million damage. With Blessed Liberation and Death Dagger, as well as a series of bonus status effects, she could still deal significant damage, even as a demigod. This was thanks to the demigod-level armor, which reduced her damage by at least 2/3. Otherwise, this burst would have surely dealt nearly 100 million damage. After being attacked, the fresh blood leader quickly turned and looked. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Oh! A legendary assassin possesses such astonishing attack power." Even this demigod acknowledged Sarah's strength. The next moment, bone spurs on its back instantly grew, stabbing at Sarah. The legendary assassin didn't dodge, but continued to slash furiously. Crack! Crack! 3 layers of Sarah's holy shield shattered in succession. Similarly, she once again inflicted over 20 million damage to the enemy. Swish! When the fresh blood leader's bone spur attack struck again, without the protection of the holy shield, Sarah's body would be instantly pierced. At this moment, a shadowy aura emerged from the dagger in her hand. Sarah's figure vanished instantly. Shadow teleport. The fresh blood leader was startled by the sudden disappearance of his enemy. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 figures. It was Chao Xing and his group of legends. Fresh blood leader Urgi came back to his senses, a hint of interest playing on his lips. "Are you thinking of using your legendary strength to defeat me?" Chao Xing nodded. "I do want to see if we can slay a demigod with our own might." "You have the guts." Fresh blood leader Urgi chuckled. "But I'm not a weak demigod like Aetius. This guy is far inferior to me. Chao Xing smiled. I know the stronger the enemy, the more interesting the challenge, isn't it? Hearing his answer, the fresh blood leader's smile widened. It was as if he had discovered some new and exciting prey. His interest piqued. Very well, then it's as you wish. Let me show you the true power of the Dragon Slayer, commander of the 18th Legion of the Blood Plane. With these words, the bone spikes on the back of this bloodline leader began to expand wildly, emitting a series of crisp crack. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the bone spikes stretched out over 1,000 meters. These bone spikes were like his weapons, commanded by him like an arm, and then blasted forward simultaneously. Crash! The air was pierced by a violent sonic boom, and even the space itself cracked. It was as if countless nuclear bombs were coming towards them, carrying the power of destruction. The power of a demigod was fully revealed. Faced with this terrifying attack, everyone remained motionless, maintaining their formation. The moment the enemy's attack struck, Brahm's figure suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Then, a thick layer of frost covered his body. Eternal Barrier activated. Giant Roar activated. All the bone spurs involuntarily changed their attack direction and blasted towards Braum. Clang, clang. After a dull roar, Braum took all the damage. Damage exceeding 1 million appeared above his head, and his health instantly dropped by over 30 million. But compared to his health of several billion, it was nothing. 30 million damage per second? This data gave Chao Xing more confidence. This guy could deal at least 200 million damage in one burst. But Braum's various statuses reduced his damage by at least 80%. With his current health of over 3 billion, he could easily hold out for over a minute. With all his recovery skills at his disposal, holding off the demigod for 5 minutes wouldn't be difficult. 5 minutes is enough time to deal thousands of rounds of damage. Thinking of this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. The fresh blood leader across from him frowned. He said in a low voice, forced attacks are like a kind of rule-based attack. Really troublesome. We must deal with you quickly. The next moment, the bone spurs on his back continued to pierce furiously. Bang! 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 Like a violent storm, they bombarded Braum's shield of origin, inflicting immense damage. Chao Xing, of course, wouldn't let him continue his attacks. He gave the order, everyone, attack with all your might. Boom! The moment the order was received, the attacks, already poised, arrived simultaneously. The bombardment dealt the fresh blood leader hundreds of thousands, even exceeding 1 million of damage. The first wave of attacks inflicted a cumulative total of nearly 15 million damage. Chao Xing did a quick mental calculation. Based on 15 million DPS, it would take at least 2 minutes to knock down 2 billion HP. But this guy is stronger than Aetius, so his HP is definitely far more than 2 billion. Let's just say he has 3 billion. It's possible this fresh blood leader has other means of recovery. In other words, it will take me at least 3 or 4 minutes to kill him. Clearly, this time was too long, far short of Chao Xing's expectations. The Orchid Queen and the Lizardman Chieftain nearby couldn't hold out that long either. We must kill this guy as quickly as possible. That way, I can free up my fighting power to support the others. Chao Xing quickly said, Sarah, use your legendary skills. Zolin, you too. Everyone else, unleash your strongest attacks on him. Everyone responded solemnly. Yes. Then, an invisible wind of shadow emanated from Sarah's body. This wind of shadow quickly spread outward, enveloping the fresh blood leader, imbued with an invisible cutting force. Swish. Swish. A series of slicing sounds echoed. Over 100,000 damage appeared above the fresh blood leader's head. Though this damage was insignificant, it was merely a precursor to the legendary skills to come. At this moment, Sarah gradually raised her right hand. All the shadow wind converged on her death dagger. Whoosh! As the power continued to build, the power contained in her strike grew increasingly terrifying. Just looking at it was enough to sting one's eyes, making it impossible to look directly. It was clear that if this strike landed, it would be earth-shattering. Even this fresh-blooded leader turned his head, a solemn look in his eyes. This burst of power could even instantly kill a legendary of the same level. What a powerful assassin! And that's not all. As King Velan continued to swing his staff, a massive thundercloud, over 3 or 4 kilometers in diameter, gathered above him. Boom! A dull sound like thunder erupted overhead, as if gathering some terrifying power. King Velan's legendary abilities took even longer to charge. As his thundercloud formed, Sarah had already prepared for her attack. Then she moved. Like a phantom, like a gust of wind. With incredible speed, she reached the fresh blood leader's back. Her gaze was icy, Swift, so swift that even a demigod couldn't dodge it. This phantom dancer unleashed the most stunning strike ever. Swish. Boom. The slash of the Death Blade and Zevran's 5 Thunder Divine Punishment simultaneously struck the Fresh Blood leader. Above him, 2 massive bursts of damage erupted. Decrease 219520165. Decrease 516299942. The first, a terrifying 220 million damage, was inflicted by Sarah. A 100x fatal blow, ignoring 50% of the opponent's armor, caused such horrific damage. According to Chao Xing's calculations, the average demigod's health should be no less than 2 billion. In other words, their recent outburst had shattered at least 1/10 of the demigod's health. Puff. The Fresh Blood leader suddenly struck hard, spat out a mouthful of blood. Sarah had also severed more than a dozen bone spurs on his back. He turned his head, stunned by the horrific wound. Legendary. Combat skills. Including his companions on the field, Braum and Lu Mushua, all gave Sarah a thumbs up. At that moment, Zeverin, with a gloomy face, swung his staff again. Boom! A second powerful bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting the Fresh Blood leader. -639255625. Roar! The Fresh Blood leader roared like a beast, and puffs of black smoke billowed from his body. With 2 lightning strikes, King Velan had already inflicted over 100 million damage. King Velan's lips had turned pale, as if he had overdrawn a lot of his mental strength. Yet, his face remained gloomy as he continued to swing his staff. Boom! A third bolt of lightning struck. This one was even thicker than the previous ones, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Like a thunder dragon, it struck the fresh-blooded leader directly. Snap! A resounding crack erupted above his head, and a massive amount of damage appeared. -789182244. At this point, the combined damage dealt by the 3 bolts of lightning was nearly approaching Sarah's damage. 5 Thunder Divine Punishment can unleash a full 5 bolts of lightning, each more terrifying than the last, but it also consumes a significant amount of mental energy. 3 bolts of lightning could nearly drain the mental strength of a legendary mage. Chapter 657. King Velan's mental strength had been drained, yet he continued to wield his staff, biting his pale lips. Even the Fresh Blood leader's eyes flashed with fear. You bastard, aren't you afraid of your spell backlash due to insufficient mental strength? Severin remained silent, gritting his teeth and wielding his staff. Boom! With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning, unprecedented in magnitude, appeared in the sky. Snap! The lightning struck the Fresh Blood leader, sending him convulsing again. A large damage number floated up. -985218852. At this moment, after 4 consecutive thunderbolts, the Fresh Blood leader was completely charred. The cumulative damage dealt was over 200 million, completely surpassing the damage dealt by Sarah. King Velan's mental strength had been completely drained. A trace of blood and tears appeared in his pupils, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. Chao Xing also noticed his condition wasn't right and warned, Zulan, don't release that last thunderbolt if you can't hold on any longer. However, King Velan bit his lip, his eyes wide as bells. Chao Xing saw utter rage in his eyes. This rage wasn't directed at himself, but at the Blood Legion. Though he said nothing, seeing his former kingdom ravaged to its present state, his heart was filled with endless hatred and grief. Then, gritted his teeth, and regardless of his own condition, he summoned the 5th thunderbolt. Boom! This time, it was as if the energy contained within the thundercloud had been drained dry. The dark clouds dissipated. A terrifying bolt of lightning, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly descended. Even the Fresh Blood Lord felt threatened. But even a demigod couldn't dodge this kind of magical attack. Snap! -121762563. The final bolt struck, dealing over 100 million damage. King Velan seemed drained of energy, his arms limp. However, he had inflicted over 400 million damage on the Fresh Blood Lord, even more than double Sarah's. The destructive power of a legendary thunder spell was now undeniably revealed. Everyone looked at the normally dastardly king with strange eyes, somewhat surprised. After all, the attack power of the 5 Thunder Divine Punishments he had just unleashed far exceeded the realm of legendary power. Even a demigod-level creature with astonishing defense had lost over 400 million HP in a single blow. If it were a legendary, aside from a pervert like Braum, almost no one could survive such an attack. You disgusting creatures, you come to destroy other people's territory. This is my punishment for you. King Velan's face was weary, but his eyes gleamed with the joy of revenge. Chao glanced at him speechlessly. Zolan, you sure enjoyed striking 5 bolts of lightning. But you've drained your mental energy, leaving me without a point of attack, understand? Hearing Chao rebuke, the fatigue on King Velan's face vanished, and he forced a forced smile. My lord, give me a moment. I soon recover some of my mental strength. Chao glanced at him speechlessly, and said nothing more. Everyone, continue your full force attacks. The next moment, Bing Lan, Isabel, Sarah, Francesca, and the others launched another torrential downpour. The demigod Freshblood's health was dropping by 10 to 20 million per second. Almost 10 seconds had passed since the battle began. Sarah and Zevran's 2 legendary skills had dealt over 600 million damage, and the others had dealt nearly 200 million. Totaling 800 million, almost a third of Chao Xing's estimated 3 billion health. Based on this calculation, they could definitely slay the Freshblood before Brahm's taunt expired. Off to the side, Freshblood Lord Aetius observed the situation on the battlefield. He quickly warned, Urgi, be careful. This otherworldly lord is peculiar. Luo fell at his hands, and I, too, suffered several serious losses at his hands. Don't underestimate the enemy. By time. As the first bloodline leader to come into contact with Chao Xing, Aetius was deeply impressed by Chao Xing's treacherous tactics. The first time he encountered this young man, he had only 1 legendary subordinate, yet he still relied on this legendary to turn the tide. The second time, he sent out 9 legendaries and set a trap, intending to kill him. But Chao Xing, demonstrating absolute strength, overturned the situation and even annihilated all of his legendaries. It was after this battle that the bloodline situation collapsed. The third time, which was also this time, was even more so. He was nearly beaten to death by this young man. As a demigod, he even felt a little intimidated by this man, only 10th level. I understand, Aetius. The Freshblood leader named Urgi responded solemnly, seemingly receptive. Mainly, during his time with Chao Xing, he had indeed sensed the difficulty of this human. Next, I go into defensive mode and hold him off. You guys, deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. With that, he suddenly extended his 2 large hands, clenched them into fists, and exerted force. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of bones creaking rang out. The bone spurs on his body began to rapidly extend, shielding his body. At the same time, the attacks from the crowd arrived again. Bang! Boom! Subtract 319,524. Subtract 592,416. Subtract 413,201. Subtract 458,215. Subtract 881,764. Amidst a series of dull thuds, the monster remained motionless. Compared to before, the damage they inflicted was significantly reduced. Fuck. Seeing this, Chao Xing's heart instantly darkened. Because now, it would be completely impossible to kill him quickly. A demigod, who gave up attacking, and only cared about saving his life was truly difficult to kill. Are all the demigods of your blood legion this cowardly? Chao Xing cursed, if you're a man, don't cower. Face us head on. But the blood legion leader seemed completely unfazed. He chuckled, you don't understand. You don't understand what a nasty, filthy world we live in. In our world, the moment every blood soldier is born from the sea of blood, he begins an endless battle. The weak are devoured by others. So to survive, we can kneel and beg for mercy. We can serve beings more powerful than us like dogs. We can even give up all dignity to survive. To survive in the blood plane, we must learn all kinds of tactics, not just combat tactics, but also survival tactics. Chao Xing frowned, realizing his provocation was ineffective. Now, all they could do was confront each other head-on. At this moment, he felt a sense of regret. If only we had brought Andrew with us. In behemoth form, Andrew's ancient roar and shattering claw can reduce an opponent's armor by 90%, and Sarah's death dagger reduces it by 10%. Even if this guy goes into coward form, we can still deal full damage. As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a presence coming from behind him, and these auras seemed familiar. When he turned around, he saw dozens of giant griffins, fluttering their wings and rapidly approaching him. Standing atop them were figures. It was Assam, Andrew, Rennies, and the others. The Frostwolf Knight's steady voice reached his ears. Lord, we saw a fierce battle erupting here. We all thought you might need some help, so we came together. If you don't need it, we can leave immediately. Chao Xing chuckled. Since we're here, why leave? Just in time. Come join me in taking on this demigod. At the mention of battling a demigod, the hero's eyes showed no fear. but instead a surge of fighting spirit. They all responded simultaneously, yes. The next moment, a terrifying aura rose. Andrew entered behemoth form. Renai's activated death arrow. Target kill. Assam raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake high in his hand. Even the other powerful warriors displayed their strongest form. A week ago, Chao Xing brought all the members of the territory to battle the Watchers and the Blood Legion here. But back then, their enemies were legends. Now, they were demigods. Roar! With an ancient roar, a behemoth covered in gray fur pounced upon the bloodline leader. Then it lashed out with 3 claws. Puff! Puff! Decrease 4,752. Decrease 178,624. Decrease 412,952. At that moment, the fresh bloodline leader's armor instantly dropped by 90%. Chao Xing continued his orders. All melee units, maintain a safe distance before attacking. All ranged units, attack with all your might. Instantly, all the powerful warriors launched terrifying attacks simultaneously. Crash! The attacks merged into a torrent, raining down upon the fresh bloodline leader. Instantly, terrifying damage erupted one after another. Decrease 4825625. Decrease 3195662. Decrease 7582456. Blessed Liberation. Decrease 2862543. Decrease 675,241. Decrease 574,524. Decrease 1186242. Even the masters and heroes could deal a minimum of over 500,000 damage. After all, they had all been buffed by Lu Mushua's Blessing of Courage, each possessing an attack power exceeding 300,000. This wave of attacks directly knocked off over 50 million, nearly 60 million, of the opponent's health. Seeing this, Chao Xing was ecstatic. According to this calculation, this guy had at most 2.2 billion health remaining. It would only take less than a minute to slay him. He seemed to see hope of first killing the demigod, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Bang! Boom! One terrifying attack after another landed. Roar! Roar! Fresh blood leader Urgi was beaten so hard that he let out a continuous bestial roar, and a dense cloud of damage appeared above his head. As his health steadily dwindled, the demigod felt the mortal threat. He was about to disarm his defensive form and attack Assam and the others nearby. But because he was still within Brahm's taunt timer, he had no choice but to continue attacking the invincible giant. The fresh blood leader even resorted to group attacks, regardless of the cost. But it was neutralized by the holy shields of the crowd. Even if some of the attacks landed on the masters and heroes, Brahm's original blessing absorbed all the damage. Damn it! The fresh blood leader could only curse furiously, while desperately fending off the attacks of Chao Xing and the others. It seemed he couldn't hold out much longer. Even on the other side, the Lizardman Chieftain and the Ice King, the old duo, resumed their coordinated efforts. The Chieftain acted as a human shield, while the Ice King slashed back with terrifying sword energy. One of the fresh blood leaders, Aetius, had been beaten for 3 minutes by Chao Xing and his men, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. Adding another fresh bloodline leader, who was also more skilled in defense, they could only fight the old king and his men on equal terms. Even on the other side, Queen Yulan, King Grey Mist, and 7 other legends were battling the opposing 15 legends. Although Queen Yulan and the others were each engaged in a desperate battle, the disparity in numbers was simply too great. The concentrated fire of the 15 legends on the Blood Legion side forced them to passively defend. Puff! Puff! Queen Yulan and the others were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Even the 2 war kings of the Cunard Kingdom were covered in horrific wounds. After all, not every legend could easily outmaneuver 2 or even 3 like Chao Xing's men. Under normal circumstances, being able to consistently suppress a legend of the same rank in a one-on-one fight was already considered a good feat. It looked as if the legendary battlefield here was about to collapse. Chao Xing, directing the battle, ordered Bing Lan, go support them. The instant she received the order, Seraphis, standing beneath Bing Lan's feet, spun around and charged towards the legendary battlefield. The Dragon Queen, in her terrifying state, coupled with the permanent Ice Dragon dance, was extremely adept at group attacks. Suddenly joining the fray, she unleashed a torrential downpour of attacks. Swish! 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 Terrorizing sword energy swept through, sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. Legendary-level warriors possess terrifying attack speeds. And with the 100% attack speed boost from the Luminous Flux shoulder armor, she could now deliver over a dozen sword strikes per second. Add to that terrifying group attack range, and she immediately drove the 15 legendary figures back. The pressure on Queen Yuan and the others instantly dropped. They finally had a chance to catch their breath and regroup. The bloody captains roared angrily, "Charge forward! Together we slay this woman!" With that, at least 7 captains broke away from their ranks and charged towards Bing Lan. However, before they could even get close, the Dragon Tamer Queen, with an icy expression, swung out 3 blasts of sword energy, slashing through the sky ahead. From these blasts, a flood of dragon sword phantoms poured forth, descending like a tide from the sky. Clatter! The dragon sword phantoms pierced the captains frantically, inflicting horrific damage upon each one. Not only that, Bing Lan grasped the Dawn Long sword and continued her frantic sweep. Puff! 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 Hit by her sword energy, these 10,000-man commanders were sent flying backwards, each with a 2 to 3 million damage mark appearing above their heads. Queen Yuan and the others watched in amazement. This woman, so terrifying. She single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, leaving the 15 legendaries helpless. The fresh blood leader, currently being assaulted by Chao Xing, had a look of humiliation in his eyes. This otherworldly lord, even while dealing with a demigod like him, actually had the energy to dispatch troops to support other battlefields. Doesn't that make him even more useless? Even the other 2 fresh blood leaders found it incredible. They clearly had far more powerful warriors than Chao Xing's side. They even had 3 demigod-level warriors. On their side, at most, they only had the Lizardman chieftain, a demigod, and yet, the battle was evenly matched. Even so, they were still in a state of suppression. At this moment, a look of frustration crossed the eyes of the confident Blood Legion. They had originally planned to show their might to the world upon their emergence, but they had never imagined they would encounter such a terrifying opponent upon their arrival. On Chao Xing's side of the battlefield, the Blood Leader's health began to steadily decrease. During this period, he knew he couldn't let the behemoth get close to him, otherwise the damage these people would inflict would increase dramatically. So, every time Andrew tried to approach, he would unleash a torrent of blood energy, forcing him back. But even so, his health continued to plummet. If this continued, he, a dignified demigod, would truly be slain by this group of legends. Damn it! Urji's heart was filled with impatience. At this moment, Chao Xing floated at the edge of the battlefield, searching for the right opportunity to use Lizardman's statue. The strongest skill. Ancient Lizard King's wrath, if it were to hit a demigod with all its might, would inflict at least 1 billion in damage. According to Chao Xing's estimate, this guy has at least 3 billion health points. So far, they've already taken away nearly 1.6 billion. In other words, if they can take down another 400 million health points, they'd be within Chao Xing's kill zone. At that point, Chao Xing will use various control skills to briefly control him. Then, it's time for him to kill his first demigod, and once the first demigod dies, the balance of power will be completely tilted. Next, it's time for them to counterattack and defeat them one by one. It's time to capture the remaining 2 demigods and 15 legends in one fell swoop. Of course, imagination is wonderful. But reality doesn't always follow Chao Xing's script. And he was prepared for any eventuality. Chao Xing took a deep breath. No matter what, I've secured the title of first demigod kill today. He stared intently at the fresh bloodline leader, his mind rapidly calculating his health. After 2 or 3 seconds, the people in the leader's ranks once again dealt over 100 million HP. 300 million left. He muttered silently, as if counting down the time for the fresh bloodline leader's demise. After another 3 seconds, Chao Xing muttered. 200 million left. The moment to slay the demigod was nigh. After waiting another 2 seconds. Bang! Boom! -1854263. A shadow bloomed. This guy's HP had completely reached the kill line. At this moment, Chao Xing barely hesitated. He pulled the moon goddess sealing orb from his backpack and unleashed it immediately. Buzz! A bright moon emerged, enveloping the figure of the fresh blood leader Urji. An invisible sealing force instantly spread, slowing the opponent's movements. However, the orb sealing power alone wasn't enough. Chao Xing quickly said, "Use all your control abilities." The instant she received the command, Hilda launched a massive net. The frost moose also exhaled a powerful, freezing breath. Even Chao Xing himself activated Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial. Bang, bang! Huge fragments of meteorite materialized and blasted towards their target. You guys, try to control me? Fresh Blood Lord Urji seemed to sense something amiss. Under the combined effects of various control skills, his speed slowed, nearly stopping. When the last meteorite fragment appeared, the seal was completely sealed, pinning Fresh Blood Lord Urji in midair. However, this fellow, worthy of being a demigod, even while pinned, managed to unleash his might and struggle furiously. Roar! Break it! The Fresh Blood Lord was about to break free from the meteorite's seal. However, Chao Xing had already tucked the Demon Codex into his backpack, freeing one hand to retrieve the Lizardman statue. An invisible force emanated. Fresh Blood Lord Urgi's gaze instantly locked onto the statue, sensing a threatening aura. Demigod. His pupils suddenly constricted. Before he finished his words, Chao Xing had already replenished the statue with 4 divine power fragments. Then, he clicked the release button. At that moment, a gigantic lizard, 10,000 meters long and as vast as a mountain, appeared. It suddenly opened its maw wide, aimed at the Fresh Blood leader. It seemed as if a terrifying energy was accumulating within its mouth. After a brief period of accumulation, this energy had reached its limit. Then, a beam of destructive light erupted. Crash! The beam instantly shot out over 10,000 meters. The demigod's ultimate blow caused dense cracks to appear in the air along its path. Then, it struck the Fresh Blood leader directly. Sizzle! Sizzle! Amidst the eroding sounds, terrifying damage was emanating. Subtract 98524524. Subtract 119553531. Subtract 1209522634. Subtract 1341905542. Subtract 1318525663. Subtract 1328524442. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this spot. Everyone felt the horror of this attack and witnessed the sight of Fresh Blood leader Urgi being devoured. A dark cloud hung over the hearts of the Blood Legion. Under everyone's gaze, the energy being completely dissipated. Then, the figure of the Fresh Blood leader gradually emerged. At this moment, the Fresh Blood leader was in a very poor condition. All of his bone spurs had been broken, a massive bloody hole stretched from front to back across his chest, and his body was covered in a dense web of cracks. The Fresh Blood leader turned his head with difficulty and looked at Chao Xing. Human. You actually. Before he could finish his words, his body exploded with a loud bang. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement. A demigod-level powerhouse, the strongest demigod in the entire arena, was brutally annihilated by a group of legends and heroes. Urgi is dead? How is that possible? Aishia's voice trembled, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. The Fresh Blood leader with only half a head said solemnly, "Don't panic. He's a demigod. He can use blood resurrection and resurrect at full health. This otherworldly lord can't be killed." Hearing this, the other Fresh Blood leaders gradually breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with this ability, the demigods and legends of their Blood Legion were virtually invincible. At the same time, where the Fresh Blood leader Urgi had exploded, a pool of flowing blood floated. Then, the blood quickly coalesced. Clearly, this was the activation of the opponent's innate ability. Soon, from this pool of blood, the Fresh Blood leader would be reborn. Watching this scene, the Lizardman chieftain, the old king, and the others all had solemn expressions in their eyes. After finally seeing the hope of victory, are we still going to fail? The Ice Crystal King sighed. Chao Xing, however, remained unmoved. He stared at the flowing blood, a cold look in his eyes. Chao Xing said gravely, "I went to such great lengths to kill you, not to revive you." He then spread out his right hand, and a drop of dark blue blood appeared in his palm. Then, Chao Xing flicked it gently. The drop of blue blood flew out with a whoosh and merged directly into the rapidly condensing blood. Instantly, the flowing blood stopped. The face of Urgi, the bloodline leader, had almost condensed on it. But now, a look of fear gradually emerged from it. "This is the blood of the god of filth. Damn it! How did you get it?" he demanded in a horrified voice. The other blood triads and bloodline leaders, upon hearing the name god of filth, all showed a look of horror on their faces. It was as if it were a taboo name, never to be spoken. At the same time, the flowing blood, after absorbing the filth blood, began to change. Like a drop of black ink poured into clear water, it quickly spread. The blood, from its original bright red, turned a dark blue. Gradually, the face on it began to distort and vanish. Finally, as if it had lost all its power, the blood, now completely tainted with a dark blue color, completely dissipated. Crash! A thick blood mist instantly spread, dyeing the sky crimson for 100 miles. At that moment, horror filled the eyes of the remaining commanders and bloodline leaders. "Commander Urgi, his resurrection has failed. A demigod has died in our blood plane." Boom! With a dull rumble of thunder, a torrential rain of blood began to fall from the sky. This blood rain was not simply liquid. Even temperatures as low as -90 degrees Celsius couldn't freeze it. This was a sign of the demigod's death. At this moment, the group of beings who had just escaped from the netherworld all cast their gazes in the same direction. Even these terrifying beings, upon seeing the scene in the sky, couldn't help but look in surprise. A demigod has fallen so quickly? Is the fighting there so fierce? The nightmare god Daim now stood atop the walls of a massive city, gazing towards the kingdom of Viren. The deceased demigod was from the blood plane. Those old fellas really are quite capable. Hee hee. It's a good thing I didn't rush over rashly. Let me recover for a while, gather some strength, and then I come play with you again. And that little fellow. Let you live a few more days. Ancient beings like these, who have lived for countless years, are all deep-minded. Even the nightmare god, known for his vengeance and fiery temper, has chosen to keep a low profile after arriving in this world. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the kingdom of Viren, Chao Xing floated in midair, watching the blood spill before him. Then, a system prompt appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please take note. You have killed the Fresh Blood leader, Urgi, level 180, demigod level creature. Killing a monster above your level, earning 0 experience points. Combatant experience points, 217,820,000. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in the server to kill a demigod level creature. Unlock the achievement, Path of God Slaying. Path of God Slaying. Increase reputation by 100,000 and charisma by 100. First kill reward, Dream Library, Legendary, 1 random demigod level combat skill, 100 divine power fragments. Chapter 658. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's face once again cracked with a smile. Just as he planned, after mustering all his might and unleashing his trump cards, like the Lizardman statue and the foul blood, he successfully slain a demigod. And no ordinary demigod, this one was far more powerful than Aetius. The reward for killing a demigod this time is a bit strange. What's the Dream Library? However, Chao Xing didn't check the reward immediately. Instead, he scanned the battlefield, a chilling coldness in his eyes. Every centurion and Fresh Blood lord who passed under his gaze felt a chill run down their spines. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. Now it's your turn. Attack with all your might. Destroy all the Fresh Blood lords and their centurions. In an instant, Chao Xing's group of legendary heroes charged forward. A deadly sense of danger washed over him. After all, it was these same people who had just slain one of their demigods. At the same time, legendary warriors, like Isabel and Zeverin had launched another attack. Their target, surprisingly, was the legendary centurions. Boom! A ball of holy light exploded, like a nuclear bomb, and destructive thunder descended simultaneously. This was joined by the attacks of dozens of heroes. Instantly, at least 2 or 3 severely injured centurions were revived. However, as soon as they revived, they were immediately met with a torrent of attacks from these legendaries. Damn it! A centurion roared. We've waited thousands of years for this opportunity, and it's ruined by a lord from another world. I won't give up. No matter how much he refused, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. After his health was reduced to 0, he exploded with a bang and dissipated into a cloud of blood mist in midair, followed by 2 more explosions. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglon, successfully killed Blood Legion's 10,000-man commander, Blood Splash Steady Cut LV-130, a legendary creature. Gained experience points, 84,500,000, Pale Attraction. Achieved battle merit, 1.3 million. Your territory member, Sarah Quest, successfully killed Blood Legion's 10,000-man commander, Mika Puss Blood LV-130, a legendary creature. Gained experience points, 84,500,000, Pale Attraction. Achieved battle merit, 1.3 million. Attention! You have successfully killed 10,000-man commander, Mika Puss Blood, fulfilling the last wish of legendary mage, Vittorio Guanxiu. Obtained hidden quest reward, random epic skill book, survivor exclusive, *1. Successfully killed. After several consecutive prompts, it meant 3 more legends had been slain. And this time, Chao Xing also completed the hidden quest for the light legendary archmage. Looking at the extra black skill book in his backpack, Chao Xing smiled again. Great. Looks like I'd be harvesting a lot of legendary hearts today. While Chao Xing's morale was boosted, the Blood Legion was being beaten back. No one had expected the Blood Legion to deploy 3 demigods and 15 legendaries this time. Despite such terrifying power, they were actually defeated, even crushed. At this moment, the Fresh Blood leader, with only half his head remaining, said solemnly, "It's time, Aetius. This is the opportunity we've waited for over 3,000 years. We cannot afford to fail again. Aetius seemed to understand something, and he nodded solemnly. All right then. No matter what, we will not fail this time. At the same time, Aetius suddenly rushed in front of the Lizardman leader and blocked his attack. The Fresh Blood leader, with only half his head remaining, moved to the rear of the battlefield. Then, he extended his sharp hands and suddenly stabbed them into his own stomach. Then, with a sudden force, he tore his belly open. Puff! Puff! A series of terrifying sounds followed, revealing the bright red flesh within. However, its stomach was devoid of internal organs. It was pitch black, resembling a bottomless black hole. Aetius, ready. Come! A frenzied look flashed across the eyes of the Fresh Blood leader. At the same time, Aetius, who was battling the Lizardman chieftain and the Ice Crystal King, nodded solemnly. He quickly crouched, shielding himself with his hands before him, then swiftly tucked his head and legs into his chest. He seemed to have transformed into a blood-red iron ball. Aetius had unexpectedly entered his defensive mode again. At the same time, the Fresh Blood leader, who had ripped open his own stomach, suddenly charged towards the battlefield once again. The Lizardman chieftain and the Ice Crystal King looked puzzled, wondering, what are these two guys trying to do? At the same time, the two demigods quickly merged. Then Aetius, shrunken into a sphere, suddenly accelerated. Transforming into a streak of blood-red light, he plunged directly into the belly of the Fresh Blood leader. Gurgle. Gurgle. The huge mouth instantly closed. Then, a series of terrifying chewing sounds rang out. At this moment, everyone finally realized what had happened. This Fresh Blood leader had actually swallowed Aetius. Roar. The Fresh Blood leader's expression instantly turned into extreme pain. Everyone sensed that, originally, his body contained two powerful auras. Now, one of them had grown increasingly weaker, almost dissipating completely. The Lizardman leader suddenly realized something and shouted, "He's absorbing Aetius' blood energy." Interrupt him. Everyone's expression changed at this. It seemed they hadn't expected the Blood Legion to possess such terrifying tactics. At the same time, the old king unleashed 3 more sword energies. Swish. Swish. However, waves of terrifying blood-colored aura erupted from this Fresh Blood leader, spreading like waves. It even neutralized the Ice Crystal King's attacks. In that brief moment, Aetius' aura completely dissipated. After devouring Aetius, the Fresh Blood leader's aura began to surge. It even surpassed Urgi's previous aura, reaching a terrifying level that was heart-pounding. The Lizardman leader looked at him sternly and said in a deep voice, "High-level demigod. I didn't expect these guys to have such a method, elevating themselves by devouring their companions." Then, he turned to look at Chao Xing beside him. "Lord Chao Xing, be careful. High-level demigods are closer to the divine realm than us demigods. At this level, they possess some special abilities." Chao Xing nodded solemnly. Then, with a mighty wave of his hand, he immediately gathered heroes, like Assam and Andrew, into his necromancy bag. After all, this guy has become so terrifying now, his attack power must have skyrocketed. With one more person on the field, Braum has another target to protect. In a group attack, Braum would have to bear at least billions of damage, and even this massive figure would be unable to withstand it. And at this moment, the monster's body seemed to undergo another strange transformation. Gurgle. Gurgle. A sickening sound of flesh and blood surging echoed as his head, which had been severed, unexpectedly grew back. However, the newly formed half looked strangely strange, yet also familiar. It was the face of Aetius, the very being he had devoured. Chao Xing was slightly startled. "Oh my god, is this a fusion?" At the same time, the monster seemed to adapt to the surge of power within its body, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto everyone on the field. A ferocious, terrifying aura enveloped the entire field. Prepare for battle. Beware the enemy's area of effect abilities. Chao Xing quickly warned, "Binglan, Isabel Mushua, prepare to use your legendary abilities." The legendary warriors on the field tensed their nerves, each taking a combat stance, their eyes fixed on the monster's every move. Then, the monster moved. It transformed into a streak of blood-red light, instantly spanning several kilometers. However, it didn't charge towards Chao Xing or the Lizardman chieftain, but instead sped towards the battlefield where the Orchid Queen and the other legendary figures were stationed. Seeing this, Chao Xing's heart sank. Oh no! He's planning to kill the Orchid Queen and the others first. After all, judging by the strength on the field, the Orchid Queen's side was indeed weaker, making them an easier target. Chao Xing had intended to have Braum use Giant's Roar to contain the monster. But this skill had already been used against Urgi, and was still on cooldown. He could only shout, "Stop him! Keep him away from the Orchid Queen." In fact, even before Chao Xing's warning, these powerful warriors had already reacted. The Lizardman chieftain extended his massive tail, attempting to block the monster's path. The old king also slashed several sword energies in its path. Isabel, Zwerin, and the others all launched powerful attacks one after another. However, the monster didn't dodge or evade the blows. It simply withstood all the damage with its body. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered, but the monster's speed didn't slow at all. In a blink of an eye, it reached the battlefield where Queen Orchid was standing. Xia! Retreat! The Ice Crystal King, seeing his interception failed, shouted a warning. Queen Orchid, the Grey Mist King, and other powerful figures also sensed a deadly threat and were about to withdraw. But at that moment, another strange scene occurred on the battlefield. The captains who had been battling Queen Orchid suddenly abandoned their opponent. They all turned in unison and charged towards the Fresh Blood leader. The two sides met in a remarkably short time. Then, the Fresh Blood leader's maw opened again, revealing a bottomless black hole. A sinister grin played at the corners of his mouth. "Come on, everyone! Give your all!" Then, the captain's eyes lit up with a similar frenzy. Without hesitation, they transformed into streams of light, and plunged into the Fresh Blood leader's stomach. Gulp! The first captain was swallowed, followed by the second, the third. The monster's maw was like a bottomless pit. Without even a chewing motion, it swallowed the remaining 12 captains whole. Then, its mouth instantly closed. Gulp, gulp. The horrifying chewing sound echoed again. The monster devoured the captain's energy at an incredible speed. The aura emanating from it surged again at a terrifying rate. Though not as terrifying as when it devoured Aetius, it was enough to send shivers down everyone's spines. However, as it continued to devour, its form grew ever larger and more distorted. Even more horrifying, painfully horrified human faces emerged from its body. Those were the centurions it had devoured. Their expressions were distorted, as if they were silently roaring, filled with rage and despair. Chao Xing's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "Let's go together. We only have one target left. Before it digests it, let's attack." "All right." Everyone responded in unison, just as they were about to launch another attack. Boom! A terrifying bloody energy erupted from the monster like a raging wave, sweeping in all directions in waves. The intense energy surge forced everyone back, even the Lizardman chieftain unable to approach. At the same time, the monster seemed to have completely absorbed all of its energy, its aura becoming even more eerie and unfathomable. The Lizardman chieftain frowned, his tone grave, and said, "This guy. Just after devouring Aetius, he's already reached the level of a high-level demigod. Now, his aura is even more powerful and chaotic. It's like a dozen different forces within him are tearing at each other. I don't know what level he's reached now." Chao Xing asked gravely, "Can we handle him?" The Lizardman chieftain was silent for a moment, then replied, "It's a bit difficult. But we can try." Chao Xing nodded. "If we can try, then there's still hope of victory." No matter what, there was only one enemy left. If he were to be killed, everything would be over. He gripped his staff tightly, and terrifying magical power surged. At that moment, the dozen or so faces on the monster's body opened their mouths simultaneously. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. A shrill, maniacal laugh emanated from the monster, mingled with the wails and roars of countless people, as if countless souls were struggling within it. The laughter was so sharp it stung the eardrums, and even shook the very air. "Be careful," the Ice Crystal King shouted. Everyone took a deep breath, ready for battle. However, the monster still didn't charge directly at them. Instead, it suddenly turned and sprinted towards the ground. What is it going to do? Chao Xing's heart once again brimmed with confusion, and he followed the monster's trajectory. His expression suddenly changed. The monster's target was the altar. This scene left everyone bewildered. Even the Ice Crystal King, who knew the Blood Legion well, felt a little puzzled. He asked doubtfully, "Didn't this guy already sacrifice Luo and the 4 elders, tearing open the world barrier? Why is he still rushing to the altar?" At this moment, the Ice Crystal King seemed to realize something. Although the world barrier has been torn open, due to the restrictions of the rules, creatures from other planes still cannot come in with impunity. Even the Blood Legion can only summon demigod-level bloodline leaders at most. And it knows that demigod-level beings are no match for us. Here, he took a deep breath and shouted, "This guy is planning to sacrifice himself," forcibly opening a larger passage and summoning even more terrifying beings from the blood plane. What? At these words, Shock flashed in everyone's eyes. The monster before them was already nearing the limit of demigod power. If he summoned even more powerful beings, how terrifying would that be? Clearly, there was only one answer. A god. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Demigod-level powerhouses were already so terrifying. Just how powerful could a deity worshipped by all living beings be? Hee. You can't stop me. The monster let out a manic laugh. Then, without hesitation, it charged into the center of the altar. In an instant, its body melted, transforming into a dense, blood-red energy that merged with the altar. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The shock on the Ice Crystal King's face, the solemn expression on Chao Xing's, and the other legends, who were bracing themselves for battle, all froze in their tracks. Then, an unprecedented, terrifying energy surge erupted from the altar. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, a dazzling blood-red light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding territory for thousands of kilometers. The light was so blinding that it was impossible to gaze directly at it. Both sky and earth were dyed a crimson. Then, everyone witnessed with their own eyes the sky, already ripped open, was torn again. Crash! An even larger gap appeared. The earth began to shake violently. From that gap, strange and terrifying forces began to seep in. These forces transformed into fierce winds, cold currents, thunder, and other terrifying natural disasters, resembling the end of the world. It was as if the shield protecting this world had been ripped open, allowing the chaotic energies of the outside world to pour in. Such a terrifying sight filled everyone with a suffocating sense of despair. At that moment, from that enormous gap, a glowing red eye suddenly appeared. This eye was so enormous that it practically occupied half the sky. The surface of the eyeball was covered in bloodshot, and drops of blood oozed from it, passing through the barrier of the world and falling into this world. Crash! Across the entire kingdom of Velan, thousands of kilometers of territory, a torrential downpour of blood fell. The air was filled with a sickening, rich smell of blood, threatening to overwhelm the entire world. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice echoed from the sky, as if emanating from the depths of a distant plain. It carried with it a chilling sense of greed and longing. Is this the main plane that our blood plane has been coveting for thousands of years? What a world with perfect rules. So much better than our blood plane. Here, there's so much life here. I'm so hungry. Chapter 659. Everyone felt a cold gaze fixed upon them. The Ice Crystal King, the Lizardman Chieftain, and the others were now as pale as paper. They murmured softly, "The worst has happened. A divine being is about to descend." At this moment, the entire Western continent sensed this terrifying aura. Everyone, from ordinary people to powerful beings. Even some dormant beings were awakened by this power. The survivors raised their heads, gazing at the blood-red giant eye hanging in the sky, their hearts filled with endless fear and despair. However, a single glance seemed to drain all their strength from their bodies, leaving them frozen in place. Across the territories of a dozen surrounding kingdoms, countless beings fell into an eerie silence, as if time had stood still. Only the bloody rain pouring down from the sky continued its silent fall. This was the terror of a divine being. The kingdom of Velan at this moment. Chao Xing stared at the giant eye, not frozen in place like the other survivors. The crystal in his mind continued to radiate bursts of energy, shielding him from these forces. The gods have arrived. This is no longer fun. Chao Xing complained, his tone tinged with resignation. However, he didn't seem overly panicked by the scene before him. After all, this western continent wasn't just his own. This world was complex, and so far, Chao Xing had only explored a small corner of it. Such a vast territory surely harbored beings capable of rivaling the gods. For example, that mysterious old witch. While we don't know her true strength, the fact that she could fight a being like that in the fog is enough to prove her extraordinary prowess. Next, it depends on whether those guys are willing to fight. If they're not willing, then we're all doomed. Thinking of this, Chao Xing turned to the crowd and said calmly, "Everyone, we need to prepare to flee. Do you know of any hidden places, ideally hidden from divine perception?" Hearing this, Queen Yulan, King Bingjing, and the others looked surprised, their eyes filled with astonishment. Escape? Chao Xing nodded, yes, otherwise, would we still be here, waiting for the gods to descend? We've fought this hard, and we've done our best. An enemy of this level is simply beyond our ability to handle. Staying here would be suicide. Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. At this moment, the dwarf legend suddenly spoke. "I do know a secret place where we can take refuge for a while. But once you get in, it might take a long time to get out." Everyone turned their gazes on him. A hint of smugness lingered on his face. The war king of the Cunard kingdom laughed. Gray. I knew you were a coward. You've already prepared a retreat. The dwarf legend immediately retorted, bullshit. I'm just being prepared. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this. At this point, they no longer feared facing the gods. As Chao Xing had said, in the face of this crisis sweeping the entire continent, they had done their best. If those hidden masters didn't want to take action, it was beyond their control. At the same time, the giant eye in the sky was rapidly approaching, as if it were trying to force its way through the breach in the world's barrier. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of flesh wriggling could be heard, as if the entire world was trembling at its arrival. The lizardman chieftain took a deep breath. Everyone, if you want to escape, move now. Any later, and once this thing truly descends, we have no chance. Okay. The crowd responded. A powerful ochre-colored light erupted from the lizardman chieftain, enveloping everyone. Just as he was about to flee with them, something strange happened again in the altar area below. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from the altar, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood-colored energy. The golden beam shot straight into the sky, right at the breach. An illusory figure gradually emerged from the golden light. Everyone looked intently. Gradually, they could see the figure more clearly. His body was covered in hideous wounds, especially in his chest, where a massive, blood-red sword was lodged. This man was none other than the leader of the Watchers. Luo. At this moment, Luo remained dejected, his eyes fixed on the sky. When he saw that enormous eye, he seemed to understand something. He murmured softly, "So that's how it is. Has this scene been foretold for millennia? When blood falls, the inheritor will devour the divine blood core and ascend to godhood. Then, the inheritor will absorb the blood power of the entire world and purify it of its darkness. From then on, the entire continent will be reborn. In other words, this being is the divine being left for me to absorb." A flash of realization crossed Luo's eyes. Then, a dark blue heart slowly emerged from his hand. The heart seemed to be beating faintly, as if imbued with some vast and eerie divine power. Chao Xing felt this divine power and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, this power? Why does it feel familiar? It seemed somewhat similar to the drop of foul blood I obtained earlier. Luo looked down at the heart in his hand and muttered to himself, according to the prophecy, I will use this heart to utterly slay this descending divine being. Now, the scene is exactly as predicted. Who is orchestrating all this? He raised his head, staring blankly at the sky, as if trying to peer through those blood-red eyes, and see the truth hidden behind them. Chao Xing, the lizardman chief, and the others nearby all heard his mumbling. Chao Xing's expression was a bit strange, and he whispered, "Is what this guy saying true? Can he destroy this deity and ascend to the throne himself?" The lizardman chief nodded, his tone a bit complicated. It should be true. Luo inherited the legacy of the ancient human emperor. He must have seen what he said. Chao Xing frowned and muttered, "What do we do now? The situation is a bit complicated." If what Luo said was true, he was indeed the chosen one as predicted. Destroy the creatures of the blood plane and become the new god himself. At that point, not only would the threat of a god's arrival be resolved, but the world would also welcome a new god. With divine-level power, perhaps he could truly realize his ideal, overthrow the entire corrupt system of the Western continent and restore order. But this guy is their enemy. If he becomes a god, would he turn against them? For a moment, everyone was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. But then, the Watcher leader, Luo, suddenly laughed. There was a hint of fatigue and relief in his laughter. "But I'm tired," he whispered, his voice revealing a deep sense of weariness. "For thousands of years, I've been striving for this ideal, never slacking off for a single day. Only now do I realize that my ideal can't bring salvation to everyone. Many have died innocently because of my obsession. Even my most trusted companions have left me, one by one. Rifeng is right. Even if I succeed in the end, what's the point of being the only one left? So, I won't play this game with you anymore." Before he finished his words, Luo's figure suddenly moved, and a golden sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Swish! A brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, seemingly capable of severing the heavens and earth, soaring into the sky with boundless might. This single strike expended all of Luo's strength. Ah! The giant eye, struck, let out a series of shrill screams, as if even the very sky itself were trembling. "Damn it! Damn it! You lowly ant! How dare you harm me? I will crush you piece by piece. You're dead. When I descend into this world, you regret your actions." Angry roars echoed from the sky, but Luo ignored them. He raised his head, gazed calmly at the sky, and muttered softly, "So-called ideals have been a joke from the very beginning. Including myself, a joke too. Now, it's all over." The next moment, he waved his hand. The golden steel suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring high into the sky. The stone tablet rapidly expanded in the air, its golden light spreading like a tide, seemingly attempting to close the gaping hole in the sky. However, the enormous blood-red eye clearly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Thinking you can use the power of the laws of the golden tablet of destiny to repair the world barrier and prevent my arrival is wishful thinking. Before the words fell, a blood-red ray suddenly shot out from the blood-red eye. This ray seemed to pierce through from another world, carrying the power of destruction. It actually forced the golden light of the stone tablet back. The stone tablet, originally rushing towards the gap, was blocked by the blood-red ray and seemed to be shaky, even showing signs of being pushed back. The power of the gods was truly beyond imagination, capable of launching attacks from across a world. However, Luo's face showed no sign of panic. He whispered, "My power originates from the stone tablet. Now, it's time to return it." As he finished speaking, his body gradually became ethereal, transforming into strands of golden light that converged on the stone tablet. The stone tablet, originally in decline, suddenly shone brighter after being infused with Luo's power. Luo's figure grew increasingly ethereal. In his final moments, he turned his head, his gaze fixed on Chao Xing in the crowd. His lips moved slightly, as if he were saying something to him. Then, Luo's figure completely vanished, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into the stone tablet. Boom! The stone tablet erupted with unprecedented brilliance, violently pushing back the blood-red beam. "No!" The gigantic eyeball cried out in despair. "This is the opportunity we've waited for millennia. How can it end like this? No!" However, no matter how it roared or struggled, the golden light remained unstoppable. Finally, with its all-suppressing might, it directly blocked the massive gap above. In an instant, the terrifying scenes in the sky vanished. The bloody rain ceased, the violent wind subsided, and even the gigantic eye was completely blocked out by the golden light. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have returned to peace. The survivors, civilians, and even soldiers who had been pinned down, all resumed their movements. They looked up at the golden light overhead and murmured, "Is it over?" It seemed so. What on earth happened in that place? To the ordinary people, they merely witnessed a terrifying vision in the sky. Then, it completely vanished. It lasted only a few minutes. They had no idea that an extremely terrifying being had just nearly descended upon this world. At that moment, on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Varen, King Ice Crystal, Queen Orchid, and the others stared blankly at the sky, unable to recover for a long time. Ever since the stone tablet patched the hole in the world barrier, it gradually dimmed. Finally, it transformed into an ordinary night sky, with only faint starlight illuminating. For the powerful warriors on the field, tonight's events were thrilling and full of twists and turns. First, they battled the Watchers, successfully defeating them and destroying their formation. Then, they witnessed the Watcher leader being backstabbed by his most trusted elder, and the Fresh Blood Lord's ambush, leading to their complete collapse. Later, Aetius activated the altar again, breaking the world barrier, and summoning 2 Fresh Blood Lords and a dozen legendary centurions. After another fierce battle, Chao Xing slew a demigod on the spot. Later, even gods were about to descend upon this world. In less than an hour, they experienced events that even powerful warriors would never encounter in their lifetimes. But thankfully, it was all over. All the Blood Lords and Fresh Blood Lords in this world were slain. The Watcher organization was completely annihilated. The world barrier was also repaired. Everything was as if nothing had ever happened. The Ice Crystal King sighed, "I never thought. The Blood Legion, which lasted for 2,000 years, and the Watchers, who have plagued this world for thousands of years, would be brought to an end by us." Although the deity was ultimately pushed back by Luo, the contributions made by these kings and Chao Xing in this war were arguably crucial. Queen Yuan nodded, echoing with emotion, "Yes." Off to the side, the dwarf from the Grey Mist Kingdom seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. "We have accomplished such an astonishing feat. We can be considered the makers of history. When I get back, I make sure the historian records today's events. Let those guys know it was us who saved this continent." Cunard War King couldn't help but tease, "You definitely have the historian portray you as invincible and heroic, and then make us all your foils. In my opinion, it's better not to record it." Everyone nodded. "Yes, I suggest everyone monitor this to prevent some from exaggerating." The dwarf legend said with a guilty conscience, "How could that be? You're judging others by your own standards. Everyone smiled at each other. The tense atmosphere on the field dissipated somewhat. However, Chao Xing still stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock of the moment. Because he had heard Luo's last words to him. Chao Xing, I believe you know some of the secrets of this world. The vanished gods, the ancient dragons, the 6 true gods, and so on. I once wanted to explore these secrets, but I was powerless. Through our interactions over this period, I can see that you are more suited to inherit the human emperor's legacy than I am. Go to the land of divine wars. There lie secrets from ancient times and the heritage of the human race. There, you can gain the power of the human emperor and the essence of the human race, provided you are interested. After Luo finished speaking, 2 streams of light flew towards Chao Xing. A system prompt appeared. For unknown reasons, you have obtained a special item, Talent Crystal Human Emperor Fate, SS level talent. You have obtained a special item, Heart of the God of Filth. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes widened. Holy crap! SS level talent, the fate of the human emperor. And the heart of the God of filth. Did that guy leave all of this for me? Chao Xing fell into another brief daze. You know, up to this point, besides his own SSS talent, Eternal Power, the strongest talent he's seen among the survivors was only Tian Jing's S-level talent, Undead. Even a talent like Goblin King was only a level. Now, suddenly obtaining an SS-level talent crystal was completely beyond his imagination. As for that thing behind it, it was even more terrifying. After all, it was the heart of a deity, and according to what Luo had said before his death, this heart had a profound origin, even possessing the power to slay deities. Wow, the gains from this battle are truly terrifying. Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. In addition to these 2 incredible items, Chao Xing also received a reward for being the first to kill a demigod. Furthermore, the demigod-level fresh bloodline leader he had slain also dropped several special items. Sarah also collected all the items dropped by the other fallen captains. Clearly, after this battle, if he could digest all of these, his strength would be elevated to a new level. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and glanced around. Then he saw the kings chatting. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he said, "Everyone, the battle is over. From now on, we should be able to have some peace and stability for a while." Everyone raised their heads, a relieved smile on their faces. "Yes." King Ice Crystal sighed, "We should be able to have some peace and stability for a while. However, this war has destroyed a lot of the kingdom's territory, and we will need a long time to recuperate." Chapter 660. This war has affected several surrounding kingdoms to a similar degree. Many great cities have been captured by the bloody army, and the land has been polluted, requiring post-war reconstruction. Of course, the kingdom of Velan suffered the most. Thousands of kilometers of territory have been completely destroyed. Blood and natural disasters have ravaged this land, making it unfit for human habitation. Off to the side, War King Cutard said, "Then, everyone, let's return now. Although this battle was difficult, I have also gained something. I will digest it after returning and see if I can improve my strength further. If we face a crisis like this again, I hope we can all gather together again." Hearing this, the dwarf legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom quickly waved his hand and said, "This has happened once. I don't want to experience this horrific battle again. I almost lost my life." The crowd laughed again at this. Queen Yuan, standing beside him, glanced at him calmly. "Don't worry, even if something like this happens next time, it won't be your turn. With this person's rapid growth, we legends will soon be no match for him." Hearing this, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to Chao Xing. They were unaware of Luo's final words to Chao Xing. Nor did they know that Luo had gifted him with the 2 most important items in his possession. A sigh of admiration filled their eyes. In this battle, without this otherworldly lord, they wouldn't even be able to defeat the Watchers. Not to mention the events that followed. Chao Xing shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not the case. Without everyone's efforts, my territory alone wouldn't have made it this far. We need your continued help in the future." The kings exchanged glances, each a smile on their face. The 3 legends of the Grey Mist Kingdom stepped out. The dwarf legend said, "Everyone, we be returning. The old king won't be able to hold on for much longer. Let's go back and see if we can give him another year or 2. If that doesn't work, we just give him a funeral." Everyone looked again. The decayed old man in the crowd also raised his head. His aura was indeed quite weak, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. The Ice Crystal King said, "Take Mr. Karen back. I hope to see him again the next time I visit the Grey Mist Kingdom." The 3 powerful men of the Grey Mist Kingdom nodded slightly, then transformed into a puff of smoke and quickly departed. Queen Yulon, War King Cunard, and the others also took their leave. On the battlefield, only the Lizardman Chieftain, the Ice Crystal King, and Chao Xing and the others remained. Ahem. The Lizardman Chieftain coughed twice and said, Lord Chao Xing, I must return home to recuperate for a while. I see you again in a month. Then we can discuss the terms we agreed upon. Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded, okay. The Ice Crystal King also reminded him, Lord Chao Xing, when the world barrier was torn apart this time, some individuals took advantage of the opportunity to escape. During this time, they may be dormant in a certain area, recovering their strength. I do my best to send people to investigate. If I find any of these places, I have someone notify you. Chao Xing's expression straightened, realizing that the beings the Ice Crystal King was referring to were beings like Dam, the Nightmare God. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Ice Crystal King waved his hand, then left with the Lizardman Chieftain. Soon, Chao Xing and his group of legendary warriors were the only ones left in the area. At that moment, Chao Xing looked around. For thousands of kilometers, traces of battle were everywhere. The ground was covered with 10,000-meter-long cracks, and the air was filled with a lingering scent of blood. A hint of regret crossed his eyes. Then, Chao Xing opened the necromancer's bag and released all of his core combatants. Clatter. The auras of powerful figures emerged. As they emerged, they all looked towards their lord. After confirming that he was alright, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since the fresh blood leader, with only half his head remaining, devoured Aetius, Chao Xing had placed them in the necromancer's pouch. They were unaware of what happened next. Inside the pouch, they were filled with anxiety, yet powerless to do anything. Now, emerging and witnessing the scene before them, they understood the outcome of the battle. Chao Xing smiled faintly and declared loudly, Everyone, as you can see, we have triumphed again. This time, we have combined the might of the entire territory to slay a demigod. This is an honor for all of us. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes welled up, their blood boiling. There's no need to explain how powerful demigods are. Once, such enemies were unattainable to them. And now, they've been slain by their combined strength. This is simply unprecedented. Chao Xing continued, From now on, everyone's strength will continue to grow. In the near future, more legends, even demigods, will emerge from our ranks. As long as we all work together, we will defeat all enemies. On the field, this group of powerful warriors clenched their fists and raised their arms in a roar. Victory! 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 The sound shook the earth, as if it were about to overturn the very sky. Chao Xing gazed at these brave and skilled men with satisfaction, then waved his hand. Now, everyone, return to the territory. Whoosh! Instantly, the sound of wind wings fluttering echoed. A group of powerful warriors soared into the air, heading towards the raging snowfield. But before leaving, Chao Xing also took with him the little boy and girl he had protected beneath the ruins. Soon, the group's silhouettes gradually vanished into the moonlight. On the way back, a message appeared before all the survivors. The tide of blood recedes, the blood that enveloped the world dissipates, and the kingdom's night sky returns to tranquility. Those watchers in the darkness have completely withdrawn from the stage of history. The bloody legions that ravaged the land have also turned to dust in the torrent of history. This is a fateful battle spanning millennia, a life-or-death decision concerning the survival of the world. Now, all is settled. Every surviving survivor lord is a brave warrior who has endured the test of blood and fire, proving your tenacity and strength. All survivors unlock achievement, Silver Warrior. Silver Warrior. Increase reputation by 10,000 and territory population by 1,000. Seeing this message, the survivors were stunned for a moment. Then, everyone was in an uproar. Holy crap! They even unlocked an achievement. Turtle, this is the first achievement we've unlocked since arriving in this world. Indeed, it seems this world has an achievement system, but it's just incredibly difficult to unlock. Ha ha ha, this achievement reward is incredible. 10,000 reputation points. I only have a little over 2,000 reputation points now, and it's skyrocketed several times. Adding 1,000 people later is great too. I've taken in a lot of refugees lately, and the territory's population is running low. Silver Warrior, that sounds cool. As everyone excitedly discussed, system messages continue to appear. However, although the Blood Legion has fallen, the truth of the world is far from being revealed. More powerful, sinister entities lurk in the shadows, eyeing you and the world with eager eyes. The Watcher's departure ends one era of conflict and ushers in another. In the near future, The surviving lords will engage in a greater conflict. You must continue to improve yourselves and the strength of your territories. Hint, in the ocean perpetually covered in ice, a silent storm of death is brewing. When Chao Xing returned to the territory, it was already past 1 in the morning. Chao Xing didn't examine the pile of rewards he had earned. Instead, he returned to his room, hugged Lu Muxua, and slept soundly. He was indeed tired. A few months ago, after learning of the Blood Legion's impending arrival, he had begun preparing for it. The enemy's appearance further heightened his nerves, and he tried every possible way to improve the strength of his territory members. Now, it was completely over. He could finally relax. Everyone, including the staff throughout the territory, had fallen asleep. 7 days of intense combat had exhausted them. The territory was completely silent. The next day, even after the system notification, Chao Xing still hadn't gotten up. He slept until noon, a rare moment, before slowly opening his eyes. Lu Muxua had already gotten up and was patrolling the territory. Time to get up, Chao Xing chuckled. Then he sat up in bed and stretched. He put on his clothes and robes again and headed for the first floor. Crack! As he pushed open the gate to the Lord's castle, rays of sunlight streamed onto his face, causing him to squint. It's actually clearing up now, Chao Xing murmured softly, a hint of emotion in his tone. Ever since the launch of the Blood Rebellion expansion, the sky has either been shrouded in blood-red clouds or shrouded in a murky gray. It had been ages since anyone had seen the sun. At this moment, sunlight shone through every corner of the territory. Although, in this frigid world, even sunlight lacked warmth, it still brought long-lost hope and warmth. Chao Xing walked from the central square through the territory's second ring. He passed residential areas, work areas, tailor shops, cafeterias, and other places. Along the way, he encountered many busy citizens. After the previous few days of recruitment, the entire territory's population had surpassed 8,000. When the staff saw Chao Xing, they all stopped to greet him. Lord, may you be well. Lord, may the goddess of hope protect you. Chao Xing smiled and nodded in response. His gaze swept over everything before him, a sense of peace and contentment welling up in his heart. The staff within the territory were busy at work. The soldiers were conducting combat training in an orderly manner. Trucks returned loaded with large quantities of ore, and smoke curled from the cafeteria chimney. Everything before him seemed so peaceful and harmonious. Chao Xing reached the territory's buffer zone, pondering his next steps. Now that the Blood Rebellion is over, there should be a long period of stability. Next, we can complete the next step of our plan and begin the third round of territory expansion, moving towards a giant city. Besides that, we also need to establish the territory's trade system. After a pause, Chao Xing continued to ponder. Once the territory expansion is complete, I need to find a way to recruit more management talent to help me manage the entire city. Besides that, we need to expand farmland to make the territory food self-sufficient. Then, there's the giant city's commercial system. It can be said that he still has a lot to do to build a giant city. But Chao Xing isn't in a hurry. He can just take it one step at a time. Before that, let's take a look at the rewards I received last time. This time, his gains were truly astonishing. Besides the 2 things Luo had left for him, there were also 200,000 reputation points and 10 pure shards from the End of Blood expansion pack, 54 million battle merits, and a random legendary equipment treasure chest. In addition, there were rewards for first killing a demigod, dream library, legendary, random demigod skill book, and 100 divine power fragments. And these were just the rewards granted by the system. Remember, he had slain a demigod and 8 legendaries this time. A large amount of loot had also been dropped from these powerful beings. Thinking of this, he softly called out, Sarah. The moment the voice fell, a graceful figure appeared beside him. Lord, please command me. Sarah bowed slightly. Now, she was becoming more and more like Chao Xing's shadow. In ordinary times, she was invisible, but whenever a battle or her need arose, this assassin would appear at the first sign. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Give me everything you've obtained this time. Yes. Sarah stepped forward respectfully and handed over a backpack. Chao Xing transferred everything inside into his own. Obtain, Blood Source Divine Fire *1. Obtain, Legendary Heart *5. Obtain, Blood Commander's Overlord Soul *2. Obtain, Blood Commander's Commander Soul *1. Obtain, Blood of the Mighty *26. Obtain, Blood Crystal *1075. Wow, so many more things. This means there are a few more things to check out. Chao Xing sighed with emotion. There were so many things, he didn't even know where to start. He paused, thinking, let's take them one at a time. Before checking these rewards, I redeem all the remaining battle merits. Chaoxing glanced at his remaining merit points. Merit points * 176 million. I've actually got almost 180 million merit points again. How satisfying. With so many merit points, I can redeem a lot of goodies. Thinking of this, a smile crossed Chaoxing's face. However, I've almost redeemed everything in the merit points shop. The only important item left is the master level Heart of Power. I still have 619 to redeem, which will cost about 123.8 million merit points. And then, there are 4 master level proficiency emblems, which will cost 12 million merit points. In addition, there are 3 types of recruitment scrolls, totaling 16,000, costing 35 million merit points. Altogether, that's 171 million merit points. So, after redeeming all of these, I still have about 5 million merit points to spend. After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing made a decision. In that case, let's exchange all of our remaining merit points for blood crystals. I currently have 6,600 blood crystals, including the 1 destroyer tower I built earlier. That's just enough for 3 destroyer towers. After making his decision, he opened the merit shop and clicked on the items tab. Do you wish to spend 176 million merit points to exchange for 619 master level hearts of strength and 4 master level emblems of mastery? Yes. Exchange successful. Received 619 master level hearts of strength. Received 4 master level emblems of mastery. Received 10,000 corrupted blood soldier recruitment scrolls. Received 3,000 cursed blood mage recruitment scrolls. Received 1,000 bloodwing rider recruitment scrolls. Received 500 blood crystals. After Chaoxing clicked OK, all of his merit points were consumed. Looking at the hundreds of hearts of power, the proficiency emblems, and the over 10,000 recruitment scrolls in his backpack, Chaoxing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Great! This will give my territory another boost in strength. He didn't immediately recruit the scrolls. Firstly, he needed to maintain a sufficient population to prepare for the upcoming city construction. Secondly, with no major events recently, even recruiting all these troops wouldn't increase their strength quickly. Furthermore, if all 10,000 or so were summoned, the daily food consumption would increase many times over. So for now, he kept them in his backpack. After consuming the rewards from his battles, he checked on the loot dropped by the Fresh Blood Lord and the 10,000 captain. Huh? A flickering flame suddenly appeared in Chaoxing's hand. The flame swayed slightly in the air, imbued with a profound power. Why is this divine fire red? Chaoxing's eyes flickered with confusion. After all, the divine fire he obtained last time was pure white. Then, he glanced at the attributes. Blood source divine fire. Quality, unknown. Item description. This divine fire, condensed from the vigorous divine power of blood, can ignite the divine fire within legendaries who have mastered the power of blood. Item effect 1. Legendaries who have mastered the power of blood can ignite this divine fire upon reaching level 150 and meeting the required divinity, gaining a chance to break through to the demigod realm. Note, because this divine fire contains pure blood divine power, absorbing it increases the chance of a demigod breakthrough by 20%. Legendaries of other attributes who absorb this divine fire will have their breakthrough chance reduced by 20%. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine fire, replenishing 1,000 points of divine power. Chapter 661. Blood Source Divine Fire. I see. A flash of realization crossed Chaoxing's eyes. So these divine fires also have different attributes. A legendary of the same attribute, upon absorbing this divine fire, will significantly increase their chances of achieving demigodhood, leaping to 60% to 70%. If a legendary of a different attribute absorbs this divine fire, the chance will drop to 20% to 30%. Currently, only one being in his territory possesses the power of blood. That's the Blood Spider Queen. Zirda. But Zirda is only a level 100 hero right now, not even a legendary breakthrough. Reaching level 150 and achieving demigodhood is still a long way off. Shaking his head, he returned the divine fire to his backpack. Chaoxing continued to examine his other gains. The remaining items were the 5 legendary hearts. Come to think of it, last time I killed 9 centurions, I still haven't used up all the legendary hearts I earned. Including the 5 I got this time, I have 10 in total. I shouldn't have to worry about legendary hearts for a long time. We just need to find the corresponding relics, and the number of legends in our territory will explode again. Chao Xing's lips curled up, as if he could already imagine a day in the near future when he would command over a dozen legends. Next, it's those 3 souls. These 3 souls were all exploded by the Blood Centurions. In other words, even legends can use them. And the only legend in Chao Xing's territory with potential to become a commander is Francesca. As for the other 2 souls, they still needed to be considered. After pondering for a moment, Chao Xing decided to put them aside for now. He see whose relic he obtained later. If this subject lacked potential, he could use these 2 souls on him. This would significantly increase his chances of reaching legendary status. So, Chao Xing continued to press the communication device to his ear. Francesca, come to the territory center and see me. A lazy voice came from his ear. Got it. A moment later, Francesca, dressed in a simple robe, sauntered over. She hadn't dressed up much today, and even looked a little tired. But even so, her stunning beauty and unique temperament couldn't be concealed. Is there something wrong? Francesca rubbed her eyes, a hint of weariness in her tone. I've been refining medicine these past few days, and I went into battle with you last night. I've exhausted my mental strength. I need some more sleep to recuperate. Chao Xing chuckled, knowing she'd been working hard. Use this soul, then go back to sleep. The witch looked at the soul in his hand, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, a breathtakingly beautiful smile. She extended her fair right hand, and took the soul from Chao Xing's hand. She whispered, "Thank you." Without hesitation, she slapped it into her body. Buzz! A familiar soul wave emerged, accompanied by waves of intense spiritual energy, as if the entire territory was enveloped by this power. A faint green glow surrounded Francesca's body, as if she had merged with nature, like the incarnation of a forest goddess. Then, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Francesca, has successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, increasing her base stats by 30% and activating the dominant domain, 10,000 trees domain. 10,000 trees domain. When attacking enemies with spiritual energy, it deals an additional 20% damage and can infuse spiritual energy into trees in the forest, transforming them into attacking dryads. Note: the duration and number of dryads depend on the strength of the forest witch's aura. Currently, a maximum of 10,000 dryads can be transformed simultaneously, with a lifespan of 1 to 30 days. Note 2: dryads reach a maximum level of 70, with elite potential, possessing skills such as root entanglement, force of nature, and dancing vine. Oh! This domain is quite effective. It can actually transform ordinary trees into elite dryads. If combined with her legendary skill Eternal Forest, wouldn't she be able to transform a large number of dryads at any time to help in battle? Clearly, this is feasible. If a forest could be created near the territory and some dryads could be transformed, it would be like having a group of guardians of nature. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the witch before him and said, "It's all right here. Go back and rest, Francesca." Francesca nodded slightly, and just as she was about to turn and leave, something suddenly occurred to her. She paused and said, "By the way, when can you find me some more difficult secret medicine formulas?" Chao Xing was stunned and couldn't help but repeat, "More difficult formulas?" "Yes, like the recipes for those legendary potions." Francesca folded her arms and whispered, "After all, I'm a legendary alchemist now, and yet, I don't even know a single legendary secret medicine. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell anyone?" Chao Xing rolled his eyes helplessly. "Recipes of this caliber aren't easy to come by. I've never encountered one before. Do you have any leads or clues? If so, I can try to find them." Francesca shook her head. "I don't have any either. Recipes of this caliber are truly difficult to obtain. But I could try to develop one." "Oh! How?" Chao Xing's interest piqued. The witch said slowly, "I've seen related records in some books before. By extracting the essence from the blood of legendary monsters and combining it with precious herbs like the flower of Era and the leaves of the tree of life, we might be able to develop a life-saving elixir imbued with powerful vitality, capable of even bringing an ordinary person back to life. Also, we could seek out materials from powerful beings, such as blood and bones, and use them as the core ingredients for the elixir, supplementing it with other ingredients. It's possible to develop an elixir imbued with immense power that could temporarily grant the user special abilities." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with thought after hearing this. The blood of legendary monsters. In other words, legendary beasts or monsters. With my current strength, dealing with legendaries wouldn't be difficult, but I have to find a suitable target first. After all, Beasts of this caliber aren't found everywhere. At that moment, he remembered a figure. The giant white ape that had been sealed away at the Church of Light headquarters and driven away by the old king. Perhaps we can target this white ape. But I don't know where it's hiding, so finding it will be difficult. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. At that moment, he remembered another creature, and he knew its exact location. The legendary monster. The Frost Demon Worm. According to the quest description, the location of the Frost Demon Worm is in Whirlpool Mountain, the first stage of the SS level quest I accepted. With my current strength, I can easily crush legendaries, and even reach demigod level combat power soon. I think I can give this quest a try. Thinking of this, Chao Xing replied, I understand, Francesca. I search in this direction later, and see if I can gather the materials you requested. The witch smiled slightly and bowed gracefully. Thank you. With that, she turned and walked gracefully towards the residential area. After Francesca left, Chao Xing thought to himself, that concludes the review of the loot dropped by 1 demigod and 8 legendaries. Next, let's take a look at the system rewards. As he finished speaking, a prismatic crystal emerged from his hand. The crystal looked ordinary, but under the sunlight, it emitted an extremely pure light. He glanced at the properties. Pure shard orange. Quality, epic. Item type, special material. Item effect 1. Contains pure power, and can be used to craft certain high-level materials. Item effect 2. After collecting 100 pure shards, you can craft a pure star. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, I heard Harold say this is one of the materials needed to craft legendary equipment. It's very useful. But the second effect above says that 100 shards can be combined into a pure star? What exactly is this pure star? A hint of curiosity rose in his heart, and he even wanted to combine one immediately to see for himself. However, he only had 10 pure shards, which was still a long way from being enough to form a pure star. He could only put them in his backpack for now. After examining the materials, the next reward came. Divine Power Fragments. This first kill of a demigod had rewarded him with 100 Divine Power Fragments, equivalent to 1,000 Divine Power Points. It could be said that, without even planning on achieving a demigod breakthrough, he had already achieved Divine Power Freedom. Losing a few legendary skills in a battle was no big deal. Besides these 100 Divine Power Fragments, I also gained quite a few from destroying those blood teleport pillars earlier. I don't know how many fragments I have in reserve now. Chao Xing opened his backpack and checked the stats. Divine Power Fragments * 159. Chao Xing was shocked. Wow, over 100. According to the old patriarch, breaking through to demigod requires 100 to 200 Divine Power Fragments, and the exact number depends on the strength of one's divinity. The stronger the divinity, the fewer Divine Power Fragments are needed. The weaker the divinity, the more fragments are needed. With any luck, these Divine Power Fragments I have will almost allow a demigod to break through. Thinking of this, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. The rewards for the first kill were as generous as ever. After examining these two materials, he still had 5 items in his backpack to check. A random legendary equipment box, a random demigod skill book, and a dream library, legendary. In addition, there were 2 items Luo had left for him. Each item was more precious than the last, making Chao Xing impatient. He took a deep breath and said calmly, one at a time. First, let's open this legendary equipment box. With that, he pulled a large black box from his backpack. Clang! The box looked unremarkable on the surface, even less impressive than a silver treasure chest. If it weren't for the system's instructions, no one would have believed that this item could contain a piece of legendary equipment. As he took a step closer, a system notification appeared. I found an unlocked legendary equipment box. Do you want to open it? Chao Xing couldn't help but rub his hands together, praying inwardly, I hope I can find a piece of legendary equipment I can use, preferably a staff. Open it! The next moment, without hesitation, he clicked the open button. Crack! As the treasure box slowly opened, a brilliant light burst forth from the crack. The light began to shift colors, sometimes cyan, sometimes green, appearing a dazzling array of colors. When the treasure box was fully opened, the light gradually faded, eventually fading into a pale, cold glow. Then, Chao Xing suddenly felt a strong chill rushing towards him, as if even the air around him was freezing. Oh my god, Isa tribute equipment? Could it really be mine? Chao Xing immediately looked intently. When the light completely dissipated, a pure white robe lay quietly in the box. A faint frost pattern swirled across its surface, as if imbued with an endless chill. It's actually clothing? Chao Xing, was somewhat surprised. While he had obtained a lot of legendary equipment, most of it was weapons. Unearthing legendary level armor was a first. With a hint of doubt, he quickly picked up the robe. Obtained, Frost Soul Robe of the Archlich, legendary. Archlich? Is it what I imagined? Chao Xing, curious, checked the robe's attributes. Archlich's Frost Soul Robe, legendary. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 70 and above. Armor, 2175 to 2292. Additional effects. 1. Plus 1200 Spirit, plus 900 Constitution, plus 30% casting speed. Additional effects. 2. Lich Soul, reduces all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases skill damage by 30%. Additional effects. 3. Archlich's Frost Soul Curse, legendary effect. Target a skill below legendary to grant the Frost Soul effect. This effect expires upon removal of the item. Frost Soul, increases skill damage by 100%, and each attack that hits an enemy applies a stack of Soul Freeze, stacking up to 10 times, lasting 30 seconds. Soul Freeze, each stack reduces the enemy's spell/attack speed by 5%, and grants Soul Freeze. Targets affected by Soul Backlash will suffer 10% of the caster's attack damage each time they cast magic or attack. Additional effect. Ice Trail, the wearer is surrounded by a faint frost aura, leaving a trail of ice crystals as they move. Note, 1/3 of the Archlich set. Combined with the Archlich's Ice Bone Leggings and Archlich's Frost Soul Boots to create a set effect. Complete all 3 pieces to activate the legendary set effect, Archlich's Wrath. Item notes, Ice is my soul, death is my destination. Archlich Esland whispered from his throne. At this moment, Chao Xing's heartbeat quickened, and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. This thing wasn't just some simple legendary equipment. It was actually part of a legendary set. Oh my god! Is that so outrageous? Even legendary equipment has a set? Besides that, he was even more shocked by the power of this legendary set, especially the legendary level special effect at the back, which grants the Frost Soul effect to a single skill. Not only does it increase the damage dealt by that skill, but each attack also inflicts a terrifying negative effect on the enemy. And more importantly, I have the skill Ice Spirit, which allows all my small skills to have no cooldown. In addition, my Eternal Strength talent makes Ice Spirit permanent. The combination of the 2 triggers a certain qualitative change. In other words, I can completely choose small skills like Cone of Cold, Ice Ball, or Ice Wall, and give them the Frost Soul effect. And with my current casting speed, casting 5 or 6 ice balls per second is a piece of cake. At the beginning of the battle, I can instantly give the enemy a full 10 stacks of Soul Freeze. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt even more excited. This is the combined effect of Eternal Strength, Ice Spirit, and the Lich's Frost Soul Curse. Even without any other additional effects, the 100% damage increase on a single skill alone will directly increase the attack power of Chao Xing's small skills by a significant amount. The damage per second will also be significantly increased. At that time, the enemy will face a Frost Mage who has a small skill with no CD and damage comparable to those big skills, like a Bomber. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Excellent. This piece of equipment is level 70, perfect for me to equip right now. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he clicked Bind and equipped it. Bind successful. Title, Star Reaper upgraded, luck increased by 10. After donning it, Chao Xing instantly felt a surge of intense ice attribute magic, significantly increasing the power of his spells. Besides the boost in strength, the equipment also looked stunning, just as the additional effects mentioned above suggest. After donning it, Chao Xing's body was enveloped by a light frost mist. As he walked, his feet left behind shimmering ice crystals, as if each step was freezing the earth. Not bad, this is quite impressive. Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Of course, this equipment's special effects can be turned off at any time, and even the ice crystals disappear after a few minutes. Otherwise, if you're outside, activating this special effect would effectively reveal your location to the enemy. At the same time, a second prompt appeared. You are wearing the legendary equipment, Archlich's Frost Soul Robe. Please select a skill to grant it the Frost Soul effect. Chapter 662. After pondering for a moment, Chao Xing chose the skill Ice Cone. He had carefully considered this skill. First, the casting speed of Ice Cone was similar to that of Ice Ball. The difference was that after mastering Advanced Ice Element Mastery, Ice Ball would inflict a small explosion upon attacking the enemy. Although Ice Cone was a single-target skill, its damage was significantly higher than Ice Ball. By now, Chao Xing had no shortage of area of effect attacks. A single forbidden spell could easily decimate a large area. What he lacked was sustained single-target explosive power to deal with powerful enemies. This Frost Soul Robe could well make up for this. Great, let's see if we can find the other two pieces of this set later. Then get a few rainbow crystals and enhance them all. That's sweet. This Archlich's Frost Soul Robe is already quite powerful. The stats of this robe alone are equivalent to the combined power of his Ancient Winter 3-piece set. If I gather all the pieces and activate the set stats, the effect will be unimaginable. Now, the legendary equipment chests are all opened. Next, it's that random demigod level skill book. I wonder whose skills I get. Expectations welled up in Chao Xing as he pulled another pitch black chest from his backpack. However, this one was much smaller than the others. Then, he clicked to open it. A flash of light flashed before his eyes, and a system notification appeared. Unlocked successfully. Obtained demigod skill, Apocalypse Knight. Apocalypse Knight? Could it be a Psalms? Confused, Chao Xing glanced at the stats again. Skill, Apocalypse Knight. Level, Demigod Skill. Learning level, level 150, Demigod Knight class. Skill cost, 200 to 2000 divine power. Skill effect, the knight and their mount disappear from the battlefield. Upon reappearing, they descend from the sky, transforming into the Apocalypse Knight for 10 seconds. After transforming into the Apocalypse Knight, attack power increases by 200%, armor increases by 100%, and all allies gain a 20% stat boost, suppressing enemy stats by 20%. After the transformation, Apocalypse End can be used once, dealing a 15,000% finishing blow to all enemies within 10 to 500 kilometers below. Cooldown, 7 days. Oh, shit! Chao Xing's eyes widened, his heart awestruck. Are all demigod skills so insane? It boosts attack power and armor exponentially, and it also strengthens allies and suppresses enemies. That alone is incredible. And that terrifying finishing move at the end. A maximum attack range of 500 kilometers. What's that? After all, the snowfield where Chao Xing's territory is located is only about 500 kilometers in diameter. In other words, if a Psalm transforms into the Apocalypse Knight and unleashes a full-strength attack, it could even sink the entire snowstorm. At that moment, he recalled his battles against the Watcher leader and the Bloodline leader. They both possessed these terrifying demigod skills, but they were interrupted before they could use them. At this moment, Chao Xing said with some trepidation, "Fortunately, I didn't let those two guys use it, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. This power is truly terrifying. Of course, if such terrifying power were in his own hands, that would be a different story." A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. "It seems we need to get Assam's legendary breakthrough on the agenda as soon as possible. Try to get him to demigod as soon as possible, and then learn this skill." Satisfied, he put it in his backpack. Chao Xing said with emotion, "Next, the last item from the system reward. Dream Library, Legendary. This item is a bit strange. The name alone suggests it's neither equipment nor an item. It's more like a territory structure." He glanced at its attributes. Dream Library, Legendary. Quality, Legendary. Type, Territory Building. Effect, no construction required. Simply select an area within your territory to place it. Note, a minimum area of 400 square meters is required for placement. Building Armor, 50,000. Building Durability, 1,000/1,000,000. Building Effect 1. Reading books inside will increase your reading speed by 100% and increase your stats by 100%. Building Effect 2. Consume 100 points of divine power to enter a dream. Within this dream, you will experience various different lives and learn various abilities. When awakening from the dream, you can select an ability or item you've used to bring back with you. Maximum number of people allowed to enter the dream at once. 1. Dream Awakening Time, 7 days. Note, in the dream, each person obtains unique items or props, including but not limited to equipment, hero skills, bloodline talents, legendary skills, etc. Note 2. Each person may enter the dream library only once, and it is open to non-territory members. Oh my god! Is this even possible? Bringing things from dreams into reality, huh? That's a truly unexpected effect. Chao Xing marveled. From the above introduction, the things you can gain from dreams are truly astonishing. With luck, You can even gain legendary skills or even powerful talents. Of course, there's also the possibility of obtaining even more powerful items. After all, it's a dream. Anything is possible, as long as you can bring it out. Additionally, Chaoxing noticed that this library is open to non-territorial members. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Then could I make the library a paid service, allowing Queen Yulan, King Ice Crystal, and the others to experience it? Then charging 50 divine power fragments at a time shouldn't be too much, right? Assuming I enter the Dreamland once every 7 days, I could earn around 200 divine power fragments a month, equivalent to 2,000 divine power points. In other words, relying solely on this library, I could become wealthy and achieve divine power freedom. Chaoxing thought happily, as if he could already see divine power fragments flowing into his pocket. Of course, such a powerful structure must first satisfy its own people. Chaoxing even considered sending someone to test the effects of the dream library immediately. However, he suppressed his excitement, because before that, there were 2 things he needed to examine. The next moment, a golden crystal and a dark blue heart appeared in Chaoxing's hands. Both items were truly extraordinary. The golden crystal exuded a majestic and powerful aura. Enveloped by this radiance, one could not help but kneel and submit. As for the other dark blue heart, it seemed even more eerie and sinister. Just a glance at it made one feel uneasy. Chaoxing first examined the crystal's attributes. Talent crystal, special item. Item crystal. This talent crystal is a special item left over from ancient times, and has different effects from regular talent crystals. Use. This crystal can be bestowed upon a survivor or indigenous person without any attributes, granting them a talented ability. Note, this crystal can only be used on humans. Talent name, Human Emperor Fate. Level, SS level. Talent ability, grants the person the Human Emperor Fate, becoming a candidate for Human Emperor. Increases luck by 50. All damage dealt to you by humans is reduced by 80%, and all attacks inflict an additional 50% damage. Note, only those with the destiny of a Human Emperor can unlock the ancient legacy, the gate to the Human Emperor Palace. Chaoxing frowned slightly, pondering, a candidate for Human Emperor? The added stats are quite powerful, 80% damage reduction for humans, plus some other damage reduction effects. With this talent, basically no human powerhouse of the same rank can harm him. Furthermore, this crystal is different from ordinary talent crystals. It's a relic left over from ancient times, usable not only for the survivors of Blue Star, but also for the natives of this world. So, it seems Luo didn't use this crystal back then. Otherwise, even the old king's 9 swords of holy judgment wouldn't be able to harm him. As for why he didn't use it, it's also quite obvious. The note above indicates that this gifted crystal is equivalent to a key, unlocking the door to the Human Emperor Palace in the inheritance. Luo didn't want to inherit this inheritance, or perhaps for other reasons. He ultimately kept the gifted crystal, and gave it to Chaoxing. After sorting out the whole story, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with emotion. Honestly, I don't really want to inherit this Human Emperor inheritance. What is the Human Emperor? The Emperor of the human race. Possessing immense power, he also bears the responsibility of protecting the entire human race. That's not just an honor, but a heavy responsibility. Chaoxing's current greatest ideal is to protect his own little piece of land and develop his territory, to ensure a stable life for his subjects. Protecting the entire human race, he has never considered it. But setting aside the question of unlocking the Human Emperor legacy, this talent is still quite effective. The 50% bonus damage to all subsequent attacks alone will significantly boost combat effectiveness. And it can also be used by the indigenous people. Even if I don't use it, I can give it to other subjects. But who should I give it to? Chaoxing pondered for a moment. He already possessed eternal power, an SSS level talent, clearly countless times more powerful than this Human Emperor Fate. Or rather, the two were completely on different levels. An SSS level talent represented uniqueness, absolute power, and uniqueness. There was no way Chaoxing would give up his eternal power for this SS level talent. As for the others, Chaoxing pondered over it, but couldn't come up with a perfect candidate. And then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. How about, give it to Lu Muxue? After all, Lu Muxue and he were both Blue Star humans, and both from Country H. They had been together for so long. They had already built trust in each other. Plus, Lu Muxue currently had no talent. Inheriting the Human Emperor's fate would be a perfect fit. Thinking of this, Chaoxing had already made his decision. Very good, give it to Lu Muxue. And then, the final item. The still beating dark blue heart. Boom! Boom! Chao Xing held the heart in his hand. It felt slightly slippery, uncomfortably smooth. It felt as if a strange force was trying to penetrate his palm and penetrate his body. Chao Xing frowned slightly, then checked the attributes. Heart of the God of Filth. Quality, special. Item description. After the death of the God of Filth, a powerful filthy energy emanated from his remains. Over the years, this erosion completely corrupted a small plane, giving rise to many twisted and foul creatures. Years later, the remains of the God of Filth were retrieved by a mysterious being, who, through experiments, decomposed them into numerous parts. Among them, his heart was found in ancient traditions, and later acquired by Luo. Item Effect 1. The heart contains a powerful foul power. Through the sacrifice of numerous lives, it can produce foul blood. Item Effect 2. Injecting this heart into a deity will reduce its health and maximum health by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 90%. If used on a deity from the blood plane, its health will decrease by 30% of its maximum health and maximum health per second, until death. Note, this heart contains the lingering will of the foul god. If it contaminates a deity from the blood plane and consumes their blood power, unexpected effects may occur. Use with caution. Note 2. This heart contains a powerful foul power. Close contact will permanently reduce maximum health by 1% at regular intervals. Countdown, 2 seconds. Seeing the final countdown, Chao Xing put it into his backpack without hesitation. He quickly shook his hand away, saying with a look of disdain, "Damn, this thing is truly evil. Just holding it reduces my maximum health." Luckily, I collected it quickly. A hint of fear crossed Chao Xing's face. After all, permanently reducing your maximum health by 1% is no joke. Of course, while this heart is evil, it's also incredibly powerful. If used properly, it could severely injure a god. And if used against a god from the blood plane, it could even kill him instantly. What a shame, it can only be used once. Otherwise, I have a trump card against gods. But regardless, the importance of this heart is self-evident. If used effectively in the future, perhaps I could actually use it to slay a god. Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. With this, the entirety of this trip's gains had been reviewed. The harvest was truly bountiful. In addition to a large amount of military merit and divine power fragments, plus a piece of legendary equipment, a legendary building, and an SS-level talent crystal, and that evil heart that threatens even the gods, and then there's a random epic skill book, Survivor exclusive, which Chao Xing decided to unlock later. Next, let's use all of these hearts of power to boost the territory's strength. And so, Chao Xing shouted, "Everyone, gather in the buffer zone." Upon receiving the order, the entire territory sprang into action. Clatter. Over the entire territory, nearly 8,000 people, all flocked to the buffer zone. The scene was massive, yet orderly. After all, these members had all passed Chao Xing's tests. Even these newly joined subjects were highly qualified. Chao Xing glanced at the crowd, calculating rapidly in his mind. Currently, the total population of my territory is 8,327. The number of combatants is a little over 3,000, and the number of other staff is over 5,000. That's a relatively healthy ratio. Of the over 3,000 combatants, over 2,000 were veterans, who had served him for a long time. Their levels generally ranged from 50 to 70. As for the over 1,000 new recruits, they were mostly level 3 and 4 soldiers, with some even being level 2 militiamen. Compared to that, their numbers seemed uneven. But that doesn't matter. Under my eternal power, even level 2 militiamen can achieve combat effectiveness far exceeding their level. However, Chao Xing had no plans to bestow blessings upon these newcomers just yet. After all, they only been in the territory for 3 or 4 days at best. Having suddenly gained such immense power, Chao Xing worried they become overly ambitious and lose their motivation to grow. They stop striving and simply wait for the Lord's blessing. So, I helped the veterans improve their strength first. Let the new recruits hone their skills a bit more. With a powerful wave of his hand, Chao Xing took out all the remaining 600 or so master-level power hearts. At this point, there weren't many veterans who hadn't yet reached the master level. Altogether, there were only a little over 500. With over 600 master-level power hearts here, there was a chance of failure. But Chao Xing's luck should be enough for them all to successfully break through. So, he quickly gave the order. "Now, all combatants who have reached the limit of level 5, come forward to receive a heart of power." Hearing this, the veterans throughout the territory looked up, their eyes lit with longing. They marched in unison, each receiving a heart of power. Then, under the envious gaze of the other members, they crushed the crystals, absorbing the power contained within. Crack! Crack! With a series of shattering sounds, over 500 people all entered the breakthrough state. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of over 500 level 5 warriors simultaneously breaking through to level 6 was quite astonishing. The ground throughout the territory shook slightly. Everyone watched in amazement. About 2 minutes later, the veterans' breakthroughs came to a close. Your territory member, Elliot Isaac, has successfully broken through to a 6th level creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, health by 100%, and prosperity by 15. Your territory member, Doris Neal, has successfully broken through to a 6th level creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, health by 100%, and prosperity by 15. After a series of breakthrough messages, Chao Xing's territory has added hundreds of masters again. In addition to the increase in strength, prosperity has also skyrocketed. The newcomer's eyes widened, almost stunned. After all, whose territory has hundreds or even thousands of masters breaking through simultaneously? This is simply outrageous. Incredible. This must be a territory blessed by the gods. Yes. I've never seen so many masters in my life. This completely surpasses the kingdom's military strength. What a terrifying territory. The newcomers were amazed, while the veterans were accustomed to it. Chapter 663. Chao Xing stood at the front, silently calculating. 514 people attempted to break through, and 474 succeeded, a pretty good success rate. Then, Chao Xing asked the remaining 40 people to come up and receive a second heart of power, allowing them to break through again. By the end, everyone had successfully broken through. 629 hearts of power, and he still had 32 left. This success rate was still quite good. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and continued. As you can see, those who have just reached the Grandmaster level are all veterans of our territory. Recently, our territory has seen a large influx of newcomers. You are indeed still quite weak compared to them. But don't be discouraged. From now on, as long as you contribute to the territory, you will receive the same treatment and rewards. As your lord, I will help you grow stronger and soon reach the same heights as these veterans. This applies not only to combatants, but also to other staff members. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely receive the rewards you deserve. Let us work together to build a prosperous territory. As soon as Chao Xing finished speaking, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Long live the Lord! We will work hard and will never let you down. We are willing to give our all for the territory. The eyes of the newcomers were filled with hope and fighting spirit, and their loyalty skyrocketed. After all, they had already been in this territory for a few days, and had witnessed its prosperity and strength firsthand. They also knew the Lord's extraordinary powers. The other party wasn't just making empty promises. He truly possessed these abilities. For a moment, these people were completely engulfed in a frenzy. Then, Chao Xing extended his hands, signaling for silence. The frenzied crowd gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, awaiting his next words. Chao Xing continued, Currently, our territory is strong and well-manned. But with the expansion of our personnel, our current territory is no longer sufficient to meet daily needs. So soon, our territory will enter a new stage of development. From now on, territory construction will officially enter its third phase, the Giant City Project. Hearing these words, the more than 8,000 people below exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock and excitement. A giant city. That was a place only the nobles, wealthy merchants, and other upper-class people could live. However, for countless people, the lifelong dream was to live in a city. However, in this extremely cold world, the difficulty of building a giant city was beyond imagination. Every great city consumes vast resources, a shelter built with the blood and bones of countless civilians. And now, this lord actually announced that they too would begin building a great city of their own. For a moment, everyone felt an indescribable sense of pride and mission. A great city. I never thought that one day, we would be able to participate in its construction. It's incredible. This territory, still seemingly so young, is already poised to reach the heights of a great city. Great. If we all work together, we can all live in the city in the future. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers again, everyone's face brimming with excitement and anticipation. They were even eager to get to work. At this point, Chao Xing continued, however, although our territory is fully staffed, we still need a vast amount of supplies to build a massive city. Whether it's wood, stone, coal, iron, or any other basic resource, the quantities required are astronomical. So, Our first step is to gather resources with all our might. Next, I send a large number of staff out, divided into gathering teams, to mine for resources in the large mineral veins outside our territory. Each team will be equipped with sufficient escorts to ensure everyone's safety. Remember, this great city isn't just my goal, it's the future of so many. Let's work together to accomplish this great plan. The crowd roared. We do our utmost for the territory. Then, Chao Xing spent another 20 minutes selecting approximately 2,500 people. They were divided into 25 gathering teams of 100 people each. He then had Dazhuang select a group of polar men to form a dedicated transport team. Their sole mission was to transport minerals to and from the various mining areas. After this period of production, the territory had over 50 transport vehicles. 2 transport vehicles per resource point for round-trip transportation was more than sufficient. With the assistance of the Goblin airship, the transport efficiency was quite high. After making these arrangements, Chao Xing ordered, "Now, let's all begin." "Yes, Lord." With that, thousands of people left the area in a throng. The transport convoy rumbled and moved in an orderly fashion outside the territory. Even the combatants received their respective missions. Soon, only Chao Xing and a few core combatants remained. After most of the people had left, Chao Xing made several more calls to make some contact. After hanging up, Chao Xing clapped his hands and said, "The preliminary preparations are almost complete. I must also find a way to obtain more resources to aid in the construction of the territory." After all, most of the workers were mining only basic resources. Building a large city requires many higher-level materials such as mithril, eternium, and magic pattern stone. Although he controlled several high-quality mineral veins, mining alone was clearly not enough. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Zolan, come to the central square to find me." "Yes." Not long after he hung up, a figure in a dark purple robe approached with steady steps. "My lord." King Velan saluted respectfully, appearing quite reserved. Ever since the end of the Blood Rebellion, he had been plagued by anxiety. He feared Chao Xing would think he was useless and kill him outright. Plus, with the increasing number of legendary-level experts in this territory, the loss of King Velan would have little impact on combat effectiveness. This made him even more anxious. Chao Xing didn't have any intention of killing him for the time being, so he spoke directly. "Zolan, the Blood Rebellion is over now. As you know, the development of my territory requires a vast amount of resources. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise." King Velan's expression suddenly straightened, knowing what Chao Xing meant. This time, without hesitation, he replied readily, "Yes, I take you there to unlock the kingdom's hidden treasure vault. The resources there are abundant, and should be enough to replenish the territory." However, Chao Xing continued to shake his head, saying, "I have some matters to sort out in the territory, and won't have time to go out. I send a few people with you to unlock the treasure." King Velan was stunned. At this moment, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. "Binglan, Isabel, come here." The gentle voice of the Holy Light Sage came to his ears again. "Yes, my lord." Not long after he hung up, 2 graceful figures approached him. The Sage of Light on the left was gentle and sacred, bringing warmth to one's heart. The Dragon Queen on the right was cold and majestic, inspiring awe. They were 2 completely different women. Chao Xing said, "Next, you and Zeverin will go to a place and unlock a hidden treasure house. Return everything inside." Isabel's expression shifted slightly. "I understand." Binglan didn't waste any words, but leaped onto Seraphus's back. Then, looking at the middle-aged man below, she said calmly, "Come up." King Velan immediately obeyed and leaped onto the dragon's back. Isabel leaped lightly onto the dragon's back and stood firm. Then, Seraphus transformed into a streak of light, carrying the 3 of them into the horizon. After watching them depart, Chao Xing thought to himself, "Next, I can do something else. Put up the dream library." With this thought, he quickly arrived at the second ring of the territory. This was the living area of the territory, much quieter than the industrial area outside. Now that everyone was busy, there were even fewer people around. He then found an open space next to the former library. He then pulled this special building prop from his backpack. Before it was set up, it looked like a transparent crystal ball, or a layer of light bubbles, weightless in his hands. A faint halo of light swirled around the surface of the sphere, and within it, the outline of a magnificent building could be vaguely seen. A palm-sized building? Interesting. Chao Xing smiled. "Would you like to place a special building in this area? Dream Library Legend?" Note, before placing it, you need to reserve at least 400 square meters of open space. "Yes." Chao Xing clicked OK. The bubble in his hand gradually rose and rapidly expanded in the air. Like a brilliant star, it emitted a soft glow before slowly descending onto the open space. At the same time, a strange transformation occurred in that area. Through the light curtain, Chao Xing saw a large number of buildings appear within. Magnificent buildings sprang up from the ground, spreading out like mushrooms after rain. In a short time, a city emerged. Then, this magnificent city began to wither and age under the erosion of time. Finally, buildings began to crumble, reducing the land to ruins. Then the scene shifted again. This time, Chao Xing saw another group of unique creatures, constructing towers that reached the sky. They repeatedly prostrated themselves before the towers, seemingly performing some kind of prayer ritual. But these towers didn't last long, crumbling under the ravages of various natural disasters. Afterward, many more scenes unfolded, leaving Chao Xing dazzled. In just a few seconds, it felt as if he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Finally, when all the light faded, this unique building returned to stillness. Before Chao Xing, a simple and ancient structure stood quietly. Its surface was still enveloped by a layer of giant bubbles, like a protective film, shielding it. The building's exterior is simple and majestic, adorned with a red, blue, and black palette. Its extraordinary character is evident even from the first glance. Placement successful. New legendary building added to territory. Dream Library increases prosperity by 500 and reputation by 20,000. After the prompt ended, Chao Xing gazed thoughtfully at the massive structure before him. After clicking on the building interface and taking a closer look, a glint of enlightenment crossed his eyes. So, under normal circumstances, this library can also house various books for everyone to read. Furthermore, reading in the Dream Library significantly improves reading efficiency and increases the attributes gained from reading. But if the second function is activated, that is, entering the dream state, the library will be closed. No one except the person currently dreaming can enter. After figuring this out, Chao Xing thought, looks like I need to find someone to test the effects of the dream state. So he called out, Sarah. A shadow appeared again, saying respectfully, Lord, I'm here. Go to this library and test the effects inside. Sarah glanced at it and replied without hesitation. Yes, I be there. With that, she prepared to pass through the bubble and into the building. Chao Xing quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. Sarah stopped and looked at her lord blankly. Chao Xing continued, let me tell you what you might encounter once you enter. First, you might fall asleep and enter a deep dream. I don't know if the time in dreams is the same as in the outside world, but according to our external time, you won't wake up until 7 days later. After 7 days, when the dream ends, you can choose to bring one item from the dream back to reality. Hearing this, the phantom dancer's eyes gradually became incredulous. Bring something from the dream to reality? Chao Xing nodded yes. Although Sarah still found it a little incredulous, she still replied respectfully, I understand, Lord. I will bring back the most important item from the dream. Chao Xing chuckled. Very good. After saying that, he pulled out 10 divine power fragments from his backpack. Do you want to inject 100 divine power points into the dream library, legendary, to activate the dreaming effect? Yes. As Chao Xing clicked confirm, the 10 divine power fragments transformed into beams of light and entered the building before him. Then, the bubble enveloping the library dissipated, and the sealed door automatically opened. Go in, Chao Xing's voice rang out. Yes. Sarah stepped into the bubble and through the door. When she was completely inside the library, the door closed again. The bubbles outside also regrew. At the same time, the dream library on the building interface now showed closed. Next, we just have to wait 7 days for Sarah to wake up and see the results. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, as if remembering something, a black book materialized in his hand. It was that random epic skill book, Survivor exclusive. In the previous battle, he had accidentally killed a centurion named Mika Pussblood, completing the hidden quest and receiving the reward. The name alone told you what this book was for. It opened a Survivor-exclusive epic skill book, randomly chosen from 5 classes, Aurora Knight, Frost Mage, and Arctic Warrior. It might not sound impressive, but as a bonus for killing a centurion, it was quite good. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed both hands. Do you want to open this skill book? Once opened, you will gain the epic skill of a random class. Yes. He clicked confirm. At the same time, the black tome slowly opened, emitting bursts of a faint blue light. Some mechanical patterns could be seen on the tome. Seeing this, Chao Xing wondered, Could this be the mechanic's skill book? Then, a system prompt appeared. Activation successful. You have obtained the skill book, Mechanical Domination, orange. I glanced at the stats. Skill book, Mechanical Domination, orange. Quality, epic. Profession, cold iron mechanic. Learning requirements, level 60 or higher, advanced mechanical mastery. Skill effect, when the durability of an enemy mechanical creature drops below 30%, consume a large amount of mechanical force to invade its core systems, causing it to become chaotic. There is also a chance to convert the mechanical creature into a friendly unit. The success rate of the conversion is determined by the level of mechanical mastery. The success rate for advanced mechanical mastery is 50%, for expert mechanical mastery is 60%, for master mechanical mastery is 70%, and so on. Skill cost, 500 mechanical strength. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. After reading the attributes of this skill book, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with realization. It's indeed a skill book for the frost iron mechanic. Transforms hostile mechanical creatures. And the success rate is determined by the level of the mechanical mastery skill. The effect doesn't seem very good. At least Chao Xing hadn't imagined where this skill book would be useful. But overall, it's better than nothing. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear and called Tong Chuchu over. After all, she was the only mechanic in the entire territory, so the skill book must belong to her. A few minutes later, a thin figure swiftly approached Chao Xing. Big brother, I'm here. Do you need me for something? Tong Chuchu's clear, childish voice echoed. Chao Xing lowered his head, looking at the lovely girl, a gentle smile spreading across his face. He squatted down and asked, Xiao Chu, what's your current level of mechanical proficiency? The girl responded without hesitation, advanced proficiency, big brother. Chapter 664. I've reached advanced mastery, big brother. Tong Chuchu replied without hesitation. Chao Xing nodded. Advanced mechanical mastery, coupled with her already reaching level 70, was just enough for her to learn. So, he took out the skill book and handed it to Tong Chuchu. Study this skill book. I see if there's a chance to increase your mechanical mastery level later. The girl, clutching the skill book in both hands, a happy smile spread across her face. Thank you, big brother. I'm also diligently studying mechanical knowledge. I'm only halfway to reaching expert mastery. Survivors can improve their skill proficiency through continuous practice and combat. For example, Chao Xing's advanced ice elemental control, after extensive combat, is only 1/3 of the way to expert. Mechanics, in addition to repeatedly using skills, can also increase their proficiency by studying mechanical knowledge. Of course, there's a faster way, which is to learn the corresponding high-level skill book directly. Chao Xing rubbed her head and smiled. Little Chu is amazing. Now go play. Yeah. The little girl nodded, then skipped away. After she left, Chao Xing stood up again and clapped his hands. Good, now all the rewards have been reviewed. Now, let's go inspect the territory again. Just as he was about to head to the livestock area, a figure approached Chao Xing. He stood erect, his entire figure like a straight spear, appearing both powerful and restrained. It was Qinong. Mr. Qinong, what's the matter? Chao Xing asked first. The old man nodded slightly, then replied, Indeed, something has happened. This time, thanks to the efforts of Lord Chao Xing and several other powerful individuals, the Watchers have been completely annihilated. But, my wife is still hidden somewhere by the Watchers, and we haven't recovered her yet. Chao Xing was stunned, then suddenly remembered. Damn! I actually forgotten about that. The events of that time unfolded so quickly. After learning that Luo had activated the blood sacrifice formation, Chao Xing didn't hesitate at all, and led his men straight in. The subsequent battle was similar, with both sides utterly rabid, each eager to slay the other as quickly as possible. So, I hadn't considered everything so thoroughly. I should have asked where Luo had hidden the Watchers' families. Chao Xing frowned and asked, Mr. Qinong, do you know where your wife is? Qinong shook his head. I don't know, but I can go look for her. I've been with the Watchers for a while, and based on their habits, I know a few places where people might be hiding. But they're quite far away. Searching them all might take a month. Hearing that it would take so long, Chao Xing frowned again. Because soon, that ancient ruin, the lost city of the kingdom, will be open to the public. Qinong had been there once before, and it was there that he earned his title of champion fighter. So Chao Xing thought, take him along this time to see if there's anything else he can find. If we delay any longer, it might be too late. Qinong seemed to understand his concerns, and said slowly, Don't worry, Lord Xiaoxing. Although it's a month, it might not actually take that long. Maybe I get lucky and find my wife at the first place I go." Hearing this, Xiaoxing also laughed. He nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead, Mr. Qinong. If you need any help, just let me know." Qiong shook his head and said solemnly, "You've already helped me enough. The power you bestowed upon me alone has increased my strength many times over. Not to mention, you saved me once." He looked at Xiaoxing. A complex expression appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have no idea that the otherworldly lord he met a few months ago had grown to such a level. After a pause, he raised his head and said, "Then I set off first, Lord Xiaoxing." "Okay, go ahead." Xiaoxing nodded slightly. After saying this, Qiong gradually turned around, his gaze gazing outwards from the territory, a look of determination in his eyes. Then, an invisible whirlwind swept past, and Qinong's figure vanished from the spot. Xiaoxing also averted his gaze. Then he resumed his inspection of the territory. Soon, he arrived at the agricultural area of the territory. He passed by the busy villagers, and walked straight to a corner of the greenhouse. A young man was bent over, diligently planting crops. It was the minor nobleman who had been taken into the territory earlier, Yolan Green. At this moment, Yolan was deeply absorbed in his work. He didn't even notice Xiaoxing's arrival. Xiaoxing called out Yolan. At the sound of the voice, the young man gradually put down his work and slowly raised his head. He seemed a little surprised to hear who was calling him. But when he saw Xiaoxing, a look of respect suddenly crossed his face. He quickly approached, bowed slightly, and said humbly, "Respected lord, may the glory of the god of wealth shine upon you." Xiaoxing nodded slightly and said calmly, "I have something to ask you. Please come with me." Yolan was stunned for a moment, and his smile froze. He seemed surprised that this lord would actually come to him for something, and in person. He hesitated, then whispered yes. Yolan followed Xiaoxing nervously, his steps light. As he walked, he kept thinking about whether he had done anything wrong recently. Or had he done something to displease the lord? Just as he was feeling uneasy, Xiaoxing stopped. Yolan also stopped immediately, looking up and around. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at the heart of the territory. An old man stood there, seemingly waiting for a long time. Xiaoxing glanced at the two of them, and said again, Yolan, you two come in with me." With that, he walked over first and pushed open the gate to the lord's castle. The two men behind him exchanged a glance and followed him, entering the magnificent building. The first-floor hall of the lord's castle was enormous, covering over 1,000 square meters. The towering ceiling was adorned with a crystal chandelier Xiaoxing had looted from the Goblin Palace. The walls were covered with exquisite paintings, and the floor was covered with thick carpets. It was arguably the most luxurious building in the entire territory. Then, Xiaoxing arrived at the center of the hall, and casually sat down on the glittering throne. With a wave of his hand, he pulled 2 stools from his backpack. "Sit down." The two men sat down nervously. The first-floor hall was filled with silence. Neither Xiaoyi nor Yolan dared to speak. Xiaoxing was the first to break the silence. "You two should know why I called you here, right?" The two exchanged blank glances, then shook their heads, confusion written across their faces. Xiaoxing chuckled, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to cause you any trouble." Yolan, standing beside him, breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. He gazed at his lord with a questioning look, waiting for the next words. Xiaoxing said, "You are all talented individuals in my territory, and you all possess some knowledge and experience in managing it. As you two know, our territory is preparing to develop into a giant city. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." The old man and the young man exchanged glances, finally understanding Xiaoxing's purpose in calling them. However, neither of them spoke first, and the atmosphere in the castle hall fell silent once again. Taking notice of this, Xiaoxing addressed him directly, "Xiaoyi, you go first." The old man nodded and said respectfully, "My lord, before I express my opinion, I have 2 questions to confirm." "You say." "First, how large is our territory's planned expansion going forward? Second, after it develops into a massive city, will it remain closed, as it is now, or open, like other massive cities?" Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then replied, "It should be about the same size as Malign City, with a diameter of approximately 7 kilometers. As for whether it will be closed or open, I like to consider both. What do you think?" Xiaoyi nodded and continued, "In that case, we have to start with territory planning. Lord, the currently planned territory should have a diameter of 7 kilometers, roughly the size of a medium-sized city. This city can accommodate at least several 100,000 people, and the rapid population growth will increase the difficulty of management. With the strength of our territory, we don't have to worry about public security. But we need to first clarify details such as functional zoning and transportation planning. In addition, there are also the areas of agricultural land and commercial areas within the territory. This requires a lot of preliminary preparation. When building the city, we need to decide how large the areas will be. Chao Xing leaned back in his chair, thinking carefully for a moment, and agreed that what Chao Yi said made sense. Go on. Chao Yi cleared his throat and continued, also, regarding what the Lord mentioned, the coexistence of closed and open systems. I think this is also feasible. For example, we could designate the central city as a core area, where only key personnel within our territory can enter and exit. Outside the central city, it will be designated as a general area, allowing mercenaries, vagrants, merchants, and other outsiders to operate. Besides that, we need to consider. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with approval. Clearly, Chao Yi had already made extensive preparations. However, Chao Yi spoke so much at once, and while Chao Xing could remember everything, there might still be some discrepancies between his thoughts and his own. So, he raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Wait a moment." "Yes, Lord." Chao Yi paused immediately, respectfully awaiting Chao Xing's next instructions. Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. "Mu Shui, Edward, come to the Lord's castle." At this moment, as if remembering something, he called out another name. "Victoria, come along." Hearing Chao Xing's call, the three responded one after another. "Okay, we be right there." A moment later, three figures pushed open the Lord's gate. Lu Muxue was still clad in her full set of Anthem of Light armor, and with the aura of a legendary warrior, she exuded a sense of both majesty and holiness. Edward, beside her, still clutched his album, his body stained with ink, as if he had just been painting. Victoria was the last to enter. She wore a white gown, beautifully tailored, perfectly framing her impressive figure. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, her dark brown hair tied into a neat ponytail, giving her a look of elegance and sophistication. This queen of mind and energy constantly exuded a commanding presence. Victoria turned her head, her gaze landing on Chao Xing on the throne. A complex expression flashed across her eyes. She nodded slightly, a greeting. Chao Xing waved his hand, conjuring three more chairs. He said, "All right, you all take a seat." The three of them each found a chair and sat down. By now, 6 people had gathered in the hall. Chao Xing said, "Chao Yi Yuluan, and I will discuss some matters concerning the construction of the giant city. We need your participation. Mu Shui is an urban construction specialist. You will be there to offer your opinions." Lu Muxue nodded gently, a serious look in her eyes. "Okay, Ah Xing." Chao Xing then looked at Edward. "Edward, your responsibility is to write down our words. Then, after the discussion is over, draw a blueprint based on the plan we've agreed on." The painter's expression immediately straightened, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Then, Chao Xing's gaze fell on Victoria. The Queen of Mind, she sat upright, her expression calm, as if this sort of thing was commonplace for her. Chao Xing said, "Victoria, I know your past. As the former queen of the kingdom of Renova, you governed a vast kingdom and possess extensive experience in statecraft. Although my territory is modest at present, it will surely grow even larger in the future. I hope you can offer some suggestions to help us better plan this vast city." Hearing this, the Queen of Mind, she nodded slightly, her tone calm but tinged with emotion. "You are too kind, Lord. The past is long gone. The Renoir kingdom no longer exists. I am now merely a member of this territory. And to be honest, the Renoir kingdom in its heyday wasn't even a fraction of this territory. It would be an honor to offer you advice." During her time in the territory, Victoria had already become part of it. She had witnessed Chao Xing's leadership and the territory's rapid development, and she felt a deep sense of belonging. Chao Xing nodded. Then, turning to the old man, he gestured, "Chao Yi, briefly repeat what you just said. Such is the plan for our giant city." The old man nodded. "Currently, our territory expansion is initially planned to expand directly to a diameter of 7 kilometers. Because the Lord mentioned wanting to combine open and closed areas, I propose dividing the new territory into an inner city and an outer city. With the Lord's castle at its center, a 2-kilometer diameter, equivalent to the area of our current territory, will serve as the inner city. The planning of the inner city is already complete, and the building locations here can remain largely unchanged. The walls and arrow towers will remain in their original locations. This also includes the agricultural and livestock areas, as they contain incredibly valuable magical plants and creatures. Then, outside the inner city, A 5-kilometer area will be built as a wall, and this will serve as the outer city. The outer city will be significantly larger than the inner city, giving us ample land for planting new agricultural and livestock areas. These areas of the outer city will be used to grow common crops and domesticate yaks, sheep, and other livestock. Chow Yi spoke as Edward quickly took notes. Everyone present, including those present, listened attentively to his proposal. Chao Xing tried to imagine the scene in his mind. According to his plan, the entire territory would have 2 walls, isolating the territory's inhabitants from the outside population. This would have many advantages. First and foremost, the people of the inner city would not be disturbed by residents of the outer city, and order within the territory would remain intact. What was done before remains the same now. Second advantage, because the inner city serves as the center of the entire city, they can effectively monitor the outer city. No matter what happens in the city, or if any enemy is encountered outside, they can arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. Third advantage, because buildings with inherent auras, such as the Energy Tower, the Pale Tree, and the Lord's Castle, have a power that affects the entire territory. The scope of this territory is calculated based on the Energy Tower's maximum heating range. The Energy Tower currently covers an 8-kilometer radius, and with continued upgrades, it will continue to expand. In other words, even those in the outer cities can benefit from the Energy Tower's heating effects and the accelerated growth of the Pale Tree. Of course, the expansion of the Great City isn't entirely without benefits. It also has many drawbacks. For example, a sudden increase in population will create a mixed crowd. Also, the expanded city will increase the distance they have to transport supplies, increasing transportation costs. There are many other minor details that Chao Xing hasn't considered. But regardless, the benefits of the great city's expansion outweigh the drawbacks. Chao Xing nodded and said, Chao Yi, continue. Chapter 665. The old man continued, since our inner city doesn't require major changes, what we need to do now is carefully plan the outer city. Regarding the outer city, I suggest we follow the model of larger cities, like Malayan City and Dwuluan Lake City. In addition to agricultural and industrial areas, we should also divide it into commercial, residential, and entertainment areas. These plans are quite complex and the workload is enormous, so I need to explain them in more detail. First and foremost, our agricultural area remains the foundation for the survival of the entire territory. I suggest. It took Chao Yi a full 10 minutes to finish explaining the division between agricultural and residential areas. Edward had already filled 2 pages with notes, and beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Seeing this, Chao Xing comforted him, Edward, don't be nervous. If there's anything I've missed or anything unclear, you can continue to consult with Chao Yi. You don't need to do anything else next. Your main task is to complete the planning of the giant city. The young painter looked up and gave Chao Xing a grateful look. Then he solemnly replied, Yes, Lord. He then began to diligently take note of Chao Yi's words. Meanwhile, Chao Yi continued his speech for nearly 20 minutes, finally completing his detailed explanation of the commercial and industrial zones. The old man sighed and said respectfully, Lord, this is my idea. I've finished. Chao Xing nodded, then looked at Lu Muxue beside him. Do you have anything to add? Lu Muxue nodded slightly and said calmly, Mr. Chao Yi has basically explained the framework of the great city and determined the direction of the territory's 3rd phase of development. I add a few details. First, the city must build a comprehensive canal system, including drainage and water supply channels, to ensure the city's sanitation and water needs. In addition, I suggest building some welfare facilities in the living areas, such as churches, welfare homes, free health centers, and so on. These facilities can serve as a unique feature of our territory, attracting more people to our city, and further enhancing the sense of belonging among the residents. Of course, this is based on sufficient resources in our territory. Chao Xing listened attentively, agreeing inwardly. A city's drainage and water supply systems are indeed extremely important. They not only affect the city's reputation, but also directly affect the quality of life and sanitation of its residents. After all, many of the great cities in this world lack complete drainage systems. Where do residents dispose of their daily sewage and garbage? Either they dump it in a corner, or simply dump it against the wall. Over time, these city corners become filthy, emitting a strong stench. Just one sniff is enough to make one nauseous. This kind of environment not only severely impacts residents' quality of life, but also exacerbates the spread of disease. Historically, large-scale plagues, such as the Black Death, were able to spread so drastically. This was largely due to the extremely poor sanitation conditions in cities at the time, which provided a breeding ground for pathogens. As for her second point, building some welfare homes and churches, Chao Xing's eyes lit up even more. With the strength of his territory, he couldn't yet care for too many people, but he could still provide some support for orphans and the elderly. Of course, this wasn't free. Chao Xing knew that while free gifts might initially make people grateful, they would eventually take it for granted. So Chao Xing would also set some conditions. For example, allowing those children to join his territory in the future and contribute to it. As for the elderly, forget about them. Supporting them for free wouldn't matter. After all, in this world, there's a cruel truth. The elderly are extremely rare, practically a scarce species. The average life expectancy is in their early 40s, and anyone over 40 is considered advanced age. Where else could you find a large number of elderly people? Take Xiao Yi, for example. He's only in his early 50s, but he looks like he's almost 70. Chao Xing looked at Edward beside him. My wife's suggestions will also be taken seriously. The young painter nodded. Yes, Lord. Soon, Lu Muxua also expressed her opinions. Meanwhile, Chao Xing looked at Yulun beside him. Tell me your thoughts. This was Chao Xing's first formal interaction with this young noble. Right off the bat, he was asked to participate in the planning of the territory's development, leaving the young noble somewhat bewildered. However, he also knew that this was the opportunity he had always dreamed of. He had to seize it. Then, he gradually stood up from his stool, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Respected Lord, Lady. Before I offer my opinion, I'd like to say something to the senior members of the territory. This is a prosperous and sacred territory, a place I've always dreamed of devoting all my passion to. Yolan seemed quite excited. He took another deep breath and continued, Then, I'd like to share some of my ideas. A complete city, in addition to the infrastructure and drainage systems proposed by Mr. Chao Yi and the Lord's wife, requires a complete management system and sufficient staffing. The most important positions are the Lord and Deputy Lord, needless to say. They must belong to the Lord and the Lord's wife. In addition, we also need administrators, who will be responsible for basic administration, household registration, and so on. Also, judicial officers, who will draft laws related to the city and ensure their effective implementation. And diplomats, who will be responsible for diplomatic affairs with other cities and territories, signing agreements, resolving disputes, and so on. He paused, observing the Lord's reaction. Chao Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he listened. There really weren't many talented administrators in his territory. Anyone with even a modicum of ability in this area is basically here. These administrative, judicial, and diplomatic positions are all relatively important, so there really aren't many good candidates right now. Go on, Chao Xing gestured. Yolan nodded and continued, These are administrative positions. Next, there are economic management positions. For a territory to develop, the economy is paramount. So, we need a good treasurer to manage taxes, the city's budget, expenditures, resource allocation, and so on. In addition, he will also conduct market supervision, combat fraud, monopoly, and illegal transactions, and create a good business environment in the city. However, this workload is too heavy. I suggest that this treasurer be assigned at least 3 or 4 assistants, otherwise he will definitely not be able to handle it alone. The other 2 more important ones are the Director of Agriculture, responsible for farmland management and food production, and the Director of Industry, responsible for the territory's industrial development and resource allocation. Chao Xing nodded again, Go on. Yolan then continued his speech. Besides these basic positions, he added a host of others. These included military defense positions, such as city guards and the chief guard. There were also education officers responsible for promoting territory culture, as well as positions responsible for medical care, sanitation, and public facilities maintenance. In total, there were at least hundreds of positions that needed to be filled. Edward, standing beside him, wrote down several more pages, his brow furrowed, as if he exhausted himself. After a moment, Yolan let out a long sigh and said slowly, My lord, madam, I'm done. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Not bad. You've certainly considered this very carefully. After receiving the Lord's approval, the young noble felt deeply relieved. Glad to have met a lord who listened to his advice, glad to finally have a place to display his talents. Chao Xing, leaning against the shining throne, lost in thought. These positions are all relatively important, each crucial to the future smooth operation and development of the territory. Finding such a large number of talented individuals is no easy task. Although Chao Xing could ask the Ice Crystal King for help, asking him to directly transfer a group of personnel from the major cities to his territory, even several other kingdoms would be happy to help upon hearing his request. However, These were not his own people, and Chao Xing felt somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Victoria, as if sensing Chao Xing's concern, spoke up for the first time. The positions of city administrator and judicial officer can be handed over to me. Her voice was calm, powerful, and imbued with authority. I can oversee the future administration of the territory and, drawing on the experience of the Kingdom of Renova, quickly draft a set of relevant laws. This set of laws has been in effect in the Kingdom of Renova for a long time, proving its effectiveness and stability. Furthermore, combined with the territory's formidable military strength, we can ensure the enforcement of the laws, bringing greater stability and prosperity to the territory. Chao Xing's eyes lit up as he heard this. He believed in Victoria's abilities. As a former queen, she possessed not only extensive experience in governing but also exceptional leadership and judgment. With her in charge of the administration and judiciary of the territory, he could rest assured. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Very well, then I leave these two positions to you. I assign you a few assistants later." Victoria nodded slightly, then continued, "Besides that, I have a few suggestions." Chao Xing's gaze was focused, motioning for her to continue. Victoria said calmly, "Although our city construction this time is ostensibly just an expansion of our territory, it actually has far-reaching implications. Now, our territory boasts numerous legendary warriors, even some with the power of a formidable demigod. Among the surrounding kingdoms, while not at the dominant level, we are already a significant presence. Therefore, we can fully leverage this influence to showcase our strength and potential to the neighboring kingdoms and factions, attracting more resources, talent, and allies." After a pause, she continued, "In addition, our territory also has a legendary blacksmith and a legendary alchemist. These are extremely scarce resources for any faction. We can use these as a foundation to establish an alchemist association and a blacksmith association. Recruit more talented alchemists and blacksmiths to join the associations. Then select the best from among them and incorporate them into the territory. This will not only enhance the overall strength of the territory, but also lay a solid foundation for future development." After Victoria finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Even the minor noble, Yolan, looked at her in disbelief. Compared to the opinions offered by the crowd, most favor the construction and planning of the territory. Victoria, due to her past experience and status, viewed things from a completely different perspective. She considered not only the internal management of the territory, but also future diplomatic relations with other kingdoms. She even considered using this city construction to expand the territory's influence and lay the foundation for a new approach to future development. Chao Xing looked at Edward beside him and asked, "Have you taken note of what Victoria just proposed?" Edward seemed to have just come to his senses and quickly said, "I have, Your Excellency." Chao Xing nodded, approving Victoria's proposal. Then he looked at the others and said, "All right, let's continue discussing the details of building the great city." Everyone glanced at each other and began to express their opinions. The 6 of them discussed the matter in the Lord's castle for over 2 hours. Except for Victoria, everyone else was talking until they were almost dry. Finally, they had pretty much finalized the direction of the great city. Chao Xing then said, "Okay, that's all for today. You can go back and rest. To truly build the giant city, we need some more preparation." After a pause, he looked at the painter next to him and said, "Edward, please take the time to organize these suggestions we've made. Then draw a blueprint for me. If you need any help, please let me know." Edward nodded solemnly. "Yes, Lord. I draw up the blueprint as soon as possible." With that, Chao Yi, Edward, and Warren left the castle one after another. In the hall, only he, Lu Muxue, and Victoria remained. The Queen of Mind Qi remained seated upright in her chair, seemingly speaking to Chao Xing. Chao Xing noticed the subtle expression on her face and asked, "Victoria, what do you want to say?" She asked, "I heard that you had contact with soldiers from the Kingdom of Ostia during your last trip to that forest. And you killed a wizard who also wielded the dark arts?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes. However, this wizard isn't the same one who destroyed your Kingdom of Renova. According to my speculation, there are probably many in the Kingdom of Ostia who now possess this evil power." Hearing this, Victoria frowned slightly, seeming a little worried. "What's wrong?" Chao Xing continued. Victoria sighed softly and spoke slowly. "Dark magic is an evil force. It can grant immense power in a short period of time, but at the cost of the corruption and degeneration of the soul. The abuse of this power often leads to unforeseen consequences. If unchecked, it could bring about some extremely serious disaster." She looked at Chao Xing seriously and said, "According to your speculation, many people in this kingdom have begun to wield this power. These are all ticking time bombs, the source of disaster. If a full-scale outbreak occurs in the future, the entire kingdom of Ostia, including the surrounding kingdoms, will be severely affected. Even if it doesn't erupt fully, the concentration of dark magic could attract the attention of some powerful and evil being. Chao Xing frowned slightly after hearing this. Based on his previous exploration, he had a rough idea of the situation surrounding the kingdom of Ostia. The area surrounding the kingdom is entirely uninhabited and forested. The nearest kingdom is the Grey Mist Kingdom, approximately 3,000 kilometers away. In other words, if the hidden dangers of the kingdom of Ostia were to fully erupt, the only kingdom that would be affected would be the Grey Mist Kingdom. Even so, it still posed a significant threat. Chao Xing nodded and said, I understand. I contact the Grey Mist King later, and have him keep an eye on the Ostia Kingdom. Victoria nodded slightly. I don't have anything else to do. Then I'd be leaving. Okay, go back and rest. With that, Victoria also stood up and left the Lord's castle. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were the only two people in the hall. Chao Xing leaned back on the throne, contemplating matters concerning the construction of his territory and the Ostia Kingdom. At that moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Should I send someone to destroy this kingdom directly? According to intelligence, this kingdom only had one legendary figure, the king. With Chao Xing's current territory, he could easily destroy this country in a short period of time, completely eliminating the threat of dark magic. And perhaps, he could even seize all of the kingdom's resources. But Chao Xing quickly dismissed the idea. Although the kingdom of Ostia is drawing on the power of black magic, it's doing so in secret, without revealing it. If I suddenly dispatch my powerful warriors now, it would be like I'm initiating a war. Even if we can destroy them, it would have a negative impact on the surrounding kingdoms. An even more important reason is that Chao Xing currently lacks the ability to completely take over a kingdom. If he were to kill all the high-ranking officials of that kingdom, then order in the entire kingdom of Ostia would collapse, and the civilians would be plunged into chaos, just like those in the kingdom of Varen. Countless civilians would die. If Chao Xing were to do this, what would be the difference between him and the leader of the Watchers? Chapter 666. If Chao Xing really did this, what difference would there be between him and the Watcher leader? At least, he couldn't take action until he had figured out how to handle this situation. At that moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a wave of relief on his shoulders. A pair of soft hands rested on them, gently kneading them. Looking up, he saw Lu Muxue. The beauty had come up behind Chao Xing, and was massaging his shoulders. Her strength was gentle, but just right. Lu Muxue often massaged Chao Xing's shoulders, and over time, her technique had become more refined. Chao Xing closed his eyes comfortably. After a few minutes, he grasped the beauty's hand. Let's go, Muxue. Let's go out first. Yes, Lu Muxue replied softly. Then, together, they pushed open the gate to the Lord's castle. As soon as he emerged, Chao Xing saw two small figures at the door, two children. They seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Chao Xing emerge, their eyes suddenly lit up. These two children were the brother and sister he had saved back in the kingdom of Varen. At this moment, the two children had changed into clean clothes, and their injuries had healed. However, the little boy's face, ravaged by the blood curse, had a bright red mark, which was a bit glaring. The little girl beside him held his hand tightly, looking a little nervous. The little girl was very pretty, with no obvious scars on her body or face. At this moment, the little boy mustered his courage, stepped forward, and said in a childish voice, "Thank you, kind and powerful Lord, for saving us and providing us with warm shelter and clean clothes. We offer you our most sincere gratitude." He bowed awkwardly and saluted Chao Xing. Looking at the indifferent little girl beside him, he whispered, "Meili, quickly bow to this gentleman." Okay, brother." The little girl also bowed, imitating her brother's salute. However, as she lowered her head, she stole a glance at Chao Xing and Lu Muxue beside him. When her eyes fell on Lu Muxue's face, she was immediately struck by her breathtaking beauty and froze in her place. Looking at the brother and sister, Chao Xing smiled and said gently, "It's nothing. Are you feeling better?" The little boy stood up straight, his tone filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, sir. Our injuries have healed a lot, and we'll be fully recovered in a few days. Don't worry, when I'm free to move around, I work hard to repay your kindness." He seemed very sensible. Although only 7 or 8 years old, his demeanor and words exuded a maturity beyond his years. The little girl next to him timidly added, "I help with my brother too." Chao Xing looked at the two children's well-behaved appearances, and a smile crept onto his face again. He asked, What are your names? The little boy paused and answered seriously, my name is Julian, and this is my sister Melly. Chao Xing nodded, his gaze fixed on them. 2 attribute panels gradually appeared before him. Name, Julian. Level, Level 2. Faction, Chao Xing. HP, 354/400, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power, 1 to 3. Attributes, none. Skills, none. Talents, none. Status, Dream 1. Name, Melee. Level, Level 1. Faction, Chao Xing. HP, 127/200, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power, 0 to 1. Attributes, none. Skills, none. Talents, none. The attributes and talents of these 2 people are mediocre, and it is not like the story where the children taken in by the protagonist are all gifted. However, what caught Chao Xing's attention were the words displayed on the little boy's status. What does this Dream 1 mean? Is Julian dreaming? However, there was no note on the system, and he didn't quite know what it meant. Shaking his head, Chao Xing didn't bother to delve into it. After all, there were too many people with surprising backgrounds in his territory. The little boy's status didn't attract much attention from him. So Chao Xing said, you are still too young. The territory doesn't need you to work yet. Next, you will learn some knowledge in the territory first, and then consider other things when you grow up. Hearing this, the 2 children looked at each other. Julian mustered up his courage and asked tentatively, my lord, I want to learn combat skills like those soldiers, and protect my sister and the territory in the future. Is that okay? Chao Xing was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, yes, but while learning combat skills, you can't fall behind in knowledge. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. By the way, I find you a teacher about your age. After saying that, he pressed the communication device to his ear and said, little Choo Choo, come find me at the Lord's castle. The call was quickly connected, and the playful voices of 2 little girls reached my ears. Sister Elisa, put me down quickly. Big brother is calling us. Wow. Little Choo Choo, the mech is losing control. I can't stop. Help me. Then, there was a loud crash, and the screams of the 2 little girls. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. It was obvious that Elisa was taking little Choo Choo up to something strange again. After a moment, Tong Choo Choo seemed to have calmed down. She quickly replied on the voicemail, Big brother, I'd be right there. Okay, be careful, Chao Xing instructed. Got it, big brother. The 2 hung up. A moment later, a series of dull footsteps could be heard in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The siblings involuntarily turned their gazes. Under everyone's gaze, a humanoid monster, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, with a steely hue, appeared on the street ahead. The steel monster, with its robust strides, slowly approached them, its presence imposing. It was a modified Earth Dragon mecha. At that moment, little Choo Choo was perched on its shoulders, gazing at Chao Xing. I see big brother, sister Elisa, let's go over there. At the same time, the energy core in the Earth Dragon mech's chest emanated a dazzling blue light. Then, with a burst of acceleration, it rushed forward like an arrow. The instantaneous burst of speed even exceeded 900 meters per second. When the massive Earth Dragon mech reached the crowd, its form instantly stabilized. However, the strong wind created by the acceleration still made everyone squint. The siblings were almost blown away. At the same time, little Choo Choo jumped directly from the mech, smiling, Big brother, I'm here. The hatch of the Earth Dragon mech opened wide, and a small head popped out. It was Elisa. Lord, Elisa is here too, she said with a grin. Seeing this, Chao Xing was speechless. He asked Elisa, when did you learn to fly the Earth Dragon mech? The girl said with a smug look, hee hee. I learned it on my own. Impressive, isn't it? Chao Xing said again, speechless. What's so impressive? You've cracked so many tiles in our territory. If you keep doing this, I forbid you from touching these things. Hearing this, Elisa glanced back, her face suddenly filled with panic. She looked at Chao Xing and pleaded, Woo. Elisa will be more careful next time. Lord, please don't forbid me from flying a mech. Please, Elisa can do anything. Seeing her feigned pity, Chao Xing's face was filled with helplessness. Shaking his head, he looked at the 2 people beside him and said, Julian, Mary, come here. The brother and sister cautiously approached Chao Xing. They stared at the behemoth with fearful eyes, feeling both curiosity and fear towards this metal monster. From now on, you will follow Xiao Choo Choo. She will give you some simple training, and in the evening, you can go to the library with her to study. After saying this, Chao Xing looked back at the little girl and instructed, Xiao Chu Chu, Julian and Mei Li will follow you from now on. Hearing this, Xiao Chu Chu blinked her innocent eyes and nodded obediently. Okay, big brother. She took the initiative to approach the brother and sister, smiling brightly. Hello, my name is Tong Chu Chu. We be partners from now on. The brother and sister responded nervously. Hello. Hello. At this moment, Elisa came over and whispered something in the siblings' ears. The anxiety in their eyes instantly vanished, replaced by immense anticipation. Sister, are you telling me the truth? Julian couldn't help but ask, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even his younger sister, Melly, widened her eyes. Elisa patted her flat chest proudly and said, Of course it's true. Captain Elisa is omnipotent. The two little ones were stunned by her deception, their eyes filled with admiration. At the same time, Elisa turned around and, with a light leap, leaped onto the cockpit of the Earth Dragon mech. Then, she crouched down, commanding the mech, inviting them in. Come on board. We need to hurry, or it'd be dark, and we won't be able to go. Hearing this, the siblings were still in a daze, while Tong Chu Chu, beside them, had already expertly leaped onto the Earth Dragon mech's shoulders. Seeing this, Julian and Mei Li also mustered their courage and stepped forward. The Earth Dragon mech's steel shoulders and arms carried 3 small figures. Buzz! With a low roar, the Earth Dragon mech slowly rose to its feet, then took large strides and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue exchanged a glance, each a gentle smile. Let's go, Muxue. Let's inspect the territory, and then explore the outside world to prepare for the construction of the giant city. Okay. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue then took a tour of the territory. Then, they crossed the city wall and circled the 6 or 7 kilometers surrounding the territory, surveying the terrain. The area outside the territory was, of course, not entirely smooth. The ground was dotted with obstacles, deep pits, and even massive rocks blocking the way. Before building the giant city, these pits had to be filled and the boulders removed. This was a considerable undertaking. So, Chao Xing summoned another group of workers to begin clearing the area outside the territory. The workers gradually filled the pits, and the massive rocks were gradually broken down into foundational materials, stones. And so, time flew by, and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, everything was calm. Even the weather around the world had become much milder. The survivors enjoyed a rare few days of good weather. However, on the morning of the 4th day, a system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 13th day of the turbulent period. From now on, the weather around the world will return to its normal course. The wind and snow have intensified, and there will be occasional natural disasters. Please be prepared. At the same time, the system will launch 2 mini events in 60 days, Dream Fractals and Golden Scrit's Treasure. Dream Fractals. A dream portal will appear next to the bonfire in each survivor's territory. Enter the Dream Fractals through this portal. The Dream Fractals are divided into 100 layers, each of which is extremely large and contains various puzzles and dreamlike enemies. Survivors must continuously solve puzzles, defeat enemies, and find the dream exit within the specified time. Due to the enormous size of this map, a regional challenge mode will be launched. All survivor lords from each region will enter the same map and work together to find the dream exit. The region that first finds the dream exit will receive a generous mystery reward. Attention! In the Dream Fractals, anything is possible. Here, not only does one possess immense strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and keen insight. Detailed challenge rules and rewards will be announced on the day the Dream Fractal opens. When the first system notification ended, chat channels around the world were once again abuzz. Holy crap! A Dream Fractal, and a whole region challenge together? This is what the system calls a small event? That's a bit outrageous. A region now has at least over 100,000 lords. If they all go in together, I can't imagine how huge this Dream Fractal is. Brothers, I saw the system say that whichever region finds the dream exit first will receive the rewards for the entire region. I feel like this mechanism is a bit unfair. This person's words were echoed by many survivors. Yeah, wouldn't those regions with top-tier masters be able to lead the entire region in a speedrun? With that person here, wouldn't they be the ones to scoop up all the Dream Fractal rewards? Clearly, the person they were referring to was Chao Xing. After all, he was the only lord in the server with a confirmed legendary master, and more than one. If he took action, it was clear that the other regions wouldn't stand a chance. However, some other survivors held different views. What are you thinking? Didn't you see what the system said later? In the Dream Fractal, strength isn't everything. wisdom and observation are essential to success. You're right. We stand are world-renowned for our wisdom and strategy. Any puzzle is a piece of cake for us. No matter how powerful Chaoxing is, he can't solve every puzzle by himself. It seems like it's time for our Eagle Nation think tank to be deployed. We strive to clear this dream fractal as quickly as possible. Instantly, survivors from many regions were eager to participate. They all wanted to outdo the H Nation survivors and Chaoxing in the dream fractal event. At this moment, the second system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note. The second event rules are now being announced. Golden Scrit's Treasure. After 61 days, the second day after the dream fractal opens, a small number of golden scrit will randomly spawn across various map areas. Golden scrits carry various precious treasures and coins in their pockets. After defeating them, they will drop some of their treasures from their pockets. Killing them will also grant you some special items. Survivor lords who discover golden scrits in the wild can choose to post their location on the map for a silver treasure chest as a reward, or choose to fight them alone. Please note, the monsters in this event are quite difficult. Golden scrits are level 70 boss commanders, and there's a chance that a dominant level golden scrit king will appear. Please proceed with caution. After the two system prompts ended, heated discussions erupted again across various regions. Even Chaoxing was somewhat surprised. Oh! Dream fractals and golden scrit. These two activities are quite interesting. There's no need to elaborate on the former, dream fractals. Although the system calls it a small event, everyone knows it's definitely a large-scale event. After all, with survivors from all servers participating, and divided into large regions, the scale and difficulty can be imagined. As for the golden scrit, it sounds similar to the original search for the Claw of Jormag. Just the monsters are a bit higher level. A smile of interest played on Chaoxing's lips. It seems the system really doesn't leave the survivors idle. The Blood Rebellion expansion just ended, and these two events are already launching. I wonder what the rewards are this time. Anxiety welled up in Chaoxing's heart. However, the system hadn't announced them yet, so no one knew for the time being. Just then, two consecutive visit requests interrupted Chaoxing's train of thought. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton has requested a visit to your territory. Do you approve? Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. Jace has requested a visit to your territory. Do you approve? Seeing these notifications, a smile crossed Chaoxing's face. These two are finally here. He clicked agree on both, and then walked out of the Lord's castle. At the same time, on the snowy ground outside the territory, two teams of carriages slowly approached the city gates. Trampling, trampling. Each team was accompanied by a group of guards, their footsteps marching in unison, a powerful presence. Jace and Hilton, the sworn enemy, glared at each other with hostile eyes as they advanced. Jace of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce angrily said, Hilton, why are you always haunting me? I finally came to see Lord Chaoxing, and you're tagging along. Haha. I was just about to ask you, Jace. Hilton sneered, his tone tinged with disdain. I'm telling you, Lord Chaoxing personally sent a message and invited me here. You're the one following me around. Jace was stunned, then replied, What? Lord Chaoxing invited me here too. Chapter 667. Both of them looked bewildered. Does this mean Lord Chaoxing invited both of us? Hilton asked, doubtful. Just as they were lost in their confusion, a young man in a frosty white robe and dark blue cloth boots approached them. His steps were slow and light, but the powerful aura he emanated still gave Hilton, Jace, and the guards behind them a strong sense of oppression. This young man, of course, was Chaoxing. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face, and he said, Lord Hilton, Lord Jace, how are you? You two must have traveled so long. We go to the tavern and treat you well later. When they came to their senses, they both quickly returned the greeting, How are you, Lord Chaoxing? Jace, standing beside him, was flattered upon seeing Chaoxing. I never expected that Lord Chaoxing, now a powerful lord, would come out to greet us personally. I'm truly overwhelmed. Last time in Malign City, it was Lord Chaoxing and his legendary warriors who rescued me. I haven't had time to thank you yet. Now, please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude. He then bowed deeply. Hilton, standing beside him, was slightly taken aback, half-heartedly wondering if he had misheard. Because the Black Market Chamber of Commerce was based in the distant kingdom of Joko, countless miles from the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This time, the bloody chaos didn't even have time to spread to the kingdom of Yoko because of the distance, and was directly suppressed by Chaoxing and his men. So, while Hilton knew about the blood rebellions that had broken out in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Orchid Kingdom, and other regions, He wasn't exactly a small merchant within the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. He only knew that the Blood Legion was ultimately defeated by the powerful warriors of those kingdoms. And now, he heard Jay say that this otherworldly lord had actually brought a legendary warrior to rescue the city of Malign during the Blood Rebellion. What exactly was a legendary warrior? Such a being could even command the king to personally come out and treat him with courtesy. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the mysterious figure who had come to visit him. He said, Lord Chaoxing of the Ice Crystal Kingdom had asked him to visit soon. Furthermore, this mysterious figure had emphasized the importance of being courteous to the Lord. Whatever his request, they should do their best to meet it. If necessary, they could mobilize the entire Chamber of Commerce. At the time, he'd been puzzled as to why this person had made such a fuss over the mere mention of Chaoxing. Now he understood, this lord actually possessed a legendary warrior. As a seasoned veteran of the business world, Hilton instantly grasped the situation. He quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Chaoxing, you're so polite. We're honored to receive your invitation. We don't need your hospitality. Jace quickly chimed in, indeed. I left in such a hurry this time, that I didn't bring any gifts for Lord Chaoxing. Please forgive me. Chaoxing, knowing their thoughts, chuckled and shook his head, saying, Don't be so nervous, you two. I invited you here because I have something to trouble you with. Upon hearing this, the two merchants' expressions suddenly straightened, and they replied respectfully, Lord Chaoxing, please speak up. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will do our best to complete it. Chaoxing nodded slightly. Okay, then let's go back to the tavern and discuss it. With that, he turned and headed back toward the territory. Jace and Hilton exchanged a glance, then silently followed him. The rich aroma of rum wafted through the tavern. The guards of the two caravans drank heartily at a nearby table, which also contained a rich feast. Chaoxing, Hilton, and Jace sat at another table. Wow! The two merchants drank it all in one gulp, then exclaimed, Excellent wine. Hilton put down his glass and said with a smile, The winemakers in Lord Chaoxing's territory are as skilled as ever. The last batch of rum you sold me was immediately sought after, and sold out as soon as it arrived in the city. Chaoxing smiled. As long as you like it. Now, let's get down to business. Hilton and Jace listened attentively, breathless. My territory is planning a major expansion, but we're currently short on resources and food. As you know, food is scarce in this world, especially large-scale supplies. So, I'd like to leverage the power of your two chambers of commerce to help me procure large quantities of grain from various locations. At least enough to feed 100,000 people for 2 or 3 months. Both faces expressed surprise at this request. Hilton frowned and calculated in a low voice. 100,000 people. 2 or 3 months worth of food, based on the lowest consumption, that would require at least 40 tons of food per day. 3 months means 3,600 tons? After reaching this conclusion, not only Hilton, but also just beside him grew grave. Chaoxing nodded slightly yes. Just beside him couldn't help but remark, Lord Chaoxing, that's a truly staggering number. It's probably difficult to gather that much in such a short period of time. Chaoxing smiled and replied, Yes, so I'm troubling you too, aren't I? Hilton and Jess exchanged a glance. Hilton then said, I can mobilize the Black Lion Merchant Guild to purchase food from various kingdoms and towns and transport it to your territory. But, as you know, food is scarce in this world, not to mention the sheer volume you need all at once. The transportation costs alone are incredibly high, and there's also the expense of hiring a guard. Taking it all in, I'm afraid the price will be a bit higher than you expected. Chaoxing nodded. I understand. So, I pay above market price. For staples like wheat and rice, I can offer 80 to 100 kronor per kilogram. For vegetables that can be transported long distances, I can offer 150 to 160 kronor per kilogram. For meat, I buy it for 800 to 900 kronor per kilogram. What do you think? According to normal market prices, wheat and rice cost between 20 and 30 kronor in towns. The prices in the villages might be cheaper, but they were still no less than 15 crowns. This was because there were no transportation costs. Everything was basically produced and sold locally. The amount of food Chaoxing requested was staggering. The nearby areas simply couldn't meet his needs. The transportation and storage costs even exceeded the value of the food. The two exchanged glances. Jace replied, That's a very reasonable price, Lord Chaoxing. However, we haven't had time to repay you for saving us last time in Malign City. Our Woodpecker Merchant Guild can help you purchase it free of charge. You only need to pay the cost of the food. He spoke with unwavering sincerity. Seeing Jace's attentive overtures, Hilton, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "We at the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce do the same." Chao-Shing, naturally understanding their thoughts, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No need. Whatever you say is what it is. One more thing, I'd like to remind you. When you two are purchasing grain from villages and towns without overlord jurisdiction, after deducting various costs, I hope you will try to give the farmers a higher price. Farmers in this world have a hard time, and we can't let them suffer. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. I hope this collaboration will benefit everyone." After hearing this, the two couldn't help but show a touch of admiration on their faces. They nodded solemnly. "We understand, Lord Chao-Shing. We know exactly what to earn and what not to earn." Chao-Shing nodded slightly, and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. The food purchase was settled. All he had to do now was wait for them to deliver the food, and then he could begin his giant city construction plan. After 2 more drinks, Chao-Shing spoke again. "Gentlemen, let's discuss the second matter." The 2 merchants immediately put down their glasses and listened intently. "As you're aware, my territory has domesticated a group of cloud yaks. After a period of production, a considerable amount of cloud yak milk has been produced. And the distillery is also producing a considerable amount of high-quality rum. So, I'd like you to purchase some." Hilton and Jess's eyes lit up at this. After all, they had been so impressed by the magical creatures in his territory, and the byproducts of these magical creatures were extremely profitable. Hilton had earned a considerable amount of crowns from the previous 2 transactions. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he had been eager to collaborate again. However, at that time, Chao-Shing's territory was just starting out, and production was limited, so he could only wait. Jace had also made a considerable profit from the alcohol trade. So they were all eagerly anticipating this opportunity. The 2 immediately responded excitedly, "Lord Chao-Shing, we're very happy to cooperate." Chao-Shing smiled. "Okay, then, both of you, follow me out." Soon, they left the tavern and entered the street outside. Chao-Shing pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "Duan, arrange for some staff to bring up some of our milk and rum from the cellar." "Yes, Lord." Soon, a dozen or so staff members sprang into action. They moved in and out of the basement, bringing up barrels of fresh milk and fragrant rum. In the blink of an eye, the streets were filled with supplies, hundreds of barrels in total. Hilton and Jace gazed at the mountain of supplies before them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. It was as if they saw a torrent of crowns falling towards them. Jace exclaimed in amazement, "It hasn't been that long since the last transaction, and they've already produced so much alcohol. The distillery in Lord Chao-Shing's territory is producing astonishingly." Chao-Shing smiled. In reality, this was only a fraction of the resources in his territory. He had also stockpiled a large amount of other supplies, intending to open a store in the city to sell them once the giant city was completed. This way, without the middlemen taking the profit, he could earn more. But he was desperately short of food and money. So, they had no choice but to work with Hilton and Jess to exchange for the much-needed supplies. Chao-Shing said, "Then you two, this batch of supplies is now yours. We still pay you the same price as before." Hilton and Jess nodded earnestly, then quickly stepped forward to take inventory, ultimately arriving at a staggering figure. There were 21 barrels of cloud yak milk here, or 2,100 liters. Based on the previous purchase price of 9,500 kronor per liter, this milk was worth nearly 20 million kronor. In addition, there were 174 barrels of fine rum, or 17,400 liters. At the previous purchase price of 4,000 kronor per liter, the rum here is worth 69.6 million. In addition, there's the most precious dream magic wine. This gold-quality magic wine only has 16 barrels, or 1,600 liters. But its value is also astonishing, at a full 80,000 kronor per liter. All this magic wine adds up to 128 million kronor. Nearby, Hilton and Jace exchanged a glance and gulped. "Lord Chao-Shing, the value of these supplies is truly astonishing." Hilton was fine. After all, this batch of milk was only worth 20 million. While still staggering, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, with its size, could easily handle it. And that batch of liquor was truly astonishing, with a combined value of nearly 200 million kronor. Chao-Shing smiled and said calmly, "Yes, to be fair, I intend to give the over 100 barrels of cloud yak milk and fine rum to the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. Your Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is in Malayan City, not too far from my territory, making transportation convenient. There are only 16 barrels of the remaining dream magic wine, so give them all to the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. What do you think?" After hearing Chao Xing's decision, the two merchants, though somewhat disappointed, understood that this was the most reasonable distribution method. Though they longed to take it all, they couldn't display such greed in front of Chao Xing. So, they nodded in agreement. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Then let's proceed with the deal. The cloud yaks and rum total 90.6 million kronor. The dream wine is 128 million crowns. How are you two going to pay?" Hilton's face flickered with embarrassment upon hearing this. He replied somewhat awkwardly, "Lord Chao Xing, I didn't bring enough crowns this time." Jace added awkwardly, "Me too. I didn't bring enough money this time." Chao Xing paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "That's fine. You can take these supplies and sell them. Use them to offset the payment for the food. I pay you the difference later. I'm broke now." Yes, Chao Xing was broke now. He had previously spent billions of crowns promoting over 1,000 warriors to masters. Purchasing those crystal people cost him over 100 million crowns. All the resources he had accumulated had been depleted. Now, he only had a little over 30 million crowns left, barely enough to pay for the food. Jace and Hilton smiled knowingly. "Understood, Lord Chao Xing. We go back and sell this cargo. We also gather more food for you as soon as possible. You just wait here for our good news." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you very much." After discussing the terms of the deal, Chao Xing had the cargo loaded onto their caravan. Soon, the two caravans' wagons were overflowing with cargo. Seeing the cargo was loaded, Hilton and Jace bid Chao Xing farewell, packing their bags, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Chao Xing, as if remembering something, suddenly said, "By the way, wait a moment." The two men paused, puzzled, and turned to look at him. Chao Xing said, "The supplies you're transporting are incredibly valuable, and given the long journey, relying solely on your guards isn't a safe option. I arranged for a group of warriors to accompany you." He then pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "Yaskin, arrange for 20 Ascalon warriors to meet me in the buffer zone." The captain's solemn voice echoed in his ears, "Yes, Lord." Soon, 2 teams of well-equipped Ascalon warriors, all at level 70, arrived at Chao Xing's side. They said respectfully, "Lord, please give your orders." Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "Next, you will be divided into groups of 10 to protect the caravan of Lords Hilton and Jace. There shouldn't be any trouble in the territory in the near future. They will be transporting a large amount of supplies back to our territory later. You will be responsible for the caravan's security and ensure the safe arrival of the supplies." The 20 Ascalon warriors responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." Then, they quickly split into 2 groups, each taking a position on either side of Hilton and Jace's caravan. At this moment, the 2 merchants were in deep shock, for they could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within these soldiers. Any one of them could easily wipe out their entire guild. After all, Chao Xing's men were all master level, their true combat power equivalent to being invincible below legendary. This was no joke. Any single soldier could easily annihilate an army of 100,000. The 2 men also realized that with this team of soldiers, they could conquer not only the snowstorm, but also the surrounding kingdoms. They no longer had to worry about harassment from bandits and robbers on the road. Hilton and Jace bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Lord Chao Xing." Chao Xing waved his hand and said casually, "No big deal. While it's still early, let's hurry and set off." "Okay." With that, the 2 convoys, carrying a large amount of supplies, left the territory. Chapter 668. After they left, Chao Xing nodded secretly. "Very good, the food problem should be solved now. Next, there's the issue of manpower, which is also a huge problem. Yes, although Chao Xing now has thousands of workers, but to build a massive city, with just these few thousand workers, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. After all, a massive city is more than just a wall. It also requires a large number of houses, streets, drainage systems, public facilities, and so on, all of which require a lot of manpower and time. Obviously, waiting 2 or 3 years would be impossible. The Blood Rebellion has just ended, and the situation in the surrounding kingdoms is turbulent. I can recruit a large number of workers quickly. But there's a problem. My territory has only about 10,000 people left. Are these 10,000 people going to use those recruitment scrolls? Or should I use them all to recruit workers? Chao Xing frowned slightly, and began to weigh the pros and cons. At this moment, his eyes fell on the Legion icon on the system interface, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I almost forgot, I'm the captain of the Spark Legion. I can enable the Legion cooperation mode, and have them send people to help me build. The so-called Legion cooperation mode is easy to understand. As long as you are a Lord of the Spark Legion and the people under their command, with the Lord's permission, you can go to other territories to build. Otherwise, Wei Jianni and Bai Ji's territories wouldn't have developed so rapidly. Of course, those who aren't members of the territory only have construction privileges, not demolition privileges. They also don't benefit from the bonuses of territory buildings. To put it simply, they're outsourced workers. Now, my Spark Legion has reached level 6, with a total of 400 members. These 400 members represent 400 lords. The total number of staff under their command is definitely 70,000 or 80,000, or even more. Thinking of this, a smile played on Chaoxing's face. If so many people could help with the construction at once, the progress would be accelerated many times over. Besides, this blood rebellion has boosted my reputation by hundreds of thousands, which should allow me to directly upgrade the Spark Legion to level 8. Based on previous upgrades, the Legion's Lord population cap can be increased by another 200. If I can mobilize the power of these lords, even just half of them, my giant city will be built in 2 or 3 months at most. Chaoxing pondered. Of course, the idea is beautiful, but the implementation is fraught with difficulties. If it were just a small favor, it would be fine. I'm sure these survivors would be happy to help out of his kindness. But building a giant city is a massive undertaking. Asking these lords to sacrifice their own development time for such a massive undertaking is certainly impossible. Aside from trusted aides, like Ji Xinyue and Yao Yiming, almost no one would agree. But Chaoxing quickly came up with a solution. I can offer them some other benefits. For example, we could give out some of this city's future housing rights, commercial rights, and so on. During this giant city construction process, the greater your contribution, the more benefits you receive. This way, not only won't they have to work for nothing, but it will also motivate these lords. They might even scramble to come and help me build the city. A smile gradually curved Chaoxing's lips. As survivors from Blue Star, many had heard of the lucrative real estate market and its potential since childhood. It was impossible for them not to see the potential of Chaoxing's giant city. In the near future, this place would undoubtedly be a land of immense value. Even the capital of a kingdom wouldn't be able to compare. Chaoxing decided that once he had accumulated sufficient basic resources, including food supplies, he would formally explain this matter to his group members. But before that, we can upgrade our legion's rank. With that, the wind wings behind Chaoxing flapped, carrying him high into the sky. Then, at an incredibly terrifying speed, he rushed towards the legion headquarters, which was Yao Yiming's territory. In just over 10 seconds, Chaoxing landed safely in this vast territory. Compared to a while ago, Yao Yiming's territory had seen a surge of new buildings. A large number of high-level arrow towers stood along the city walls, creating an intimidating presence. Even the city walls themselves had been upgraded to a high level. The entire territory exuded a sense of power and prosperity, although it still lagged far behind Chaoxing's territory. But among the survivors, this was already quite good. This also prompted Chaoxing to ponder a question. My territory is a total of 15 kilometers from the Legion headquarters. As I expand in the future, this distance will be shortened even further. If the Legion headquarters also begins building a giant city someday, won't there be 2 giant cities in this area? Or should I just annex the Legion headquarters as well? After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing shook his head. Forget it, that's too far-fetched. For now, let me focus on building a city in my own territory. With that, he headed towards the center of the territory. The survivors he met along the way greeted Chaoxing excitedly. Hello, Captain. Captain, it's a rare visit to the Legion headquarters. Master Chaoxing, you look so handsome again. Chaoxing smiled and nodded in response to these greetings. Then, a figure in a gray cloak appeared before him. This man possessed a gloomy demeanor, exuding a sinister aura of death that made anyone who approached him subconsciously feel uneasy. This strange creature was none other than the Lizard Man, Tianjing. Upon seeing Chaoxing, Tianjing quickly flung aside his cloak, a cheerful smile breaking across his scaly face. However, to Chaoxing, his smile seemed incredibly creepy. Boss, you're here. Tianjing greeted warmly. Chaoxing nodded. I'm here to upgrade the Legion. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Understood, boss. After saying that, Tianjing quickly left. Chaoxing then walked to the center of the territory and opened the Legion interface again, taking a quick look. Spark Legion. Level 6. Legion bonus. Increase all members' base attributes by 11%, increase critical strike rate by 11%. Leader, Chaoxing. Deputy leaders, March 4th, Jishinua Yao Yiming Tianjing. Number of members, 400/400. Prosperity, 1328. Chaoxing nodded secretly and said, a level 6 legion has very good attribute bonuses. Looks like I can improve some more attributes today. Thinking of this, he clicked the plus sign next to the legion level. Upgrade the Spark Legion to level 7? Requires 200,000 reputation, 500,000 refined iron, 60,000 mithril, 5,000 master level elemental crystals, 15 million coins. Yes. Insufficient refined iron, upgrade failed. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing was stunned. Damn. I don't even have enough materials. The cost of upgrading this legion is outrageous. A full 500,000 refined iron is simply not something an ordinary territory can afford. In fact, most other legions are still at level 4, with some top-tier ones reaching level 5. There's not even a single level 6 legion like is in the entire server. Based on the progress of the other survivors, it would be a long time before they could reach level 6 or 7. So, this was Chaoxing's fault due to his rapid development. However, this problem is easily solved. Simply trade directly with other lords through the market. Almost every lord has some reserves of materials, like refined iron. Luckily, I still have plenty of lizard overlord meat in my backpack. With this hard currency, I won't have to worry about not being able to exchange for these resources. So, Chaoxing quickly went to the market area and put a full 40,000 units of fresh lizard meat, orange, on the shelves, costing 4,000 yuan. The trading market, with hundreds of thousands of people in the 4 major regions, was as bustling as ever. Within minutes of listing, the 40,000 units of lizard meat were sold out. A total of 1.5 million refined iron and 10,000 master-level elemental crystals were exchanged. After the transaction was completed, Chaoxing closed the market, a smile on his face. Great! Now that we have all the materials, we can continue to upgrade our legion. With that, he clicked on the legion interface again and upgraded. The familiar system prompt appeared. Congratulations. Upgrade successful. Your legion has successfully reached level 7. Membership increased by 100. Attribute boost and critical rate increased from 11% to 13%. Attention! Because you are the first lord in the server to upgrade your legion to level 7, you will receive special rewards. 50,000 reputation points and 1 random legion treasure chest. Seeing the last message, Chaoxing suddenly smiled. I almost forgot. The first lord to upgrade their legion to the highest level will also receive a reward. Not bad, not bad. Not only Chaoxing, but all members of the Spark Legion saw the system notification. They excitedly discussed it in the Legion channel. The captain has upgraded the Legion again. Awesome. That's awesome. There aren't even any level 5 legions in the 4 major regions, and we've already reached level 7. It's a complete crushing victory. Haha, a 13% stat boost. That's awesome. At the same time, Chaoxing opened the Legion interface and upgraded for the second time. Upgrading the Spark Legion to level 8 requires 400,000 reputation, 1 million refined iron, 100,000 mithril, 10,000 master level elemental crystals, 30 million coins. The materials and requirements for upgrading to level 8 are even more outrageous. The reputation alone requires 400,000. If Chaoxing hadn't recently made several major events that had a global impact, even he wouldn't have been able to meet that requirement. And the coins, a full 30 million, were needed. He didn't have many crowns to begin with. If he upgraded, he'd be completely penniless. After a moment's thought, Chaoxing finally clicked upgrade. After all, money can be earned again if it's lost. He have to get the benefits first. Congratulations. Upgrade successful. Your legion has successfully reached level 8. Membership increased by 100. Attribute bonuses and critical strike rate increased from 13% to 15%. Attention! As you are the first lord in the server to reach level 8, you receive a special reward, 100,000 reputation points and 1 random legion treasure chest, orange. Oh! Another orange treasure chest this time? A hint of anticipation crossed Chaoxing's eyes. However, he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he opened the Legion chat and added several deputy leaders to a separate channel. Meanwhile, upon hearing that their legion had reached level 8, the members of the Spark Legion were completely excited. Everyone celebrated enthusiastically in the chat room. Some excited survivors even posted the Spark Legion's level on the forum, causing another stir. After all, while everyone else's legion was still at level 3 or 4, you instantly reached level 8. That was truly outrageous. Deputy captains, like Jishinua and Yao Yiming also spoke excitedly in the chat room. Yao Yiming, Captain. You quietly raised the Legion's level by 2 levels. That's incredible. Ji Xinyue, yes, Master Chaoxing always surprises us. Chaoxing smiled and said, now that the Legion's level has been raised again, the number of members has increased by 200. Next, you deputy captains will have to work hard to recruit the full force. The recruitment criteria remain the same as before. In a few days, I might need other members to help me with some tasks. Hearing this, several deputy captains readily agreed in the chat room. Recruiting is also part of their responsibilities. After arranging matters for the Legion, Chao Xing's wind wings fluttered, and he left the Legion headquarters again. Half a minute later, Chao Xing returned to his territory. Looking at the 2 Legion treasure chests in his backpack, he thought, let's open them all at once. With that, he took them out. Do you want to open the random Legion treasure chest? Once opened, you will receive a Legion treasure of random quality. Do you want to open the random Legion treasure chest orange? Once opened, you will receive an epic quality Legion treasure. Chao Xing clicked yes to all of them. Opened successfully. Obtained, Discipline Flag Gold. Obtained, Legion Strategy Sandbox, orange. Flags and sandboxes? That's quite fitting for a Legion. Chao Xing smiled, then glanced at the attributes of the 2 items. Discipline Flag Gold. Quality, rare. Item type, Legion Treasure. Item effect, place this in the ground on the battlefield to clear 3 abnormal status effects from all allies within 1,000 meters every 10 seconds. Flag durability, 500. Note, after being destroyed, the flag will automatically return to your inventory, but there's a 60-second cooldown before it can be replaced. Legion Strategy Sandbox, orange. Quality, epic. Item type, Legion Treasure. Item effect, place this at Legion headquarters to gain visibility into the battlefield situation. In the event of war, you can mark locations on the sandbox and issue commands such as attack, support, and defense. The marked location will appear on the mini-maps of all Legion members simultaneously. Also, it increases the hit rate and movement speed of all members by 15%. After reviewing the attributes of the 2 items, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. These are excellent Legion treasures. In the event of a large-scale war, these 2 items will be of considerable use. That Discipline banner can be used even in ordinary combat, and it can also be amplified by eternal power. As for the strategic sand table later, if this thing were given to someone with outstanding commanding abilities and a large army, it would likely trigger some kind of qualitative change. Overall, the gains from this Legion upgrade were quite effective. Chao Xing put them into his backpack. Next, he continued his patrols of the territory, occasionally flying out to check on the situation in various locations. The 2,500 personnel he dispatched were mining resources in the various mining areas. Dozens of transport trucks rumbled back and forth between the various mining areas, returning to the territory laden with vast quantities of ore. Then, a group of sturdy polar men unloaded the ore. Then, the transport trucks set off again, continuing their journey to the mining areas. The ground outside the 4 gates of the territory was covered in dense ruts. The frozen soil, repeatedly crushed, had long since become as hard as iron. Such efficient operations led to a surge in the supply of various resources in Chao Xing's territory. A system notification could be heard almost every 10 minutes or half an hour. Log cutting successful. Territory resources, added 18,542 timber. Ore sorting successful. Territory resources, added 21,392 stone, 3,519 iron ore, 2,182 copper ore, and 2,318 coal. Ore smelting successful. Territory resources, added 4,142 iron, 2,018 copper, and 125 gold. Or, watching the constantly fluctuating numbers, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. At this rate, we have the necessary resources in a short while. Time flew by, and the entire morning passed. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Xing stood on the city wall, observing the situation outside his territory. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head. He immediately saw a small black dot appear in the sky above him. The dot grew larger at a visible speed and rapidly approached the territory. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the shape of a giant, frost-blue dragon with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. It was Seraphis. At this moment, Binglan, King Velan, and Isabel were all standing on the dragon's back. After spotting Chao Xing, they quickly adjusted their position and rushed towards him. Whoosh, whoosh. Seraphus's wings whipped up gusts of wind, and in the blink of an eye, she landed below the city wall. A light shuttle, under her feet, carried Isabel lightly to the city wall and floated lightly to Chao Xing's front. She said softly, "Lord, we have returned safely and successfully opened the treasure chest beneath the Great Lake. The contents of that treasure chest are all in our backpacks." After she finished her report, Chao Xing smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Isabel. Now give me everything in your backpacks." "Yes." Isabel quickly stepped forward and handed the backpack she carried to Chao Xing. Zolan and Binglan also came over, each handing over a purple backpack. Chapter 669. After receiving them, Chao Xing began transferring the contents of the 3 backpacks into his own dragon-patterned bag. First, a large pile of materials. Obtained, Mithril * 632,400. Obtained, Eternal Gold Ingot * 182,500. Obtained, Magic Rune Stone * 112,300. Obtained, Frost White Crystal * 32,300. Obtained, Spiritual Amethyst * 41,200. Obtained, Starfall Ingot * 26,765. Obtained, Bright Dust Pile * 17,845. Obtained. Things that could be collected by King Velan in his treasury were naturally extraordinary. Among these, the cheapest materials were mithril, amounting to over 600,000. The value of this batch of mithril alone was already terrifying. Add to that, there were also hundreds of thousands of eternal gold ingots and magic rune stones. Even the extremely rare and precious material, starfall ingots, was worth over 20,000. Add to that a few other rare items. Clearly, the value of this batch of materials was inestimable. Chao Xing couldn't help but smile, glancing at King Velan beside him with admiration in his eyes. After all, if he hadn't been so careful with his budget, so admirable in his accumulation, and so secretly built a hidden vault to store these materials, these things wouldn't have fallen into his hands. King Velan, watching his expression, felt a pang of heartache. These were all treasures he had accumulated over many years, and now he was giving them away. Still, in front of Chao Xing, he maintained a smile, not daring to betray the slightest displeasure. Of course, a king's treasury certainly contained more than just these items. In addition to these materials, there were also some precious and special treasures. Chao Xing also transferred them into his backpack. Obtained, Primal Pearl, Gold, * 5. Obtained, Traveler's Lament, Orange, * 1. Obtained, Undersea Flower, Orange, * 10. Obtained, Hero's Battle Armor, Orange, * 1. Obtained, Hero's Shield, Orange, * 1. Obtained, Jade Elephant Heart, Orange, * 1. Obtained, Centennial Tree Heart, Orange, * 2. 7 treasures in total, and each one was truly extraordinary. Several of them even made Chao Xing's heart flutter. He looked at King Velan with a strange look and chuckled, "Zolan, you've hidden so many goodies?" While the number of treasures here wasn't as great as the Ascalon Kingdom's treasury, the quality was no less impressive, and in some respects even surpassed it. King Velan chuckled awkwardly. "These are all treasures I've collected over the years, traveling far and wide. Though they're valuable, they're nothing compared to the treasures your lordship possesses. As long as your lordship enjoys them." Chao Xing smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, I do like them. But I remember there might be something else?" Hearing this, King Velan's smile froze. Chao Xing chuckled. "You didn't think I'd forgotten, did you? You did say you had a legendary longbow in your treasury. Where's that thing?" He looked at Svelan with a smile. Before King Velan could speak, Binglan, who was standing beside him, suddenly realized something and said coldly, "He should have it. This guy deliberately kept us away for a while in the treasury. I guess that's when he took the legendary great bow." Chao Xing's eyes darkened, and his tone was chilling. "Svelan, you don't want to give me that legendary great bow? This guy's loyalty hasn't risen since it reached 85. At this level, while there's no chance of betrayal, it also means he's not completely subservient." King Velan, seeing the murderous intent in Chao Xing's eyes, shuddered. He quickly explained, "My lord, you misunderstood. I'm going to personally deliver this legendary weapon to you. My loyalty to you is unwavering, and I have no second thoughts." As he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a seemingly ordinary wooden bow appeared out of thin air. The wooden bow was plain, devoid of any ornamentation, looking no different from any other. "Lord, please examine it." He carefully handed it over. Chao Xing didn't take it immediately, instead staring intently at King Velan. Under his gaze, Zevelin, A man who had lived for centuries felt his heartbeat quicken, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Beside him, Bing Lan gripped her Danlan sword, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a moment, Chao Xing said coldly, "I hope there won't be a next time." "Do you understand?" King Velan nodded heavily. "I understand. I understand." Chao Xing didn't pursue the matter further, but sheathed the wooden bow in his hand. Beside him, Bing Lan also suppressed her murderous intent. King Velan breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Due to your intimidation, the loyalty of territory member Zevelin Donchi has increased. Current loyalty, 90. Chao Xing shook his head. Some people are like that. Simple appeasement is useless. Only by combining kindness and force can one gain willing submission. He stopped paying attention to this person and continued his gaze on the system interface. Obtained, Elegy of Ages, Legendary. Seeing the notification, Chao Xing smiled again. After the Archlich's Frasol robe, this was the second easiest piece of legendary equipment for him to obtain. Moreover, the treasures obtained this time were so numerous that they completely surpassed those found in the Ascalon underground palace. Chao Xing had to examine them one by one. So, he looked at the three people before him and said, "You've worked hard these past 2 days. Go back and rest now. I call you if there's anything else." Binglan and Isabel nodded slightly and turned to leave. King Velan, standing beside him, straightened his posture and shouted, "As you command, Lord." With that, he left with a respectful expression. After waiting for the three to leave, Chao Xing looked at the items in his backpack and thought to himself, "I brought back 7 treasures from Zeverin's hoard, plus a legendary longbow. Among these, the Primordial Pearl, the Jade Elephant Heart, and the Centennial Tree Heart have already been obtained, so there's no need to check again. The Primordial Pearl increases the user's base health by 10%. 5 of them combined increase base health by a full 50%, which is quite impressive. The Jade Elephant Heart and the Centennial Tree Heart accelerate the growth of magical plants, and are also extremely rare and precious treasures. The Jade Elephant Heart, in particular, can directly increase lifespan by 50 years. It's extremely useful for a powerful being like the Ice Crystal King, who is nearing the end of his lifespan. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to use these 3 items first before checking for other treasures. The perfect user for the Primordial Pearl was obvious, and there was only one person in the entire territory who was most suited to it. That was the Glacial Saint Guard. "Braum." Chao Xing pressed the communication device and called him over. The large figure sprinted to his side, calling out, "Braum is here, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then glanced at his stat panel. After the intense battles of the Blood expansion, he had already advanced from level 100 to 117. Compared to the levels of the other legendaries, this pace was relatively slow. But compared to the natives of this world, who often took decades, or even hundreds of years, to advance from low-level legend to high-level legend, it was an exaggeration. Furthermore, due to his dominant level potential, the stat gains Braum received with each level up were astonishing. From 600 million health points upon reaching legend, it had now increased by approximately 40 million. Even without entering the glacier body form, he's a true health cow, Chao Xing explained. "Excellent. After using the Primal Pearl, this big guy's health will increase significantly. However, it's important to note that the Primal Pearl only adds 50% to his base health, not his overall health. For example, the effects of equipment are not factored into this calculation." At the same time, Chao Xing retrieved items from his backpack. Braun stared at the 5 pearls emitting a soft white light in Chao Xing's hand with eyes as wide as copper bells, a look of astonishment gradually appearing on his face. "I can sense the powerful vitality contained in these pearls." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Indeed, let's use them now." "No problem, my lord." Braun happily took them and swallowed them all like peas. Instantly, waves of vigorous vitality surged from his body. Your territory member, Braum Ironclad, used the Flawless Pearl, increasing base health by 10%, remaining uses, 4. Your territory member, Braum Ironclad, used the Flawless Pearl, increasing base health by 10%, remaining uses, 3. After 5 consecutive prompts, the aura of this massive figure became even more vast and profound. Chao Xing's gaze fell on Braum's stat panel, and a smile curled his lips. After the 5 pearls, his health had soared from 650 million to 760 million, a full 110 million health increase. Quite terrifying. If he entered the glacier barrier state at this moment, his health would jump to a staggering 3.8 billion. Based on the previously calculated DPS of a demigod-level warrior, it would take a demigod at least 3 or 4 minutes to defeat Braum. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. The large man, feeling the surge of his health, seemed quite excited. Braum feels it. I've become even stronger. I can better protect the Lord. Chao Xing smiled, a hint of relief in his tone. Good. Keep working hard. You may return now. Yes, Lord. With that, Braum quickly left with an excited look on his face. After using the primordial pearl, Chao Xing returned alone to the garden area behind the Lord's castle. The garden covered approximately 800 square meters, and was surrounded by a wooden fence. There were numerous magical plants planted within, including moonflowers, ice phoenix flowers, Morgan grass, and golden sunflowers. In the heart of the area, a 30-meter-tall pale tree quietly grew in the center, like a guardian of the entire territory. The white leaves atop the treetops swayed in the breeze, and snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. The flowers, adorned with flowers, imbued the area with a fairy tale-like beauty. However, Juliet and Neve, the two tree spirit sisters, were not here today. They explained that the number of magical plants in the territory was increasing, and this garden was no longer able to accommodate them. So, they were reclaiming a new garden on the outskirts of the territory for growing magical plants. This garden is truly beautiful. Building the garden behind the Lord's castle was a good choice. Chao Xing smiled, then walked over to the pale tree. He then pulled 2 dark green jade-like objects from his backpack. These jade-like objects exuded an extremely rich vitality. Even the pale tree seemed to sense this vitality, its crown swaying slightly above it, making a rustling sound. Chao Xing expertly cracked the 2 dark green jades. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds followed, and dense cracks appeared on the surface of the jade. The moment the tree's core was shattered, an extremely rich vitality instantly spread. The surrounding flowers and plants seemed to be infused with endless vitality, and began to grow wildly. Even the newly sprouted aurora grass began to rapidly grow, reaching a height of 30 or 40 centimeters in the blink of an eye. Wow, such a powerful effect! Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. He poured all the life force contained in the hearts of the 2 trees into the ground beneath the pale tree. In the blink of an eye, the pale tree itself underwent a startling transformation. Its trunk began to rapidly rise, its branches and leaves stretching toward the sky like outstretched arms. 31 meters. 32 meters. 33 meters. In the blink of an eye, it soared from its original height of 30 meters to 40 meters before gradually stopping. The pale tree's trunk now grew even thicker. The treetops grew denser and more massive, like a large white umbrella, sheltering the ground beneath. Then, 2 consecutive days of notifications appeared. You have used the Centennial Heart on your territory plant, Pale Tree, gaining accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 100 years, with 2 uses remaining. Pale Attraction's effect has been enhanced, increasing experience gained in battle by 20%. Your territory plant, Pale Tree, has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 100 years, with 1 use remaining. Pale Attraction's effect has been enhanced, increasing experience gained in battle by 30%. Seeing the notifications, Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 200 years of acceleration for a 20% experience bonus, for a total of 30%. Plus, since I ended the blood expansion, the system has awarded a 1-month buff to the survivors of our 4 regions, giving them a 50% experience bonus for the next month. All added up to an 80% experience bonus. This is a significant improvement, almost doubling the experience. Especially now, with so many legendary warriors under his command needing to reach the maximum level. This bonus comes at the perfect time. After consuming the 2 rewards, Chao Xing clapped his hands. Just as he was about to leave the garden, he suddenly felt something strange, as if a pair of faint eyes were watching him from behind. He quickly turned, his gaze settling on the pale tree behind him. The sacred tree still swayed gently, its branches rustling in the breeze. And yet, in that instant, Chao Xing sensed the emergence of a will. Although it was faint, he felt it. He couldn't help but wonder, was that just the pale tree's consciousness? That legendary sacred tree claimed to know everything. Is it really going to reappear in my territory? Thinking of this possibility, Chao Xing couldn't help but swallow. After all, it was the northern continent's sacred tree, its status undoubtedly comparable to, if not exceeding, the ancient tree of life of the elves. He even considered giving the jade elephant heart directly to the pale tree. However, Chao Xing quickly calmed down. Never mind. 1 jade elephant heart can only add 200 years to the time. Add the 300 years of acceleration I gave earlier, for a total of 500 years. It will take another 500 years for the pale tree's will to awaken. Qiaoxing shook his head, suppressing the urge within him. Then he returned to the central square of his territory. The primordial pearl and the centennial tree heart have both been used. Next, we can check the properties of the other 4 treasures. These 4 treasures are Hero's Armor, Hero's Shield, Undersea Flower, and Traveler's Lament. The Undersea Flower is made of a unique material. The Traveler's Lament is even more unique. It's an organ. As for the Hero's Armor and Hero's Shield, their names suggest they belong to the same series. So Qiaoxing decided to check them all together. Heroic Armor Orange. Quality Epic. Level 70. Armor 1775 to 1854. Additional effects. 1. Agility plus 2000, Strength plus 2000, Attack speed plus 20%. Additional effects. 2. Life regeneration increases the wearer's health regeneration by 20% and reflects 10% of damage back to the attacker when attacked. Additional effects. 3. Killing Fury. Each time you kill an enemy, the item's effect is triggered, increasing the next normal attack's attack power by 200%. Additional effects. When used with Hero's Shield, gains the Hero's Guardian effect. Hero's Guardian. When attacked by physical or magical attacks, there is a 35% chance to increase armor by 100%. Equipment description. Only a true hero can wear this armor, which will make you invincible on the battlefield. Master Forger, Hammer Grom. Hero's Shield, Orange. Quality, Epic. Level 70. Armor, 2916 to 3024. Additional effects. 1. Increases agility by 1800, constitution by 3000, and health by 5%. Additional effects. 2. Hero's Barrier increases the wearer's block chance by 20% and reduces damage taken by 50% when blocking. Additional effects. 3. Unyielding Rage. When attacked and successfully blocked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the effect, dealing 100% physical damage to the target and knocking them back a certain distance. Additional effects. When used with Hero's Armor, gains the Hero's Guardian effect. Gear description. The legendary shield of a heroic warrior, indestructible, and a symbol of fearless protection. Master Forger, Grum the Hammer. Chapter 670. A flash of realization crossed Qiaoxing's eyes. Sure enough, they're from the same series. This 2-piece set is quite powerful, increasing armor by 100%. But it only has a 35% chance, so it's not very useful in normal situations. After all, the best user of this set is Brown. But he already has the Shield of Origin, a legendary shield whose special effects completely outperform these 2 epic pieces of equipment. So there's no need to replace it. Qiaoxing decided to give the shield to Lu Muxue first. The shield increases the block chance by 20%. Combined with Lu Muxue's shield counter skill, in a one-on-one fight, she can block almost any attack. And a successful block also deals 100% damage to the enemy, making the effect even more impressive. As for the armor, there's no need to equip her with it to complete the set effect. After all, Lu Muxue currently wore the full Ode to Light set. There was no need to sacrifice the benefits of the 6-piece set for the benefit of this 2-piece set. The battle armor could be used by heroes like Boji or Xiao, who combine agility and strength. After deciding on the assigned personnel, Qiaoxing began to examine the final item. A pure black flower, with 6 petals, emerged from his hand. Each petal resembled the pitch-black night sky, appearing utterly dark. But when you looked closely, you could see faint twinklings of starlight, radiating a profound beauty. He glanced at the stats. Undersea Flower Orange. Quality, Epic. Description. Growing on the dark seabed, these petals absorbed a large amount of dark and extreme cold elements, undergoing a unique transformation. Item Effect 1. Can be eaten, has an 80% chance to increase dark and ice damage by 10%, and a 20% chance to inflict backlash, reducing all stats by 5%. Note, can be used once. Item Effect 2. This flower, imbued with extremely pure dark and ice properties, is a key ingredient in some legendary potions. It's actually a key ingredient in a legendary potion? No wonder it was collected by Zweilin in his treasury. Qiaoxing smiled. There are 10 underwater flowers in the treasure vault. If we can find the corresponding legendary formula, could we create 10 bottles of legendary potions? Or, give these underwater flowers to Francesca and let her research them. See if we can develop a new legendary potion? A glint flashed in Qiaoxing's eyes. As for the first effect, increasing attribute damage after consumption, he hadn't considered it. After all, compared to a 10% damage increase, a legendary potion was far more impressive. He carefully placed the underwater flower in his backpack. Next, the last item, the one Chao Xing was most looking forward to. The legendary wooden bow. He pulled it out of his backpack and held it in his hands, examining it carefully. The bow's surface remained unadorned, like an ordinary hunter's everyday tool. If it weren't for the system prompt, no one would have believed that this wooden bow was actually a legendary treasure. With anticipation, I glanced at the bow's attributes. Elegy of Time, legendary. Weapon type, bow. Quality, legendary. Weapon level, level 70. Weapon attack damage, 8325 to 8471. Effects of time, 0 out of 500. Each time an arrow critically hits increases 1 point of times power. Each point of times power increases attack damage by 100 points. Additional effects. 1. Agility plus 2300, strength plus 2000, attack speed plus 35%. Additional effects. 2. Arrow of Time. When an arrow hits an enemy, it inflicts a time slow effect, reducing their movement speed by 35% for 6 seconds. Additional effects. 3. Countercurrent Butterfly. Consumes 50 points of times power to create a slowing zone in a 50m x 50m area ahead, reducing the movement speed of enemies passing through by 50% for 10 seconds. Additional effects. 4. Age of Time. Moon Rotation. Consumes 200 time power to reset the cooldown of a skill, including legendary skills. Note, a skill can be reset no more than once within an hour. Additional effects. 5. Time Reversal. Legendary effect. Consumes 500 time power, reverses time within a 500 meter radius, returning it to the previous 5 seconds. Cooldown, 72 hours. Note, reversing time involves numerous causal factors and rules. Please consider carefully before using this, and observe your surroundings to avoid any unexpected consequences. Equipment description. Time is like a bow, elegies like arrows. Time, once lost, can never be retrieved. Chaser, slowly pause. The moment I draw the bowstring, time will sing. Time Hunter, Dennis Austin. Like all legendary equipment, this bow boasts unique effects, each more terrifying than the last, especially the final legendary special effect. Time Reversal. This is true time reversal. While it only goes back 5 seconds and has a range of only 500 meters, it's still incredibly terrifying. Imagine you made a wrong choice while completing a level or taking on a trial. You can then use time reversal to go back 5 seconds and get another chance. During battle, if a large number of teammates are killed, you can also use this ability to revive them all. Abnormal. Chao Xing swallowed hard. Of course, besides the final legendary special effect, the others are also quite impressive. It combines support, burst, and attack power. It's quite versatile. Excellent. After binding this great owl, it will not only increase the team's strength, but also upgrade my title. Chao Xing was very satisfied. It was obvious that the wielder of this great bow was none other than Rennie's. After all, she was not only the most powerful archer in the territory, but also the most experienced. Chao Xing then pressed the communication device at his ear and said, Mu Shui, Rennie's, and Boji, come to the territory center to find me. Yes, Lord. Okay, Ah Xing. The 3 voices responded. A moment later, 3 figures approached. Chao Xing's gaze fell on Rennie's and Boji. Their stats appeared before his eyes. Currently, one was a level 100 overlord, the other a level 70 commander. Boji, by comparison, was already more than a level weaker than Rennie's. Since recruiting this Dragon Blood champion commander to the territory using a recruitment scroll, he hadn't done anything to improve his potential. While his strength wasn't at the bottom compared to the other core members, he was already somewhat lagging behind the team. Chao Xing thought to himself, I had originally planned to have Boji reach the hero level as quickly as possible, then find him the corresponding relic to help him reach the legendary realm directly. Then, I have him try to absorb the drop of Kralkatoric's blood. Unfortunately, the territory's resources are limited, so these overlord souls are prioritized for those who need them most. I still have 1 soul left in my backpack, but that's for the next legendary breakthrough. Of course, it would be best if the next relic I obtain could be used by Boji. Boji's advancement wasn't urgent. The ancient ruins would be open in about half a month. By then, not only him, but also masters like Xiao and Victoria would have the opportunity to advance. With this in mind, Chao Xing stopped dwelling on the matter. Instead, he pulled out 3 pieces of equipment from his backpack: heroic armor, Heroic Shield, and Elegy of Time. He handed them to them one by one. Bo Jia and Lu Muxue were fine. After all, they only received one piece of epic equipment. Although its stats were powerful, they also possessed a lot of other items, so they weren't overly impressed. But the plain wooden bow in Reni's hand was a legendary weapon. When she sensed the power of time imbued within the bow, a strong sense of shock crossed her eyes. Gods, what kind of bow and arrow is this? Her voice trembled. The power contained within is immense, far surpassing any weapon I've ever wielded. The others, upon hearing this, also turned their gazes, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Cao Xing explained, this bow and arrow is called the Elegy of Ages, a legendary weapon. At the mention of legendary weapon, the pupils of the three present shrank, and a look of surprise gradually crossed their faces. Renesse, gripping the weapon in her hand, felt a bit bewildered. Lord, this weapon is incredibly precious. Are you sure you want to give it to me? She seemed a little unsure. Cao Xing waved his hand and chuckled, no need to say more. Just bind it, Renise. As one of my longest-serving members, you've proven your loyalty and bravery, worthy of this legendary great bow. In the near future, I find a way for you to reach the legendary realm. Here, his gaze turned to the slender dragon blood champion beside him. Including Commander Berger, and you too. I also find a way to help you improve your strength. Grateful eyes flashed in the two men's eyes after hearing this. They solemnly said, yes, Lord. We will definitely live up to your expectations. With that, Rennie's bound the legendary great bow. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye has successfully bound the legendary weapon, Elegy of Time. The title Star Reaper has been upgraded, and your luck has increased by 10. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Then he looked at the three of them and said, okay, go back and rest. Yes. With that, they turned and left. Renesse clutched the longbow in her hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Soon, Cao Xing was the only one left. Very good, now everything is almost ready, including the distribution of the props and equipment. It's still a while before the ancient ruins open, and Hilton and Jace will need to help me gather food for a few days. In other words, I don't think I have anything to do in the near future. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but relax. Since the end of the Blood Rebellion, a thorn in his heart had been removed, and he felt more cheerful. Then, an exquisite organ appeared out of thin air in Cao Xing's hands. It was made of dark brown, ancient wood, its surface carved with simple patterns, and the keys inlaid with several green gems. It was the final treasure in the kingdom of Veland's treasure trove. The Traveler's Lament. Generally speaking, instruments like this are mostly just for playing, without any special effects. But for someone like Zwerin to have collected it in his treasury, it must be something extraordinary. I checked the properties. Traveler's Lament, orange. Quality, epic. Type, musical instrument/weapon. Note, musical instruments are special weapons that can be played and can also be used by certain combat classes, such as musician and melody master, to exert corresponding combat effects. Equipment level, level 50 and above. Equipment requirements, expert level instrument mastery or above. Attack damage, 3124 to 3325. Additional effects. 1. Plus 1200 spirit, plus 1000 agility, plus 20% attack speed. Additional effects. 2. Heavenly sound. When played through the organ, the melodious sound will strike a chord with the listener, immersing them in it, improving their perception by 100% and temporarily increasing their concentration and emotional resonance. Additional effects. 3. Free verse. When played through the organ, causes all allies to enter free verse. Status. Increases dodge chance by 30% and movement speed by 20% for 10 minutes. Additional effects. 4. Soul Poem, epic effect. When played, all enemy units within earshot enter the soul-soothing state, reducing their movement and attack speed by 30%. There is also a 35% chance of entering a brief confusion state, attacking nearby allies. Special effect lasts 5 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour, equipment description. In my youth, I followed the wind and resolutely left Roan Town, becoming a wandering traveler. After many years, I returned here again. Roan Town still exists, but I have grown old. This place has become both the destination and the starting point of my journey. Traveler Molly, after reviewing the properties of this organ, Cao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. It can be used as both a musical instrument and a weapon. Interesting. Furthermore, the organ's special effects are quite impressive. Not only does it grant group amplification and group abnormality, but it also increases the effectiveness of performance. Similarly, this special weapon has very high equipment requirements. Not only does it require level 50 or above, but it also requires expert-level instrument proficiency. Clearly, only one person in the territory can wield this instrument: Gwyneth. As a bard, she possesses master-level instrument proficiency and master-level singing proficiency. She is a rare talent in the field of life. Moreover, ever since Gwyneth regained her voice, she's been performing every night in the territory's tavern. When she sings, the entire territory falls into an unprecedented silence. Everyone subconsciously pauses to listen attentively. Throughout the territory, only the melodious sound of the lute and the beautiful voice of her voice fill the air. This demonstrates the astonishing nature of Gwyneth's singing ability. Chao Xing sighed. Before this, Gwyneth has only played on an ordinary lute. If she switched to the Traveler's Lament, the effect would be even more astonishing. With this in mind, he headed straight for the territory's library. Creaky! As the library door swung open, a faint scent of books and would fill the air. It was remarkably quiet. During the day, there was no one else in the library except Gwyneth. Only at night, when the staff finished their work, would they come to listen to Gwyneth's lectures. Chao Xing, with familiarity, found the bard in a corner. Since she didn't need to perform, Gwyneth didn't wear her brightly colored costume, but a simple, elegant long dress. The hem of her skirt fell gently, accentuating her graceful beauty. She sat quietly in a chair, a small wooden table in front of her, occasionally scribbling a few lines of elegant handwriting on a piece of paper. It's worth noting that when Gwyneth first arrived in the territory, she was only a third-level bard. Later, when Chao Xing helped the staff with their large-scale advancement, he took her along. After 2 or 3 months, Gwyneth had reached level 50. Although she didn't have a combat class, her powerful senses allowed her to detect Chao Xing's arrival. She raised her head, her clear eyes fixed on Chao Xing. Then she nodded slightly. Good day. She spoke softly, her voice like the sound of a flowing spring, a rhythm that was soothing and comforting. Just listening to her speak was an indescribable pleasure. Chao Xing nodded slightly and asked, "Have you settled in my territory for a few months?" Gwyneth put down her brush and replied softly, "This is a land blessed by the gods. I love it." Chao Xing smiled. Without further ado, he pulled the unusual organ from his backpack and handed it over. "Here, Gwyneth." The woman raised her head and gazed at the organ in Chao Xing's hands. After a moment, as if realizing the organ's extraordinary qualities, a strange look crossed her eyes. She then reached out with her fair, slender hands and gently took it. After recuperating for a while, the frostbite on her hands had long since disappeared, leaving them smooth as jade. She gently touched the strings with her fingertips. Clang! A clear, melodious sound echoed, imbued with a unique charm that lifted the heart and lifted the spirits. Gwyneth gazed down at the organ, her lips curled slightly. "It's a really nice organ." After a pause, she looked up and asked softly, "Is this a gift for me?" Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, "I guess so." Gwyneth's face lit up brightly upon hearing this. "Thank you. I love this gift." Her voice was soft and sincere, cradling the organ in her arms as if it were a treasure. "You have given your subject Gwyneth's favorite gift. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 100. Chapter 671. You have given your subjects a gift, Gwyneth's favorite gift. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 100. Seeing the notification, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. He clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "You continue reading. I be leaving. If you need anything, just come to me." Chao Xing was about to turn and leave when Gwyneth's gentle voice reached him. "Please wait a moment, Lord." Chao Xing paused, turned back, and asked, puzzled, "What is it?" Gwyneth nodded gently. "I recently composed a piece of music. You gave me a new instrument, and I like to play it for you." After a pause, she continued, "Of course, if you don't have time right now, then there's no need." Hearing this, Chao Xing piqued his interest. Since he had nothing urgent to do right now, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's listen." Seeing Chao Xing's agreement, Gwyneth's face once again brightened with a gentle smile. She stood up, brought a chair from the side, and gently placed it across from her. Then the piano player said, "My lord, please sit across from me. This is..." Here, her voice paused slightly, a faint blush spreading across her face. "This is, I'm playing for you alone." Chao Xing paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay." He then sat down across from Gwyneth. Their knees were only a dozen centimeters apart, and he could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Gwyneth. Then, Gwyneth gently stroked the organ strings, her fingertips trembling slightly. Then she softly plucked the first note. Clang! The melodious sound echoed, like a gentle breeze caressing the heart. Gwyneth closed her eyes slightly, her expression focused and gentle. After a dozen seconds, she slowly began. You float above the glittering rooftops, swim across a lake strewn with lily petals. The cold wind blows, like a plaintive sob. The clear singing voice flowed like a mountain stream through the quiet library. It's because the years flow by, time flies by, silently and unnoticed. You and I will always be together, sharing the beauty of the moon. The piano music was melodious, the song ethereal and beautiful. At this moment, Chao Xing felt as if he were transported into a dreamlike world. For the first time, he was so immersed in the music. It was as if the surrounding hustle and bustle and time had quietly stopped, leaving only Gwyneth and the notes flowing from her fingertips. Since they were so close, Chao Xing could even see subtle expressions on Gwyneth's face. No matter the angle, the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful. As Gwyneth's singing gained traction, Chao Xing became mesmerized. After an unknown amount of time, the piano music gradually faded. Gwyneth softly uttered the last line of the lyric. Let the years flow, let time fly. My love, please sing with me once more. The song faded, and the lingering echoes seemed to linger in the air for a long time. At this moment, Chao Xing was still immersed in Gwyneth's beautiful face and her captivating voice. Until a system notification brought him back to his senses. You listened to Gwyneth singing and entered the free verse state, increasing your dodge rate by 30% and your movement speed by 20% for 10 minutes. Blessed by the gift of eternal power, this state has become permanent. Chao Xing's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the dreamlike world around him vanished. He exclaimed, It's beautiful. Gwyneth, this piece is excellent. You possess an astonishing talent. Hearing Chao Xing's heartfelt praise, the bard smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. You are also the most considerate lord I have ever met. Her voice was filled with a special emotion. She then lowered her head slightly, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. If you like, you can find me here anytime. I can sing for you privately. At this, a blush crept across her face again. From Chao Xing's perspective, Gwyneth looked particularly captivating. Her expression was gentle and shy, and coupled with the unique charm she had exuded during her performance, she resembled a goddess presiding over celestial sounds. It was impossible not to fall in love. At that moment, Chao Xing felt an indescribable surge of emotion. He reached out and gently grasped Gwyneth's hand. At that moment, the bard's body trembled slightly, and a hint of panic flashed across his bright eyes. But she didn't struggle. Instead, she lowered her head obediently, the blush on her cheeks becoming more pronounced. Gwyneth, Chao Xing's voice rang out. The bard, hearing the call, gently raised her head. The next moment, a familiar face approached quickly. Before she could react, she realized her lips were sealed. Gwyneth let out a soft sound, her body tensing instantly, appearing extremely nervous. At this moment, Chao Xing grasped her hand. Gwyneth's fingers curled slightly, as if responding to Chao Xing's touch, and the tension in her heart dissipated a little. And then, she seemed to adapt, gently responding. Chao Xing could smell her breath from the tip of his nose, a hint of sweetness. A few minutes later, their lips parted. Gwyneth took a quick, deep breath. She patted her chest gently, as if trying to calm her racing heartbeat. At this moment, Chao Xing said, Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Without your consent. There was no way. Gwyneth was simply too charming in that state. Hearing this, the bard shook his head slightly and said, It's okay. I often see this kind of thing when I'm singing at the tavern. There were also some impolite customers who harassed me, but they were all stopped by the Woodpecker Guild's guards. At this point, she whispered, I'm also a little curious about what it's like to do something like this. After hearing this, Chao Xing tentatively asked, Then, do you want to continue? The bard hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Her voice was soft, and she lowered her head after she finished speaking, looking even more embarrassed. At this moment, Chao Xing put one arm around her waist, and the other arm around her knee. He lifted her from the chair, and held her in his arms. After the initial panic, she finally came to her senses, and wrapped her arms around Chao Xing's neck. Then, Gwyneth suddenly felt a large hand appear at her calf. Gradually, it caressed her knee, thigh, and then Gwyneth's body trembled, and her limbs tensed. But she still resisted the urge to move. However, the hand seemed to grow more and more aggressive. Hairs ran across her smooth skin, moving upwards. How does it feel? Chao Xing asked. Gwyneth's face had turned a deep red. She nodded, I'm still okay. Lord. Please. Please continue. After hearing this, Chao Xing said nothing more and proceeded directly to the next step. Swish. As pieces of clothing fell one by one, a slender body curled up in Chao Xing's arms. Gwyneth weighed very little, even less than 100 pounds. Yet, despite this weight, her figure appeared remarkably well proportioned. Her fair skin tinged with a faint pink, her breasts perky and erect. Add to that her slender waist and perky hips. While her figure wasn't as dramatic as Hilda's or Xia Yanni's, it was still quite impressive. Furthermore, her aura perfectly suited her figure. Any further exaggeration would have ruined her beauty. Chao Xing nodded secretly, sighing inwardly, another beauty. At this moment, his robes and clothing had been removed. The two bodies embraced each other, feeling each other's warmth. This was Gwyneth's first time experiencing such intimate contact with a man. Chao Xing's firm chest gave her a wave of security. At the same time, she also felt. After her initial shyness, Gwyneth gradually relaxed. She anticipated what was to come and proactively said, Lord, please come directly. Chao Xing nodded, okay. Until 2 hours later. Chao Xing straightened his clothes and tidied the messy bookshelves and chairs around him. Off to the side, Gwyneth had put on her long dress again and sat quietly. Chao Xing looked at her and said, Gwyneth, I'm leaving first. If you're not able to move around, don't come to the tavern tonight to sing. The bard had regained her composure. She nodded, I understand. Thank you for your concern. After a pause, she continued, and today's experience was quite good. She then turned her head away, as if embarrassed to look back. Chao Xing smiled. Okay, I see you again when I have time. Gwyneth replied softly. Then Chao Xing pushed open the closed library door. As he wandered through the territory, his mind reeled in images of Gwyneth's graceful body and her stunning, divine face. He even considered turning back for another battle. But then he realized this was only her first time. And it had been an hour and a half, so even with her physique, it would take time for her to recover. Chao Xing shook his head, getting rid of all these thoughts in his mind. Let me think about what I still have to accomplish. He quickly recalled. Then he muttered to himself, besides the ancient ruins in a little over half a month, the system will launch 2 new events in 7 days, the Fractal of the Mists and the Golden Skrit's Treasure. These 2 events seem quite important and cannot be missed. I need to arrange the time and personnel for participation. Besides these immediate tasks, there are a few more distant goals. For example, the S-rank quest Rooting Out, the SS-rank quest Balthazar's Trial of the True God, and the God War Ground that Luo mentioned. These 3 are large-scale quests, each of them extremely difficult. That S-rank quest, needless to say, has no hope of completion at this point. That old idiot, the God of Light, hasn't arrived yet. If I want to defeat him, I have to flee to the abyss. As for the God War Ground, I don't even know where it is. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Chao Xing. Back then, in that Sword Saint's legacy, the shadow left behind by the Sword Saint once said, Marlenina was the one he found in the God War Land. She might know the location of the God War Land. However, this map must be extremely difficult and contain some terrifying dangers. After all, even that legendary Sword Saint died after entering it. To reach the God War Land, you need to improve your strength a bit more. Since both tasks have reached a stalemate, there's only one remaining mission. SS level mission, Balthazar's True God Trial. Although its difficulty is higher than Uprooted, it also gradually increases in difficulty. The first stage was to slay a legendary monster. With Chao Xing's strength, he could easily complete this mission. Great. I'm planning to get some legendary monster blood and other materials to develop a legendary potion for Francesca. Next, I can take advantage of the few days between the opening of the Dream Fractal and complete the first stage of this SS level quest. Chao Xing quickly sorted out his thoughts. However, to complete this SS level quest, we must first find the location of Whirlpool Mountain. I haven't heard of this place before. I should ask someone. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. Zizi. Zizi. Followed by a burst of electric current, an old, steady voice echoed in his ears. Lord Chao Xing, I'm Elton. Please speak. Yes, the person Chao Xing contacted was the Ice Crystal King. After all, the Western continent is vast. Trying to find a specific location based solely on a place name is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So the best approach is to mobilize one's connections, and see if the old king knows anything about it. After hearing Chao Xing's question, the Ice Crystal King was silent for a moment. Then he replied, Lord Chao Xing, I thought carefully, and I've never heard of a place called Whirlpool Mountain before. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned. Even the Ice Crystal King, who has lived for hundreds of years, doesn't know about it. Then this place is quite mysterious. Or is Whirlpool Mountain hidden somewhere, requiring specific conditions to enter? Thoughts raced through his mind. The Ice Crystal King continued, but don't worry. I asked the other kings if they know where Vortex Mountain is. With their resumes and experience, they should have some clues. Chao Xing paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Then I trouble you, your majesty. The other party slowly replied, It's nothing. Once they hear it's your request, they'd probably be happy to help. After all, we all owe you a huge favor this time. Chao Xing smiled and said no more. After hanging up the phone, he waited silently. About half an hour later, news came back from the Ice Crystal King. Lord Chao Xing, I'm sorry to hear that I've asked a few old friends, and none of them have heard of the location of Whirlpool Mountain. Chao Xing was somewhat surprised. Even the old king mobilized his connections, and no one knew of this place? Could this Whirlpool Mountain really be hidden in some special area? Of course, there's another possibility. Whirlpool Mountain has been renamed or forgotten. After all, over 10,000 years have passed since Balthazar's time. 10,000 years, truly a world of change. The inhabitants of that era are almost all gone, and much of its history has been forgotten. At this point, the Ice Crystal King continued, Lord Chao Xing, I've already instructed them. Everyone will dispatch a number of personnel to search for this location. If there's any news, you be notified immediately. Chao Xing replied, Then I trouble you, your majesty. You're being polite? The old king smiled. Then, like old friends, the two discussed a few more matters before hanging up. A moment later, Chao Xing stared ahead, thinking, King Bingjing and the others don't know this Whirlpool Mountain is connected to the god of war. The chances of finding it are probably slim. To be on the safe side, I send someone out to look for it. It's a good thing I have nothing else to do right now. So, he summoned the aloof Dragon Queen. Binglon, even though you just returned today and haven't rested much yet. But right now, I still have something I need you to do. The Dragon Queen said calmly, Go ahead. After she finished, she realized she had been a little too cold. So, her expression softened a bit, and she said, No problem, go ahead. I have nothing to do anyway. Chao Xing knew this was just the way this woman was, so he didn't take it seriously. Go outside and find me a place called Whirlpool Mountain. However, it might have been renamed, or it might have been forgotten somewhere. But what is certain is that there is a powerful legendary monster, the Frost Demon Worm there. Just follow this clue and search for it. After listening to Chao Xing's narration, Binglon nodded slightly. Got it. I set off now. Then she summoned the mighty dragon Seraphis. Whoosh! Seraphis's massive body swiftly descended in front of the two of them. Just as Binglon was about to leap onto the dragon's back, Chao Xing suddenly called out to her. By the way, Binglon, regarding that legendary weapon you mentioned last time, Dance of Fine Snow, do you know the exact location of the kingdom where it resides? Chapter 672. Binglon was slightly startled by Chao Xing's question. She seemed to realize something and said, The Silver Sea Kingdom is on the eastern coast of the permafrost. You're going to the permafrost? Chao Xing shook his head. I don't have any such plans yet. I'm just asking around. Binglon nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, she sent Seraphis soaring high into the sky, where she vanished in a moment. After Binglon left, Chao Xing thought, people have already been sent to search for the Whirlpool Mountains. I still have no clue about the other two major tasks. Besides these major tasks, there are some smaller things to do. For example, head to the Daisa Mountains, find the dragon's nest, and then use the dragon taming bridle to capture a young dragon. Also, search for Hilda's Spider Queen scepter. And then, the Permafrost Sea. Once the situation stabilizes here, and I've finished what I need to do, I can go over and take a look. Chao Xing felt both awe and curiosity about the eternal frozen sea. After all, it was where the ancient dragon, Yorma, was sealed. However, the ancient dragon's power was too terrifying, and with Yorma now awake, the area had become extremely dangerous. So Chao Xing decided not to risk his life for the time being. For now, I should find time to capture a dragon first. The Daisa Mountains aren't far from here, anyway. A 5,000-kilometer round trip is a day's journey. It would be so cool to have a dragon as a pet. After all, Binglon always brought Seraphis with her on every trip. Such a powerful and fast pet made Chao Xing extremely envious. He even considered sending a few men over immediately to recapture the young dragon. But it was almost dark, and time wasn't enough. Chao Xing decided to wait until tomorrow to set out. An hour later, 10,000 meters in the sky, a cold wind howled. On the back of a giant frost-blue dragon stood a stunningly beautiful woman in a long white robe, her demeanor icy and elegant. It was the dragon speaker, Seraphis. She had already traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers from the territory and, following Chao Xing's orders, was preparing to find a place to inquire about the Whirlpool Mountain. Just as Seraphis passed over an untouched ice field, Bing Lan's brow furrowed slightly, as if she sensed something amiss. She lowered her head, her deep gaze surveying the vast ice field below. Deep within the ice field, a vast icy lake loomed. In the center of that lake stood a massive iceberg, nearly 100 meters tall. Bing Lan's rosy lips parted, and a cold voice uttered, "Seraphis, stop." Whoosh! The enormous dragon instantly folded its wings and landed steadily in midair. Seraphis tilted its head and looked questioningly at the woman on its back. Bing Lan remained silent, staring at the 100-meter-high iceberg rising above the lake. Following her gaze, Seraphis also looked down. After a moment, it seemed to notice something unusual. "Ing!" Seraphis let out a low dragon roar, as if questioning something. Bing Lan shook her head. "I don't know what's there either. I just feel like something's wrong." Seraphis, upon hearing this, also lowered his head and gazed at the area. At first, it didn't notice anything unusual. However, the more it looked, the more it felt something was amiss. It sensed a faint threat from the iceberg. Realizing this, Seraphis's eyes lit up with surprise. You have to remember, it was now a level 100 commander dragon, and with Chao Xing's blessings, it was practically invincible below the legendary level. If even it felt threatened, the creature below must be something extraordinary. "Roar!" Seraphis growled. It was asking its master if they should investigate further. Bing Lan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "No need. Since we sense something's amiss, just attack directly." She was always decisive, never dragging her feet. The moment she finished her words, she grasped the Donlong sword and swung it out. Swish! A staggering flash of sword energy slashed downward, slicing directly into the iceberg. Boom! With a dull roar, the surface of the iceberg instantly cracked, and countless cracks began to spread. However, even after the sword strike, there seemed to be no movement below, as if it were just an ordinary iceberg. Bing Lan frowned slightly, wondering, could it be that I sensed it wrongly? Just as she was about to leave with Seraphis, she suddenly paused and looked down. At the same time, the iceberg began to rumble. From the cracks above, a terrifying aura emanated, as if some long-dormant, terrifying being were awakening. Bing Lan's gaze fixed, and she whispered, "Sure enough, there's something." The next moment, she and Seraphis simultaneously prepared for battle. Boom! The 100-meter-tall iceberg continued to vibrate violently, its cracks growing more and more numerous. Then, with a resounding explosion, the iceberg completely shattered, sending huge chunks of ice scattering in all directions. Inside, she could vaguely see a monster of immense size, several times larger than Seraphis, standing on the ice. The monster's entire body was covered in thick, dark blue scales, each one like finely tempered metal. Its sturdy hooves were like 4 pillars supporting the sky. On its head, a single horn several meters long emanated from its tip, a destructive force emanating from its tip, as if even space itself had been pierced with holes by its horn. Taking sight of the monster, Bing Lan frowned slightly. Is this a giant ice rhino? How could such a powerful rhino exist? This monster's strength completely surpassed the limits of a hero. In other words, it was a legendary beast. At the same time, the behemoth below slowly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixed directly upon Bing Lan and Seraphis in the air, their gaze filled with violence and rage. Huff! With a puff of air from its nostrils, the water vapor in front of it instantly froze, condensing into tiny ice crystals. Bing Lan then realized something was amiss with the rhino. It seemed as if it had been forcibly sealed here by some entity, its internal energy nearly uncontrollable. And Bing Lan's sword strike indirectly broke the seal. However, the rhino would not show any sympathy for breaking the seal. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed, a wave of sound sweeping over like a physical object. Then, the terrifying giant rhino's 4 hooves suddenly exerted force, instantly creating 4 massive craters in the ice beneath its feet. Then, its massive body, like a moving mountain, charged towards Bing Lan in the air. Legendary creatures generally possess the ability to fly, and even this beast was no exception. This legendary ice rhino soared into the sky like a cannonball. Its massive size and speed would instantly shatter even a 100-meter thick wall. Even Seraphis's form swayed slightly under the impact. However, facing the attack of the legendary beast, both the man and the dragon remained calm. until the enemy closed within 100 meters. At this moment, Binglan and Seraphis moved simultaneously. Seraphis opened his enormous maw and violently exhaled a breath of chilling dragon's breath. Binglan's lightsaber swung, leaving a trail of afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. As the man and dragon launched their attacks, a terrifying surge of power erupted. Even the giant ice rhinoceros felt a palpitation in its heart. It realized that the enemy before it seemed stronger than it had imagined. However, the distance between the two was so close, there was no room for evasion. It could only charge forward headfirst. Seraphis's dragon breath and Binglan's sword energy struck simultaneously. Puff! Crack! Boom! Followed by several cracking sounds, an explosion echoed in the air. The next moment, a massive creature, like a falling iceberg, plummeted downward at a rapid speed. It was the legendary Frost Rhino. At this moment, its head was covered in a thick layer of frost, the result of Seraphis's dragon breath. And its body was covered with dozens of terrifying sword wounds. Even its thick scales couldn't withstand such an attack. Boom! With a resounding roar, the enormous rhino crashed onto the thick ice, and spiderweb-like cracks hundreds of meters long instantly appeared around it. Binglan casually swung her lightsaber and said calmly, "Seraphis, go down and kill it." As a legendary dragon speaker who had reached level 123, coupled with the potential of a mutated overlord, she was truly invincible below the level of a demigod. Even against such a foe, she couldn't even muster her full strength. Whoosh! Seraphis flapped her wings and rushed downwards like lightning. The stunned Icefield Rhino also felt a terrifying pressure coming upon it. Roar! It roared, quickly regaining its balance. Then, from the horn on its forehead, a terrifying beam of energy erupted, sweeping towards the man and the dragon. This move looked terrifying. Even Binglan sensed a faint sense of threat. She instantly ordered Seraphis dodge. After all, as a legendary warrior, she could withstand such an attack. But Seraphis, a 10th level dragon, was not so sure. The dragon instantly halted its charge, and quickly adjusted its form. The beam of energy from the rhino's horn brushed past its wings, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. Just when Binglan thought the giant rhino was about to attack again, it suddenly raised its front hoof and stomped down. Boom! With a resounding, dull thud, the ice, tens of meters thick beneath her feet, shattered like glass, forming a massive hole. Through the hole, she could see the lake flowing below. Splash! Splash! The water surged, sending up waves several meters high. Then, without hesitation, the giant rhino leaped, its massive body plunging directly into the water, stirring up a torrent of water. Its movements were decisive. After plunging into the lake, it dived at top speed to the depths, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Binglan and Seraphis were both slightly stunned. Neither of them had expected this giant rhino, seemingly so ferocious and violent, to flee in the middle of a fight. And it did so cleanly, and without hesitation. After a moment, Binglan gazed at the lake below and shook her head, saying, "Let's go. It's already escaped." Hing! Seraphis murmured, seeming somewhat surprised by the giant rhino's escape. Then he turned his head and flapped his wings, soaring high into the sky. As he flew, he occasionally tilted his head to gaze at the lake below, as if searching for any trace of the giant rhino. But after the giant rhino jumped into the lake, it was never seen again. After waiting for several minutes, Binglan instructed Seraphis to continue flying forward. In fact, if Binglan had truly insisted on hunting down the ice rhino, there was a high probability that she would have killed it. Although the environment in this large lake was complex, and Binglan wasn't particularly navigable, she could still use her legendary strength to forcefully pursue the enemy through the water. However, this would waste considerable time and energy, regardless of whether she could catch up to the giant rhino. Binglan wasn't one for trouble, so she simply let the giant rhino go. Meanwhile, Chaoxing also saw the battle information and quickly contacted Binglan. Upon learning that she had inadvertently broken the seal of a legendary ice rhino, he was somewhat surprised. He even considered sending troops to support her. However, after hearing from Binglan that the giant rhino had dived into the water after being defeated by her, and no one knew where it had escaped, he abandoned the idea. However, Chaoxing also kept a watchful eye, planning to send out troops to search for the rhino when he had the opportunity. After all, this was a legendary beast. Francesca had mentioned earlier that the blood of a legendary beast was needed to extract its essence and refine it into a potion. I was just wondering where to find a monster of this caliber, and then Binglan spotted one. And from her description, this monster's range wasn't far from the territory, around 1,000 kilometers. Chao Xing memorized this information and continued his patrol of the territory. About an hour after Bing Lan and the others left, a full 50 kilometers away from the site of their battle, still within the confines of the Great Lake, the ice was impossibly calm, not even a single animal visible, only the whistling cold wind. Suddenly, with a subtle cracking sound, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the ice. A moment later, a massive horn slowly broke through the ice. The giant ice rhino's massive head emerged from beneath the ice, and the cold lake water slid down its scales, splashing a wave of water. Its crimson eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, a look of vigilance and alertness. After confirming that there were no enemies, the giant ice rhino slowly emerged from the ice. Its massive body, like a moving mountain, rushed towards the unknown area ahead. Time flew by, and it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky had fallen completely dark. The 2,500 workers sent by Chao Xing to mine returned from the various mining sites in transport vehicles. They then followed their teams and entered the cafeteria for lunch. It is worth noting that due to the massive expansion of the territory's population, the previous cafeteria was no longer able to accommodate so many people. So, Chao Xing had another high-end cafeteria built. Currently, the two large dining halls across the entire territory employ over 100 people just to cook. One can imagine the staggering food consumption in Chao Xing's territory. Lord, today we've consumed a total of 15,000 kilograms of food, plus another 1,000 kilograms of meat and vegetables. Currently, our territory has enough food to last for about 8 days, Dahua, a citizen of the territory, reported respectfully. Chao Xing listened, nodding slightly. I've learned about the food issue. It will be resolved soon. Don't worry. Yes, Lord, Dahua nodded slightly, then left the castle. Chao Xing stood in the first floor hall, pondering 8 days. Food consumption is such a big problem. Hopefully, Hilton and Jess can send me some food soon. Otherwise, I have to think of other solutions. Chao Xing shook his head. Then he washed up comfortably and returned to his bedroom on the second floor. Lu Muxue was leaning against the headboard, browsing the forum. Seeing Chao Xing enter, the beautiful woman looked up, a smile spreading across her face. Xing, come and rest. The bed is warm. Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. Okay. As night fell, the two of them embraced each other, feeling each other's warmth. The spacious bed was slightly messy, a testament to the intense battle that had just taken place. At that moment, the beautiful woman suddenly rolled over and straddled Chao Xing's waist. Huh? Hard breathing transformed into a puff of hot air, hitting his face and chest. Chao Xing grasped her willow-like waist with both hands, feeling a warm and smooth sensation in his palms. Compared to the other women in the territory, Lu Muxue's figure might not be the hottest, but it was certainly the most perfect. Furthermore, her skin was much finer than other women's, feeling like soft jade. Perhaps this was a unique advantage of Orientals. At the same time, Chao Xing grasped her slender waist, and instantly, the sudden stimulation made Lu Muxue close her eyes, and an indescribably charming sound escaped her. She bit her lip lightly, appearing to be both in pain and pleasure. This look made Chao Xing want to give it his all. And then, Lu Muxue suddenly opened her eyes. A solemn expression crossed her face as she spoke. Wait a moment, Ah Xing. What's wrong? Lu Muxue whispered. There's an evil aura approaching our territory, like a demon. Demon? Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion upon hearing this. But he soon understood. As a legendary Aurora Knight, Lu Muxue had inherited the power of an angel, and was extremely sensitive to certain evil auras. So, she could sense the approach of such auras from a great distance. Chapter 673. Chao Xing gently lifted the beautiful woman into his arms, a boo sound causing her body to tremble slightly. Let's go out and take a look, Chao Xing whispered. Lu Muxue responded tenderly. She took a few deep breaths, finally suppressing the turbulent emotions within her, her expression regaining its composure. The two quickly rose, dressed, and then each donned their own gear. They hurried to the outskirts of the territory. Whoosh! The night wind continued to howl in the cold, with the temperature reaching a staggering -70 degrees Celsius. A heavy snow was falling outside the territory. Overhead, dark clouds gathered, completely obscuring the moon's brightness. Only the lighthouses within the territory still shone. A hunched figure stood amidst the falling snow. It seemed as if it had been waiting here for a long time, the snow already reaching its ankles. It was the lame peasant woman from earlier. Compared to the last time it arrived in the territory, with its overwhelming force of demons, this time it was alone. As if sensing Chao Xing's arrival, the lame peasant woman quickly raised her head, her gaze fixed on him. Floating in midair, Chao Xing calmly asked, "Is there anything wrong?" The lame peasant woman whispered, "The demon lord asked me to ask when you will hand over the body of the seed of light to us. The Lord says, the nightmare god has arrived in this world and is secretly gathering strength. We must act quickly." It seemed somewhat afraid of Chao Xing, not daring to speak loudly. Especially, upon seeing Lu Muxue beside him, it lowered its head, not daring to glance at him. Hearing this, a thoughtful look flickered in Chao Xing's eyes. The last time the world barrier was breached, some of the gods from the abyss took the opportunity to escape. However, Chao Xing hadn't expected these gods to make any grand moves after their emergence, instead choosing to remain dormant. This included the nightmare god. Chao Xing didn't know much about the nightmare god, only that he was a vengeful god. He had originally thought he would attack him immediately upon his return. But now it seemed Dam was quite patient. Chao Xing asked, "Does your demon lord know Dam's location?" The lame peasant woman was slightly taken aback, then shook her head, "I don't know." "Then go back and tell him to help me find the nightmare god's location, and then I find a way to summon him." Since he knew Dam had arrived in this world, and had identified him as an enemy, it was only a matter of time before he would attack him. So Chao Xing certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for the enemy to come knocking on his door. In the current situation, striking first is definitely the best strategy. The lame peasant woman seemed to realize something. This otherworldly lord before her was attempting to take the initiative against the nightmare god. For a moment, a strong sense of disbelief washed over her. After all, he was a deity. Even without his divine power, he was still a being beyond the reach of ordinary humans. If it were anyone else, they would be thankful they didn't bother them. He was actually going to take the initiative against him. Absolutely insane. However, as the lame peasant woman's gaze swept across the territory behind Chao Xing, she felt a faint sense of oppression. It seemed to sense numerous terrifying auras within. Each one could easily slay it. As a demon, it swallowed its saliva, a sense of arising within it. Perhaps, with the power of this otherworldly lord, it could truly rival the god of nightmares? I understand. I tell the demon lord. With those words, the lame peasant woman dissipated into a puff of black smoke, vanishing from the spot. As if afraid of slowing down and being stopped by this capricious human lord, she seemed afraid. Watching her swiftly flee, Chao Xing smiled. "Why are you running so fast? I've already promised the demon lord that I won't attack you demons." Since the demon had left, Lu Muxue, who was standing beside her, also subdued her legendary aura. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Come on, Muxue, let's go back and rest. Let's continue what we just left off." At the last word, the dignified expression on the face of the legendary Aurora Knight instantly vanished, replaced by a rosy glow. She lowered her head and softly replied, The two of them quickly returned to the Lord's castle. The incident with the lame peasant woman was merely a sideshow, and Chao Xing didn't take it seriously. With Chao Xing's strength, these demons could no longer pose a threat unless the demon lord himself arrived. Furthermore, he and these demons were still in a cooperative relationship. Chao Xing was currently more interested in dealing with Dam, the god of nightmares. Half an hour later, on the large bed in the Lord's castle, two figures were engaged in close combat. Lu Muxue's fair arms passed through Chao Xing's shoulders and embraced his neck. Her beautiful face flushed crimson, and a low voice uttered, "Ah Xing, hold me tight." "Okay." Chao Xing whispered back, then instantly embraced the fiery body. After a fierce struggle, Lu Muxue's eyes suddenly widened, an unspeakable emotion etched in her beautiful features. With a long sigh, the beauty collapsed limply onto him. Chao Xing, meanwhile, held Lu Muxue in his arms, staring at the ceiling above. The two of them shared the tranquility after the storm. After a moment, Lu Muxue raised her head and whispered, "By the way, Ah Xing, there's something I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Chao Xing asked. Lu Muxue said, "A survivor sent me a private message a few days ago. The content was disjointed and seemed strange. But I pieced together his messages and roughly understood what he meant. He said he had something very important to talk to you about. He had sent you multiple private messages before, but you hadn't replied. It seems to be related to the human empire." Chao Xing was slightly taken aback. His private chat interface was usually closed. Aside from messages from friends, he rarely checked it. Otherwise, he would be bombarded with a massive amount of private messages every day, making it impossible to do anything else. Still, many people knew that Lu Muxue and he were from the same territory. Unable to contact Chao Xing, they turned to Lu Muxue. But people like this usually have something truly important to discuss. Is it related to the human empire? Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then asked, "What's that person's name?" Lu Muxue glanced at it and replied, "Meng Yi." Hearing the name, Chao Xing reflected on it. He had no information about him. He had likely never come into contact with this person before. "I see. Let me check the messages." With that, Chao Xing opened the private chat interface. Among the sea of private messages, he typed Meng Yi. Instantly, only 7 messages remained in the pile. These 7 messages were rather strange, all sent at the same time every day, even at the same second. Chao Xing clicked on them one by one. After a moment, his brows furrowed slightly. 7 days ago, 12 a.m. Meng Yi, Chao. I'm in the center of the western continent. Save me. 6 days ago, 12 a.m. Meng Yi, we are all trapped in a dream. Only I am briefly awake. 5 days ago, 12 a.m. Meng Yi, the ancient dragon Morphous, arrived in the western continent. In my dream, I saw some strange scenes. Meng Yi, I woke up again. I saw 3 dragons gathering. Then, one of them fell. Meng Yi, today's dream was very strange. I saw the entire western continent enveloped by a strange power. All those ancient territories were destroyed. Meng Yi, the human empire is about to collapse. Please help to end this dream. After reading all 7 messages sent by Meng Yi, Chao Xing's brows knitted together. Although his words were somewhat disjointed, he could still roughly understand the meaning and summarized a few points. 1. The human empire was enveloped by the power of another ancient dragon, Menxus, trapping all the powerful warriors and any survivors within it in a dream. 2. No one else could escape the dream, except Meng Yi, who was unique in that he could awaken at a specific time each day. 3. He witnessed some unusual events in his dreams, including the gathering of 3 dragons and the fall of one. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but think back to his previous speculations. Does the fall of that dragon foreshadow Zhuama's death? Then are the other 2 dragons the Death Dragon and the Dream Dragon? Clearly, the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. After all, until now, the 6 ancient dragons had largely remained within their respective territories, refusing to move easily. However, based on previous clues, Chao Xing deduced that the Death Dragon might be moving from the northern continent to the western continent. 2 ancient dragons would gather on this continent. This was already a headache enough. Now, there's another Dream Dragon. Then, there are the 2 messages Meng Yi sent. One of them states that the western continent will be enveloped by a special force, destroying the ancient territories in the center of the continent, and even the human empire will soon collapse. He wanted Chao Xing to go and dispel Meng Shixi's dream. However, faced with such a request, Chao Xing was speechless. It's useless to ask me for help with a true god-level dragon like this. Lu Muxue, who was standing beside him, seemed to see the worry in Chao Xing's brow and asked softly, "Xing, what happened?" Chao Xing initially wanted to say it was nothing, but then he thought about his relationship with Lu Muxue and realized there was no need to hide anything. Besides, this woman was highly adaptable and had a clear mind. She often offered different perspectives. So, Chao Xing laid out Meng Yi's messages and his conjectures. After listening, Lu Muxue also realized the complexity of the situation. Another ancient dragon? Even the human empire is trapped by this dragon's power. Lu Muxue lowered her head in thought for a moment, then whispered, "This Meng Yi must have seen the live broadcast earlier and knows about the several legendary warriors in our territory, so he wants your help." Chao Xing nodded yes, but we can't intervene in this matter. The empire has far more powerful warriors than we do. According to the old king, during the Blood Rebellion 1,000 years ago, they even deployed more than one demigod to defeat Luo and the Blood Legion. If such a powerful force was helpless, we're even more helpless. Lu Muxue nodded slightly, knowing Chao Xing was telling the truth. Although they were already the top survivors in the world, there were many more powerful and terrifying beings in this world. Even true gods could die, let alone a few legends. At this moment, Lu Muxue seemed to have a flash of inspiration. "Ah Xing, the recent events seem to be connected, or perhaps a foreshadowing. First, we came into contact with the Resurrection Army. According to what you said, the Death Dragon may be moving towards the western continent. Could the system's upcoming Dream Fractal event be related to the Dream Dragon?" After hearing her analysis, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Then he nodded. That makes sense. The system wouldn't launch some strange event for no reason. Since entering this world, almost every event has some connection to this world. Perhaps this is also to help us acclimate to the power of the Dream Dragon. After reaching this conclusion, The two fell into deep thought again. As time passed, and as they gained a better understanding of this world, ancient dragons emerged one after another, including those of ancient gods. No one knew how many secrets this world still held. After a moment, Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Go to sleep, Mu Shui. We talk about these things later." "Okay," the beauty beside him replied sweetly. Then, the two of them embraced each other and fell asleep. Outside, snow fell heavily, and the cold night wind howled. The house was heated 24 hours a day, making it incredibly comfortable. Soon, sleepiness washed over him like a tide. But before falling asleep, Chao Xing replied to a message from Meng Yi. Late at night, when the entire world had fallen into a deep slumber, a hunter in a coat, carrying a wooden bow, stood silently in the snow. Behind him, a group of figures knelt, their faces pale, but their eyes fervent. They whispered in unison, devoutly, "Listen to the echo, return to the source." The echo never ceases, and faith endures. The echo is the whisper of the gods, the guidance of fate. The hunter watched them, his lips curled slightly. Very good, the Echo Temple finally has its first wave of fanatical believers. Next, all I need is their daily worship and constant dedication of faith. One day, I'd be able to condense my godhood once again. Ascend to the throne of the gods once again. At this thought, a flicker of heat flashed in his eyes, but quickly calmed. However, the faith these believers provide is still too little. We still need to recruit more. But now isn't the time for large-scale action. I need to accumulate more strength. Otherwise, I'd likely be targeted by those creatures. At this thought, the hunter's gaze shifted to another small mountain village more than 10 kilometers away. Off to the other side, the otherworldly lord with strange facial markings stood by a small village well. Beside him, a massive snake, tens of meters long and covered in jet-black scales, coiled on the ground. Its scarlet tongue occasionally flickered out, hissing softly, as if expressing its submission to the young man before it. This black snake was the same one that had been defeated by Chao Xing in the Witch Forest, fled the castle, and then followed the Church of Light in attacking Dwelluan Lake City. Now, it had reappeared, and stood beside the Nightmare God. Hiss. The black snake spat out its tongue, its massive head lowered slightly, appearing unusually docile. The young man reached out and stroked its head a few times. "Not bad, little fellow. After sensing my presence, you actually came looking for me. In recognition of your loyalty, you will follow me from now on." The black snake seemed to understand his words, its massive body curling slightly, as if expressing its loyalty. The young man's lips curved slightly, and he gradually tilted his head, looking forward. There, gathered hundreds of villagers, thinly clad. They all had their eyes closed, their faces pale, as if drained of all life. The young man slowly extended his hand, pulling. The next moment, a large number of purple light points flew out from the villagers, and gathered in the young man's hand. He took a deep breath, absorbing all of them into his body. Hiss. The young man couldn't help but let out a joyful cry, as if experiencing some intense pleasure, his entire being in a state of sublimation. After a moment, he exhaled heavily. The expression on his face faded, and he turned gloomy again. I never imagined I, the mighty god of nightmares, would have fallen to such a state. Not only do we have to operate in secret, but we can only target these small villages, and we only gain a few dozen new believers a day. At this rate, I wonder how long it will take to establish the Nightmare Court and reform the Nightmare Godhead. You have to remember, at their peak, each of these gods had tens of millions of believers. Especially Daem, as the god who controls nightmares, he can enter the dreams of countless beings. Furthermore, he has a vast organization, the Nightmare Court, which recruits believers for him and draws on a constant flow of faith. At that time, Daem was truly in his prime, and the amount of faith he drew daily was among the highest among all the gods. As they were stripped of their divine status, and their divine power dissipated, their followers gradually deserted him. This included the former Nightmare dynasty, which was also destroyed. From then on, the name of the Nightmare God gradually faded from this continent. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This dormancy is only temporary. Once I regain my divine power, I will reclaim all I have lost. The black snake beside him seemed to sense his master's emotions. It opened its maw and hissed, as if echoing his words. The young man observed the black snake, the fierceness in his eyes gradually fading, and a smile played on his lips. He patted the black snake's head again, his tone a rare touch of gentleness. You are quite human, little one. You are a promising prospect. He paused, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It just so happens that I know of a powerful snake runestone hidden somewhere. Let's see if I can get it and implant it in you. Perhaps there's a chance you could reach the legendary realm. Hearing this, Black's eyes suddenly perked up. A glint of excitement flashed in his scarlet eyes. The enormous body twisted slightly, as if expressing its anticipation. The young man's smile deepened, and he whispered, "Let's go. It's time to retrieve what belongs to us." With that, he led the hundreds of sleeping villagers behind him, heading somewhere. The enormous black snake followed closely behind, its massive body gliding across the snow, making a rustling sound. Chapter 674. Besides this hunter and this young man, many strange beings roamed the world. These were gods who had escaped from the abyss. They were secretly recruiting followers and restoring their power. Some used more gentle methods, simply gaining the faith of these mortals. Others, like Doom, directly devoured the dreams or powers of these mortals, transforming them into beings akin to the living dead. Many villages were silently destroyed overnight. An invisible undercurrent surged across the world. The night passed quickly, and the next day, a system notification appeared. Attention survivors, you have passed the 14th day of the unrest period. There are 59 days until the Dream Fractal event begins, and 60 days until the Golden Scrits Treasure event begins. Today's weather: light snow turning to moderate snow, with a low of -56 degrees Celsius to -73 degrees Celsius. Reminder: there will be frequent snowstorms in the near future, possibly accompanied by small-scale natural disasters. Please reinforce your territory and prepare for any disruptions. When the reminder ended, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue opened their eyes simultaneously. At the same time, she, dressed in her pajamas, quickly walked to the window. Grabbing the corner of the curtains, she yanked them open with a swish. Instantly, a vast expanse of white appeared outside the window. A night of heavy snowfall had piled the roofs of the buildings in the territory with snow, like piles of hats. Even the crown of the pale tree was piled heavy with snow, as if ready to fall at any moment. But at least the ground in the territory was relatively clean. The snow melted soon after it hit the ground, radiated by the heat from the energy tower. "It's snowing, Ah Xing," Lu Muxue said, turning around. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, it's snowing. After the Blood Rebellion, the weather had finally cleared up for 3 days, and now it was snowing heavily again. And according to the system prompt, there would be blizzards and some terrible natural disasters. Sure enough, in this world, living a peaceful life isn't easy. This also made Chao Xing a little worried. After all, he had just asked Hilton and Jace to help him procure a large amount of food and transport it to the territory yesterday. And there was no telling how long this heavy snow would last. If the roads were blocked by heavy snow, it would not only affect transportation, but also slow down his plans to build a giant city. But fortunately, thanks to my territory's infrastructure, we can survive even a blizzard. Then, he looked up at the beauty before him and instructed Muxue, "I need you to stay in the territory today. I lead my men to the Diasa Plateau. If you have any questions, please contact me through the chat system." Lu Muxue said softly, "Okay, Ah Xing, remember to bring 1 or 2 legendaries." "Okay, I understand." Chao Xing smiled and nodded. Then, he dressed first and descended the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the spacious hall on the first floor of the Lord's castle. Amidst the ornate decorations, the shining throne, inlaid with numerous gems, stood out as always. Chao Xing gazed at the throne and thought, "It's been almost 7 days since I last used the shining throne. The shining star effect should have cooled down by now. Maybe it's time to use it now, and see if we can find any large resource points." So, Chao Xing walked to the throne and used the shining star effect. Buzz! A brilliant starlight shot up into the sky, breaking through the endless snowstorm, and soaring thousands of meters into the air. Then it plummeted towards a certain area on the map. At the same time, a spot on Chao Xing's small map in the upper right corner lit up. Glancing at the location, it wasn't too far, just over 400 kilometers. It was still within the snowstorm plains. So, as usual, he summoned the centaur Harati and gave her the task of exploring the area. "Harati, there might be a blizzard soon, so be careful on the way." Although Harati, with her level 70 commander strength, wouldn't have much of an impact even on a blizzard, but blizzards in this world were no ordinary occurrence. The terrifying snow blanketed the earth, seemingly drowning everything. In such an environment, a sense of fear and panic would inevitably arise in the hearts of humans. It would be easy to get lost in the snowstorm. Add to that the howling wind, which constantly sapped body heat. Even a master-level warrior could be lost in the snowstorm. Hearing Chao Xing's concerned words, a touch of emotion crossed the solemn face of the centaur saint. She pushed her front hooves, straightened her back, and replied respectfully, "Yes, Thank you for your concern, Lord. I will remember your instructions. Chao-Shing nodded slightly. Okay, go ahead. With that, Harati turned and rode briskly out of the Lord's castle. After arranging the resource exploration, Chao-Shing pushed open the gate and arrived outside the castle. Whoosh! A howling wind, carrying snow and wind, swept in, seemingly drowning the entire world. Chao-Shing gazed at the white sky and thought to himself, looks like a blizzard is really coming. I wonder if going out in this weather will affect me. However, he quickly put these thoughts aside. After all, he now had several legends and 7 or 8 powerful heroes. No matter how terrifying the blizzard was, it couldn't threaten beings of this level. Even heroes could basically ignore such a disaster. Just be careful not to get lost in it. So, Chao-Shing pressed the communication device to his ear and called over Braum, the Ice Shield Holy Guard. He then summoned the Valkyrie Mernina and Rennies. You 3, accompany me on a long journey today. Without questioning, the 3 replied respectfully, yes, Lord/Master. Braun will protect you, Lord. Chao-Shing nodded slightly and whistled again. Whoa! The next moment, a massive figure soared into the sky beside the agricultural area of the territory. Its majestic wings stood out against the swirling snow, slicing through the wind and snow as it descended swiftly before the crowd. It was like a king descending from the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. This figure was none other than the Griffin King. The Old King. As a level 70 commander-class creature, Old Wong's flying speed wasn't as fast as Seraphis, but he could still maintain a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. The dragon's lair was over 5,000 kilometers away, a round trip of about 10 hours. If nothing happened along the way, we could finish it today. Let's go, we're leaving now. With that, Chao-Shing jumped onto Old Wong's back. The other 3 nodded slightly, and jumped on board together. Old Wong, take us up. The Griffin King, upon hearing the command, flapped its massive wings and quickly soared thousands of meters into the air. Then, it sped towards a certain area ahead. Whoosh! The surrounding scene rapidly receded. At this moment, the Griffin King transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting through the wind and snow. Even the fluttering snowflakes were blown away by the powerful air currents from Old Wong's wings, forming a clear flight path. Because the Griffin King was so incredibly fast, the raging winds in the sky raged like invisible blades, raging furiously. The people on the Griffin King's back were tossed about by the wind, and even their holy shield shattered layer by layer, making subtle crackling sounds. Seeing this, Chao-Shing clutched the Griffin King's feathers tightly and exclaimed, my goodness! In this blizzard, the destructive power of these winds is truly terrifying. Beside him, Mernina and Rennies, steadying themselves, nodded in agreement. Although the winds had little effect on them, the pain they felt when they blew against their bodies was real. At this moment, Braum's steady voice rang out, my lord, let Braum shield you from the wind and snow. With these words, he suddenly raised his shield. And then, he activated its special effect. Originating shield. Instantly, the raging winds around them seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, instantly subsiding. Chao-Shing and the others felt their bodies lighten, no longer feeling torn by the wind. This special effect of Braum could absorb all the damage suffered by their teammates. These strong winds were also a type of damage. The result was that Chao-Shing and the others stood firm in the wind and snow, their bodies not wavering at all. Even their clothes didn't move. The entire impact was borne by Braum alone. A smile played on Chao-Shing's lips. Yes, having a shield like this around does give me peace of mind. Not only that, Braum's shield also enveloped the Griffin King below. Without the interference of the fierce wind, the Griffin King's speed increased again. Like a black meteor streaking across the sky. Crash! 3 hours later, they had crossed the border of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This area had been hard hit by the Blood Rebellion. Luo and the Bloodline Lords wreaked havoc on the border, abducting millions of soldiers. This resulted in heavy losses for the various kingdoms. As a result, the border region now appeared desolate, with few powerful warriors stationed there. To restore the Ice Crystal Kingdom to its former state, it would likely take at least a decade to recuperate. Shaking his head, Chao-Shing stopped paying attention to the situation below. Instead, he continued to force the Griffin King forward at top speed. Along the way, they crossed vast expanses of uninhabited land. As time passed, the wind and snow overhead grew stronger. It threatened to turn into a blizzard. Mercifully, the snow still had no effect on them. 2 hours later, Old Wong, Chao-Shing, and the others had arrived in a completely new and unfamiliar area. Ahead, a continuous mountain range appeared, like a sleeping dragon stretching across the land. The peaks towered into the clouds, their steep cliffs blanketed in thick snow, with occasional exposed rocky outcrops. The sky was filled with heavy snow, seemingly completely enveloping the entire mountain range. You have arrived in a new area, Daisha Mountains. Reputation points gained, 200, exploration experience points gained, 30,000. Chaoxing gazed at the precipitous mountain range before him and sighed. This mountain range is truly steep. Without some flying ability, it would be difficult to even approach. Lannis, standing nearby, turned and suddenly asked, "Lord, what are we doing here?" Chaoxing smiled softly, then said, "Looking for something." "Looking for something?" A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Indeed?" Chaoxing nodded and said, "There's a dragon's nest here, and there may be newborn dragons inside. Our target is the creatures within." Hearing this, Braum and Mernina, who were standing nearby, also instantly turned their gazes. After all, dragons, as one of the world's most powerful races, are naturally endowed with immense physical strength and magical talent. Any dragon has at least the potential of a commander-level dragon, possessing immense combat power even in its infancy. Furthermore, they grow rapidly in strength. Even if they simply eat and sleep, they continue to grow stronger. This uniquely favored creature piqued everyone's interest. Renza's eyes flashed with excitement as she suddenly realized, so, dragons are truly powerful. If we contain them, our territory will soon have another formidable force. Braun exclaimed, "Aha! We have a new member." Chaoxing smiled and said, "It's too early to tell. We don't even know where the dragon's lair is." He then turned his gaze back to the mountains ahead. Although they had reached their target, a new problem lay ahead. The Daisa Mountains were vast. Finding a dragon's lair within such a vast area would be no easy task. Chaoxing mused quietly, "Giant dragons are among the most powerful creatures in nature. I don't know the strength of the dragon in this mountain range, but it's definitely at least heroic, or even stronger. Such a powerful creature would usually be entrenched in the center of that area. I can follow this clue and search for it." Of course, this was just Chaoxing's speculation. If this dragon is low-key, or even deliberately hiding its presence, then finding it would be much more difficult. Furthermore, according to Bing Lan, dragons become more cautious when they enter their breeding season, and may even conceal their lairs. Only after the young dragons hatch from their eggs did they leave the nest and forage for food. The hatching of a giant dragon could take years, even decades. Wanting that dragon to emerge on its own initiative would take who knows when. Never mind, let's go look for it first. So, Chaoxing continued to direct Old Wang, rapidly advancing towards the depths of the Daisha Mountains. Due to the raging blizzard, the birds and beasts in this mountain range had largely retreated to their nests or caves. The entire area was remarkably quiet. Old Wang soared high, encountering few obstacles along the way. Crossing over 1,000-meter-high mountain after another, and passing through stretches of snow-covered forests, they soon reached the depths of the mountain range. Several peaks tens of thousands of meters high appeared around them, forming irregular shapes that surrounded the central area of the mountain range. Aside from this, the area looked no different from the outside. The snow was still white, and the cold wind was howling. However, Chaoxing and the others could sense something strange nearby. The air here was filled with a faint, oppressive aura, as if emanating from some powerful creature. This aura deterred the wild beasts of the mountains from approaching. Rene's expression was serious. She clutched the Elegy of Time in her hand and said, "My lord, something is amiss." Chaoxing nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. At this moment, he sensed something strange again. At first glance, the mountains here looked no different from those outside, but upon closer inspection, subtle traces of something had become apparent. Huge cracks appeared on the snow-covered cliff face, as if ripped apart by some immense force. Occasionally, huge claw marks could be seen on the ground, deeply embedded in the frozen soil. A faint gaze seemed to sweep over their backs. Braun, shield raised, smiled and said, "Lord, the monsters here are quite powerful. It's probably more than heroic level." Hearing this, Chaoxing nodded solemnly, a look of surprise crossing his face. More than heroic level, that meant a legendary dragon was lurking here? The thought of this filled him with anticipation. Until now, he had never encountered a legendary dragon. Chaoxing said, "Everyone, search for it. The dragon's nest should be nearby." Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to act, they suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Before they could react, a deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out. Roar! The terrifying sound, like rolling thunder, echoed for hundreds of kilometers. It shook the snow on the surrounding peaks, sending vast expanses of snow rolling down like surging waves. The mere sound of the dragon's roar sent blood surging and pain through the eardrums. Creatures below level 100 would instantly feel their legs weaken and their resistance vanish at the mere sound of this sound. The dragon's might was fully revealed at that moment. Wow! It's truly a legendary dragon. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with excitement, and anticipation grew even stronger. He was just about to follow the source of the sound to locate it. At this moment, a powerful tremor erupted from a nearby mountain. Boom! Near the summit, several massive rocks rolled down, and the mountain gradually cracked. Then a pitch-black cavern was revealed. An intense chill emanated from it, as if some terrifying being lurked within. Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise. Is this an invitation to enter? Marlene and Rennies, standing nearby, also gazed warily at the cavern. This dragon was powerful. Perhaps some unknown danger lay hidden within its cavern. Of course, Chao Xing's forces were not far behind. Although they only had 2 legendaries, Marlene and Brown, their combined strength would have given even a demigod a fighting chance. So Chao Xing decisively ordered, "Let's go in." With that, Old Wang led the 4 of them, charging towards the vast cavern atop the mountain. Whoosh! The massive cave entrance was more than enough to accommodate the Griffin King. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled hundreds of meters through the cavernous passage. As they went deeper, the temperature dropped steadily. It was as if they were entering the bowels of an iceberg. After crossing the deep passage, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A spacious cave appeared ahead. At the same time, a strong chill swept over them, and the temperature plummeted dramatically. Compared to the warmth of other creatures' nests, this place looked like a vast ice cave. Countless shimmering icicles hung overhead, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice, smooth as a mirror. The surrounding rock walls were also covered in layers of frost, resembling a natural ice palace, cold and magnificent. Scattered on the ground were various huge skeletons, and some broken weapons and armor. This should be the interior of the dragon's lair, Chao Xing whispered, puffs of white mist emanating from his mouth. Glancing around, a hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. But where's the dragon? Marlene and Rennies were also puzzled, looking around cautiously, trying to find any trace of the dragon. However, the lair seemed empty except for a cold, icy atmosphere. Just then, Chao Xing suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly, his gaze fixed, and he quickly warned, "Be careful, something's coming." The 4 of them spun around quickly. Braun almost immediately raised his shield, shielding everyone behind him with his massive body. However, the aura slowed down after approaching them for a distance. Chapter 675. Then, from the darkness deep within the lair, a pair of eyes emitting a faint blue light slowly emerged. The gaze was deep and icy, as if it could penetrate everyone's heart and freeze their soul. Crack, crack! As the eyes approached, the temperature in the entire cave dropped another dozen degrees, reaching a staggering -90 degrees Celsius. The chill in the air practically froze into frost, as if even space itself was frozen by this extreme cold. Hoo! The breaths of the crowd transformed into puffs of white mist in the icy air, quickly condensing into ice crystals and falling to the ground. The aura of this unknown dragon was truly terrifying. Even before it approached, Chao Xing and the others felt an invisible sense of oppression. Its power rivaled even that of a legendary lizardman leader. What a powerful dragon! Chao Xing sighed inwardly. Everyone, prepare for battle. With that, everyone gripped their weapons and prepared themselves. And just then, a deep, ancient voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "You're here." At the moment of hearing this voice, everyone on the scene was stunned for a moment. Chao Xing quickly recovered. His brow furrowed slightly, and he asked, "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes." The voice rang out again, carrying an indescribable majesty and mystery. "Aurine said that those chosen by fate will one day come to my dragon's lair. So, let me wait for you here." At the name Aurine, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise again. So far, he and Aurine had only had a brief encounter, during the Battle of the Oracle. Yet it seemed to know everything. Not only did it use Bing On to relay information to it through another dragon, it even foresaw Chao Xing's arrival in the Daisha Mountains, searching for other dragons. Is this dragon of destiny truly so miraculous? This is almost like foreseeing the future. Chao Xing took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and asked, "So did Aurine tell you why I'm here?" "It told me." The deep blue eyes flickered, and a massive figure emerged from the darkness. Its body was massive and graceful, its scales coated in a light frost. Its wings stretched slightly, like a dragon sculpted from ice and snow. Thick claws stalked through the ice, advancing towards them. Several dozen meters tall, it gave off a powerful, oppressive vibe. At that moment, Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Ice Crystal Dragon, question mark. Level, question mark. Attributes, question mark. Skills, question mark. Talents, question mark. Sure enough, all question marks. This dragon is definitely above level 130, possibly even 150, the maximum legendary level, and from the limited information available, it's known to be a demon dragon. It's important to note that the term demon dragon here doesn't refer to an evil creature. It rather signifies magic. Compared to dragons that rely more on physical strength, demon dragons are more adept at wielding various powerful dragon magics. However, Chao Xing sensed a strange aura from this powerful demon dragon. This aura was strikingly similar to that of the Lizardman chieftain. It was a calm yet utterly chaotic feeling, ready to erupt uncontrollably at any moment. Before he could observe further, the dragon slowly spoke. Aurene said you would come to my lair and take my only child. And I also hope that in you, I can find a way to avoid death. Chao Xing's brow furrowed again. Avoid death? What does that mean? You're going to die? He couldn't help but ask. The dragon nodded slowly, its massive head covered in frost, like a crown. Yes. You can probably tell that the power within me has reached a critical point. For years, I've tried to avoid attacking, suppressing it with all my might, preventing it from erupting. But now, it's almost at its limit. I may not be able to hold out much longer. I explode and die. It spoke calmly, as if recounting something unrelated to itself. But the eyes of those who listened to this were filled with extreme shock. Such a powerful dragon, actually on the verge of death, and yet it exuded an aura of youth. Based on the dragon's long lifespan, it could still live for at least thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Chao Xing asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" The dragon was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, yes. It seemed to be recollecting something in its mind. After a moment, it began to narrate. Many years ago, I was a legendary ice dragon, mastering many dragon magics. Because I inherited my parents' power, I can grow stronger by simply staying in areas rich in ice elements and constantly absorbing divine energy. After a long slumber, I awakened that day and successfully ignited the divine fire, breaking through to the demigod realm. Hearing this, Chao Xing couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a minute, are you saying you were once a demigod? The dragon nodded slightly. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to have realized something. An unprecedented solemnity appeared in his eyes. The dragon continued, however, not long after I broke through to demigod status, I encountered a terrifying being. It was a man. At this point, its tone showed its first wave of emotion. This emotion was fear. That man broke into my dragon's lair, froze me in place, and then slowly walked over. He stretched out a pair of cold, emotionless hands and simply snatched my divine fire. After that, he left the scene. At this, Chao Xing was certain. This demon dragon suffered the same fate as the Lizardman leader. After becoming demigod-level powerhouses, they both had their divine fire stolen by a single individual. Based on this speculation, this individual definitely didn't just target these two demigods. He also stole the divine fire from many others. What did he want? Why did he want so much divine fire? And what was his true identity? A host of questions flooded his mind. The dragon's voice interrupted Chao Xing's thoughts. Because my divine fire was taken away, my divine power was out of control, and I was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, I am an ice-attributed demon dragon. I have used the icy power within me to seal all of my divine power. But even so, this isn't a long-term solution. It won't be long before the divine power within me breaks free, causing me to explode instantly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the massive legendary demon dragon. A closer look revealed something unusual. Across its abdomen and beneath its wings, fine cracks appeared on its icy body, with a faint tendency to spread. As the demon dragon had said, it was almost unable to contain itself. Chao Xing's face was serious as he continued. What happened next? Later. The dragon spoke slowly. I received a revelation from Aurene. It told me to return to the dragon's lair, leave offspring, and await the arrival of one chosen by fate, you. So many years ago, I came here and laid a dragon egg. After years of nurturing, it has matured and is ready to hatch at any moment. It is also my only child, and I know your purpose is for it. Now, please take my child away. As he finished speaking, another tremor erupted from the depths of the cave. Under the gaze of the crowd, a massive, frosty white egg flew out. Whoosh! The dragon egg soared through the air, leaving a trail of icy crystals. Then it hovered directly in front of Chao Xing. A fierce chill continued to assault him. Even though it hadn't hatched yet, one could sense the intense chill held within this dragon egg. The dragon's deep voice echoed once more. Chosen one, please take my offspring. The scene before him was somewhat bizarre. After all, none of these dragons considered their offspring their most precious. Anyone who attempted to touch the dragon egg would be annihilated by these dragons. Countless egg thieves have perished at the dragon's claws. Even Chao Xing had initially prepared for a fierce battle. And now, this dragon had offered its egg to Chao Xing, as if fearing he might refuse. Chao Xing didn't immediately accept the egg. Instead, he asked, I want to know. Aurine said you could find a way to avoid death with me. What exactly? At this question, the dragon closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then it slowly shook its massive head. I don't know. It didn't tell me explicitly. But I don't think Aurine would have needed to lie to me. I believe in its power. Chao Xing nodded. I understand. Then, I take this offspring of yours. After speaking, Chao Xing placed his hands on the frosty white dragon egg. A bone-piercing chill spread through his palms, threatening to freeze him. This dragon egg contained power capable of freezing even a master-level warrior, and yet, Chao Xing felt a profoundly comforting surge within this extreme cold. It was as if two identical powers had merged. For unknown reasons, your ice affinity has increased. Seeing this message, Chao Xing was stunned. But he quickly understood, a smile spreading across his face as he stowed it away in his backpack. Obtained, Ice Crystal Dragon Egg, hatchable. Watching Chao Xing put the dragon egg away, he said, thank you. The Ice Crystal Dragon nodded with satisfaction. There was a hint of kindness and anticipation in its gaze, as if it too was eagerly anticipating its own child embarking on a new journey. This child possesses the power of my bloodline, laying an incredibly solid foundation for him. Its potential has already surpassed mine. Even among the dragon clan, it is a top-tier being. As long as it continues to grow, its future achievements will be no less than those of a demigod. Chao Xing's face once again showed surprise after hearing this. The Ice Crystal Dragon has poured so much effort into this, and its future achievements will be at least as great as those of a demigod. These 2 points alone demonstrate the astonishing potential of the dragon within this dragon egg. He had truly landed a great bargain this time. Chao Xing solemnly said, thank you very much. I will treat your offspring well, and raise it into a powerful dragon. With that, he prepared to lead his men away. Just then, the Ice Crystal Dragon's voice rang out again. Chosen one, wait a moment. I have another gift for you. Hearing this, Chao Xing paused and turned to look at the dragon. At the same time, the Ice Crystal Dragon's wings gently flapped. From the darkness behind it, another object flew out. It looked like a piece of gray scale, covered in mottled patterns. Chao Xing instinctively reached out to take it. Obtained, relic, ancient dragon scale. At that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of shock crossed his face. This is a relic? Chao Xing asked, doubtful and incredulous, clutching the scale. The dragon nodded slowly, its voice deep and distant. Yes, I stumbled upon this relic at the place where a dragon died. The remaining power within it could allow our dragon clan to reach legendary status. But because I found a relic more suitable for me at the time, I've kept it in my lair. I think this scale might be useful to you. Chao Xing was thrilled upon hearing this. More than useful. With this relic, upon his return, he could help Binglan's dragon, Seraphis, reach legendary status. Then, he would possess a legendary dragon. This was a truly valuable gift. This dragon had just met him, and already presented him with a dragon egg and a legendary relic, making Chao Xing feel a little embarrassed. He wondered if he should find a way to help the dragon suppress its power and escape danger. As this thought occurred to him, Chao Xing suddenly realized something. Shit! Aurine said this dragon found a way to avoid death in me. Could this be why? Now that it's given me so many benefits, I want to repay it in the future. It's like investing in my future. Oh my god! Chao Xing's heart was filled with turmoil, and he lamented once again the terror of the dragon of fate. It was almost a case of prophecy. But he also knew Aurine wouldn't betray him. After all, he had inherited Krokatoric's power. Now, he was practically on the same boat as Aurine. Shaking his head, Chao Xing stopped dwelling on it. He placed the precious scale in his backpack and said, thank you. Then we leave you alone. The dragon nodded slowly, an elusive glint in its orchid eyes. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, I don't know your name yet. The dragon's deep voice echoed through the cave. Crystalia. Crystalia. Chao Xing repeated the name in his mind. After a moment, he nodded and said, okay, I understand. With that, he turned and led the group out of the cave. The dragon's gaze remained fixed on their backs, a complex mixture of emotions evident in its eyes. Only after their figures completely disappeared at the end of the cave did it slowly lower its head and retreat. Its massive form gradually faded into the darkness, and the dragon's lair returned to its tranquility. A dozen seconds later, the group had emerged from the dragon's lair. Whoosh! As they emerged, a violent snowstorm lashed out, seemingly threatening to engulf everything. The snow, like sharp white blades, descended in torrents, driven by the raging wind. Everywhere they looked was a vast expanse of white. What a heavy snowfall! Rennies exclaimed in surprise. Chaoxing nodded slightly. It looks like the blizzard has arrived, and this one looks even more terrifying than the one from a few months ago. Standing atop the 10,000-meter-high mountain, they felt the raging winds around them, aware that the intensity of this blizzard was beyond their wildest dreams. Their gazes grew increasingly serious. Chaoxing quickly declared, "Everyone, continue jumping onto Old Wang's back. Brown, protect us. Old Wang, follow my instructions now and advance at full speed." Everyone quickly leaped aboard. Whoa! The Griffin King's wings suddenly spread open, and with a powerful flap, he carried them into the blizzard. Even in such inclement weather, it remained incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several kilometers. The wind and snow were pushed back by the air currents created by its wings, but more snowflakes continued to pour in like a tide. It was almost impossible to open your eyes. Chaoxing squinted, determining the direction while checking the small map in the upper left corner. Old Wang, adjust your course. Turn left. The Griffin King quickly adjusted his position. In this extreme environment, visibility was practically zero. All around him was a blanket of white snow and wind. Nothing could be seen. But fortunately, Chaoxing had the system's built-in minimap. Under his guidance, Lao Wang constantly adjusted his position, like a giant ship sailing through a blizzard, swift and steady. Whoosh, whoosh. Lao Wang's speed grew faster and faster, and the whistling sound of the wind in his ears grew increasingly terrifying. Chaoxing could barely see anything beyond 10 meters, as if the entire world was cut off from him. It must be said that flying in such conditions, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, always gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. With every flap of Lao Wang's wings, it felt as if he might collide with something or be completely lost in this world of white. But Brahm's origin of protection still brought a sense of security. On the Griffin's back, the four people silently fought against the blizzard's assault. Lao Wang also focused on continuing on his way. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. They had no idea how many kilometers they had advanced. And just then, a system notification suddenly appeared before Chaoxing. You have returned, Snowstorm. Chapter 676. When the prompt ended, Chaoxing slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. At this moment, everyone's bodies were covered in a thick layer of frost, as if frozen solid. However, this was due to their prolonged inactivity, the wind and snow gradually stripping away their body heat. With a slight movement, the internal energy would dispel the chill and restore them to normal. Chaoxing said, "We're almost there. Everyone, brace yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the ice crystals on everyone's body shattered, and a glimmer of anticipation gradually appeared in their eyes. Meanwhile, Old Wang continued to lead the group forward. About 10 minutes later, Chaoxing saw a large and familiar territory emerging from the blizzard ahead. In that territory, towering lighthouses shone brightly, guiding their path. "We've arrived," Chaoxing whispered, his lips curled slightly. Seeing the outline of the territory emerge, everyone couldn't help but smile. Despite a long 5-hour trek through the blizzard, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and security, akin to returning home. Below, a slender figure stood in the snow, seemingly waiting for something. Her pure white armor radiated a pure white light, and her long hair fluttered gently in the wind. This figure was none other than Lu Muxue. Chaoxing also noticed the woman and quickly said, "Old Wang, land next to Muxue." Whoosh! Old Wang flapped his wings, gradually soaring above Lu Muxue's head, and then began to slowly descend. The massive wings whipped up gusts of air, scattering the surrounding snowflakes. Everyone landed safely. Lu Muxue immediately came forward, her eyes filled with concern. "Xing, are you okay?" Chaoxing smiled faintly and shook his head. "We're fine. We're all here, no one's missing." The woman before him slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. With all this snow outside, I was really worried you'd get lost." Hearing this, Braun behind him chimed in, "Haha. Don't worry, Madam Lord. I'm here, and I won't let the Lord get hurt." Lu Muxue nodded gently and replied, "Yes." At the same time, Chaoxing turned to Rennies and the others and said, "All right, you all go back and rest. You've all worked hard today." Hearing this, everyone smiled and responded in unison. "Not at all, Lord." After Braun and the others left, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue returned to the Lord's castle. Then he told the woman about what had happened today. Lu Muxue listened quietly, analyzing the fate of the dragon named Crystalia. She whispered, "So it seems that man first stole the divine fire from the lizardman leader, and then found the dragon. During this time, he may have also attacked other demigods. Do I understand that anyone who becomes a demigod will be targeted by him?" Hearing this scenario, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with doubt. Being targeted by him as soon as you become a demigod, isn't that unlikely? Isn't Luo also a demigod? Why is he okay? Lu Muxue lowered her head in thought, then slowly shook her head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps Luo's strength is greater, or perhaps the power behind him intimidates that man, so he didn't attack him. Or perhaps he only targets weaker demigods." Chao Xing frowned slightly, lost in thought. According to Lu Muxue's speculation, this was indeed quite possible. After all, the human empire had clearly stated that there was more than one demigod, yet it hadn't suffered any attacks. Besides, before this, Chao Xing had barely heard of any demigods anywhere in the western continent. So, the scarcity of demigods on this continent is also related to that man. So, if a demigod were born in my territory, would that mysterious being also be targeting it? Thinking of this possibility, Chao Xing felt as if a gaze were behind him, secretly observing his territory. He shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. After all, these were just Lu Muxue's speculations, and the specifics were unknown. "Let's not think about that, Muxue. Let's first take a look at what the dragon gave me." Lu Muxue nodded gently, not continuing the conversation. At the same time, Chao Xing pulled the gray dragon scale from his backpack. Relic, ancient dragon scale. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. This scale, left behind by a powerful dragon, contains immense divine power, allowing dragon creatures to reach the legendary realm. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 120 points of divine power. However, the relic will disappear upon depletion of divine power. It is indeed a relic of the dragon clan. So once Binglon returns, we can let Seraphis attempt a breakthrough. By then, my territory will have given birth to the 9th legendary creature. Binglon herself is a legendary powerhouse. How powerful will she be when she controls a legendary dragon? Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He carefully placed the scale in his backpack. Then he took out a massive dragon egg. The egg stood nearly half a meter tall, covered in a thick layer of white frost, emitting a chilling chill. He gently placed it on the ground of the Lord's castle, and the black stone floor was instantly covered in frost. With the dragon egg as the center, the surrounding ground quickly formed a layer of crystalline ice. Extremely frost dragon egg, hatchable. Hatch? Chao Xing didn't click OK immediately. Lu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Ah Xing, is this the dragon's egg?" "Yes." Chao Xing nodded, his gaze fixed on the egg. "This egg is almost fully developed and ready to hatch at any moment." Lu Muxue nodded in sudden realization, then spoke with a hint of barely concealed excitement. "So should we hatch this egg now?" She seemed eager to see the little dragon inside break free. Chao Xing was about to nod when something struck him. "Wait a minute, I call a few more people over." A few minutes later, 3 short figures squatted on the ground, their eyes fixed on the dragon egg. They were all clad in thick cotton-padded jackets, looking like 3 little bears. They were Tong Chu-Chu, Elisa, and Healy. They all appeared incredibly excited, their eyes sparkling. Elisa eagerly exclaimed, "Lord, hatch this dragon egg." Chao Xing smiled. "What's the rush? This is the first dragon cub in our territory. We need to take our time." Beside him, the beast-eared girl, Healy, spoke excitedly. "I've roamed the continent for hundreds of years, and I've only ever heard of an egg thief stealing a dragon egg and selling it for a fortune. This is my first time seeing a dragon egg in person." Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Chao Xing clicked the hatch button. At the same time, fine cracks appeared on the giant dragon egg. From these cracks, bursts of intense cold air emanated, as if freezing even the air. Bang! Bang! A series of low, thumping sounds echoed, as if something were striking the eggshell. Clearly, the tiny creature inside was about to break free. Inside the Lord's castle, 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the eggshell's movements. Crack! Crack! The crack in the eggshell gradually widened, accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound. And then, a claw covered in pure white scales poked out from the crack. A trace of slime still clung to the claw, but it quickly froze into ice the moment it came into contact with the air. Then, the other side of the eggshell was pushed open, and a tiny head emerged. It seemed to be straining to open its eyes, a faint blue light glimmering through the slits. Crack! With a final crisp sound, the eggshell shattered completely. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, a tiny dragon cub, barely 20 to 30 centimeters long, crawled out. Its body was covered in a layer of frosty white scales, like a thin layer of frost. The tiny wings on its back trembled slightly, as if ready to unfold at any moment. The dragon cub's body vaguely reflected its mother's, spotless and spotless. It seemed constructed from the purest ice crystals, like a moving work of art. Though still immature, it already possessed a certain dignity. The cub shook itself, shaking off the eggshell fragments. Then it raised its head, and with its large, watery eyes, it surveyed its surroundings curiously. Facing the gazes of the crowd, its face showed no trace of fear. There was even a hint of pride between its brows. However, it was still so small, and this gesture looked like a cute act to everyone. So cute. Tong Choo Choo couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes practically lighting up. The others, including herself, felt a sense of comfort at the sight of this delicate-looking young dragon. Wow! Little dragon, let me hold you. Elisa rushed over eagerly. However, the dragon simply glanced at her, and dodged Elisa's attack with a slight tilt. Plop! Elisa's pounce missed, and she fell flat on her face. She immediately said in frustration, Wow! Damn little dragon, you won't let me hold you. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, the dragonette raised its head, and continued scanning the crowd, as if observing something. After a moment, its gaze locked onto Chao Xing. As if sensing a sense of familiarity, the young dragon quickly took short steps, somewhat clumsily approaching Chao Xing. Seeing this, Elisa pouted, seeming to be filled with jealousy. The young dragonette approached Chao Xing, and nudged his leg with its head, appearing particularly affectionate. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he squatted down, gently stroking the dragonette's head from behind. The dragonette's body felt much as it appeared, smooth and slightly cool. It felt like touching a glass ball. Since Chao Xing had hatched it from a dragon egg, the dragonette had recognized Chao Xing as its master from the moment it hatched. There was no need for a pet contract or the dragon taming reins. Chao Xing looked at the well-behaved young dragon before him, his heart filled with joy. Yes, our territory has a special new member today. Smiles also crossed the faces of Tong Choo Choo, Elisa, and the others nearby. They were delighted by the little creature's arrival. At this moment, Lu Muxiua suddenly said, Ah Xing, we haven't named this dragon yet. Hearing this, everyone realized something. Every new pet harvested by a survivor lord can be named. Of course, if you're too lazy to name one, you can skip this step. In Chao Xing's territory, besides the more important creatures like Dubai, Xiaolin, Wally, and Lao Wang, there are also others, like the Cloud Yak and the Griffin, don't have names. But this young dragon is clearly quite important, destined to be a powerful force in the territory in the future. Choosing a suitable name is crucial. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. No one interrupted him. Even the young dragon on the ground raised its head, gazing at him curiously with those innocent eyes. It seemed to be anticipating what name its owner would give it. After a moment, Chao Xing slowly spoke. From now on, you be called Bing Bing. Since it wasn't immediately clear whether the young dragon was male or female, Bing Bing could be used for either, and it also suited its physical characteristics. At the mention of this name, smiles spread across the faces of everyone present. Chao Xing's naming style remained as simple and unpretentious as ever, yet there was always a strange sense of harmony. The young dragon was also very pleased with the name, letting out a childish roar. Pet, Bing Bing named successfully. Chao Xing chuckled, his gaze fixed on the young dragon. A brief panel appeared. Pet, Bing Bing juvenile. Species, Ice Crystal Dragon. Owner, Chao Xing. Attribute panel, none. Since juvenile creatures possess little combat power, except for some exceptional creatures, they typically lack a panel. However, this juvenile stage doesn't last long, and it can be accelerated using certain items. So Bing Bing will soon be able to become combat capable. Coincidentally, Chao Xing still had a few life tree hearts in his backpack, which could be used to give the young dragon a boost. So, he simply pulled 3 green hearts of the human face tree from his backpack. The emerald green hearts, like gemstones, exuded a rich breath of life. The young dragon below, staring at the emerald gems, seemed to sense some intense attraction, its gaze fixed on him intently. Another tender dragon roar emanated from its mouth, revealing a deep desire. Chao Xing didn't keep it waiting, squatting down and saying, "Eat." Bing Bing immediately opened her tiny mouth and snatched up all 3 hearts from his hand. Then, with a crisp crunch sound, she devoured the 3 hearts in one gulp, as if chewing beans. At the same time, a surge of pure life force emanated from her body. The young dragon's size began to grow rapidly, from its original 30 centimeters to nearly 40 centimeters in the blink of an eye. The dragon wings on its back gradually unfolded, and the dragon scales on its body grew thicker. A system notification appeared. Feeding successful. Pet Bing Bing has achieved accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 2 years. However, Bing Bing only grew slightly taller before stopping. This meant it was still in its juvenile stage. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Huh? 3 green quality tree hearts haven't even gotten it past its juvenile stage? Then how long does this dragon's juvenile stage last? You see, just feeding Wally 2 tree hearts initially successfully sent it into its adult stage. The growth time for a dragon like this is truly astonishing. But it wasn't a big deal. After all, Chao Xing still had a good number of Tree of Life hearts in his backpack, ranging from green to gold quality, which together would allow it to accelerate its growth for decades. I didn't believe that even if I smashed them all down, I wouldn't be able to unlock the pet panel for this young dragon. So, he took out 3 blue quality tree hearts and fed them all to Bing Bing. Bing Bing accepted them all, swallowing them whole. Crunch, crunch. After a series of crisp sounds, the life force contained within them was quickly absorbed by it. Feeding successful. Pet Bing Bing has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 5 years. This time, 5 years of accelerated growth didn't significantly increase Bing Bing's size. It still only grew about 10 centimeters, standing upright like a human cub. However, its aura had become much more terrifying, as if a dormant giant beast was gradually awakening. Chao Xing even suspected that in this form, a single breath of the ice crystal dragon cub could annihilate a large group of mole men. Is he already this strong in his juvenile stage? Chao Xing thought to himself, with Bing Bing's current strength, dealing with a level 2 or 3 elite should be easy, right? At this thought, a strange look crossed his eyes. This situation had never occurred before. After all, when Wally had just passed his juvenile stage, he was only at level 9, and his potential was also at elite level. Compared to Bing Bing, the gap was enormous. Chao Xing didn't dwell on it, and continued feeding. Crunch, crunch. After a series of crisp sounds, 3 more purple quality life tree hearts were fed. Feeding successful. Pet Bing Bing has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 14 years. At this moment, Bing Bing's size underwent another noticeable change. Its height grew from 50 centimeters to 70 centimeters, and the dragon wings behind it gradually spread out. The icy aura emanating from her body grew even more intense, the air around her frozen, and even the slightest breath was a bone-chilling chill. Everyone stared intently at Bing Bing's transformation. At this moment, Bing Bing began to experimentally flap her wings. Whoosh! The thin, crystal-like wings whipped up gusts of air, carrying her aloft. At first, her flight was a bit clumsy, swaying in the air as if ready to fall. This caused a flicker of worry in everyone's eyes, fearing she might fall. But soon, Bing Bing regained her balance and began to soar steadily. Wow! Bing Bing can fly! Little Choo Choo exclaimed. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the young dragon, over half a meter tall, flew a circle around the main hall of the Lord's castle. Seeing this, expressions of surprise and relief crossed everyone's faces. Chapter 677. Everyone in the castle had their eyes gleaming. Chao Xing was delighted to see Bing Bing take flight. However, he didn't see the system notification indicating Bing Bing had passed her juvenile stage. Chao Xing muttered to himself, it's been 21 years of acceleration, and she still hasn't passed her juvenile stage. The dragon's growth cycle is truly terrifying. He shook his head, then looked up and called, Bing Bing, come down. Hearing its master's call, the young dragon quickly turned and landed steadily beside him, rubbing its head against his hand obediently. Chao Xing pulled 3 more dark green gems from his backpack. They contained an extremely pure vitality, far surpassing the several tree hearts he had previously fed them. These were truly leader-level human-faced tree hearts. Each one could accelerate Bing Bing's growth by 10 years. Even with the diminishing returns from repeated use, 3 would still accelerate her growth by at least 20 years. Chao Xing let out a light breath. Come on! I don't believe you can't get through your infancy today. He then fed the remaining 3 human-faced tree hearts to the dragon. Crunch, crunch! The crisp chewing sound echoed again, as the dragon rapidly absorbed its pure vitality. Its body underwent another distinct transformation, and this time, the magnitude was far greater than any previous one. Its size skyrocketed from 70 centimeters to a meter in height. The scales on its body also grew thicker, like blocks of black ice covering its body. Een! With a resounding dragon roar, Bing Bing instantly spread its wings, stirring up powerful gusts of air. Crash! The air currents carried a flood of ice crystals, enveloping the entire main hall of the Lord's castle, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. And amidst this cloud of ice crystals, stood a small yet powerful figure. A powerful and vast icy aura emanated from it. It seemed to announce the birth of a dragon king. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Feeding successful. Your pet, Bing Bing, has achieved accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 25 years. Congratulations. Your pet, Bing Bing, has successfully passed the juvenile stage and entered the growth stage. Pet panel is now open. At this moment, a smile crossed Xiaoxing's face once again. Damn it! It's finally open. Everyone watched Bing Bing's transformation with excitement. When the storm subsided, a figure, about a meter tall and radiating a strong chill, emerged clearly before them. Healy exclaimed in amazement, "This little dragon has suddenly become so powerful. It feels almost stronger than when I, Feiying, first arrived in this territory." When Healy was first summoned, she was a 4th-tier leader. And yet she says Bing Bing is even stronger than she was back then. This suggests this little creature's strength may far surpass that of a 4th-tier leader. With anticipation, she glanced at its attribute panel. Xiaoxing's pet, Bing Bing. Species, dragon. Level 38663228/460000. Potential, commander, sealed, automatically advances to overlord after reaching level 6. HP, 418294/418294, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Attack, 10482 to 11256, Leadership. Armor, 2142 to 2317. Skills, basic dragon spells, includes Ice Breath, Ice Armor, Ice Claws, Ice Dragon Body, etc., totaling 9 basic spells. Intermediate dragon spells, includes Ice Storm, Ice Breath Enhancement, Ice Dragon Assault, etc., totaling 5 intermediate spells. Advanced dragon spell, Ice Mirror, creates 1 to 4 ice crystals in any area ahead, reflecting enemy ranged attacks. If it's a magic attack, it will automatically absorb it and restore its own spirit. It can reflect attacks from enemies up to 10 levels higher than its own. Ice Crystal Realm duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Advanced dragon spell, Ice Cone Frenzy, draws a large amount of ice elemental power, summoning a large number of ice cones above the target area, dealing continuous piercing damage to enemies within a 500-meter diameter. The ice cones are released continuously, each hit dealing magic damage equal to ATK *198% and applying frostbite. Effect, Ice Cone Frenzy duration, 5 to 20 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, as the Ice Crystal Dragon grows, other high-level spells within its bloodline will also be activated. Commander-level skill, Endless Ice Flower, consumes all of the icy power within to release the ice flower on a single enemy. Forces the enemy into a frozen state for 1 to infinite seconds. While frozen, the target takes ice damage equal to 257% of the dragon's attack power per second until the seal is released or the target dies. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, this skill can seal beings up to 1 level higher than the target, with a minimum seal duration of 1 second. However, after the skill consumption ends, the target will enter a weakened state for a period of time. Domination Domain, sealed state. Talent, Dragon Body, increases health by 50%, attack damage by 50%, reduces armor by 30%. Talent 2, Ice Crystal Shard, all attacks inflict ice crystal shards. Effect, reducing the enemy's speed by 5%, and each attack will be affected by 5% of the Ice Crystal Dragon's attack. Up to 10 stacks. Satisfaction, 80. Loyalty, 100. After viewing Bing Bing's stats, Xiaoxing's lips curled up once again, with a fierce smile. This skill set is outrageous. From elementary to advanced dragon spells, there are a total of 16 skills. And as it continues to grow, new skills can be activated. That's insane! The most terrifying skill, of course, is its commander-level skill. Endless Ice Flower. This is a powerful single-target control spell, capable of sealing enemies across levels. It's every bit as effective as his forbidden spell. Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial. At this moment, Chaoxing felt like he found a treasure. As a subordinate lord, Lu Muxue could also view Bingbing's dashboard. After seeing its terrifying stats and vast array of skills, the woman's face also showed surprise. Bingbing's attributes are incredibly powerful. Chaoxing nodded. Indeed, it's very powerful, and its growth value is incredible. I estimate its potential far surpasses that of other dragons. Chaoxing's guess was correct. Most dragons, having just passed their infancy, are only at the 3rd or 4th level, leader-level creatures. A dragon like Bingbing, who starts out as a 4th-level commander-level dragon, is truly rare. And as soon as it breaks through to the 6th level, its potential will automatically increase, becoming a dominant-level dragon. It's truly extraordinary. This must be the special care given to Bingbing by its mother, the legendary. Oh no, that demigod dragon. After all, even Seraphis only has commander-level potential. Roar. Bingbing, feeling the power within her, let out bursts of joyful dragon roars. At the same time, Chaoxing looked at Tong Chu and Elisa nearby and said, "From now on, Bingbing will be in your care. When the blizzard stops, take Bingbing outside to level up." The 3 girls exchanged glances, their faces lit up with delight. "Okay, big brother, we take good care of Bingbing," Tong Chu replied sweetly. Elsa, standing nearby, practically leaped for joy upon hearing this. "Great! Elisa will have a dragon as her bodyguard. Long live the Lord!" She excitedly gazed at the young dragon. "Little Bingbing, come here quickly. I take you to eat something delicious." At this, she secretly pulled a special pet ration from her backpack. Sniff. Bingbing seemed to smell something, sniffing the air a few times. Then, involuntarily, she glanced over. Upon seeing what Elisa held in her hand, a flicker of desire suddenly filled her eyes. Specialized pet food like this holds a fatal allure for many pets. Elisa had seen Chaoxing use it a few times before, so she secretly hidden a few herself. At this moment, Bingbing seemed to be trying desperately to suppress her desire, standing still. Seeing this, Elisa asked in a voice full of allure, "Want some, Bingbing?" The young dragon couldn't help but nod. "Then follow me." Bingbing glanced at Elisa, then back at Chaoxing, seeming quite hesitant. Chaoxing nodded, chuckling, "Go ahead. Normally, just follow them." Moan. After receiving her master's approval, Bingbing moaned softly and ran over. Elisa fed Bingbing a pet food and began to pet its head. Little Chu and Healy also tentatively approached. Soon, the 3 girls became familiar with Bingbing. Even Bingbing no longer felt so repulsive towards them. Amidst the sounds of playfulness, the 3 people and the dragon left the lord's castle. Watching them go, Chaoxing smiled. Turning to the woman next to him, he said, "Muxue, let's go back and rest." "Yes," Lu Muxue nodded gently. The 2 of them took a hot bath together, and then returned to the warmth of their room. Night fell. The cold wind howled, and the snow fell heavily. The violent snowfall showed no sign of stopping. All the survivors, as well as the beasts, huddled in their caves and shelters. The night passed quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared again. "Attention survivors. You have passed the 15th day of the turbulent period. Weather forecast. The blizzard will continue today, with temperatures ranging from -64 degrees Celsius to -75 degrees Celsius. Please dress warmly and reinforce your territory facilities." When the prompt appeared, Chaoxing got up again and drew the curtains. Outside the window, heavy snow fell, the sky and earth seemed a vast expanse, and the thick flakes enveloped the entire territory in a silvery white. Seeing this, Chaoxing said with some concern, "It looks like this blizzard will continue for a few more days." Lu Muxue walked over to him, also looking out the window, and said, "Ah Xing, the staff won't be able to go out to collect resources these days." "Yes." Chaoxing nodded slightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Just like the last blizzard, everyone was confined to the territory, unable to go out. This also meant that the development of the entire territory would come to a standstill. If it only delayed progress for a few days, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, Chaoxing faced a more serious problem. That was the food problem. Chaoxing pondered, the current food supply in the territory won't last many days. I don't know how long this blizzard will last. If it's short term, it's fine. If it lasts for more than a week, we'd be in big trouble. Although a blizzard lasting more than a week sounds a bit far-fetched, but in this world, anything is possible. With so many people in the territory now, staying here for a long time would require a massive daily consumption of supplies, while the income would be practically zero. If this continues, I'm afraid my territory's resource reserves will soon be depleted. What worried Xiaoxing even more was that Hilton and Jace's caravan was still out gathering food. This sudden snowstorm might hinder their movement. If the caravan got stuck en route, the delivery of supplies would be delayed, and by the time the snowstorm ended, the territory wouldn't have had enough food to replenish. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing took a deep breath. He knew he had to prepare for a rainy day and take emergency measures. So, Xiaoxing pressed the communication channel next to his ear and ordered all core combat personnel in the territory, including Chao Yi, Zelko, Dahua, and Yolan, all of you, come to the Lord's castle for a meeting. Upon hearing Xiaoxing's order, everyone in the territory was somewhat stunned. This was the first time the Lord had summoned so many people to a meeting since the territory was established. But they didn't ask any further questions and immediately set off. Xiaoxing looked at Lu Muxue beside him. Let's go down too. Okay. The two quickly donned their armor and equipment. After a quick wash, they reached the first floor. In the spacious Lord's hall, Xiaoxing walked to the shining throne and retrieved dozens of chairs from his backpack. He then began to arrange them in order. Soon, a meeting hall was erected. After a moment's wait, two powerful figures pushed open the castle gates and entered. The first to enter were Assam and Andrew. Looking at Xiaoxing, seated on the throne, and the powerful and beautiful Aurora Knight beside him, the two exchanged glances, quickly stepped forward, and bowed. Respected Lord, beautiful Lady Lord, may you be well. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Please take a seat. The two sat down on either side. Then, more figures entered. Ranis, Black Smoke Shaman Brat, Boar Warrior Lab, Blood Spider Queen Hilda. Even the giant-jawed Irefrost, and two new members, Baith Blackheart and Priestess Fanas, entered. In addition, there were the 4 staff members he had named. When everyone arrived, the hall was filled with over 40 figures. They were either sitting on chairs, standing, or even plopped down on the floor. The entire Lord's castle was utterly silent. Everyone stared at the man on the throne, awaiting his next instruction. After a moment, Xiaoxing slowly said, "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is regarding the blizzard outside. I think you all know the situation outside. The blizzard is severe, and we don't know when it will end. Right now, our territory is facing some difficulties, and some supplies are running low. First and foremost, food. We only have enough food in the entire territory to last us another 5 days." After Xiaoxing finished speaking, everyone in the room glanced at each other, their faces slightly surprised. Most of the people here were combatants, usually focused on fighting and training, never paying attention to matters like this. This was the first time they had heard Xiaoxing say that the territory was running low on food, and it had suddenly reached the point where it could only last 5 days. A look of guilt crossed the eyes of the giant Jode in the crowd. He said apologetically, "My lord, Xiaode is the one who eats too much. From today on, Xiaode will reduce his food intake and only eat 1 meal a day." This several-meter-tall hulking figure sat on the ground, like a small mountain. His pitiful demeanor was quite a contrast. Xiaoxing smiled. "Xiaode, although you have a voracious appetite, the food shortage problem isn't caused by you. Our territory has grown too rapidly, and some infrastructure hasn't kept pace. That's the main reason. Currently, our territory has over 8,000 people. Based on a daily food consumption of at least 30,000 kilograms, we need at least tens of thousands of acres of fertile farmland to supply them. Our territory currently only has a mere 200 acres of fertile farmland, so it's not your fault." Hearing this, everyone in the field exchanged glances. At this point, Assam took the lead, saying, "Lord, please give the orders. We will do our utmost to help the territory overcome this crisis." The others echoed him. "Yes, Lord, please give the orders. We will fully cooperate with you." Xiaoxing nodded slightly, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Very well, I do have something I need you to do next. In this blizzard, visibility outside is extremely low. Even a master-level expert would be lost and disoriented. But you have all received my blessing, and your strength far surpasses that of any expert of your level. You are fully capable of operating in this harsh environment." At this point, his tone grew more serious. "So, I've decided to have you go out now, searching for food in the snowstorm plains or in several nearby areas. I give each of you a bottle of cold resistance potion, and have Alan attach wind beacons to you. That way, even if you get lost in the blizzard, someone can sense your location and provide timely assistance." Everyone understood Xiaoxing's intention. Determination shone in their eyes. "Lord, we will definitely live up to your trust." Assam took the lead. The others also grasped their weapons, seemingly ready to plunge into the snowstorm at any moment. Chao smiled and pulled dozens of bottles of cold resistance potion, gold, from his backpack. Now, except for a few legendary experts, everyone else come to me to collect the potions. Alan, take them outside to attach the wind beacons. Yes, Lord. The group set off. Chapter 678. After receiving their potions, the group gradually left the Lord's castle. Soon, only Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, Chao Yi Dahua, and a few other administrators remained in the hall. After a pause, Chao Xing continued, Chao Yi Dahua, you will also pass on the order. From today until the end of the snowstorm, we need to reduce food consumption to half the original amount. By the way, remember to tell them that this problem is only temporary, and we will soon overcome it. Hearing this, the group of administrators nodded solemnly. Yes, Lord. We will pass this on. With that, they all left the Lord's castle. That day, the entire territory received the news. Due to the blizzard and the territory's insufficient food reserves, from that day on, the territory's food supply will be adjusted. From the previous 3 meals a day, it will be reduced to 2. The portion sizes of staple foods will also be reduced. Almost the entire territory expressed understanding and support for this decision. Some even volunteered to eat only 1 meal a day to help conserve food for the territory. Watching the responses of the residents and the reports from Dahua and the others, Chao Xing felt deeply relieved. He clapped his hands and said, this way, the territory should have no problem finding food for another 10 days. As for the residents' health, there was no need to worry. After all, they couldn't work during the blizzard, so even if they only consumed half their usual daily calorie intake, they would still be able to stay active. Next, Chao Xing remained in the Lord's castle, monitoring the battle. After a morning, the 30 or so warriors he had dispatched were already operating throughout the snowstorm. In such heavy snow, most animals and wild beasts hid in caves, making it difficult to find food. Chao Xing's mission was simply to hunt game or forage for other food in the forests or remote mountains. As for visiting those villages and towns, forget it. After the Blood Rebellion, vast tracts of land had been polluted, leaving the villagers without food. Furthermore, Chao Xing had run out of kroner, leaving him with no money left to purchase food. Chao Xing thought, besides that, there's another way to get food. That's using the rare animal meat I have, and then going to the market and engaging in large-scale trade with other survivors, exchanging their food for theirs. However, we don't know how long this blizzard will last. These lords' territories are much poorer than mine, and they simply don't have many emergency resources. If I trade their food for my own, these territories might not survive this storm. I can hold out for a while now, but let's wait and see what happens later. Chao Xing shook his head. In fact, after the previous few months of survival, almost all the survivors had a sense of crisis. Without an understanding of the situation, they wouldn't trade essential supplies like coal or food. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. Trampling. Trampling. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves echoed from outside the territory. The centaur Harati returned to the territory amidst the blizzard. Clad in red armor, her hooves treading like petals on the ground, she approached Chao Xing with grace and dignity. Harati grasped her bow and arrow, bowed slightly, and then began to report her findings. Lord, I have completed the exploration of the area you asked me to explore yesterday. It's a medium-sized gemstone mine. I found a large amount of lapis lazuli, spinel, and a small amount of topaz. A mine of this size could yield rare orbs of incredible value. For now, I've left 2 centaur archers guarding the area. I don't think anyone else will discover this mine. Harati finished her report calmly. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Yes, this gemstone mine will be very helpful for the future development of our territory. You've worked hard. Now go back and rest. As for the 2 centaurs guarding the area, have them return to the territory first. Harati straightened up and replied respectfully yes. However, she didn't leave immediately. She looked at Chao Xing and spoke again. Lord, I heard that our territory is facing some food difficulties, correct? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, we're already working on it. Don't worry. The centaur saint quickly shook his head and said softly, of course, I'm not worried about your abilities. I just want to help the territory. We centaurs are very capable of surviving in the wild, including our ability to find our way. This blizzard will only hinder our movement. After a pause, Harati said firmly, so, please allow me to lead the centaurs outside to forage for food. Chao Xing listened, looking at her intently. Then, he slowly walked over to Harati's side and slipped his right hand through her waist. The sudden movement caught Harati off guard, causing her upper human body to tremble slightly. The 4 hooves instinctively tried to retreat. Only then did she realize that Chao-Shing hadn't made any unnecessary moves, merely patting the snow off her horse's back. Swish. Swish. When the snow was patted off, Chao-Shing said solemnly, "Go, Harati, lead the other centaurs outside and help us find food. The territory will remember your contribution." Harati finally came to her senses, and suppressed the strange emotions within her. "Yes, Lord." With that, she quickly turned and left the Lord's castle. A moment later, the sound of horse hooves echoed outside. The saint had already led all the centaurs out, braving the wind and snow. Time passed quickly. Chao-Shing's system panel continued to display battle information. Night fell. The giant Jode was the first to return to the territory. Before he arrived, a resounding voice could be heard. "Lord, good news. Jode has brought back a giant, even bigger than me." Hearing this, many people were drawn out of the room. Even Chao-Shing was intrigued. "Oh, bigger than Jode?" He quickly pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle. Amidst the howling wind and blizzard ahead, a figure standing 7 or 8 meters tall swiftly passed through the gate and arrived at the heart of the territory. It was the giant Jode. But the most striking thing was the enormous creature dragging behind him. The massive body, over 10 meters long, piled on the ground like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in thick black fur, each hair as hard as a steel needle. 2 enormous fangs, like 2 curved blades, protruded from the corners of its mouth, reaching over a meter in length. Add to that its sturdy limbs, and the monster's identity was self-evident. It was a forest boar. And no ordinary forest boar. Although dead, this monster still exuded an extremely ferocious aura. Just one glance at it was enough to send a wave of fear into one's heart. The residents of the territory, upon catching sight of this behemoth through the windows of their houses, gasped in amazement. "Gods, behold! This is the first time in my life I've ever seen such a massive wild boar. My body isn't even as thick as one of its hooves." At this moment, another citizen said, "I think I know this monster. It's the Black-maned Boar King. It commands an entire tribe and possesses unstoppable power. Not even an army of 10,000 men could stop it." Such a powerful creature was hunted down by the Jode warriors and brought back to their territory. "It's unbelievable." The other citizens also gazed at the behemoth in shock. Chao-Shing had already walked over, his gaze fixed on the boar's massive corpse. A message appeared before him. "Black-maned Boar King, dead." A flicker of approval flashed in his eyes. "Well done, Jode, you've worked hard." The giant rubbed his head and said shyly, "That's nothing, Lord. This wild boar isn't very strong, only about the strength of a rank 7 leader. It seems starving, too, and has come out looking for food. I encountered it on the road and took care of it." Chao-Shing nodded. "Very good. This wild Boar King is quite large, and should provide a good supply of food for our territory. Let's go to the cafeteria now. Your food is ready." "As you command, Lord." The large man straightened himself and excitedly ran towards the cafeteria. After a day of fighting outside, he was already starving. Chao-Shing, with some anticipation, approached the corpse of the Black-maned Boar King. "Do you want to decompose the Black Boar King's corpse?" "Yes." As he clicked confirm, a white light quickly descended upon the wild Boar King. Then, the system began the decomposition process. Soon, a large pile of bright red flesh, a massive hide, and 2 white tusks over a meter long appeared on the ground. A smile crossed Chao-Shing's face. He stepped forward and put all the materials into his backpack. Received, fresh boar meat, gold, * 54,182. Received, complete Black Boar King hide, gold, *1. Received, hardened Wild Boar King skeleton, gold, * 342,721. Received, fresh Boar King blood, gold, * 475 liters. Received, Black Boar King's deadly tusks, orange, * 2. Another large influx of supplies. Over 50,000 units of wild boar meat are equivalent to over 10,000 kilograms of meat. Even if used as ordinary food, it would feed the territory's population for 2 days. Chao-Shing also checked the stats. Consuming this gold-quality wild boar meat increases strength and constitution by 200 points. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary meat. In addition, the fur, bones, and blood all have different uses and are extremely valuable. What surprised Chao-Shing most were the 2 tusks that burst from the Wild Boar King. They were actually epic quality materials. He checked the stats. Black-maned Wild Boar King's deadly fangs, orange. Quality, epic. Item effect, extremely sharp tusks imbued with the power of the Black-maned Wild Boar King. When crafted into a weapon, They possess the effects of advanced penetration and blade-breaking power. Yes, these two fangs can also be forged into epic weapons. I happen to have a bunch of epic materials in my backpack, like scales and claws, that were dropped from the Lizardman Overlord. Because Harold's forging level wasn't high enough, it was put on hold. Now we can give it all to him. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly headed towards the blacksmith's shop. After handing all the materials over to the dwarf blacksmith, he left. Although gathering in the territory came to a halt during the snowstorm, areas like the brewery, sewing shop, and blacksmith shop continued to operate as normal. Chao Xing had also specifically instructed that the members currently working should continue to receive food to ensure they had enough energy to work. After completing these tasks, Chao Xing returned to the Lord's castle. The night passed quickly. The next day, the wind and snow continued. Everyone huddled in their respective territories, unable to venture out. The entire world seemed to be dominated by the wind and snow. And yet, a few hundred kilometers from the blizzard, powerful figures braved the raging snowstorm, forging their way through mountains, forests, rivers, and plains. They were the core combatants of Chao Xing's territory, searching for prey. The entire day passed quickly. These core combatants periodically entered and exited the territory, bringing back game from the wild. There were snow wolves, bomb rabbits, and even some frozen boars. Chao Xing took everything, breaking it all down into meat. It wasn't much, but when accumulated, it was a significant amount. It could keep the territory going for 2 more days. And so, 3 days passed in a flash. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 18th day of the turbulent period. Weather forecast. The blizzard will continue, with lows ranging from -63 degrees Celsius to -74 degrees Celsius. As Chao Xing predicted, this blizzard has been going on intermittently for 4 days. And it seems there's no sign of stopping. Even the survivors in the chat room noticed something was wrong. They began discussing it. Brothers, something seems amiss. It's been almost 4 days, and this horrific snowstorm hasn't subsided. Judging by the trend, it could continue for several more days. Indeed, but thankfully, thanks to the lessons learned from the last fog disaster, I stockpiled a large amount of coal and wood. It's enough to last me 2 or 3 months. Oh my god! You're stockpiling so much coal, but how much food have you stockpiled? I don't have much food. The population in our territory is growing, and with the need for development, we can't store much. Me too. I recruited hundreds of refugees this time, intending to have them help me farm. Suddenly, a natural disaster like this hits us. What's the point of developing now? At this point, a rather prestigious Legion commander said, "Everyone, let me warn you. We don't know how long this snowstorm will last. I suggest everyone start tightening their belts and reducing their expenses as much as possible. If it lasts for half a month like the last fog storm, we'd be in big trouble." The survivors, upon hearing this, felt a sense of crisis. At this stage, with the exception of a few territories, no one could possibly store too much food. If it were like the last fog storm, their territorial resources would absolutely collapse. All the lords immediately launched emergency response measures. They issued various policies within their territories. This included cutting the people's daily food supply, shutting down lighthouses and other energy equipment, and reducing resource loss. This situation was similar to Chao Xing's current territory. However, it was clearly impossible for them to, like Chao Xing, send so many people out in search of food in such inclement weather. After all, even masters could get lost in a snowstorm. Meanwhile, Chao Xing was in command of his territory. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Your territory building, Dream Library. Dream entry time has ended. The building is now open. Huh? Dream entry time is over? Does this mean Sarah is awake too? A smile suddenly crossed Chao Xing's face. The power of this legendary building was truly miraculous, allowing those who entered the dream to bring something back from it. This made Chao Xing excited, wondering what Sarah might bring back from her dreams. Thinking of this, he quickly pushed open the gates of the Lord's castle and headed to the second ring of the territory. There, a simple and majestic library appeared. Inside the library, a slender figure stood quietly. She closed her eyes, as invisible as a shadow, as if subconsciously trying to ignore her presence. This figure was Sarah. She seemed to have known Chao Xing would come, so she had been waiting here. Sensing Chao Xing's presence, the dark elf suddenly opened her eyes. A cold and deadly aura emanated from her. "Sarah, you're awake." Chao Xing stepped forward, his tone tinged with concern. The dark elf quickly suppressed her aura and replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord." I feel. It seems like I haven't seen you in ages." At this point, her voice choked, her eyes slightly reddened, tears threatening to burst. Seeing Sarah like this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Then, he reached out and embraced the dark elf. Suddenly feeling the warmth of the Lord's embrace, the legendary assassin stiffened slightly, then relaxed. She rested her cheek against Chao Xing's chest, as if finding long-lost peace of mind. "It's okay, Sarah," Chao Xing soothed softly, his tone filled with tenderness. Sarah hugged Chao Xing tightly, as if afraid she would never see him again. She no longer looked like the cold, stern legendary assassin she usually was. She looked more like an ordinary girl in need of support. After a moment, Sarah's tears of longing stopped flowing, and her aura returned to calm. She whispered, "Thank you, Lord." Chao Xing smiled softly and asked gently, "Now, tell me, what did you experience in your dream?" Chapter 679. Now tell me, what did you experience in your dream? Chao Xing asked. The dark elf nodded gently, a complex glint in his eyes. It was a very strange experience. A few days ago, shortly after you let me into the library, I suddenly fell asleep and fell into a dream. In my dream, I became a baby only a few months old, surrounded by many strange humans. They looked like servants, surrounding me and caring for me. I also have my own name, Carrie. My father seems to be a distinguished nobleman. From the way they address me, I learned that he is a local viscount. Those servants also seem to respect me very much as a father. She was considered a relatively conscientious figure among the nobles, and was well loved by the people. As an infant, although I retained my memories and could think independently, I could do nothing. Thus, I spent 3 or 4 years in a daze, officially becoming a child. From the day I could handle a weapon, I once again grasped a dagger and began training. My parents, though puzzled by my actions, were also supportive. They wouldn't object to anything I did. And so, time in the dream shifted again, and it seemed as if 4 or 5 years had passed. My life in the dream also entered a new phase. Sarah's voice trembled at this point, as if the events that followed had left her somewhat unsettled. She took a few deep breaths and spoke slowly. However, on that day, a powerful group of men in black broke into the mansion, easily repelling the Viscount's guards and slaughtering them all, including my mother in the dream, who tragically died before my eyes. I seized my dagger and fought back, slaying several of them. But the me in the dream was too weak, only at the 2nd or 3rd level of combat power. Even with all my memories and combat skills, I was no match for them. With my father's death, the Viscount's mansion was completely annihilated by those men in black. Just as they were about to finish me off, the leader of the men in black seemed to recognize my talent for assassination, and not only spared my life, but also took me away. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned. Although he knew these were all events in Sarah's dreams, her experiences still felt strangely real. The fact that this dream library could create such a complex and realistic dream world was beyond his expectations. Shaking his head, Chao Xing said softly, "Go on." Sarah nodded slightly, then continued, "Later, the leader of the men in black brought me back to the organization for training, using strict and brutal methods. However, because I retained my memories as a legendary assassin, I was able to handle them easily. Later, the leader of the men in black seemed to believe I was exceptionally talented and focused on training me. My strength also improved rapidly. And just like that, nearly 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. And I have also reached the level of a master assassin. That day, the leader of the men in black told me that the one who ordered the massacre of the Viscount's mansion was none other than the kingdom's duke, Engelbert. This Grand Duke committed many heinous crimes, and countless innocent souls perished at his hands. My father in my dream met his end because I accidentally discovered a secret of his. The leader of the men in black told me that he, too, wanted to slay all these filthy nobles. But due to his status, he couldn't do it, so he asked me to assassinate the Duke. He also told me that this mission was likely to be a failure. I knew I was in a dream, so I felt fearless and went straight ahead." Sarah slowed her tone and continued, "With my legendary assassin experience and master-level physical fitness, I successfully completed the mission and assassinated the Duke. And the one who killed the Duke, as if having accomplished a certain goal, began to crack in the dream world. By then, I realized I was about to wake up. Then, I remembered the Lord's reminder that I could take something out of the dream. So, I seized the last moment and began searching the palace for some precious items. It was at this moment that the Duke's body was discovered, and my actions were exposed. Powerful auras erupted throughout the palace, masters, heroes, and even legendary figures. They began a frantic search for the Duke's assassin. Thanks to the legendary's presence, I was quickly discovered and subsequently besieged. Drawing on 3 lifetimes of combat experience, I slew several of their masters and a hero-level warrior. After so many deaths, they finally realized the threat I posed. Then, the legendary attacked me. Sarah's voice deepened, as if she were recalling the battle. With my current strength, I stood no chance against a legendary. But I saw more and more cracks above my head, and I knew I was about to leave the dream. So, I decided to fight to the death, preparing for a decisive battle with the legendary. However, the legendary was too terrifying. I used all my strength, but only managed a single stab in his heart. And with a single blow, he shattered every bone in my body. In my final moments, I suddenly felt a familiar power. Sarah's voice grew excited. That power was the Lord's blessing, and it also restored my legendary strength. Not only that, countless scenes and memories appeared in my mind, merging into one. My 3 lifetimes of assassination experiences merged completely in this moment. In my dream, I reached a completely new realm. I don't know what that realm was, but I heard a vague voice. That voice told me that I had awakened the assassin's heart. I don't know what the assassination intention is. I only know that in this state, my strength, speed, and perception have all been elevated to unprecedented heights. Those masters and heroes were like grass before my blade, completely vulnerable. Even that legendary expert was completely unable to withstand my attacks. After several bursts of power, I killed him instantly. Later, only one legendary expert remained in the entire palace, the king of this country. Then, I directly used the legendary combat skill, Shadow 1000 Kills, Fatal Slash, to slay the king. The dream also collapsed. Sarah's voice gradually calmed, but her eyes still gleamed with excitement. After listening to this, Chao Xing's eyes also showed surprise and thought. After all, the dream state of the dream library only lasts for 7 days. But Sarah had spent over 20 years there. The power of this legendary building is indeed extraordinary. Chao Xing nodded approvingly. Well done, Sarah. So what did you bring back from your dream? Sarah replied solemnly, it was the assassination heart that I awakened at the last moment. I brought this ability back with me. Oh! Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise again. He quickly glanced at Sarah's dashboard. Sure enough, in her talent column, beside Shadow Body, there was a special talent. And the name of this talent was golden. It was Assassination Heart. Wow, a golden talent, so special? With a look of anticipation, Chao Xing quickly checked the attributes of this talent. Talent, Assassination Heart, Legendary Talent. Talent Effect. Upon entering combat, this talent's effects are automatically activated, increasing your reflexes by 100%, increasing the chance of all skills triggering by 100%, and increasing your attack and movement speed by 30%. After reading the introduction to Assassination Heart, Chao Xing's eyes once again flashed with shock. Wow! A 100% increase in reflexes, and a 100% increase in skill triggering probability. Isn't this golden talent a bit outrageous? Both of these abilities had never appeared before. Reflexes need no further explanation. As the name suggests, it refers to Sarah's reaction speed in combat. And the subsequent 100% increase in skill triggering probability is quite intriguing. Chao Xing wasn't sure what this increase covered. But one thing was certain, Sarah's other passive skill, Blessed Release. This skill's effect is, upon hitting an enemy, there's a 30% chance of dealing 225% damage, a 15% chance of dealing 315% damage, and a 5% chance of dealing 432% damage. Now, increasing it by 100% means a 60% chance of dealing 225% damage, a 30% chance of dealing 315% damage, and so on. This effectively boosts Sarah's burst damage to a terrifying level. These two abilities alone are worthy of being a legendary gold talent. The subsequent 30% increase in attack speed and movement speed are just incidental benefits. Great, this talent is truly remarkable. Sarah now firmly holds the title of the territory's top single target damage dealer. Even the legendary Rifa Zeppelin can't match Sarah's damage. Chao Xing turned, looked at Sarah with satisfaction, and said, this new ability is quite impressive. It's been snowstorms lately. Go back and rest, and let your body adjust to the new strength. I call you if there's anything else. The legendary assassin nodded respectfully, yes, Lord. With that, she turned and prepared to leave. But before she did, she turned and gave Chao Xing a brilliant smile. It's wonderful to meet you, Lord. Sarah's smile was as beautiful as a flower. She had none of the cold, gloomy air of an assassin. She was incredibly beautiful. Her smile was like a ray of warm sunshine on a winter's day, and Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Sarah vanished into a shadow that he came to his senses. Chao Xing shook his head, a smile creeping across his face. Looking back at the dream library before him, he pondered, the power of this legendary building is truly beyond imagination. Not only did Sarah spend over 20 years inside, the equivalent of a lifetime's worth of experience. Even more outrageous, she returned with such a powerful innate ability. I really underestimated it. Until now, although Chao Xing had been amazed at the dream library's ability to bring items from dreams into the real world, he hadn't held high expectations. He had assumed it would, at most, be a few rare treasures or epic quality items. Unexpectedly, the contents were so extraordinary. It even made him want to experience them right away, but Chao Xing quickly shook his head. Forget it. We don't know how long this blizzard will last, and a single dream library session takes 7 days. During this time, the territory still needs me to manage the situation. Thinking of this, he killed the idea. But the dream library is only used once every 7 days, so we can't waste this time. Now that Sarah's out, let the next person in. Chao Xing began to consider the next person to enter the dream library. After some deliberation, he made his decision. He pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Braun, come to the territory library area to find me." Yes, the second person to enter the dream library, Chao Xing had decided on this legendary shield guard. Recognized as the most offensive being in the entire territory, Braun could now withstand attacks from even demigod-level powerhouses. With him by his side, there was basically no need to worry about his safety. This dream library clearly allows legendary warriors to significantly enhance their strength. If Braun gained some special abilities after entering, that would be a huge win. At the same time, a gruff voice swiftly echoed, "Braun will be right there, Lord." A minute or two later, a large figure arrived beside Chao Xing. Chao Xing, as usual, explained the dream library's purpose to Braun. He also specifically instructed him to bring back to reality the item he considered most precious. Braun listened attentively to Chao Xing's warning, then nodded solemnly, "I understand, Lord." Braun will carefully select and bring back the most powerful item. Chao Xing smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "Okay, then you can go in now." With that, he pulled 10 divine power fragments from his backpack. They transformed into beams of light and merged into the dream library. The library door then opened. Braun nodded respectfully, then resolutely entered the building. Clang! After he entered, the library door instantly closed, and the bubbles rose again. This indicated that Braun had entered the dream state. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now I just wait 7 days, and see what abilities this guy has in store for me. A glimmer of anticipation welled up in his heart. After completing this, he returned to the Lord's castle and waited. For the next few days, he had little to do. From time to time, he would check the forums and then glance at the battle reports from his subjects. When he saw the core members bringing back prey, he would go out and dissect it. He collected all the food for centralized distribution. Materials like fur were sent to sewing shops and blacksmiths for processing. And so, time flew by, and another 5 days passed. When the system notification ended at 6 in the morning, the violent snowstorm still showed no sign of stopping. Including the previous 5 days, this snowstorm had lasted a total of 10 days. Due to the incessant snowstorm, the world remained in darkness, and it was difficult to tell whether it was day or night. In the chat channel, many lords were frantically discussing the problems within their territories. Energy shortages and food scarcity were the most common issues. Although these lords had kept their members' daily food consumption to a minimum, it was still difficult to meet their needs. Many territories even erupted in large-scale unrest. After the Blood Rebellion expansion ended, most lords realized this was a good opportunity to expand their populations. So, they aggressively recruited refugees. But no one expected the prolonged snowstorm that followed. Because they hadn't prepared much food, and these new recruits hadn't been well trained, their loyalty was low. Many territories erupted in collective unrest. Some refugees even attempted to storm the Lord's mansion to steal food and resources. Thankfully, these lords had developed to the point where they had a loyal following. Even their own strength had already reached level 5. There were even a few survivors who had broken through to level 6. With their sheer strength, these unrests were quickly suppressed. They cursed in the chat room. These unruly people dared to storm my lord's mansion. They must be fed up. I beat them all half to death, and now they've all become incredibly obedient. It's the same thing with me. but I've locked up all these unruly people. I deal with them when I have time. Damn it! What bad luck. I shouldn't have taken in so many refugees. Now I'm almost out of food. Many lords complained within. However, while the unrest had subsided, the problem remained unresolved. The food and energy issues weighed heavily on all lords. At the same time, several figures gathered again in Chaoxing's lord's castle. They were none other than the administrators of the territory. Dahua reported respectfully, "Respected lord, the territory's food reserves have been largely depleted over the past 10 days. However, thanks to your proactive decision-making and the hard work of the soldiers out in the field, the territory's food reserve should last approximately 6 days." The elders Chao Yuluan and others nearby also looked at Chaoxing with admiration. Chapter 680. If he hadn't prepared so many days in advance and formulated a series of policies, the territory's food supply would have run out days ago. At that point, a series of serious consequences could have occurred. Hearing this, Chaoxing wasn't particularly happy. Instead, he frowned. Can we only hold out for 6 days? It's still unknown how many days this blizzard will last. If it lasts longer, not only will Chaoxing's territory be in danger, but the resource systems of most other lords will also collapse completely. But I have one last option. Use the teleportation array to reach Yongshuang main city and borrow some from the Ice Crystal King. Given Chaoxing's relationship with the Ice Crystal King and his contributions, the old king would surely do his utmost to help. However, as mentioned earlier, the Blood Rebellion had just ended, and the nearby kingdoms had suffered significant damage and heavy losses. It's likely that the Ice Crystal King could only barely hold on. Shaking his head, Chaoxing withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the people in the hall, he waved his hand and said, "I understand. You may return first." "Yes, Lord." Everyone responded in unison, then withdrew. Only Chaoxing and Lu Muxue remained in the hall. Chaoxing still leaned against the shining throne, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Muxue stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. "Don't worry too much, Ah Xing," Lu Muxue said softly, a hint of comfort in her tone. Chaoxing chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that worried. There are still many solutions. It's just that this blizzard came too suddenly, leaving us no time to prepare. Otherwise, with the strength of our territory, this problem wouldn't have occurred." Lu Muxue nodded gently, completely trusting the man's words. Just then, the communication device beside Chaoxing's ear crackled with an electric current. Then, a familiar, charming female voice rang out. "Lord, this is Eilina." Chaoxing replied, "I heard you. Go ahead." Eilina's voice rang through his ears again. "Today, my sister and I were out foraging for food, and we discovered a mole-man cave along the way. Guess what we found inside?" she asked, a hint of excitement in her tone. "Oh! What was it?" Chaoxing's interest was piqued. Eilina's voice was tinged with joy. "My sister and I discovered a group of frozen mole people in this cave. Not only that, but deep inside the cave, there's a mole people granary. There's a ton of corn and grain piled up inside, at least tens of thousands of kilograms." Eilina's voice grew increasingly excited, her tone barely concealed. Chaoxing's face lit up with a hint of excitement as he heard this. Tens of thousands of kilograms of food, though the exact amount wasn't certain. But based on the territory's current daily consumption of 15,000 kilograms, that should keep them going for a few more days. Even with the current food supply, they should be able to hold out for another 10 days. "Okay, give me the coordinates," Chaoxing said decisively. "Yes." Eilina quickly gave the coordinates. Chaoxing glanced at the small map and discovered that the unknown coordinates were approximately 400 kilometers from the territory. Comparatively speaking, it wasn't too far. "I see. You and Lana, wait there. I'll be there right away." "As you command, Lord." After hanging up, Chaoxing turned and said, "Muxue, I've made a discovery with Eilina. I'm going out for a bit." "Yes, go ahead, Xing. Be careful on the road." Lu Muxue's face still held a gentle smile. Chaoxing nodded, stood from the throne, and walked straight out of the Lord's castle. Crashed. As soon as he pushed open the gate to the Lord's castle, a violent blizzard rushed in, carrying a biting chill that made it impossible to open your eyes. Chaoxing's robes rustled in the wind, but his form remained as solid as a rock, unaffected. The wind wings behind Chaoxing gently flapped, carrying him steadily into the air. At this moment, the sky was still filled with snow and wind, and the world seemed a vast expanse. But fortunately, Chaoxing didn't need to worry about direction. He simply needed to follow the coordinates on the map and move forward in a straight line. Whoosh! A powerful figure darted through the wind and snow at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled over 10 kilometers. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Chao-Shing had arrived near the coordinates. Here was the foot of a large mountain, the terrain similar to the Mole Man mine he had encountered earlier. Chao-Shing scanned the area, searching. Soon, he spotted two winding figures on the snowy ground below. One white, the other cyan. They both had snake-like bodies, their tails carving elegant curves across the snow. The upper half of their human bodies was voluptuous and graceful. Add to that their two beautiful faces, and they exuded a bewitching air. If any ordinary hunter or villager had seen these two snakemen sisters in such heavy snow, they would probably have fled in terror. But for Chao-Shing, Ailina was one of his most loyal subordinates. Ailina also noticed his presence, waving her trident and calling out, "Lord, here, here." Chao-Shing quickly adjusted his course and descended towards the area where the two women were. At this moment, they were hiding under a huge rock, sheltering from the wind and snow. Behind them, a dark cave entrance lay. "Lord, you're here." Ailina stepped forward quickly, a bright smile on her face. Chao-Shing nodded slightly, then glanced at the green snake Lana beside him. This woman, who had a somewhat short temper, still stood aside with her arms folded, a cold expression on her face. Ever since Chao-Shing had helped her break the curse, her demeanor had softened considerably. But she remained taciturn, rarely interacting with anyone except her sister. Even upon seeing Chao-Shing, she wouldn't even approach and greet him. Chao-Shing didn't mind. He knew this was just the nature of the green snake. Besides, as long as she obeyed his orders, that was all. He turned to the white snake and said, "Ailina, lead me in." "Yes, my lord." With that, Ailina twisted her body and led the way into the cavern behind her. Chao-Shing followed closely behind, with Lana at the rear. The three of them passed through a dark and narrow passage, and soon arrived at the cavern's interior. The space here had become much wider, and a few energy torches were tacked onto the walls, providing some light throughout the cave. Scattered on the ground were boxes containing arrows and some low-quality gunpowder. Additionally, a group of frozen molemen lay sprawled, their bodies stiff and covered in a thin layer of frost. Chao-Shing didn't spare any of these molemen. He squatted down and collected them one by one into his dead bag. Of course, don't get me wrong, these corpses aren't for food. They were another resource for Chao-Shing's territory. After all, Hilda's blood spiders and blood altars both required a large number of corpses as materials. After all, he collected the scattered arrows, gunpowder, and weapons into his backpack. Even the torches on the wall weren't wasted. Obtain, fine arrows, green, *1439. Obtain, crude gunpowder, white, *3214. Obtain, Mole Man Standard Scimitar, green, *152. Obtain. A series of system prompts sounded. He swept away practically everything in his path, leaving the ground spotless. Watching Chao-Shing's actions, the two snakemen sisters had different expressions. Chao-Shing turned and said, "Ailina, Lana, you come and help. Go to the platform above and gather the weapons and wood." "Yes, my lord." Ailina immediately began to act. Lana, speaking from behind, said calmly, "You're not wasteful at all." Chao-Shing casually said, "Of course. How else do you think I came up with such a vast territory? Isn't it just by scrimping and saving to build up this much?" As they walked, Ailina said with admiration, "Yes, yes, Lord, you are truly amazing. We started with a small camp, and the entire territory had few resources. Under your leadership, we have grown to this size. There is no one more capable than you, Lord." Seeing her sister's admiring expression, Lana slowly shook her head and sighed. She said nothing more, silently walking into the cave and gathering up all the scattered wood and ore. In about 5 minutes, they had completely cleared out the resources of the mine outside. Chao-Shing clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, "Come on, take me in." The three figures continued to advance deeper into the cave. As they went deeper, the air gradually filled with the aroma of food. It looked like there was a lot of food stored inside. This only intensified Chao-Shing's anticipation, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. As he turned the last corner, the sight before him suddenly lit up his eyes. Before him lay a mountain of food bags. A rough estimate put the number at least in the thousands. Wow! So much food. Chao-Shing's eyes lit up with excitement. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stowed the food away in his backpack. Received 172 bags of dried corn kernels. Received 214 bags of rice. Received 123 bags of wheat. Received. In the blink of an eye, the cave's food supply was completely gone. Chao Xing counted the food and found it weighed a total of 98,000 kilograms, far exceeding his expectations. Great, great. This will keep the territory going for another week. He turned to look at the two Snakeman sisters and said approvingly, "Well done, Elena. And Lana, you did a great job too." Elena bowed slightly. "It's my honor to share your burdens, Lord." The green snake beside him remained noncommittal. Chao Xing clapped his hands and continued searching the cave. After ensuring nothing was missing, he spoke directly. "Let's go! Let's get out." 2 minutes later, the three of them arrived outside the cave entrance. The wind and snow continued to rage, but Chao Xing felt much more relaxed. He glanced at the dim sky and said, "This food is almost enough. Let's return to the territory." "Okay, Lord," Elena replied softly. Then, a gust of wind appeared behind the three of them simultaneously. It carried them into the air. I have to say, the wind-wing skill is truly useful. Even the serpent people, originally ground-based units, have acquired the ability to fly. The two serpent people's long tails swayed in midair, like the flying snake demons of legend. Luckily, it was a blizzard. Otherwise, if this scene were witnessed by passing villagers, it would have been another bizarre story. About 20 minutes later, the three of them, flapping their wind wings, landed steadily in the territory's buffer zone. Chao Xing turned and said, "Lana, Elena, you should go back and rest now. You shouldn't need to go out until the blizzard dissipates." Lana heard this and headed straight for the residential area. At that moment, Elena twisted her body and leaned close to Chao Xing's ear. She lowered her eyes and whispered, "Lord, it's been a while since you visited Elena. Have you lost interest in me?" Hearing this, Chao Xing tilted his head slightly and met those narrow eyes. The pupils were filled with longing. Speaking of which, since the territory's population grew, Chao Xing hadn't been able to take care of every member as he had before. He had devoted more of his energy to developing the territory and improving the strength of his members. But everyone had different ideas. More than improving their strength, they wanted Chao Xing to spend more time with them. For example, Elena, Xia Yani, and other women. Chao Xing looked at the earnest snake man before him and put his arm around her slender waist. Caught off guard, he suddenly kissed her. Irina grumbled, but quickly adjusted. Her body began to twist, becoming agitated. A few minutes later, their lips parted. Irina's eyes still held a hazy look. Chao Xing pinched her waist a few times, causing the beauty in his arms to tremble slightly. "Don't say that next time, understand?" Chao Xing said sternly. The white snake beauty, as if she had done something wrong, lowered her head and whispered, "Yes. Irina, I understand. I won't say that again. I'm sorry, Lord." Then, she raised her head and tentatively asked, "So tonight, Elena will meet you at the hot springs, okay?" Chao Xing's mind involuntarily conjured up the image of this snake person, her slender and enchanting figure. This was a true fairy body, capable of sucking a person dry. Furthermore, she had the ability to transform. Either form was an extraordinary experience. He released his grip on Elena's waist and chuckled, "I understand. Let's go back and rest now." "Yes," the white snake beauty whispered in response, but her expression was already filled with unconcealed joy. Then she twisted her body and left. As she turned and left, she occasionally glanced back at Chao Xing. After Elena left, Chao Xing shook his head and pushed his thoughts aside. A smile crept into his lips again. Thanks to the granary Elena found, the food problem has been temporarily solved. Next, I can gather everyone else. Thinking of this, he quickly went to the basement and transferred some of the food from his backpack to the warehouse. Then, he pressed the communication device at his ear and switched to the team channel. All members still searching for food outside returned to the territory immediately. The crisis in the territory has almost been resolved. Hearing Chao Xing's voice, the masters and heroes of the territory all stopped moving. Delighted smiles appeared on their faces. They solemnly replied, "Yes, Lord." Then they quickly turned and headed towards the territory. Time flew by, and a whole day passed. Nightfall. As darkness fell, the sky became completely dark. One after another, powerful figures returned to the territory. Among these core combatants, some had explored farther afield, while others stayed close to the territory. The first thing they did upon returning was to hand in their harvest to the territory, and then head to the canteen for a hearty meal. Chao Xing stood inside the steaming blacksmith shop, watching Harold forge his iron. Outside, the wind and snow were raging, the temperature dropping to -70 degrees Celsius. In the blacksmith shop, The temperature reached a staggering 30 degrees Celsius. The air was filled with the scent of metal and fire. Clang! Clang! The sound of heavy hammering echoed incessantly. Harold, shirtless, held a massive hammer in his hand, each blow carrying immense deep force. On the forge before him lay a sharp white tusk. It was the deadly tusk of the black-maned boar king, Orange, extracted from the wild boar king Jode had brought back yesterday. Through Harold's masterful forging skills, one of the tusks had transformed its original shape, gradually extending into a straight pistol. It was only a little over a meter long. Buzz! With the final blow of the hammer, the pistol's barrel emitted a low humming sound, as if announcing its birth. Immediately afterwards, Harold quickly grabbed the pistol and immersed it in the special coolant nearby. This coolant had been specially treated, imbued with a strong elemental force, which could better preserve the power contained in the tusk. Zizz! The moment the coolant came into contact with the pistol, a puff of white smoke rose, and a chill filled the air, as if even the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Harold removed the pistol. The barrel was fully formed, its surface ivory white, yet revealing a heavy texture. "The first pistol is completed, my lord." Harold breathed a sigh of relief, and said respectfully. Chapter 681. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face. "I sense the immense power within this pistol. Your skills have improved again." Harold bowed his head and replied modestly, "Compared to the help you, lord." After a pause, he continued, "I've retained the sharpness of the wild boar king's tusks, while also infusing it with several other materials to increase its toughness. Not only is it incredibly sharp, it can also be used as a club. Its level should be no lower than Tier 8. Please review it, lord." With that, he respectfully handed the pistol over. After Chao Xing took it, a system message appeared. Obtained, unnamed special weapon, Orange. Glancing at the stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration. As Harold had predicted, this pistol had reached level 80, and its base attack power was quite formidable. It also has armor-piercing, tearing, and piercing effects. Even among weapons of its tier, it's considered top tier. At this moment, Harold seemed to recall something and respectfully said, "By the way, this weapon doesn't have a name yet. Please, lord, name it." Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then replied, "Let's call it Jungle Fury." Weapon, Jungle Fury named successfully. Jungle Fury. Harold repeated, a look of amazement in his eyes. What a wonderful name. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "By the way, lord, most of the combatants in our territory use spears. This weapon's a little short of the desired length. If you want to forge it into a spear later, I can extend its length using eternal gold and mithril." After hearing this, Chao Xing pondered for a moment and asked, "Can it be made into a modular spear? For example, split it into 2 parts and connect them with a connecting device. When needed, they can be combined to increase the attack range. When not needed, they can be disassembled for close combat." After Chao Xing finished speaking, Harold's eyes lit up. He held the hammer, pondering for a moment, then nodded. "Lord, this is a very clever idea. While it presents some technical challenges, I give it my all." He paused, a confident smile on his face. "It shouldn't be a problem though. Eternal metal is remarkably tough, and combined with Mithril's ductility and all the mechanical design, we can absolutely realize your vision." Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, I leave it to you then." He then put the weapon into his backpack and asked, "Harold, when will the other materials be ready?" He was referring, of course, to the scales and claws that fell from the Lizardman Overlord. These were all epic quality materials, capable of crafting powerful items or armor. "Lord, this batch of materials is already being rushed. With my current forging speed, it should be all done in 3 days, the dwarf blacksmith replied quickly. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very good, there's no need to overwork. It's best to balance work and rest." "Yes, lord." After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Chao Xing temporarily placed the Frost Fury in his backpack. The weapon had a unique shape, resembling a great sword, yet also a scimitar. There weren't many people in the territory who could wield it. Then, he headed to the alchemy workshop. Creaky! As the alchemy workshop's door swung open, a waft of medicinal fragrance wafted in. Then, a beautiful figure came into view. She held a book in one hand, a pestle in the other, stirring the crucible with graceful movements. Gulp! Gulp! The potion in the crucible bubbled as she stirred. Chao Xing glanced around. Francesca was the only one in the alchemy workshop. Ever since he transformed Sabina into a shadow assassin, the witch had become somewhat isolated. But for her, this seemed like a better outcome. Then, Chao Xing walked toward Francesca. "Is there something wrong?" The witch, sensing his presence, asked softly, without even raising her eyelids. Chao Xing immediately pulled a black flower from his backpack and said, "Let me take a look at this material." Sensing the power contained in the flower in his hand, the witch's interest was piqued. Those deep eyes looked over. She paused and took the flower from the sea. After examining it carefully, a hint of astonishment gradually emerged in her eyes. Such powerful dark and frost powers. Two attributes combined in one flower, forming a strange balance. This must be the legendary material, the flower from the sea? As a learned scholar, Francesca quickly recognized the flower's identity. Chao Xing nodded yes. Can you use this material to refine medicine? Francesca pondered for a moment. Yes. Some time ago, I read through the advanced edition of the alchemy tome. The various methods of refining medicine in this edition were too obscure and difficult to understand. I had a hard time reading it before. Now that I've become a legendary alchemist, I can understand what it says. Among them, there's a relatively detailed account of the material called the undersea flower. It's said that this material can even be used to refine two legendary secret elixirs. Two? Chao Xing's eyes lit up with disbelief, and he pressed, which two? Francesca said calmly, one is called the Eternal Night Frost Potion, which significantly increases the user's dark and icy powers, making their attacks even more powerful. The other is called the Deep Sea Breath Potion, significantly increasing the user's resistance to ice and dark attributes, and granting the ability to survive in the deep sea. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock once again after hearing this. The powerful effects of these two legendary potions were evident just from Francesca's description. The former significantly increases spell damage, a tremendous benefit for a mage like Chao Xing. The latter not only increases dual attribute resistance, but also grants the ability to survive in the deep sea. If combined with his eternal power, it could even undergo a qualitative transformation. Chao Xing asked, "Can you refine these two potions?" Francesca pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. "Okay, but I need you to find the appropriate additives." Chao Xing continued, "What are they?" Francesca said, "To make the Eternal Night Frost Potion, in addition to the Deep Sea Flower, I also need blood from an extremely cold creature, at least legendary. And a dark core." After a pause, she continued, "To make the breath of the Deep Potion, a small amount of moon essence is needed. Furthermore, a key ingredient is deep sea tears, found only in deep sea monsters. They increase the potion's stability. That's basically it." The witch finished, slowly closing the book in her hands. Chao Xing frowned slightly. The four ingredients Francesca mentioned weren't easy to obtain. He had never even heard of dark cores, moon essence, or deep sea tears. The simplest ingredient here is actually the blood of a legendary creature. But it also requires a legendary creature with the extreme cold attribute. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but think of another monster's name. That extreme cold demon worm in Whirlpool Mountain should also be an extreme cold creature, right? If we kill it, all we need is the last dark core to craft the Eternal Night Frost Potion. And it would also complete the first round of the quest. It seems it's time to get started on the journey to Whirlpool Mountain. Once Bing Lan finds the exact location, I lead my men there immediately. Chao Xing silently made up his mind. Then he turned to the beautiful witch and said, "I understand. I put these underwater flowers here for now. I let you refine them later once I find the other ingredients." The witch nodded slightly and said no more. Even Chao Xing remained silent. The atmosphere in the alchemy workshop fell into silence. Gulp, gulp. The potion brewing in the witch's cauldron continued to bubble. After a moment, Francesca, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, broke the silence. "Is there anything else?" Chao Xing shook his head. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you're used to being alone in the alchemy workshop. Do you need someone to help you?" Hearing this, the witch's enchanting lips curved into a gentle smile. "Don't worry about me. After hundreds of years in the castle, I've long since grown accustomed to solitary living. Besides, I usually have other recreational activities in the territory." "Other recreational activities?" Chao Xing asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The witch nodded. "Of course, after work in the evening, I go to the library to read. Occasionally, I learn to play an instrument with Gwyneth." There was a hint of joy in her voice, as if these simple activities brought her immense satisfaction. Chao Xing smiled. "Okay, as long as you're happy. Then I won't bother you." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. After leaving the alchemy workshop, Chao Xing was just about to return to the Lord's castle to rest. Then, he remembered what he had promised Elena that day. His feet began to move involuntarily toward the hot springs. After a while, he arrived at the second ring of the territory. Across the way, A one-story building covering several hundred square meters appeared, steam rising steadily from its roof. This was the territory's hot springs. Although the building had been built a long time ago, few of the territory's inhabitants used it. Because everyone's room had a water storage device installed by Chao Xing, it provided hot water 24/7. In such cold weather, they preferred to take a hot bath in their rooms and then sleep comfortably. Chao Xing walked straight into the hot springs. Then, two wooden doors appeared ahead. One led to the men's bath, the other to the women's. The two baths were far enough apart that the men's bath couldn't hear what was happening in the women's bath. Chao Xing paused at the doorway, then pushed open the wooden door to the women's bath. Creaky! A hazy mist suddenly appeared before him, followed by a long passage. Chao Xing advanced through the passage. Faintly, he could hear the sound of rushing water ahead. Splash! Splash! As he passed through the passage, the scene before him grew much wider. Chao Xing had reached the bathing area. At the edge of the bathing area, a white figure seemed to be visible. A tail covered in white scales repeatedly broke through the water, stirring up strings of shimmering water droplets. And on the shore, a wet figure lay crouched. She had her hair tied up, her pale blue eyelids slightly closed, as if enjoying the warmth of the water. This woman was none other than Ailina. Sensing Chao Xing's presence, Ailina instantly opened her eyes. A look of joy crossed her beautiful face. She said happily, "My lord, you've arrived?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, are you alone here?" Hearing this, Ailina burst into a chuckle. Hee hee. Her laughter was gentle, with a strange charm, as if a bright and beautiful girl were smiling and walking towards you. Furthermore, her white hair, swaying up and down with laughter, made one's head spin. Ailina chuckled, "Of course I'm alone here, my lord. Or do you think I'm not enough and want to call a few more sisters?" Faced with Ailina's teasing, Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged, and he replied calmly, "It's not impossible." Hearing this, the snake man whispered, "You are truly greedy, lord. But if you want to call the other sister, you need to get past me first." As she spoke, she slowly emerged from the water and reached the shore. Her long tail dragged beneath the surface, soaking her upper body, water dripping from her fair skin. Splash! A long tail broke through the surface and quickly wrapped around Chao Xing's waist. Chao Xing stood still, his expression unchanged. He had long since grown accustomed to Ailina's movements. A moment later, that beautiful face was close to him. Hiss, hiss! Ailina's scarlet tongue spun, the forked tip of her tongue wiggling slightly in the air. She looked eerily beautiful. "Lord, are you afraid of me like this?" she asked tentatively, placing her hands on Chao Xing's shoulders. Chao Xing didn't say anything, but simply tugged with one hand. Swish! A piece of white cloth was torn off and casually discarded to the side. A moment later, their body temperatures began to rise. Although one was a frost mage and the other a snake man, their auras were both icy. This didn't prevent them from maintaining normal body temperatures. "Ailina, get ready," Chao Xing's voice rang out. The snake man nodded gently. "Yes, yes, lord." At the same time, Chao Xing's right hand stroked the scales on her body. Then, the two gradually became entangled. Huff, huff. Chao Xing took deep breaths. He could sense the icy aura within Ailina. The serpent people's constitution is yin and cool, and any contact will drain some of the body's vital energy. In the legends of this world, there are also some humans who have intercourse with serpent people, night demons, or even vampires. However, such people often suffer serious illnesses afterward. However, Chao is a 10th level frost mage. Ailina took a deep breath. Then, gazing lovingly at Chao Xing, she said, "Ailina, I love you, lord." Her voice gradually grew louder, echoing throughout the hot springs. Both of them were now in a state of ecstasy. And just then, a cyan figure swiftly parted the curtain and suddenly appeared on the shore. This figure was Ailina's sister, Lana. She looked as if she had been waiting outside for a long time. At this moment, Lana looked at the two entangled in the water, her cyan brows furrowed as she whispered, "Sister, what are you doing?" At the sound, Chao Xing and Ailina stopped moving in the water. At this moment, the two were still hugging each other. Ailina's tail tightly wrapped around Chao Xing, her fair hands clasped around his neck. They both turned their heads. The green snake was staring at them with a serious expression. Ailina asked softly, "Lana, why are you here?" Lana's voice was icy. "I didn't see you in the room, nor in the territory. Then I followed the scent and came here." After a pause, she demanded again, "Sister, tell me, what are you doing?" Lana's expression was extremely serious, as if this was something very important to her. Ailina was about to speak. Alina let out a coquettish sound. I'm... Lana, a green snake who had lived for centuries, naturally understood what her sister and Chao Xing were doing. She didn't question Alina again, but instead looked at Chao Xing. You're human, and my sister is a snake human. How could you do such a thing? Chao Xing chuckled. Why not? Is there a problem? You? Lana was furious, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Holding the white snake, she stepped out of the water. Splash. As the surface of the water broke, strings of crystal-clear water droplets dripped from Chao Xing's body. At this moment, Lana stared at Chao Xing's slender, agile form. Even with her composure, her face flushed slightly. She instinctively turned her head away. But then, feeling that this weakened her presence, she stubbornly turned her head back and gazed into Chao Xing's eyes.